Chapter 1. In the doldrums, on a desolate little island, a young man was shouting at the sky. "Curse you! Heavens! If I must be transported, why must it be to the perilous world of One Piece?" The young man's name was an E, a denizen of Earth. As for how he found himself in this predicament, it was undoubtedly a result of his transmigration. The tale of his unusual transition began a week prior. A week ago, as an orphan, and he took advantage of a day off to stroll by the riverside. While passing a fisherman, the middle-aged man called out to him, "Young man, I have a terrible stomachache. Could you watch my line for a moment?" Initially, and he was hesitant to comply with the fisherman's request. However, sensing his reluctance, the fisherman added, "If you keep an eye on it for 10 minutes, it'll give you $100. Upon hearing the promise of $100, and E's eyes sparkled with interest. Instantly, he declared that as a well-mannered young man of the 21st century, he was always eager to assist others. His willingness to help was certainly not motivated by the substantial reward. Thus, after pocketing the $100, and E took on the role of the fisherman. Little did he know, no sooner had he settled down than a fish was caught on the line. Though inexperienced in fishing, and he was no stranger to the concept, he quickly retracted the line. To his surprise, the fish was exceptionally strong, and in a moment of instability, he slipped and fell into the water. Though a native of the southern regions, and E was a quintessential landlubber, he began to thrash about in panic. Fortunately, he was not far from the shore, and after a few desperate splashes, he managed to claw his way back onto dry land. However, upon climbing ashore, he was bewildered to find himself not by the riverbank, but on an island. Staring at the several hundred square meters of unfamiliar terrain, and E's mind buzzed with confusion. Wasn't he just helping someone fish by the river? How had he ended up on a small island? Could it be that he had indeed transmigrated? As a young man of the 21st century, the concept of transmigration was not alien to him after all. Countless novels explored this very theme. Yet, when it happened to him, and he found it difficult to grasp the reality of his situation. While his mind was still grappling with the implications, a voice suddenly resonated within his consciousness. "System binding initiated, current progress, 1%. "Who?" And he exclaimed, looking around the empty island. There was no one in sight. Again, the voice echoed in his mind. "Current progress, 2%, at this moment." And he finally realized that the voice was not external, but emanating directly from within his mind. His expression turned to one of utter bewilderment. If he had not misheard, this voice belonged to a system. Desperately, and he shouted, "System! System! Are you truly the system?" In his mind, there was no response, only the occasional sound of progress reports indicating the presence of the system. And he questioned repeatedly for several minutes, but when no answer came, he decided to assess his surroundings. He rose to his feet and scanned the area. The island was small and barren, revealing nothing but large stones, devoid of any vegetation. Surrounded by the vast ocean, there were no other islands in sight. The sky was a brilliant blue, entirely free of clouds, and he resolved to dry his clothes first. Stripped down to merely a pair of shorts, he wrung out his garments and spread them upon a stone to bask in the sun's warmth. Thanks to the strong sunlight and the summery fabric of his attire, it did not take long for his clothes to dry. After brushing off the salt from his clothing, he donned them once more, accepting the harsh conditions for the time, being at tea that moment. A voice echoed once more in his mind. "System installation complete." Upon hearing this, and he felt a surge of excitement after such a long wait. The system was finally up and running, but he called out, "System, please reveal yourself." Ding! The universal sign and lottery system is officially online. Soon, a face appeared in an E's mind, stating, "Greetings, host. I am the assistant of the universal sign and lottery system." And E inquired, "System, where exactly is this place?" Having traversed realms, he was naturally curious about his current location. Despite his observations, the surrounding ocean left him unable to ascertain where he was. "I do not know." "What?" And he exclaimed, "System, you just said you don't know. As a system, how can you be unaware of this place?" In response to an E's skepticism, the system replied, "May I ask, what kind of system am I?" And E instinctively replied, "The universal sign and lottery system." The system continued, "Then isn't that sufficient? I am a sign and lottery system, not a navigational tool. Why must I know where this place is?" Faced with the system's counterargument, and he found himself at a loss for words, he pressed on, "Then, please introduce yourself and explain your functions." This system is a unique entity in the universe among countless systems. I rank among the very best. Observing the system's smug demeanor, and he felt an overwhelming urge to deliver a reprimand. After listening to the system boast for several minutes, he could no longer contain himself, and interrupted, "System, could you please elaborate on your functions?" "Oh." The system then adopted a serious demeanor, stating this system allows the host to sign in once daily after 8 a.m., granting the opportunity for a lottery draw with each sign-in WY. Signing in for 7 consecutive days, one can earn additional chances for the lottery that if one can maintain this streak for an entire month, a 10-time draw will be awarded, and for a year of uninterrupted sign-ins, the ultimate annual grand prize awaits. The lottery prizes are diverse, comprising items from myriad realms. Upon hearing this, an E's eyes sparkled with excitement. According to the system, the opportunity to draw a prize exists daily, with rewards sourced from countless worlds. Could it be that treasures such as the sword of immortal slaying, the celestial seal, cultivation techniques, or even a cosmic battleship might be among the possibilities? And he began to envision himself soaring through the skies on a flying sword, wielding a star-destroying cannon in one hand and a divine weapon in the other, effortlessly, obliterating foes with a mere flick of his wrist. Lost in these thoughts, and he couldn't help but drool. Host. The system jolted an E back to reality from his delightful reverie. Wiping his mouth, and he excitedly exclaimed, "System, can I sign in and draw a prize now?" As the system indicated, he could sign in and draw a prize every day, and he had yet to do so today. The system responded, "Indeed." Furthermore, as it is the host's first experience with this system, a novice gift package will be bestowed. A novice gift package, what a splendid treasure. Quick, let's open it. And he urged with impatience. After all, he was oblivious to the world he was currently in, and this desolate island bore no semblance of life. He was relying solely on the system's rewards. Under an E's promptings, the system displayed a window. The interface was exceedingly simple, featuring a large green sign-in button. An E silently focused, then pressed the sign-in button. The green button transformed into a vibrant red. Subsequently, the interface morphed into a 1010 grid. The system announced, as this is the host's first sign-in, an additional reward has been granted. 1 extra lottery chance. Being a novice, the host received a novice gift package, allowing for 1 10-time draw. An E gazed at the system's interface, elatedly shouting, "Oh wow." With 1 draw earned from signing in, plus the additional reward and the 10-time draw, he realized he had a total of 12 opportunities to draw prizes. Rubbing his hands together, he could hardly contain his eagerness to begin. "System, let the lottery commence." The system then displayed a message. The host may randomly draw from a pool of 100 rewards, with 12 chances at his disposal, and he decided to start with a single draw, saving the 10-time draw for later. "System, I wish to proceed with a single draw." As soon as he spoke, a bright point began to dance within the 1010 grid. Watching as the point gradually slowed, and he closed his eyes and silently prayed, "Buddha, Guanyin, Almighty Allah, Christ, the 3 pure ones, grant me a miracle in this single draw." Ding. With a crisp sound, the bright point finally ceased its movement. The selected grid then flipped over to reveal the prize. Simultaneously, the system emitted a cheerful sound, addressing an E. "Congratulations, host. You have won a bag of 500 grams of fine salt in your first lottery draw." Instantly, an E felt something materialize in his hand. Upon inspection, he discovered it was indeed a bag of salt, emblazoned with the prominent inscription of 500 grams. Gazing at the salt in his hand, he glanced around at the boundless ocean surrounding him. In a fit of exasperation, he hurled the salt to the ground, exclaiming, "Here I am, stranded in the middle of the sea, surrounded by salt water, and you give me a packet of salt?" It was no wonder an E was infuriated after all. He found himself on a desolate island devoid of even a blade of grass, encircled by water. Receiving a packet of salt at this moment was as useful as a toothpick. An E shouted, "System, come forth." The system responded, "Host, what can I assist you with?" Pointing at the salt on the ground, an E demanded, "What is the meaning of this?" The system replied, "The lottery is random. The host could receive anything. But why on earth a packet of salt? A bottle of mineral water would have been a consolation." The system retorted, "The lottery reflects one's luck. It is entirely unrelated to this system." He found himself at a loss for words in response to the system. He could only repeatedly reassure himself in his mind. "A single draw yields no good fortune. I've only drawn once. There are still opportunities." After calming his tumultuous thoughts, an E resolved to attempt another single draw. "System, initiate another single draw." Thus, the system refreshed the lottery interface, commencing another draw. This time, and he decided to keep his eyes open, intently watching the flickering lights. Ding! The sound indicating the conclusion of the draw resonated once more. "Congratulations, host. You have received a bait that guarantees a 100% success rate. For catching fish, 1 portion of bait can catch 10 fish. Beholding the small package that had materialized in his hand, he realized it was the prize he had just drawn. The reward was quite commendable, even exceptional, but it hinged upon an E possessing a fishing rod. It was worth noting that an E had traversed to this realm while helping someone fish now. The sight of anything related to fishing ignited his ire. Moreover, he had nothing on him except for the clothes he wore. Not even a chopstick could be found. On this barren island, devoid of life, there were only stones. He was utterly incapable of fashioning a fishing rod for himself. With a resounding thud, an E cast the bait onto the ground, lamenting, "What is this nonsense?" System, activate a 10 consecutive draws. The prizes from the previous 2 draws had sent an E's blood pressure soaring. Consequently, he opted for the 10 consecutive draws. However, immediately after speaking, he regretted it, thinking, "With my luck so dismal, I should have washed my hands first." Yet, the words were already spoken, and the system had begun the lottery. He could only console himself, hoping that the 10 consecutive draws would yield something worthwhile. In tranquil anticipation, after a brief interval of mere seconds, the voice of the system resonated once again. "Congratulations, host. You have received a pack of napkins. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 10 pounds of tasteless biscuits. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a 5-liter bottle of mineral water. Congratulations, host. You have received an extraordinary item, a pair of indestructible flip-flops. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a military-grade pair of binoculars." Gazing at the 10 items materialized before him, he sighed. Although the results of 10 consecutive draws were superior to single draws, none of the items could be deemed truly miraculous. He began to select what would be of use to him first and foremost. The mineral water and biscuits were essential. After all, one must eat and drink to survive. Next, he considered the napkins, which could prove useful as well. The binoculars were a remarkable find. Upon testing them, he discovered they not only offered great distance vision, but also had adjustable focus and seemed to possess night vision capabilities. With these binoculars, he could more effectively observe the sea and search for passing ships. His greatest satisfaction, however, came from a tent. With the tent, he would be shielded from the wind and sun. Suddenly, a realization struck him. Despite being on this deserted island for some time, he had not felt a single gust of wind. He glanced around. The sea lay tranquil, and the sky was devoid of clouds. A chill ran down his spine. Although he did not reside by the sea, he was aware that it was rare for there to be no wind at sea. Yet here he was, on the ocean, completely bereft of any breeze. Such a phenomenon was uncommon, the most renowned example being the doldrums of the world of One Piece. He muttered to himself, "Could I truly be this unfortunate?" Yet, there was no concrete evidence to substantiate his claim. Deciding to pitch the tent first and hydrate, he recalled that several hours had passed since his arrival, and given the sweltering weather, it was indeed imperative to drink more. Water. System, keep only the food, drinking water, binoculars, and tent. Store away everything else. Host, this system lacks built-in storage space. What? He exclaimed incredulously. System, do you mean to say you lack a storage space? System, may I inquire what type of system I am? Universal sign-in lottery system. System, precisely, and therein lies the distinction. I am not a storage system. Yee, he retorted. A system without storage is akin to a salted fish. System, host, I believe I have detected you disparaging this system. He promptly countered, "No, it's not like that. Do not misconstrue my words. Lottery system. Let's conduct the lottery." Having spent an entire week on the deserted island, he had spent his days wielding the binoculars, scanning the sea in hopes of spotting a passing vessel. Regrettably, after so many days, all that surrounds me is the endless sea. Evenings are spent in slumber within the confines of my tent. The most joyous moments of each day are those designated for the lottery draw. During these 5 days, I have indulged in 5 solitary draws, resulting in the acquisition of a rather unpalatable loaf of bread. I must confess, the food procured from the system is indeed quite distasteful. The previous flavorless biscuit was truly devoid of any taste. Were it not for my stomach's demands, I would prefer to quench my thirst rather than consume that biscuit. As for the unappetizing loaf of bread, a mere bite left me feeling queasy for 2 subsequent days. Additionally, I received 2 10-liter bottles of mineral water. In this regard, I find some satisfaction, as it ensures I will not succumb to thirst. On 2 other occasions, I was awarded a collection of elementary arithmetic problems and a map of an unknown world. The collection of arithmetic problems has been used by an E to address hygiene issues after using the restroom. The map has been temporarily put away by an E. Although he doesn't know what world the map belongs to, he has decided to keep it for now. Today marks the 7th day of an Ye's sign-in, and the system says there is an extra lottery draw reward for signing in for 7 days. That's why an E is so eager today. The sign-in is complete, and seeing the number of lottery draws increase to 2, a happy smile appeared on their face. Although the experience of single draws in recent days has shown that it's hard to get a miracle from a single draw, Having one more chance to draw is always good. Lottery. And he shouted loudly. In order to ensure his luck these days, he would wash his hands before each lottery draw. Although hands were not needed for the lottery, the sense of ritual was still important. Congratulations to the host for drawing an extraordinary item, a retractable small sailboat. And he stared at the model sailboat that appeared in his hand, feeling a bit bewildered. The sailboat was only slightly bigger than his palm. He was initially very happy about drawing a sailboat, but looking at this toy sailboat that couldn't even fit a mouse, Ani's mood plummeted again. He shouted, "System, get out here." "System, host, what is it?" And he pointed to the sailboat in his hand and asked, "What is this?" The system responded in an exaggerated tone. "Wow, the host actually drew an extraordinary item. What luck." Looking at the system's exaggerated expression, and he felt that the system was intentionally putting on a show for him. However, and he also noticed a key term, extraordinary item. This was the second time he had seen this term. The last time was during a 10 draw from the novice gift pack when he got the flip-flops. Now, that pair of flip-flops was currently on his feet. So, and he asked system, "What does extraordinary item mean?" The system replied, "Huh, didn't I tell you before?" And he said, "No, when did you tell me?" System, "Oh, I see. Then let me explain it to you. The prizes for the lottery can be divided into different categories based on their value. There are ordinary items like common food, drinking water, and clothes that don't have special functions. Then there are extraordinary items, which are beyond the normal realm of understanding. For example, the sailboat you just drew has a function that allows it to change size. It can grow up to 5 meters long or shrink to the size of a palm. Above extraordinary items are mythical items, which have all sorts of bizarre functions. Without exception, these items are invaluable in any world and can drive countless people to madness, such as a potion for immortality or a stone that can completely destroy a world. After listening to the system's explanation, and he stared blankly at the sailboat in his hands. Although mythical items are more amazing, just looking at the functions of mythical items makes it clear that the probability of drawing one is lower than winning 5 million in a lottery. However, extraordinary items are different. After all, he hadn't even tried 20 draws and had already won 2 items, which is not a low probability. Moreover, he never expected that this toy-like sailboat could actually grow to 5 meters. Just thinking about this made Ani incredibly excited. After all, with a boat, he could leave this godforsaken, deserted island. At that moment, and he asked again system, "How should I use this sailboat?" All extraordinary items come with instructions. Please check the instructions that come with the item yourself. Instructions? And he looked at the sailboat in his hand, which had instructions on it. System, are you messing with me? System, don't blame me for your own stupidity. Ani, damn it, you system have really gone too far, daring to scold me. System, do you believe that I can make you draw bad bread every day for a whole month? As soon as the system said this, Ani immediately put on a smile and said, "I was wrong just now. You didn't trick me, it's just that I didn't pay attention." Comfort is definitely not due to the threat of the system, but simply because the bread is so unpleasantly tasteless. Yes, that's it. After that, Comfort began to carefully examine the sailboat and finally discovered a line of small print at the bottom of the sailboat. However, the text was really small and could not be seen clearly with the naked eye. And he stared for a long time, but still couldn't make out what the line of text was. Not having figured out the usage of the sailboat, and he decided to use the remaining lottery draws first. System draw. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a German-made C96 pistol along with 100 bullets. What? A miracle from a single draw? And he looked at the pistol that appeared in his hand, a gun he was more than familiar with. While not many people might recognize the C96 by name, its nickname is definitely well known, the Mauser pistol or mirror box. As a military enthusiast, although he had never seen a real pistol, it didn't stop him from learning about this gun online. And he drew a revolver with a magazine capacity of 10 rounds. For the first time, truly handling a handgun, and he was as happy as a 200-month-old child. He couldn't put the pistol down, constantly gesturing with it. One moment he aimed at one rock, the next at another. Sometimes, a man's happiness is that simple. Just as he was joyfully playing with the revolver, he suddenly heard a noise coming from behind him, a sound as if something was emerging from the water. And he turned around to look behind him and saw a gigantic red fish leaping out of the sea in the distance. How gigantic was it? And he estimated that the fish was at least 30 meters long. It's worth noting that the largest known creature on Earth is the blue whale in the ocean, which is about 30 meters at most. But now, a fish jumping out of the sea exceeded 30 meters. Just as an E was marveling at the size of this fish, a long neck resembling that of a giraffe suddenly stretched out and swallowed the leaping fish in one bite. Ani watched the giant head emerging from the sea, and for a moment, her mind went blank. The enormous head that had swallowed the fish did not linger and sank back into the sea. Boom! The massive head crashed onto the surface of the water, creating a wave. And he looked at the sea's surface, which was rippling gently. He felt as if his legs were filled with lead, lacking any strength. What was that just now? A 30-meter-long fish was swallowed in one gulp, without even being chewed. What kind of monster was that? It was even more terrifying than Godzilla, and he was initially quite happy to have drawn a flintlock, but after seeing that monster, he realized that his handgun wouldn't even be enough for a simple scratch on it. Mom, I want to go home. Once the sea calmed down, and he began to analyze what that monster had been, based on the information he had, he was in a sea where there hadn't been a breeze for a week. And just now, a creature with a head 100 meters long had appeared. More importantly, that monster had a giraffe's head, but lived in the sea. All of this made an E think of the world of One Piece. If it weren't for the fact that there hadn't been any wind before, and he wouldn't have been able to confirm that he was in the One Piece world. However, the appearance of that monster was enough to prove that he was indeed in the world of One Piece. After all, other worlds an E was familiar with didn't have such uniquely characteristic monsters. Although an E personally liked One Piece, especially since the female characters were broad-minded, he had to realize that the world of One Piece was filled with powerful individuals and bizarre beings. There were the Marine admirals who had the ability to change the environment, Whitebeard who could create natural disasters and earthquakes, Big Mom who could absorb lifespans, and Kaido who had extraordinary physical strength and could transform into a dragon. Even Shanks, who had the ability of the face-face fruit, commanded respect. Just thinking about these powerful beings made an E feel like his frail body couldn't even hold its breath in front of him. More importantly, the world of One Piece was also home to the celestial dragons, who were despised by everyone but wielded immense power. However, right now, compared to those untouchable powerful beings, and he was more concerned about his own situation. Not only had he crossed over to the world of One Piece, but he had tragically ended up in the doldrums. What are the doldrums? As the name suggests, it's a windless area, but the lack of wind isn't much of a problem for the strong in the One Piece world. Not to mention some ability users who can fly, there are those with special powers that allow them to move on the water surface, like Admiral Akiji's ice fruit, which can freeze the sea. There are also some strong individuals who can propel ships without sails, relying solely on rowing, like a certain swordsman carrying a black sword. At the very least, the strong in One Piece can swim across the doldrums. After all, the strong can fight for 10 days and nights without stopping. However, the most terrifying aspect of the doldrums isn't just the lack of wind. It's that this area is also a habitat for giant sea kings. Sea kings are known to greet any ships that appear in the doldrums and treat them well. And the sea kings in the doldrums are notoriously large. Hundreds of meters are considered small, and thousands of meters are commonplace. Even the top-tier strong in the One Piece world wouldn't be foolish enough to provoke sea kings, especially in the doldrums. One could say that the strongest beings in the One Piece world are not the Marines, the world government, or the pirates, but these sea kings that inhabit the ocean. In a world where the ocean occupies most of the area, ships are indispensable for people wanting to travel from one island to another. If the sea kings were organized, they could easily sever the connections between various countries in this world. At that point, food shortages, resource scarcity, and economic collapse could occur. While it might not lead to the extinction of all countries, it could severely damage them, and even destroying the world government wouldn't be impossible. After all, the world government is a coalition of many nations, and communication still relies on the ocean. And he found himself in the doldrums. But it was precisely because of this that an E felt like a tragedy. He knew that his strongest weapon was a flintlock pistol. However, this handgun wouldn't even be enough to scratch a sea king that was tens of meters long, let alone those hundreds or thousands of meters long. Moreover, he had no way to leave. Although he had a sailboat, without wind, he couldn't propel it. Sigh, and he let out a heavy sigh. Since he couldn't leave for the time being, he might as well stay safely on this island. At least he had food and water from the lottery. And as long as he didn't take unnecessary risks, his short-term survival was not a problem. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, and he had already lived on the island for a month. During this time, his living conditions had greatly improved thanks to the numerous items he won from the lottery. Now he could lie on a rattan chair, under a sunshade, sipping on a soda while reading colorful 18 comics. The three most useful items he had won from the lottery during this time were a storage bag he had drawn in a single lottery, which had a space of 1,000 cubic meters and could hold all non-mythical living things items. And he no longer has to put a bunch of things out to dry in the sun. The second item is an RPG, accompanied by 30 rounds of ammunition. Upon seeing the RPG, Ani was in tears, finally having an attack that could deal with Sea King types. As for the third item, it is a card. However, it is not an ordinary card, but one called a skill extraction card. According to the description, this card can randomly extract a skill from a character who has been dead for no more than an hour and integrate it into the user's body, with no side effects. Based on the card description, Ani concluded that this card is definitely a good item, to put it metaphorically. After Whitebeard's death, an E used this card, which gives him a chance to obtain Whitebeard's Tremor fruit ability, because devil fruits are also considered a type of skill. Therefore, for an E, although the card is an extraordinary item, he believes its value is not inferior to that of mythological level items. And he has already started to fantasize about drawing more of these cards in the future. By then, he could be shaking the fruit of tremors in his left hand, burning the fruit of flames in his right, and have the fruit of light on his feet. At that time, not only would his combat power be off the charts, but even if he couldn't win, he could still run away. Just thinking about it makes him feel good. Of course, this is all just a fantasy. After all, to gain these abilities, he would need to take down the owners of these fruits. Although the goal seems far out of reach, at least it gives an E a direction to strive for. While an E could be an ordinary person with a bit of twist, in the world of One Piece, it's quite difficult for ordinary people to live well. Not to mention the countless pirates who rob and kill. Even places under the protection of the Navy are not necessarily safe. Although the anime never explicitly states whether civilians in the One Piece world have identification like ID cards, it can be assumed that countries protected by the Navy are affiliated with the world government, and these countries must have strict identity verification systems. In Yi's view, the world government's intelligence capabilities are excellent and must be closely tied to the identity information of various countries. As a legitimate black household, and he cannot provide any identification. Moreover, there is a requirement for affiliated countries to contribute a large sum of money to the Celestial Dragons, which is a substantial amount. With the system he possesses, and he will definitely become very wealthy in the future. After all, with a system, how could he remain inconspicuous? Furthermore, he wants to have meaningful exchanges and discussions about human anatomy with the beautiful women in the One Piece world and engage in some enjoyable activities with them. Therefore, being an ordinary person is impossible. It will never happen in this lifetime. Just then, and he suddenly heard an explosion. It's important to note that due to the lack of wind, the calm belt is so still that even the sound of waves is absent. Apart from the occasional sound of Sea Kings surfacing, there is basically no other noise. During this period of peace, and it didn't even dare to shout out loud, afraid of attracting the attention of the Sea King. If it weren't for the abundance of 18 comics and the system that allowed him to communicate with it in his mind, he might have gone crazy by now. But at this moment, there was suddenly an explosion, which indicated that a ship must have appeared nearby. And he immediately picked up his binoculars and began to look around. Soon, he spotted several protrusions on the distant sea, surrounding a small point. And he immediately adjusted the magnification of the telescope to the maximum to get a clear view of the situation. He saw several Sea Kings surrounding a ship that was half submerged, standing vertically on the surface of the sea and slowly sinking. Through the telescope, and he could see some black dots falling into the sea from the ship, presumably the crew members. However, even though the ship was about to sink, the cannons on board were still firing at the surrounding Sea Kings. Seeing this scene, and he could only say that the people on that ship were truly brave. Facing the Sea Kings head-on in the calm belt, it seemed that his hope of leaving this place was dashed. At that moment, and he suddenly noticed that one black dot on the ship was not falling into the sea, but was slowly rising into the sky. Realizing this, and he quickly packed everything into his storage bag because he thought of a possibility. That is, the ship was a Navy or world government vessel. There's a skill called the Navy's 6 styles, and one of the techniques in it is called moonwalk, which allows a person to hover briefly in midair. After packing his things, and he hid behind a large rock, but kept his telescope focused on the black dot in the sky. A few minutes later, and he finally got a clear view of the person in the sky. But the first sight, and he cursed, damn it, because the figure in his line of sight was wearing a large hat, sunglasses, and a complete black suit. And he knew very well what this outfit represented in One Piece. It was a member of the world government. More critically, this figure in a black suit was also holding a person dressed in a spacesuit, cradling a box, and wearing a glass dome on their head. That was clearly a celestial dragon. Watching the world government personnel and the celestial dragon getting closer to the island, and he quickly hid in the crevice formed by 2 large rocks, continuously muttering to himself, What to do, what should I do? If it were the Navy, and he wouldn't be so anxious. Although there are indeed some not-so-great individuals in the Navy, like Colonel Mouse. Most of the Navy is still good, and he wouldn't worry if it were the Navy. However, now it was the world government personnel and the celestial dragon appearing. Given the celestial dragon's notorious cruelty, it was questionable whether he could survive upon being seen. At the very least, he might end up as a slave. Furthermore, the appearance of the celestial dragon in a place like the Calm Belt was already intriguing. Although celestial dragons are foolish and like to run around, there shouldn't be many who are stupid enough to voluntarily come to the Calm Belt, even if some celestial dragon wanted to seek danger. The world government and CP responsible for their safety would probably not agree. Therefore, the appearance of the celestial dragon here warranted serious consideration, and he speculated that these celestial dragons likely had some special reason for being here, and it must be significant. If he were discovered, it would be tantamount to a death sentence for him. Watching the world government personnel using moonwalk to slowly approach him, and he was sweating with anxiety. At that moment, he suddenly remembered that he hadn't drawn a lottery today, and coincidentally, it was also the day he completed a month of sign-ins, giving him a chance for 10 consecutive draws. So he immediately started the sign-in lottery. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a Hermes watch. Although the Hermes watch was valuable, it did not help change the current situation. So he directly put the watch into his storage bag. Then he initiated the 10 consecutive draws. Just as an E was completing the 10 consecutive draws, the world government personnel finally arrived at the small island where an E was located. Ding! At this moment, the 10 consecutive draws were completed, and he immediately checked to see if he could find something useful. And he was immediately attracted by skill at first glance. It was his first time drawing a skill after so many attempts. However, upon seeing the skill clearly, Yi's face fell in disappointment, as the skill was named Extraordinary Skill, Mastery of All Languages. He had thought it would be something useful, but it turned out to be language proficiency, which he found useless. He then began to check the remaining items. This time, his luck in the 10 consecutive draws was good. He actually drew 2 skill extraction cards. There's also a card that hadn't appeared before, a skill upgrade card. However, these cards were of no use in changing his current situation. The only item that could be considered useful was a Mauser 98K. It was that bolt-action rifle that became widely known on Earth in the 21st century due to a certain game. But facing a strong opponent who could use the moonwalk, and he was skeptical about how much use a rifle that required reloading after each shot would be. Although reloading is a man's romance, his life was at stake, and there was no room for romance. If it had been a faster-firing assault rifle, and he would have had more confidence in dealing with the opponent. After all, guns still hold significant power in the world of One Piece. Even strong individuals can be vulnerable if their physical abilities are not extraordinary or if they face a fruit ability that counters them. For most people in the One Piece world, guns are still dangerous weapons. The recently drawn 98K had enough power, but its firing rate was indeed a bit slow. At that moment, a series of chattering sounds came from nearby. It turned out that the celestial dragon was punching and kicking at a man in a black suit while mumbling to himself. And he listened for half a day and finally understood one word, Baka. At this moment, and he remembered that this is the world of One Piece. And in the One Piece world, they speak Japanese. Although, for some special reasons, and he knows a bit of Japanese, it's limited to phrases like iku and yamit, which often appear in adult films. As for the rest, and he feels that with so many dialects in his own country that he hasn't learned yet, he really doesn't have the energy to study a foreign language. Fortunately, and he just drew a language-related skill, which comes in handy right now. And he silently thought, use the skill universal language proficiency. At this moment, an interface appeared. Does the host want to use the skill universal language proficiency? Yes. No, and he decisively chose yes. And he felt a coolness in his head. And then the garbled sounds he had just heard in his ears transformed into words he could understand. You bastards, is this how you protect the celestial dragons? What good are you? It would be better to kill all of you. How dare a bunch of livestock disturb my mood? Listening to the words of the celestial dragon, and he thought to himself, these world government personnel really are loyal to a fault. If it were me, after being scolded like this, I would have already taken care of this celestial dragon. After all, this is the doldrums. If someone is killed and the body is thrown into the sea, even the 3 admirals would be at a loss. When can I leave this damn place? After cursing for a while, the celestial dragon finally seemed to tire. He stopped hitting and scolding the man in the black suit and instead asked a question. Upon hearing this, and he perked up his ears. The Rodcassane had already sent out a distress call when attacked by sea kings outside, and help would likely arrive in a few days. What? A few days? You want me, a descendant of the Creator, to stay in this place for a few more days? Facing the celestial dragon's questioning, the man in the black suit merely lowered his head and said nothing. At that moment, the man in the black suit suddenly spotted a plastic bottle that an E had thrown aside after finishing his drink, which he hadn't put away in his storage bag. The man in the black suit directly stood in front of the celestial dragon and said, "Rodcast Saint, please be careful. Someone is here." The celestial dragon immediately shouted, "Kill him." As soon as an E heard it, he knew that his presence had been discovered. Moreover, he also heard the words of the celestial dragons. So he decided to take the initiative. He decisively took out the RPG from his storage bag and fired it in the direction of the celestial dragons. After firing the shot, and he did not reload the RPG, but instead put it away and took out his revolver, charging forward. Since the celestial dragons were by the sea, and he was a bit of a distance away from them, although he was within the effective range of the revolver, he was worried about his poor shooting skills and low accuracy since he hadn't practiced before. Therefore, he planned to close the distance to increase his hit rate. The RPG he just fired was meant to draw the world government personnel to protect the celestial dragons. Sure enough, upon seeing the RPG fired by an E, the man in the black suit did not dodge the relatively slow attack, but instead stood in front of the celestial dragons and shouted, "Iron block." Bang! The RPG's rocket directly hit the man in the black suit, but did not explode. It turned out that due to the close distance, the RPG's rocket had a safety mechanism that prevented it from detonating. Although the rocket did not explode, the tremendous impact still caused the man in the black suit to spit out blood. At this moment, Ani had already stood up and aimed his revolver at the celestial dragons. He dared to fire the RPG and then run out because he knew that the RPG's rocket would not explode if the distance was too short. Long before he got the revolver, and he had already secured it in the holster. Now, by resting the holster on his shoulder, he could effectively reduce the recoil and improve his accuracy. Bang bang, and he kept pulling the trigger towards the direction of the celestial dragon. His target was only one, the celestial dragon. Although the man in the black suit had the ability to easily kill an E, he was the bodyguard of the celestial dragon. When the celestial dragon was in danger, he had to protect him. This gave an E an opportunity, as he directed all his attacks at the celestial dragon. The man in the black suit could naturally dodge using paper or by shaving, but if he dodged, the celestial dragon behind him would be hit, so he could only endure all the attacks with brute force. Soon, 10 bullets were fired, and he took out the 98K to continue shooting. The man in the black suit, already severely injured by a rocket, finally couldn't hold on any longer. After all, the power of a rifle bullet was much greater than that of a handgun bullet. When he fired 2 shots from the 98K at the man in the black suit, he could no longer maintain his stance. Bang! The third shot pierced through the man's abdomen. Watching the man in the black suit fall to the ground, struggling in pain, and he finally realized what he had just done. As an ordinary young man, he had never fired a gun before today, let alone aimed it at another person. His actions were all prompted by hearing the celestial dragon's intent to kill him, which led him to initiate the attack. Thinking of this, he lowered the gun. Just then, the celestial dragon, while cursing an E, took out a golden handgun and aimed it at him. "You lowly insect, how dare you shoot at me? A descendant of the Creator. You deserve to die." D. Bang bang. Whoosh. And he felt the sound of bullets whizzing past his ears and the pressure of the wind. Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain on the left side of his face. It was caused by a bullet grazing his cheek. Click, click after firing several shots. The Time Longren's handgun made a series of clicking sounds, indicating that the bullets had run out. At that moment, and he finally reacted. He had just walked through the gates of hell. If it weren't for the Time Longren's poor marksmanship, he might have already been dead. Thinking of this, an E raised his 98K again and aimed at the Time Longren. Seeing an E re-aiming at him, the Time Longren finally panicked. "W, what are you doing?" "I'm a Time Longren, a god who created this world. You lowly commoner, what do you want to do?" The Time Longren continued to curse at an E. Hearing the Time Longren's words, an E's determination to pull the trigger solidified. He aimed the gun at the Time Longren and squeezed the trigger. Bang! With a gunshot, the bullet shattered the Time Longren's glass dome and hit his head directly. The Time Longren's eyes were filled with disbelief, as if he couldn't believe that an E really dared to kill him. As someone from a world outside of the Pirate King, an E felt little fear towards the Time Longren. Instead, he was filled with disgust. After all, the country an E was in had long abolished the slave system. And although his country was not a democratic state, it was truly people-oriented. That was why he dared to kill the Time Longren. After an E killed the celestial dragon, the man in the black suit stared blankly at the fallen celestial dragon, and he aimed the gun at the man in the black suit. Since he had already killed the celestial dragon, he could not continue to stay with this man in the black suit. After all, the status of the celestial dragons was too high. Even being attacked required the Navy to dispatch a general, and now he had killed a celestial dragon. Although it was forced, and he did not believe that the world government would listen to his explanation. Therefore, the urgent task was to prevent anyone from discovering this incident. The man in the black suit had to die, because if he didn't, an E would have to die. Bang! And he fired again, killing the man in the black suit. To prevent any accidents, and he reloaded the rifle and shot the man in the black suit and the celestial dragon a few more times. And he hasn't forgotten when he watched the anime One Piece. In that world, people have a remarkably strong vitality and it's hard for them to die. So, to ensure the death of the two, an E delivered a finishing blow. After delivering the blow, an E suddenly felt his stomach churning and immediately ran to the seaside to vomit. However, just as an E had vomited a few times, the sea suddenly began to surge violently, and he looked up and saw 3 heads emerging a few kilometers away from the small island. Each of these heads was much larger than the small island itself, with eyes that were almost the size of the island. These were clearly 3 sea kings. And he looked at the suddenly appearing sea creatures, and a thought flashed through his mind. Could it be that the things I vomited were so foul-smelling that even the sea creatures couldn't handle it? Otherwise, how to explain that so many gunshots earlier didn't attract the sea creatures, but after I vomited a few times, they showed up? Although the 3 sea creatures were huge, and he was not going to sit back and do nothing. Just as he was about to take out the RPG to give the sea creatures a little massage, he suddenly heard voices. I seem to smell the bloodline that makes me nauseous. I smell it too. Can we be sure it's those 19 bloodlines? It must be. Who else's scent could make us feel this nauseous? Look, isn't there one of those 19 bloodlines on that island? It really is, but it's already dead. Dead? Then it's no big deal. Let's go back. There's still a little ant on the island. Don't mind it. It's not one of those 19 bloodlines anyway. What about the corpse? Leave it here? No way. If we leave the corpse here, we'll have to endure that nauseating smell all the time. Let's call a sea beast to eat it. All right. Standing leisurely by the seaside, if he hadn't just experienced a hallucination, the exchanges he heard should have been spoken by those 3 sea kings. But how could he understand the language of the sea kings? Did he possess the ability to hear the voices of all things? Just as he was lost in thought, the 3 giant sea kings returned to the sea. Watching the disappearing sea kings, he breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the sea kings were not interested in him. However, from the earlier conversation, he gathered a lot of information. It seemed that the sea kings were attracted by the blood of the celestial dragons and did not like them at all. The sea kings repeatedly mentioned 19 bloodlines, likely referring to the 19 celestial dragon families residing in Mariewa. Nevertheless, Ani decided to first scavenge the spoils from the celestial dragons. He heard that the sea kings would soon come to deal with the celestial dragons' corpses. The poor and weak E resolved to gather some loot before keeping his distance from the celestial dragons' bodies. He had also noticed that the celestial dragon was holding a box. As it was something he brought even while fleeing, the contents must be important. After all, with the wealth of the celestial dragons, ordinary items would not catch their eye. So he took the box, which seemed to be made of gold and was very heavy. This made an E marvel at the wealth of the celestial dragons. However, he soon discovered that the box was locked. He quickly began to search the celestial dragon's body, hoping to see if the key to the box was on him. Sure enough, and he found a key in the celestial dragon's pocket. After finding the key, and he hugged the box, picked up the celestial dragon's pistol, and left the seaside. Shortly after he left, a sea beast with a crocodile's head appeared next to the small island and swallowed the celestial dragon's corpse in one bite. As for the corpse in the black suit nearby, it didn't even glance at it before turning and returning to the sea. And he watched the sea beast leave and let out a sigh of relief. He was worried that he would be dealt with by the sea kings as well. But it seemed he had not attracted their attention yet. Once the sea calmed down again, and he called out to the system. System, come out for a moment. System, oh, my foolish host, what is it? Even though it had been half a month since the system addressed him like this, every time an E heard those words, he couldn't help but think of his foolish Odo. The tone was just too similar. System, I want to ask, why can I understand the communication between the sea kings? System, did you just use a skill card? An E asked in surprise. System, do you mean to say that the multiverse language proficiency skill I have can not only allow me to learn Japanese, but also understand the language of aquatic beings? The system replied, yes, you should know that you're using an extraordinary skill. As long as it's a living being capable of communication, you can understand it. You don't think extraordinary skills only allow you to learn human languages, do you? After hearing the system's words, and he was truly astonished. According to the system, he could not only communicate with humans, but also with all living beings. Isn't this the ability to listen to the voices of all things? After all, this was an essential skill for becoming the Pirate King. After this realization, and he finally understood the terrifying nature of extraordinary items. Initially, he thought that while extraordinary items were indeed unreasonable, they weren't necessarily truly valuable. But now it seemed that his previous judgment had been too shallow. Extraordinary items were indeed remarkable. However, thinking about how he had just killed a celestial dragon made an E uneasy. According to the earlier conversation between the man in the black suit and the celestial dragon, they had already sent out a distress signal, and rescue would arrive shortly. This meant that if an E continued to stay on the island, he would encounter rescuers in just a few days at most. But those people were there to rescue the celestial dragon, and it was likely that the crew had reported their location before leaving the ship. In other words, the rescuers should have learned the whereabouts of the celestial dragon. When the rescue team finds him, they would definitely ask him about the celestial dragon's whereabouts. And this small island, being the only landing point nearby, would surely be a key area for investigation. As the only living person on the island, he would definitely be treated well by the world government personnel. Who knows if the world government could extract any information from him? After all, devil fruits can grant all kinds of abilities. Who knows if there might be someone with a power similar to mind reading? So staying here would be a dead end for him. But he also had no way to leave, and he had actually figured out how to use the sailboat. Previously, he had observed the words on the bottom of the boat with a telescope and had already understood the usage method. As long as the boat was placed in the sea, it would enlarge by itself. The problem was, how could he leave in a windless zone? Just then, an E saw the box carried by the celestial dragon. He decided to open it and see what was inside. Ani picked up the key and opened the box. Inside, two items appeared before him. One was a bottle of red liquid, about a couple of 100 milliliters in size. The other item was a red and blue half-open devil fruit. Staring at the devil fruit in the box, Ani was taken aback. He had considered the possible contents of the box, such as documents revealing the secrets of the world government or a treasure worth a fortune. He even thought it might contain the truth about the Void Century. However, he never expected that it would only be a bottle of liquid and a devil fruit. Ani picked up the bottle of red liquid and shook it vigorously. The liquid inside looked quite thick. However, he was unsure of its purpose and didn't have the courage to drink it. Who knows what it is? What if it's toxic? Although he didn't know what the liquid was, it was reasonable to assume that it must be extremely important since the celestial dragons carry it with them when facing life-threatening situations. Moreover, the fact that the devil fruit was placed alongside this bottle of liquid was enough to indicate the value of the devil fruit. Generally, a regular devil fruit is worth around 100 million. While that is a lot, the celestial dragons truly look down on just 100 million. Unless this devil fruit is particularly special. Could it be the Ope Nomi? But he remembered that the Ope Nomi doesn't look like this. Ani collected the red liquid into the storage bag and picked up the devil fruit to examine it. An E said, "System, identify what kind of devil fruit this is." System, may I ask for the name of this system? Hearing this familiar question, an E knew that this system did not have the ability to identify devil fruits. He said, "No, you're a system. You don't have storage space or the ability to identify devil fruits. Why can other systems do it, but you can't? With your capabilities? You claim to be one of the best systems in the universe, but I see you as a garbage system. Did the programmer who created you drink too much and miss a few pages of code? System, please don't doubt this system's abilities, host. You say other systems have storage space and identification capabilities, so please find one. As long as the host can find another system with built-in storage space and identification function. This system promises to uninstall and leave the host immediately." The system said this, but how couldn't E find another system in the world of One Piece? And if he found one, the result would be the system uninstalling. So what would he play with? Although this system seems to have no other functions besides signing in and drawing lots, at least it is still a system. Ahem, he said system. I don't mean anything by it, but your functions are so scarce that they don't match your title of being one of the best in the universe. System, host. You must understand that the more complex something is, the more likely it is to have problems, while the simpler it is, the less likely it is to have problems. You're a system, not a machine. It's obvious that the programmer who created you didn't want to write more code, which led to such a scarcity of functions. And he had already gotten used to the system's incompetence, but now he was quite troubled. He needed to leave this place quickly, with the importance of the celestial dragons. The Navy and the world government would surely send someone to rescue them soon. The sooner he left, the safer he would be. But the current problem was that he was a weakling. How could he safely navigate through the dangerous calm belt without knowing what ability this devil fruit had? He dared not eat it recklessly. Thinking of this, and he suddenly remembered the skill extraction card he possessed. He looked at the body in the black suit on the ground, gritted his teeth, and decided to use one skill extraction card. He approached the corpse, took out the card, placed it on the body, and silently recited the usage. The card produced countless light spots and disappeared. A message also appeared in Yi's mind. Congratulations to the host for using the skill extraction card to obtain the iron block from the Navy's 6 styles. The skill has been mastered by the host. Oh, and he stared at the skill he had drawn, dumbfounded. He never expected to draw iron block from the 6 styles. Although the Navy's 6 styles are quite good skills, iron block has a very poor reputation among fans. Compared to the ability to teleport with shave, dodge attacks with paper drawing, and walk in the air with moonwalk, iron block has always been referred to as the strongest illusion of One Piece. After all, there are too many examples of people being defeated because they used iron block. For instance, the most famous counterexample, CP9, has often been jokingly referred to as all members of CP9 being defeated by iron block. There is also a single ponytail Navy officer who took Luffy and Zephy's punches head-on with iron block. Clearly, he could have dodged using shave or paper drawing, but he stubbornly stood still and took the attack. However, in Yi's view, iron block isn't that useless. Taking that Navy officer as an example, he took Luffy's attack to block him. At that time, Luffy was getting closer to the execution platform, and in that situation, every step closer Luffy took greatly boosted the morale of the pirates. Therefore, when it was impossible to take down Luffy in a short time, preventing him from advancing was necessary. It was just that the officer's mastery of iron block was insufficient, which led to failure in blocking. The method wasn't wrong. Just the execution was lacking. Additionally, sometimes one must consider the user of iron block and the environment they are in. The main users of iron block are the Navy or world government personnel. Taking the Navy as an example, as representatives of justice, they often need to protect civilians. If a Navy officer is in combat with a pirate and the pirate sees nearby civilians, they might deliberately attack civilians to defeat the Navy. In such a case, as representatives of justice, the Navy would most likely go to protect the civilians. This is where iron block becomes useful, as it can absorb pirate attacks, thus protecting both the civilians and themselves. Or, like just now, a black suit acting as a bodyguard protects a celestial dragon with iron block while attacking them. Therefore, he believes that the use of iron block should be in unavoidable situations to protect oneself as much as possible. Of course, CP9 was clearly collectively affected at that time. Now, he had drawn iron block, but it didn't seem very useful at the moment. After all, the main threat he faced now was Sea Kings, and with his small frame, he would be easily swallowed whole without even being chewed. So right now, iron block really isn't of much use. Looking at the not yet completely cold corpse, and he was considering whether he should use another card, as he still had 2 skill draw cards left. After thinking for a while, he decided to use both remaining cards. After all, he had no other place to use them. Although the cards are rare, as long as he is alive, there will be plenty of opportunities to draw again in the future. But what he needed now was to enhance his strength as much as possible. So he took out another card and placed it on the corpse. Congratulations, host, you have obtained Observation Hockey, beginner level. Looking at the skill he drew this time, he was quite satisfied. After all, Observation Hockey is considered a high-end power in the world of One Piece. However, he also noticed that this time the skill was specifically marked as beginner level. He curiously asked the system, "What does beginner level mean?" The system replied, "The same skill can vary in strength, and hockey is no exception. Although the skill draw card can draw skills, the level of the obtained skill cannot exceed the level of the owner." And he asked again, "Then why is there no level display for the iron block?" System, the iron block and hockey are different. Once the iron block is learned, its strength depends on the user's physical fitness, while hockey is not the same. Oh, according to the system, when he uses the card to extract skills from others, the skills he extracts will not be stronger than those of the owner. However, this makes sense. If the extracted skill were stronger than the owner's, it would be against the natural order. At that point, he could just find a small character who knows hockey and gain powerful hockey himself, which is clearly impossible. Then he placed the last card on the corpse. Although he knew that one should not try to take all the wool from one sheep, there was only one sheep available to fleece right now. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Navy 6 powers, Soru, shave. Seeing the skill he had drawn, he felt a bit disappointed. It wasn't the moonwalk. What he really wanted was the moonwalk. After all, the moonwalk allows one to walk in the air. In an ES view, the Soru skill was specifically designed for agents of the world government and CP. This skill is perfectly suited for these agents, especially during assassinations, as the Soru has power comparable to that of a bullet from a handgun. However, its greatest feature is not its power, but its stealth. There is no gunfire sound, so it won't alert too many people. Moreover, E thinks that the Navy 6 powers should actually be called the Agent 6 powers. because the six powers are just too suitable for assassination activities. The Soru is equivalent to a silent handgun, allowing the assassin to kill the target even without carrying weapons. The moonwalk can be used to scale walls, the paper drawing can be used to evade attacks, and it can also be used to avoid the guards surrounding the target. The shave can be used to quickly approach the target and allow the assassin to leave quickly after completing the task, with the victim possibly never having seen the assassin's appearance until death. For example, the gale foot is considered a large area attack. In Yi's view, this is how it should be used. When there are a large number of guards protecting the target, use the gale foot to clear the guards. Then use the shave or paper drawing to approach the target, and finally use the Soru to kill the target and leave with the moonwalk. As for the iron block, it is specifically for blocking bullets for the celestial dragons. The reason it is called the Navy Six Powers is simply because naming it Agent Six Powers sounds too unpleasant and has a bad reputation. After using the card, Ani did not draw the skill he wanted, which made him turn his attention back to the devil fruit. He was torn about whether to eat this devil fruit. In the world of One Piece, devil fruits can be divided into three categories: Paramecia, Zoan, and Logia. Although some people always say there are no useless abilities, only useless users, and E believes this statement is actually incorrect. There should be a premise added, which is that the user has fully developed their ability. Because in Yi's view, different devil fruit abilities have different starting points. Among the three types of devil fruits, the one with the highest starting point is undoubtedly the Logia type. After all, Logia users are immune to most damage except for Haki. Unless your ability just happens to counter the opponent's Logia, otherwise, even if you train your ability to the point of awakening without Haki, it is very difficult to inflict damage on a Logia user. Moreover, Logia not only has a natural advantage in defense, but also in offense. After all, the attacks of most Logia users can be seen as natural disasters. Next is the Zoan type. Apart from the rare, mythical Zoan, the Zoan type has a significant enhancement for the user, which is a substantial increase in the user's physical fitness. In Yi's view, the most difficult one to deal with is the Paramecia type, because Paramecia can have all sorts of strange abilities. Some of these abilities are strong, while others are weak. Powerful ones can make people question life, while useless ones can leave people speechless. For example, a relatively weak ability, like Razanani's ability to create a soundless area. This ability, to put it simply, is to eliminate other people's hearing, but the problem is that when fighting someone, the opponent can still see, even if the user is powerful. When facing top-tier fighters, this ability becomes quite useless. After all, strong fighters have observation Haki, and even without sight, they can still be completely aware. So in Yi's view, this ability is indeed a bit weak. Of course, it's not completely useless, as it is still good for interrogating prisoners. It can drive people insane. On the other hand, powerful Paramecia users often seem to be overpowered. For example, Sugar's Hobby Fruit ability shows three major functions. First, after the user eats the fruit, they will maintain the appearance they had while eating the fruit. Everyone, what is this? This is eternal youth. How crazy is this ability? Just this ability alone can attract a large group of women, and there will be no shortage of men either. After all, who doesn't T1 always look young and beautiful? Second, it can turn those who are touched into toy puppets. This ISN T2 perverse, considering there are even more perverse abilities among Paramecia. However, the third point, in Yi's view, is what makes the Hobby Fruit the most perverse. That is, it erases the memories of the person turned into a toy from the minds of others. What is this? This is simply a rule-like ability. Just think about it. If you turn a king into a toy, how many people's memories need to be erased? Erasing the traces of a king from the minds of others involves at least tens of thousands of people. Although it hasn't been mentioned whether top-tier fighters would be affected, this ability is still sufficiently perverse. After all, erasing others' memories can be done anywhere. This is simply a rule-like ability that some fantasy novels can't even achieve. Moreover, the use of abilities by Paramecia users largely depends on the user's creativity. Yes, creativity. In Yi's view, Paramecia is the type that is least likely to be figured out by others. Compared to the easily understandable abilities of Logia and Zoan, Paramecia can sometimes make people rack their brains without being able to figure out what the ability is. For example, Doflamingo, he developed the string fruit into attack, control, movement, healing, defense, and even clones with so many abilities. How many people, if not looking from a god's perspective, could deduce his ability when they first saw him use it? So in Yi's view, the Paramecia fruit is actually the most uncertain. However, now, what is in front of Yi is whether he should eat this devil fruit. He doesn't know what kind of fruit it is, nor does he even know which category it belongs to. However, after thinking about his current situation, Ani gritted his teeth and decided to take a gamble and eat this devil fruit. After Ani picked up the devil fruit, he didn't bite into it right away. Although he had never eaten a devil fruit before, he had heard from both the anime and various One Piece novels that the taste of devil fruits was extremely unpleasant. It was said to be even worse than feces. Although Ani had never tasted feces, it didn't stop him from taking some precautions. Ani especially took out a bottle of mineral water and a bottle of Fat House Happy Water, just to rinse his mouth after eating the devil fruit. After making the preparations, Ani picked up the devil fruit, closed his eyes, and bit down hard. He was filled with confusion after taking a bite. He felt that the taste of this devil fruit seemed quite okay. Although it couldn't be considered delicious, it was still crunchy and juicy. It wasn't as bad as others had described. And he looked at the bitten devil fruit and thought, this can't just be a fruit that looks like a devil fruit. It must be an ordinary fruit, right? Could it really be a fake? At that moment, and he felt that some information had appeared in his mind. It turned out that he had indeed eaten a devil fruit, and this particular one was a paramecia-type devil fruit. It allowed him to control temperature. Once he confirmed that the devil fruit was genuine, and he immediately finished off the remaining part. There is a saying among sea enthusiasts that eating the whole devil fruit makes it easier to gain the complete ability. Moreover, this fruit wasn't particularly bad tasting. So when he quickly finished the rest, after eating the devil fruit, and he eagerly began to experiment with his newly acquired ability. This fruit allowed an E to create an area where he could freely control the temperature. For example, he could lower or raise the temperature. Of course, there were conditions. The temperature couldn't just change for no reason. When an E extended his left hand, he could absorb heat from a certain range, thus lowering the temperature. However, the heat he absorbed remained in his body, and he needed to release it within a certain time frame, which he could do by using his right hand. In simple terms, it was left hand for heat absorption and right hand for heat release. Of course, the right hand could also release heat, but it was not as noticeable as absorbing heat first. If relying solely on the right hand, he could only raise the temperature by a fraction of a degree. And he planned to experiment a bit. He placed his left hand on one stone and his right hand on another stone. Then, he activated his ability with his left hand first, and a light blue circle appeared. The stone within the circle quickly formed dew, which then turned into frost. At the same time, mist appeared in the air inside the circle, followed by snowflakes. After a few seconds of using his ability, an E canceled the ability in his left hand. By this time, a thick layer of ice had formed on the stone, and there were water droplets around the stone due to the low temperature. Seeing this effect, and he thought that he would no longer need a refrigerator to chill drinks, which would save him a significant amount on electricity bills. Meanwhile, and he felt a strange power within him that made him quite uncomfortable. He directed this power to his right hand, and soon a red circle appeared as well. The air around the stone touched by his right hand began to distort. After using his ability for a few seconds, and he felt that his body was no longer abnormal, so he stopped using his ability. At this point, the stone that his right hand had touched could also distort the surrounding air, and he took out a bottle of water and poured it on the stone. A loud hissing sound came, followed by a cracking noise from the stone. It turned out that the stone had cracked open, and he knows that this is because the stone cracks when it is suddenly heated and then doused with water. Ani looked at his own hands, wondering if this ability would allow him to unleash the ice and fire nine heavens. Shouldn't he consider opening a massage parlor? And he shook his head, shaking off the thoughts in his mind. If he wanted a massage, it should be someone else giving it to him. However, he soon looked at his hands in confusion, wondering how this ability could help him escape his predicament. Quickly, and he thought a way to get himself out of the doldrums. The reason most ships couldn't cross the doldrums was that there was no wind. But he was different. According to his knowledge of physics, he could control temperature, which would allow him to create two areas with different temperatures, thus forming air convection. This would generate wind and propel the sails. With this thought, and he immediately began his experiment. He spread his hands and activated his ability. As his ability kicked in and the temperature changed, slowly, the wind really began to appear. And Yi's face revealed a happy smile as he conjured up the wind. At the same time, a storm began to brew in Mariewa. What? What did you say? A man in a white robe knelt before 5 elderly figures, trembling as he spoke. Elders of the 5 stars. We have received news that the ship of St. Rodcast has encountered an attack from Sea Kings in the Calm Belt. The 5 elders were none other than the nominal highest authority of the world government, the 5 elders. Among them, a golden-haired elder shouted, "What on earth happened?" How could Rodcast's ship be attacked? Their ship should have sea prism stones installed at the bottom. How could it be attacked by sea kings? The elder with a scar over his left, I said. Impossible. We specifically instructed Rodcast before he departed to keep his hood on in the comm belt. He should have obeyed. By the way, is there any report on what happened? The man in the white robe replied, according to the report from the Den Mushi. They were attacked by sea kings because St. Rodcast used a rocket launcher to attack a sea king that surfaced. The five shouted in unison, fools. The bald elder with a curved mustache asked, is there any other intelligence? The last communication said that the escort personnel had taken St. Rodcast and the mission items to a small island near the ship. The five elders collectively breathed a sigh of relief. The elder with white hair said, as long as the items are still there, send out rescue personnel immediately. We must find Rodcast within 3 days. The man in the white robe immediately said, yes, I will have a navy go rescue St. Rodcast. At that moment, the bald elder, holding a knife, called out to the man in the white robe. Wait. He looked at the other four and said, what Rodcast is carrying is too important. The Navy must not know. Indeed, if the Navy found out, it would be a huge problem. What should we do then? Deploy CP0. How many people? All of them. What about the safety of Mariewa? What is there to be afraid of? Has there ever been a problem here over the years? That is true. Then let CP0 be deployed immediately. Meanwhile, a red-skinned fisherman was climbing the red soil continent. After he used his abilities to create wind, he began to erase his traces on the small island. He put all the remaining trash into a storage bag, including the body in the black suit. He planned to throw the body into the sea after leaving the island to ensure it wouldn't be discovered nearby. He took down the celestial dragon's pistol and the gold from the box, knowing that all of it was money, especially since he was currently broke. He did have a Mao Zedong bill, but that was exchanged when he traveled to the world of One Piece, and he was reluctant to throw it away. Plus, it couldn't be used in this world. After doing all this, he took out the sailboat. He placed it in the water, and in just a few seconds, the small boat that was originally only palm-size transformed into a 5-meter sailboat. Ani jumped onto the little boat, raised the sail, and activated the engine. A gust of wind slowly formed, filling the sail. The little boat began to move under the power of the sail. And he looked at the small island, gradually receding in the distance. Although the island was desolate, he had lived there for a month after all. Sigh. And he let out a heavy sigh, knowing that what lay ahead was an uncertain drifting period, during which he needed to worry about the sailboat being attacked by sea kings at any moment. However, staying put would undoubtedly lead to his death, while leaving offered a glimmer of hope. Thus, he began to focus on operating the sail. Lying comfortably on the boat, he wearily gazed at the stars in the sky. It had been over 10 hours since he left the small island. During this time, he had been constantly using his abilities to create wind to propel the sailboat. Fortunately, the sailboat wasn't too large, so it didn't take much effort to get it moving. However, compared to these, he faced a more serious problem. He was lost. Before setting off, he had deliberately chosen a direction opposite to where the celestial dragon's ship had sunk to avoid any rescuers he might encounter along the way. But soon, with no experience in operating a sailboat, he realized he couldn't even control the direction of the sailboat's movement. After struggling for several hours, he finally found some tricks to make the sailboat move in one direction. However, he also discovered that he was lost. Standing awkwardly on the boat, looking at the vast sea, he realized he didn't know which direction to go, because he hadn't been able to control the sailboat effectively earlier. He had long lost track of where he was heading. After some thought, he took out a bottle and decided to turn the opening in a certain direction and sail that way. Of course, he knew that this method was entirely up to fate. If he sailed in the calm zone without the right direction, he might drift along it indefinitely, though there was a chance he could enter the Four Seas or the Grand Line. But he had no other options. He didn't have a compass. Prolonged use of his abilities had also severely drained his stamina. Now, he felt his stomach was empty. After resting for a while, he regained some strength and took out some food and water from his storage bag to replenish his energy. The hunger in his stomach made him finish the food he had taken out in just a few minutes. At that point, he realized he still felt hungry, and he gritted his teeth and abandoned the idea of taking out more food. He didn't know how long he would be sailing on the sea, so he had to ration both food and water. Even though he could draw lots every day, food wasn't something that could be obtained daily. He endured the hunger in his stomach and prepared to sleep. After using his abilities for a long time today, he quickly fell into a deep sleep. Just as was falling asleep at the edge of the red Earth continent, a webbed hand appeared at the shoreline. Then a merman climbed up. He gasped for breath and looked up to see a prosperous and beautiful town in the distance. However, his eyes revealed a strong sense of hatred and disgust. Clenching his fists, he walked towards the town in the distance. He was the merman, Fisher Tiger. A few hours later, tens of thousands of slaves escaped from the town with Fisher Tiger's help, scattering in all directions. Fisher Tiger looked at the distant town engulfed in flames with a puzzled expression. At this moment, a blue, chubby merman approached and asked, "Boss Tiger, what's wrong?" Fisher Tiger replied, "Jinbei, don't you feel something is off in Mariewa tonight? What's wrong?" "There are too few guards in Mariewa. Perhaps those guards went to protect the celestial dragons. After all, they're very precious about their lives. Maybe we should leave quickly. The Navy's reinforcements should be arriving soon." Meanwhile, an E, who was still sound asleep, had no idea that his butterfly effect had already flapped its wings, impacting the original plot of the Pirate King world. Damn it, damn it. At this moment, the 5 elders were furious. Mariewa was set on fire, and tens of thousands of slaves escaped. Although most had been killed or recaptured, thousands of slaves still managed to flee. Have you found out who did this? Not yet. Investigate immediately. Yes. Should we recall CP0? No, we haven't found the item yet. But the Holy Land has been attacked. If we don't find the item back in a short time, what will the consequences be? The Holy Land was just set on fire. Some slaves ran away. Houses can be rebuilt, slave can be bought again, and there were no casualties. But what if we can't get the item back? If we can no longer suppress that thing, we'll have to ask which lord to intervene, and we will all be punished. Indeed, if we can no longer suppress that thing, the consequences are too severe. The incident with rocks from over 20 years ago must not happen again, because back then with rocks, the Navy's strength has grown stronger over the years, and CP's strength has become less than that of the Navy. If it happens again, the Navy might become a force that surpasses CP, which would be fatal for us. All right, let the Navy handle this incident, and let CP0 retrieve the item as soon as possible. The next day, he woke up before dawn, and he was awakened by hunger. It seems that the prolonged use of his abilities yesterday had severely drained his energy. However, he was reluctant to eat anything. He planned to wait until the lottery ended today. If he won food in the lottery, he would eat more. If not, he would have to eat less. However, the hunger made him feel very uncomfortable, so he could only say, "System, can you come out and chat with me for a bit?" He intended to distract himself from his hunger by talking to the system. "System, host, what do you want?" "System, why do you have so few functions?" "Host, let me ask you, how did you make money before?" And he was taken aback for a moment, but quickly replied, "Of course I'm working for someone else. I'm not some rich second generation." "System, that's exactly right. If you want to make money, you have to work for others. But now, all you need to do is check in every day to get a chance to draw lots and receive various items." "What is this?" "This is like pulling a rabbit out of a hat. This is creating something out of nothing. You don't need to put in any effort to get various items. What more could you possibly be dissatisfied with?" After hearing the system's words, and he finally understood. Indeed, the system had never made him do anything, and he could receive various items every day, which meant he was already reaping benefits without labor. And the system was the one generating all these items. From this perspective, he was indeed getting things for free. What else could he possibly be unhappy about? And he said emotionally, "System, you really are the best system in the universe." The system showed a satisfied expression and said, "As long as you know." At that moment, and he recalled another question and asked System, "Why didn't I get attacked by the Sea Kings yesterday?" To an E, sailing a sailboat in the doldrums seemed like a death wish. But the strange thing was that he hadn't been attacked by the Sea Kings all day yesterday. Host, you don't think that extraordinary level sailboats can only change size, do you? It seems you still lack understanding of extraordinary items." Hearing the system's words, and E asked, "Could it be that I wasn't attacked by the Sea Kings because of the sailboat?" The system replied, "Yes, extraordinary level sailboats not only change size, but they also have another characteristic. In the perception of any Sea King, it is only the size of your palm." Beanie gave a thumbs up and expressed a great job gesture to the system. It seemed he had underestimated the extraordinary level of items. At this moment, and E recalled the first extraordinary item he had obtained, a pair of flip-flops. He remembered that the tag on the flip-flops stated they would never be damaged. Thinking of this, and he couldn't help but want to test whether these flip-flops would really not be damaged. However, looking around, he was still in a windless zone, so it was better to be cautious and not take unnecessary risks. 2 days after Mary Geos was set on fire, a team of CP0 members arrived at the deserted island where an E had previously lived. The leader, a masked man in a white robe, asked, "Is this the place?" Based on the itinerary of St. Rodcast, it was inferred that their ship should have been nearby when they were attacked, and they had already searched the area. This small island was the only one nearby. However, Saint Rodcast was not on the island. "Commander, what is it? Look at this." A man in a white suit pointed to a dent on a rock. The white-robed man looked and said, "This is a bullet mark, and it's very fresh." "Commander, there's also something here." The white-robed man looked at two adjacent rocks, each with different traces remaining. They appear to be marks caused by extreme cold and extreme heat, also very fresh. It seemed that Saint Rodcast had likely encountered a mishap, and he immediately reported the situation to the Gorosei. The blonde Gorosei shouted, "What do you mean? Missing? We found traces of other people living on the island for a long time, but we did not find any sign of Saint Rodcast. Therefore, we speculate that he may have had an accident." "Did you find a golden box?" "No, there is nothing on the island except some rocks." "Can you confirm who it was?" "Not really. That person was very cautious and left no valuable items. However, from some remnants, we can confirm that the box was likely destroyed." "Okay, I understand. You all come back." "Yes." Clatter. The blonde Gorosei looked at the other four and said, "The item is gone." The other four naturally heard the voice from the transponder snail. The devil fruit and the item are both gone. According to the CP report, the devil fruit should have been eaten by someone, so immediately let CP monitor if anyone has the ability to control temperature. If so, they should be captured immediately. But what do we do now? Without the secret drug, how do we suppress that thing in the coming years? Send CP members to suppress it? The last incident with rocks had already cost CP 3 Admiral-level combat powers. With CP's current strength, it was impossible to complete the suppression. What do we do then? If that thing escapes, the Sea Kings in the windless zone will also lose their restraints, and then the Holy Land will be in danger. Should we let the Marine Admirals go to suppress it? No, at least 3 Admirals are needed to suppress that thing. Once the Marines lose control of 3 Admirals, pirates will immediately cause trouble. Damn it, it's all Roger's fault. So what do we do now? We can only ask that adult for help. But the adult has limited opportunities to act. If we don't suppress that thing, once others find out, the world government is finished. Fine. Let's all go seek that adult. I'm so hungry. Lying comfortably on the boat, he stared blankly at the sky. He had been sailing on the sea for 5 days, and during this time, his physical strength had been severely depleted due to prolonged use of his abilities, resulting in accelerated food consumption. Yesterday at noon, he finished his last bit of food, and since then he had been using his abilities on an empty stomach, which only intensified his hunger. Today, he drew a lottery, but did not receive food. He only got a mirror. During this period, he was still within the doldrums. Since he had not left the doldrums, he seriously suspected that he had been sailing vertically along the doldrums without crossing it. Many times he wanted to turn around and change direction, but he was afraid that the next moment he might finally leave the doldrums. Looking at the clear blue sky, he wondered if he would become the first traveler to starve to death. It should be noted that he had already eaten the awful bread. After eating the terrible bread, he realized why he had thought the taste of the devil fruit was not that bad, because compared to the awful bread, the devil fruit could be considered a delicacy. "System, I'm so hungry. I feel like I'm going to starve to death. Can you let me draw the lottery early? I'll just sign in tomorrow without drawing." "System, no, this system will not allow such a situation to occur. But system, if I die, won't you have problems too? For example, you might disappear or your KPI might worsen." "System, host, you're overthinking. Remember, it was I who chose you, not you who chose me. Even if you die, it won't affect me. I will just switch to another host." Ani always thought that the system wouldn't let him die. This was because, over the past month, half of the items he won in the lottery were food or water, which were crucial for his survival at sea. So he always believed that the system and he had a symbiotic relationship, not knowing that the system didn't care about his life or death. At this moment, Ani asked, "Then why did I win so much food and water in the lottery?" The system replied, "This is because the system detected the host's brainwaves. Based on the analysis, it determined that the host has a strong demand for food and drinking water. Hence, the lottery results favored food and water. So that's how it is." And he touched his hungry, flat stomach and took out a bottle of water, gulping it down a few times. A large amount of water entered his stomach, which eased his hunger somewhat. The next day, Ani lay heavily on the bow of the boat, unable to sleep due to the intense feeling of hunger. And he raised his hand again, activating his ability to propel the sailboat forward. However, due to a lack of stamina, he could only use his ability for a short period of time after intervals, limiting the distance the sailboat could travel. Just as he exhausted his stamina again and could no longer activate his ability, he suddenly realized that even though he had stopped using his power, the sailboat was still moving forward, and he immediately realized that he had finally left the doldrums. He quickly stood up, felt the wind direction, and then began to adjust the sails. After doing all this, and he had no strength left and collapsed directly onto the deck. He didn't know how long it had been when he heard someone speaking. "Colonel, there's a civilian on board, likely a survivor. Hurry, bring him up. Where is this?" When he opened her eyes again, she saw a room. "You're awake?" And he turned his head and saw a Navy soldier standing next to him, holding a plate. Upon seeing the Navy soldier, Yi's heart immediately tensed up, and his eyes were filled with vigilance. After all, he had killed a celestial dragon. "Don't be nervous. We are the Navy. We found you yesterday when you were already very weak. However, the doctor said you fainted just because of hunger, and we have already given you N4. And he asked, "Did you save me?" "Yes, you were lying on that small boat. If we hadn't discovered you early, you might have drifted into the doldrums." A Navy officer handed over a bowl of soup and said, "Here, have some soup first. The doctor said you're still a bit weak and shouldn't eat anything too solid." At this point, E had figured out the situation. He must have been found by the Navy after fainting, and they thought he was a shipwreck survivor and rescued him. So, E took the soup and said, "Thank you." This thank you was sincere, as he had been faint from hunger. If it weren't for these Navy officers, he really might have died. Hearing Yi's words, the Navy officer smiled happily and said, "Helping you civilians is our duty as righteous Navy officers." Ani also smiled and stretched out his hand, saying, "My name is Ani." The naval officer firmly shook Ani's hand and said, "My name is KNA, and I am a trainee sailor. Goodbye, KNA. You should work hard and strive to become a regular sailor as soon as possible. Colonel Carlo, Dr. Terrace, and everyone on the ship, thank you for taking care of me during this time." Ani has been rescued by the Navy for 3 days. During these 3 days, under the careful care of the Navy, and E, who originally had no major issues apart from long-term malnutrition, has completely regained his health after a few days of rest. Subsequently, the Navy placed him on a small island and gave him 1,000 berries. Many people might say, what can 1,000 berries do? However, after spending these days with the Navy on the ship, and he knows that 1,000 berries is not a small amount. According to Oda's initial setting, berries are roughly equivalent to Japan's currency in the real world. But considering that One Piece has been running for decades, we cannot use the currency from before in Yi's crossover for conversion. Instead, we should use the currency from over 20 years ago. One can imagine how valuable one unit of currency was more than 20 years ago. However, some might argue that items in the One Piece world are indeed priced high, like a newspaper costing 100 berries. Indeed, on Earth, a newspaper costs only a few dimes, but we cannot measure it by Earth standards. What kind of world is the One Piece world? Although this world has things like transponder snails for remote video communication, the distance is limited, and not everyone can have one. The understanding of information across the world relies heavily on newspapers. For pirates, most have only one ship and a group of companions they see every day, sailing on the sea for years without a fixed home. Newspapers become their only way to understand world information. Therefore, newspapers are not just newspapers. They are intelligence, and spending 100 berries to buy one is not excessive. This leads to the fact that as long as there are enough audiences, newspapers in the One Piece world do not have to worry about sales. Because these newspapers are essential for both pirates and ordinary people, there's no need to worry about not selling out. For example, in One Piece, cotton candy is valued at 50 berries for one chopper before the update. But let's not forget that due to geographical differences, various islands in the One Piece world have vastly different environments. Some islands are naturally unsuitable for growing crops, which can lead to basic items being more expensive than in other places. For instance, sugar might cost 10 berries per pound in the world government, but in Alabasta, it could become 100 or even 200 berries per pound. Since Alabasta does not produce sugar, it must be transported from other places. And with shipping costs and limited supply, the price naturally rises. Therefore, using a single product to prove that the currency value in the One Piece world is low is incorrect. And E tucked away the 1,000 berries given by the Navy and turned to walk towards the small town on the island. Because of Yi's identity, although the Navy had saved him, it was impossible for him to stay on the Navy's warship for a long time due to his status. And he once thought about whether he could become a Navy officer. However, in the end, he gave up. He possessed a system that often produced some strange items, some of which had such great power that they could change the world. For example, the 98K rifle, although it is not even considered a remarkable item in the lottery prizes, is an absolute artifact in the hands of the Navy. This is because it would completely transform the weapons of the world, turning muzzle-loading guns into bolt-action rifles, significantly enhancing the combat effectiveness of the basic soldiers in the Navy. And an E, who owns these items, would undoubtedly become a guinea pig, as he would need to explain the origins of these things. Therefore, Ani decided not to join the Navy. Ani now needs to go to the town, as he needs to check the current time. While on the Navy's ship, the Navy naturally asked Ani some questions. Ani told the Navy that he was an orphan who had worked on a passenger ship called the Titanic since childhood. Not long ago, the passenger ship sank during a storm, and he drifted for more than half a month on a small boat. The Navy did not conduct a detailed investigation into Ani's words. After all, with so many ships in the world, the Navy could not possibly keep records of every single one. Moreover, Ani disguised himself well. During his time with the Navy, he never revealed that he was a capable person and did not demonstrate the 6 styles. Therefore, until he disembarked, the Navy considered Ani to be an ordinary person who had survived a shipwreck. Although Ani was discovered near the doldrums, the Navy believed that it was impossible to pilot a small boat just a few meters long out of the doldrums. So the Navy had no doubts about Ani's words. After arriving at the town, Ani began looking for a place to sell newspapers. Soon he found a newsstand at the corner of a street. Ani bought a newspaper for 50 Bailey. I think the newspapers of the stand should be obtained from the newspaper office, as that makes more commercial sense. So the price is set lower, 50 Bailey cheaper than seagulls, and began looking for information about the time on the newspaper. While on the Navy's ship, to avoid drawing suspicion from the Navy, Ani did not ask them for the time. After all, it would be quite suspicious for an ordinary person to not even know the year and month. At first glance, Ani saw the time marked on the newspaper, year 1506 of the Oceanic calendar. After seeing this date, Ani began to ponder what time period he was currently in. Although Ani had watched the anime One Piece before, he had never paid much attention to the timeline. After thinking for a long time, Ani couldn't recall when exactly this time was. However, he was sure that at this point, Luffy had not yet set sail. He remembered that Luffy set sail around the year 1520 of the Sea Circle calendar. So, Ani continued to read on, hoping to deduce the approximate time through major events reported in the newspapers. Soon, he saw a familiar figure in the news. Fisher Tiger, the fishman who caused a ruckus at the Holy Land Mariewa, led the Sun Pirates to evade the Navy's pursuit again and sank several Navy warships. The Navy had captured a large number of slaves who had escaped from the Holy Land, Mariewa, 2 days prior. From these 2 incidents, Ani was certain that it must be shortly after Fisher Tiger had just caused chaos in Mariewa and rescued many slaves. Otherwise, the Navy would not still be engaged in large-scale slave capture. Based on the anime he had watched, he could infer that there were still several years left before the main character Luffy set sail. Knowing this, Ani let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, although he had appeared over a decade before the main storyline, he was quite satisfied with this timeline, because there were still many years before the main character appeared. He had enough time to strengthen himself. Although Ani possessed a system, he did not believe he could become as powerful as Luffy in just 2 or 3 years, to the point of rivaling the 4 emperors. After all, the protagonist buff was an inexplicable phenomenon, so even with the help of the system, Ani still planned to take a long time to enhance his strength. Over the past 3 days, Ani had thought a lot. He had considered relying on the system to become a wealthy recluse, living a quiet life in the world of One Piece. After all, fighting and killing were not his strengths, especially for someone who had lived in a stable country for a long time. However, considering that he had already taken down a celestial dragon, and the red liquid he got from the celestial dragon seemed to be quite troublesome, he decided to keep it. He had considered throwing it into the sea, but thought that something a celestial dragon would carry to the death must be important and likely related to the biggest secrets of the world government. So, and he decided to hold on to it for now. Moreover, he had already eaten the devil fruit that came with that bottle of liquid. Although he didn't know whether the world government was aware of that devil fruit's ability, he leaned towards the idea that they did. If the world government did not know the power of that devil fruit, they wouldn't have let that celestial dragon protect it so fiercely. Although he couldn't figure out why the world government valued that devil fruit so much, it seemed rather ordinary. But since it was carried by a celestial dragon, there was definitely something wrong with it. So, to protect his own life, Ani decided that unless necessary, he would minimize the use of his abilities. He also kept the bottle of red liquid for self-preservation. If he were discovered by the world government in the future, could he use that bottle of red liquid to save his life? For these reasons, Ani did not throw away the troublesome red liquid. Instead, he kept it, but he stuffed the bottle deep inside his storage bag and would definitely not take it out unless necessary. Ding! At that moment, a bell rang, and Ani looked at the huge clock in the center of the town, which showed that the time was exactly 8 o'clock. Ani silently said, "Check in." Because Ani had fainted a few days ago, the check-in was interrupted and the timer had to be restarted. So now, Ani's check-in time is only 4 days. "Uncle Yuhan, your ice beer." Thud. Ah, so refreshing. Ani, Your beer is the best. Haha, of course. You should know that our Yi's beer is famous for being delicious. People from other islands often come here to buy it. That's right. And not only is Yi's beer tasty, but it's also affordable. Yi smiled contentedly as he watched a group of people chatting and joking in the tavern. Ani has been on this small island for almost a year now. He has learned that he is currently on an island in the Grand Line. Because there is a naval base nearby, it is relatively safe and the nearby small islands are prosperous. During this time, he has been relying on the titles of culinary expert and master brewer obtained from the system. Yi bought the current tavern with the gold he obtained from the celestial dragons. Usually, he just sells food and drinks. Relying on his superb cooking skills, delicious drinks, and affordable prices, his shop has become well known on several nearby islands. During this time, Yi has been staying quietly on this island, signing in for the lottery every day and secretly training his strength. Over the past year, he has won many items from the lottery, but most of them are not very useful. In nearly a year, he has only drawn 2 extraordinary items. He naturally asked the system why the number of extraordinary items had decreased, as he had drawn 3 extraordinary items in just 1 month at the beginning. The system then informed him that the reason he was able to obtain 3 extraordinary items in the first month was that he was still within the protection period of the system. Although the system did not care about his life or death, according to its settings, it would provide benefits to the host during the first month to minimize the chances of the host's death. Therefore, he was able to draw 3 extraordinary items in the first month. After the initial month passed, the probability of extraordinary items appearing would significantly decrease, which naturally meant he could draw fewer extraordinary items. After sending off the last customer, he closed the door and called out, "Martha, come out and clean up." A blonde, blue-eyed beauty wearing an apron and holding a cloth emerged from the back of the bar. If any earthlings saw this beauty's appearance, they would surely exclaim T, as she was unmistakably the robot from the movie Terminator 3, the Terminator T. This was one of the 2 extraordinary items E had drawn over the past year. Of course, as an extraordinary item, it was naturally different from the Terminator in the movie. While retaining all the functions of the movie Terminator, it had also been optimized. First, its combat chassis, which is the internal metal framework, was made of a metal known as ultra-hard memory alloy. He was completely baffled by this metal. He only knew that its hardness was extremely high. Even a direct hit from an RPG could not cause damage to it. Even more outrageous was that this metal had self-repair capabilities. As long as it was not completely destroyed, the Terminator could restore itself by reassembling the metal. Next was its power supply system. The internal battery could support high-intensity operation for over 90 years. Additionally, it could be programmed with new content and had learning abilities. However, only an E had the authority to input new content. Its appearance made things much easier for an E. He input the processes for cooking and brewing into its ship, allowing it to take care of the cooking and brewing while he relaxed and collected money. Initially, an E planned to store this prize in a storage bag. After all, the Terminator was too similar to a human, and he needed to find an excuse to assign it a reasonable identity. However, he discovered that the Terminator could not be stored in the bag. After inquiring further, he learned that due to the outer layer of biological synthetic tissue, the storage bag defaulted to considering the Terminator as a living being, thus preventing it from being stored. With no other choice, he finally staged a performance with the Terminator. He pretended to rescue it by the seaside, and it pretended to have amnesia due to a maritime disaster, allowing an E to bring it back openly. For convenience, an E named it Marcia. Everything an E did was to prevent the discovery of the Terminator's identity, especially by the world government. After all, the Terminator has a significant impact on the world of One Piece. It's not that its combat power is particularly strong, but rather the technology it carries. If the world government were to obtain the technology from the Terminator, it could lead to serious consequences. After all, pacifists can be seen as a type of Terminator, but pacifists can be controlled by others. After arranging for Martha to work, an E arrived at the hotel backyard. At that time, an E not only bought a tavern with gold, but also included the house behind it. He took out a pair of flip-flops from the storage bag and began to wave them around. Recently, he had also won martial arts skills like swordsmanship, knife techniques, and boxing through a lottery. However, he soon discovered a problem. Ordinary swords and knives could not enhance his abilities because his power was to control temperature. If the temperature was too low, the swords and knives would become very brittle, and if the temperature was too high, he would melt without even having to clash with the enemy. However, even though an E couldn't use swords and knives, he had extraordinary flip-flops. He had previously conducted experiments and found that these extraordinary flip-flops were impressive. They showed no damage from fire or RPG explosions at all. Moreover, they could withstand Yi's abilities. So Yi decided to use this pair of flip-flops as a weapon. The flip-flops in his hands transformed into one blue and one red, and then Yi began to swing the flip-flops. The red and blue beams of light danced up and down in the yard, and he stopped after swinging his flip-flops for 10 minutes. After a year of accumulation, he was confident that he could defeat pirates with bounties of tens of millions of berries, but stronger opponents posed a problem. It wasn't due to insufficient strength, but rather that Yi's basic attributes couldn't keep up. He wasn't sure if it was because he wasn't a human from the world of One Piece, but his physical condition had always been lacking. Although he was much stronger than the average person, he was still far behind the freaks in the One Piece world. In situations like just now, where he exerted his abilities to the fullest, he could only last about 10 minutes. The next day, Yi woke up early because it was the day he would complete a full year of continuous sign-ins. The system had mentioned that if he signed in for a full year, he would receive an annual ultimate prize, which Yi had never seen before. So even though it was only a little past 6 o'clock, Yi had been unable to hide his excitement since last night and had woken up early. After having breakfast made by T, Yi began to quietly wait in the yard. Finally, the time reached 8 o'clock, and Yi shouted, "Check in." After completing the check-in, the system emitted a ding sound and said, "Host has completed today's check-in. It has been detected that the host has checked in continuously for 1 year. Congratulations to the host for completing the year-long uninterrupted check-in task. You have now received a grand prize for the year." Looking at the shiny golden package, Yi excitedly said, "System, open the grand prize for the year." Then the package opened, revealing a roulette in front of Yi. The roulette was divided into 4 equally sized sections, each with a different color: white, black, red, and gold. Each section also had words on it. The white section said, "Thank you for your patronage." The black section said, "Non-entity Halo, 1 year limit." The red section stated, "Randomly reward 1 extraordinary item." The gold section was a mystery prize. The red and gold sections were easy to understand, but the other 2 sections left Yi a bit puzzled. Following the principle of asking when in doubt, Yi asked the system, "System, why does the grand prize for the year have a thank you for your patronage option? Shouldn't the ultimate prizes be rare items?" The system replied, "Host, who told you that thank you for your patronage is not a rare item? Think about it. In this past year, have you ever drawn thank you for your patronage? Therefore, rarity is determined by scarcity. As long as something appears infrequently, it must be a rare item." After thinking carefully, Yi realized that the system was right. After more than a year of drawing prizes, he had indeed never seen "thank you for your patronage" before. Even in the worst cases, he would have drawn a pack of napkins or something. It seemed that, in this sense, "thank you for your patronage" was indeed rarer than extraordinary items. He then asked, "So, system, what is that non-lucky halo?" System, that's one of the best extraordinary items, a halo type. What use does it have? System, the halo can naturally bring a halo effect to the host in the dark, like a protagonist halo. As long as you have the protagonist halo, even if the host is weak, they won't die even when provoking the strongest. Is it that powerful? System, of course. You should know that halo types are second only to divine artifact level rewards. Then system, can I ask what effects this non-lucky halo has? System, the non-lucky halo? As the name suggests, it allows the host to have luck like a non-lucky person. For example, single draws will always be napkins, and 10 consecutive draws will definitely not yield good items. Isn't this just a bad luck halo? System, no. Host, you're mistaken. This is not a bad luck halo. A bad luck halo means, for example, running out of toilet paper when using the bathroom, choking while drinking water, stepping into thin air on the stairs, losing money while shopping for groceries, getting jammed while shooting, etc. In short, a bad luck halo can put you in life-threatening situations. The non-lucky halo just makes your lottery results worse. Yi's mouth twitched slightly. It was the first time he realized that the system had such a thing. The system began to urge Yi repeatedly. In the face of this situation, Yi actually didn't want to draw lots. Although the other 2 rewards were also good, the reward from the black area was indeed a bit too strong. However, what is a blessing can turn into a curse. What is a curse cannot be avoided. Even if he drew the reward from the black area, he would only have to stay on the small island for another year and not go out to have fun. Start. As the roulette wheel spun quickly, Yi's eyes were glued to it. The wheel began to slow down gradually, and every time the pointer pointed to the black area, Yi felt very nervous, even though the probability was only 1 in 4. Each time the pointer passed the black area, he would breathe a sigh of relief. At that moment, the pointer slowly stopped at the red area. Looking at the red area, and he let out a sigh of relief. After all, it wasn't the black area, so he had already gained something, not to mention that he could also obtain an extraordinary item. Congratulations to the host for obtaining one strengthening pill. Looking at the pill in his hand, which was the same as the one from Li Su, and he looked at the words on the packaging. Strengthening pill can significantly improve the user's physical quality, allowing the user to lift a tank with one hand and push an aircraft carrier with both hands. Reading the introduction, and he was instantly overjoyed. After all, his biggest shortcoming right now was his physical quality. It was truly a case of someone sending a pillow when he wanted to sleep, eagerly taking out the pill, just about to swallow it. I noticed there was a line of small text on the packaging, and he squinted his eyes and carefully distinguished. Pay special attention before taking this pill. Please prepare a large amount of food. You must prepare a large amount of food. Although he didn't know why a large amount of food was needed, he decided to comply. Masha, we're closing for the day. Let's go up the mountain together and hunt today. Within 10 seconds, Masha used a 98K to shoot down 3 deer, and he gave Masha a thumbs up. And he is clear that, as a Terminator, hitting a target several hundred meters away with a rifle is not difficult for them. The challenge lies in hitting the deer right in the eye. Originally, Martha, as a Terminator, did not need extra weapons. However, there was an occasion when an E had Martha go hunting, and she ended up dismembering the prey with a chainsaw, blasting it into pieces with a plasma cannon, and charring it black with a flamethrower. Faced with this situation, an E had no choice but to give her a 98K rifle and let her use it to hunt. Ani skillfully skinned and cleaned 3 deer, then lit a bonfire, took out the seasonings, and prepared to start grilling. Martha was assisting nearby. After more than an hour, the 3 deer had turned into 200 pounds of roasted meat. Once everything was ready, Ani took out a health-boosting pill and swallowed it whole. At first, Ani only felt a warm sensation in his belly, but then this warmth began to spread throughout his body. At the same time, he felt a slight pain all over, and his stomach grew very hungry. Ani picked up a piece of roasted meat and took a bite. Then, as if he were a glutton reborn, he began to devour the food, finishing off a 1-pound piece of roasted meat in just a few bites. In just half an hour, he had eaten half of the roasted meat. However, Ani did not feel the slightest bit full. Instead, his hunger intensified. He continued to eat while saying to Martha, "Martha, go catch a few more prey to make into roasted meat. Hurry." "Okay," replied Martha, immediately running into the woods. A few minutes later, she emerged carrying a huge wild boar, and he looked at the massive body of the wild boar, which probably weighed around 700 or 800 pounds. Martha skillfully cut and roasted the meat. Soon, the previously roasted meat was finished, while he still ate like a hungry ghost. He grabbed the bloody wild boar meat, not caring that it was still raw, and stuffed it directly into his mouth. After an unknown amount of time, and he finally stopped eating, by which time 2/3 of the wild boar's meat had disappeared, and he let out a satisfied burp. He looked at the mess around him, grateful that he had seen that small line of text. If he had swallowed the pill right away, he might have ended up eating people on the street due to a lack of food. As he stopped eating, the warmth within him also vanished. At this moment, and he noticed that his clothes and pants seemed to have gotten shorter. He asked Martha, "Have I changed in any way compared to before?" Martha's eyes flashed with a red light as she replied, "Master, your height has increased by 20 centimeters and your weight has increased by 30 kilograms in the past 2 hours, along with a significant increase in muscle mass." Upon hearing that he had grown 20 centimeters taller, and E was extremely excited, considering he was only 1 meter 60 before. Although he was only 18, theoretically, he should still be able to grow a bit taller. However, compared to the people in the world of One Piece, his height could only be described as pitiful. Fortunately, he was now 1 meter 80 tall, and with the chance to grow a bit taller in the future, he hoped to reach 1 meter 90 with some effort. As for gaining 30 kilograms, and he didn't mind, knowing that most of it was muscle. He could now feel his 8-pack abs even through his clothes. He understood now why the pills emphasized the need for sufficient food. Although the strengthening pill was an extraordinary item, according to the law of conservation of energy, one could not gain height and strength without external energy. The large amount of meat he consumed had transformed into the energy required for his bodily transformation, and he now felt full of power and decided to test his physical condition. He went to a large tree and shouted, "Finger gun!" Puff! His entire finger sank into the trunk, and a ring of indentations appeared around where his finger penetrated. Previously, due to his physical condition, and he could only penetrate the tree by 3 or 4 centimeters at most with the finger gun. Now, not only did his finger fully sink in, but the accompanying force also created depressions around it, And he then began to test the effect of the finger gun with each finger and found that even his previously weakest pinky could now sink in completely. After experimenting with the finger gun, and he decided to test his strength. He specifically searched for the largest tree nearby, raised his fist, and threw a punch to test his strength. And he did not use any technique. It was just a simple straight punch. Boom. As a result, and he broke the tree, which had a diameter of over 2 meters, cleanly in half with one punch. Looking at the effect of his punch, and he couldn't help but swallow hard. He then said to Martha, "Martha, stand still, I'm going to punch you." "Okay." And he took a deep breath and threw a straight punch again. Martha crossed her arms in front of her to block the punch, but she clearly underestimated Yi's strength. With that punch, Martha was sent flying, crashing into several trees, and finally left 2 long tracks of over 10 meters on the ground before coming to a stop. At that moment, Martha's hands were already regathering the liquid metal, and a clear fist imprint was left on the metal arm inside. Seeing this effect, and he couldn't help but marvel at the extraordinary level of the pills. Their effect was indeed insane. It's worth noting that although Martha was a normal person with a height of 1.7 meters, her internal metal structure made her weight exceed 600 kilograms. Just now, Yi's ordinary straight punch was enough to send her flying dozens of meters. If Martha hadn't used her legs to dissipate the force, she might have flown even further. And he stepped forward and asked, "Is everything all right?" Although Martha was a robot, after half a year of interaction, and he had already regarded it as a close friend with whom he could talk about anything. After all, chatting with it meant he didn't have to worry about his identity as a traveler being exposed. The punch from his master, though powerful, only caused some damage to the outer layer of the arm and did not affect the internal circuitry or weapon systems, so it would recover in a few hours. Hearing this, he breathed a sigh of relief. If he broke Martha, he wouldn't be able to repair it. It's good to hear that. After testing his strength, he began to test his reaction speed. He blindfolded himself with a cloth and activated his observation hockey, instructing Martha to attack him with a wooden stick. Upon receiving the command, Martha immediately began to attack, wielding the stick at an E with a speed of 3 strikes per second. However, relying on observation hockey, he controlled his body to dodge in a small range. Although he had already mastered observation hockey and had upgraded it to the beginner level with a skill upgrade card, he often found himself in this situation. "Me, did your brain catch up?" "Brain, yes. Body, no, I can't." In simple terms, his body couldn't keep up with his neural reflexes. Next, he tested his speed, defense, and other attributes. He discovered that there had been a huge improvement compared to before. He felt that his physical fitness could finally match up against the ordinary freaks in the world of One Piece. Of course, he still couldn't compete with the likes of Kaido or Big Mom, who were truly monstrous, due to his newly acquired physical strength, and he found it difficult to control himself in a short period. Therefore, he decided to stay in the deep mountains to gain better control over his body before returning to the town. However, after becoming stronger, the difficulty of controlling his power far exceeded Yi's expectations. He initially thought he would be able to master it in 3 to 5 days. Instead, it took him about 20 days to become familiar with his new power, and it was only after a month that he could truly control his physical strength. During this time of familiarizing himself with his power, he also noticed that his appetite had greatly increased. Not just a little, but by a lot. He used to eat about 2 kilograms of food a day, but now he needed at least 100 kilograms a day to feel full. And it had to be meat. He recalled a saying, "In the world of One Piece, not everyone who can eat is a strong person, but strong people definitely eat a lot." He began to worry about his future food expenses. Previously, his daily expense of 2 kilograms only cost him a couple of 100 berries at most, but with his current appetite, he would need at least 10,000 berries a day. However, after running a tavern for a year, he had earned less than 50,000 berries. Of course, this was also related to the low prices of the items in his tavern. Nevertheless, the large food intake also made E realize that his body strength was still slowly increasing. Due to his enormous appetite, he had basically hunted all the animals in the mountain forest over the past month. Fortunately, there were no animal protection organizations in the world of One Piece. Otherwise, his life would be getting increasingly difficult. Now that E had initially mastered his power, he was contemplating whether to return to the town. After all, he had changed significantly compared to a month ago. His physique could still be hidden under clothing, but his height could not be concealed. After all, he had grown 20 centimeters in just a month, which was quite astonishing to others in the town. However, after much consideration, he decided to return to the town first. After all, if he wanted to set sail, he needed to find a ship. Moreover, he didn't plan to set sail just yet. First of all, he had eliminated a celestial dragon, so joining the Marines was out of the question. That left him with very few options. After pondering for a while, he decided to pursue the promising career of a pirate. After all, having crossed over to the world of One Piece, how could he not become a pirate? However, if he wanted to set sail, he needed to prepare for it. In addition to a necessary ship, he also needed supplies, especially a log pose. And all of this required one thing: money. Although decided to become a pirate, he would not rob the people of the town. After all, they had lived together for a year. Therefore, he planned to sell the tavern and the brewing recipe to raise some money. Of course, there was another important factor. He was currently short on crew members. He only had Martha as his crew. Although Martha was capable of doing everything, and he didn't want to go out to sea without sufficient preparation, only to end up needing to ride in a special VIP barrel. After all, the weather in the Grand Line changes faster than one can turn a page. So, he didn't plan to set sail until he was fully prepared. Martha, let's go back. Okay. After staying in the mountains for more than a month, he finally decided to return to the town with Martha, mainly because there were no more prey to hunt in the mountains, and if he continued to stay there, he would probably starve to death. So he decided to return to the town. Martha, where hasn't he been? I haven't seen him for a while. Martha, is that guy next to you your new boyfriend? As soon as Martha returned to the town, a large group of people greeted her, some asking how she was, but more were inquiring about Nee. However, walking beside her, was feeling a bit awkward. There had always been a saying among sea enthusiasts in the world of One Piece: any small change would mean a disguise. Now he felt that this saying was true. He had only grown a bit taller and bulked up a bit, and the people in the town didn't recognize him. No one had recognized him as he walked through. Oh, my dear Martha, do you know? During the month you were gone, I couldn't eat or sleep, and today you finally returned. At this moment, a young man with slick back hair stood in front of Martha holding a bunch of flowers. He was speaking affectionately and leaned closer to Martha, puckering his lips, trying to kiss her. However, Martha quickly pushed his head down and tossed him onto a vegetable stand. Ha 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 ha. Bellbed, how many times has Martha rejected you now? Is it the 30th time? No, I remember being 31 times, ha ha. The young man was named Bellbed, the son of the town mayor and the most prominent figure on the island. Ever since he saw Martha on the street a few months ago, he had been confessing his love to her every few days. However, as a robot, Martha completely ignored his intentions. Although he had a mayor father, he never used his position to bully others. Instead, he acted like a clown every day, and the townspeople didn't dislike him. So he instructed Martha not to take his life, just to throw him away each time. Bellbed, with vegetable leaves on his head, stood up and said, Martha, I will not give up. Then he ran away. Ha ha ha. Watching Bellbed leave, the townspeople laughed again. Back at the tavern, and he immediately took out all the money he had earned before and handed over the remaining gold to Martha, saying, Martha, take this money and buy a ship at the dock. Okay. And Yee's decision to have Martha buy the ship was made after careful consideration. First of all, Martha was a robot, and she could scan the ships more accurately and assess their quality better than he could. Then, he wrote on a wooden board that the tavern, along with the brewing recipe, was for sale starting at 1 million berries, and interested parties could negotiate in person. He placed the board at the entrance and sat quietly in the store, waiting for potential buyers to arrive. Soon, someone came in, and he took a look and realized it was the wealthy businessman from the town, Jia Baba. Oh, Boss Jia. Ah, and you don't have to be so polite. Just call me by my name. And he said, I don't believe you at all. If I call your name, you will definitely sigh. Having long been acquainted with Jababa's bad taste, and he naturally would not be fooled. Seeing that an did not call his name, Jababa did not say much more, but instead asked, and why are you thinking of selling the shop? Sigh, I need to deal with some matters and have to leave, and I also need a large sum of money, so I can only sell the shop. Jababa jokingly said, what kind of matter requires you to need that much money? Are you planning to marry Martha? Oh, that would break Bellbeard's heart. Ah, then my beautiful niece would have a chance. Watching Jababa's exaggerated tone, and Yee's mouth twitched. He sometimes couldn't help but marvel at how he could encounter so many extraordinary characters on an island. And he quickly interrupted Jababa's train of thought and said, you might as well give up. Unless Bellbed is blind, there's no way he'll marry your niece. So are you going to buy it or not? If you don't buy, I might just find someone else. Bye. Why wouldn't you buy? I've been longing for your brewing recipe for a long time. How about this? A flat price of 5 million Bailey. Is that okay? Jababa knew that in Yee's tavern wasn't worth much. The real value lay in the beer he brewed. In the past, and Yee was alone and could only produce a limited quantity of alcohol. So even though his drinks were delicious and inexpensive, he didn't make much profit due to the small volume. But he was different. If he obtained Yi's recipe, he could establish a brewery. Then he could produce it in large quantities, and with Yi's brewing, he would definitely make a fortune. So when an E quoted $1 million, he immediately added an extra 500,000 without hesitation, aiming to secure the recipe as quickly as possible. It was important to note that Yi's beer was famous far and wide. If others found out that an E intended to sell the recipe, the price could be much higher. And he stared blankly at Jababa for a moment, unable to react. Wasn't the price set at 1 million? Before the bargaining even started, it had already increased by 500,000. However, and he thought this was a good thing, earning an extra 500,000. Why not? So he immediately made up his mind and said, all right, 1,500,000 it is. And you really are straightforward. Then Jababa took out a stack of Bailey and said, this is 1,500,000 Bailey, count it. And he sensed the situation with a keen eye and said, I still trust Boss Gia's character, so I won't count it. As he spoke, he packed up the money. Then he took out a piece of paper and said, this is the brewing recipe, but I have to deal with some matters in the next few days. So let me stay a bit longer. After all, what Jababa cared most about was Yi's recipe. He didn't care about the tavern, so he had no intention of refusing Yi's request and readily agreed. Jababa took the recipe, tucked it into his clothes, and then asked you won't sell the recipe to anyone else, will you? And patted his chest and said, don't worry, since I've sold you this formula, I naturally won't sell it to anyone else. But in reality, Yi's inner monologue was like this. As a master brewer, he had plenty of recipes for various types of alcohol in his head, and this beer was merely the lowest grade among them. The other white wines and red wines were far superior to this one. Hearing Yi's assurance, Jababa smiled broadly and waved goodbye to and he was also smiling brightly. Both of them were grinning and felt that they had made a good deal. That night, Marcia returned to the shop and said she had already bought the boat. In the following days, and Marcia used the 1.5 million berries they received from Jababa to start a big shopping spree. They bought food, drinking water, some furniture, and various sailing supplies. Then one early morning, while most of the townspeople were still asleep, and he left the small island and officially set off on the journey at sea. The reason for choosing to depart in the morning was that he didn't want the islanders to see him off. In recent days, the islanders had expressed their reluctance to see him go, and many refused to accept his money when he was buying things, wanting to give him gifts instead. And he also couldn't bear to see the island residents, who had taken good care of him when he first arrived on the island over a year ago, especially since they treated him well because of his young age and the fact that he was an orphan. Although he had only spent a year with the islanders, he had developed strong feelings for them. After leaving the small island, he took out a compass and started moving in the direction indicated by it. Originally, he wanted to go to the East Sea. Based on the time, he deduced that Luffy had not yet been born, but it should be soon. Moreover, he had always been curious about who Luffy's mother was, as Oda had not released any information about her before Yi's crossing. So, he was also very curious about the question of who Luffy's mother was. Even if he couldn't see Luffy, he could still catch a glimpse of young Ace and Sabo. Comfort is definitely not about taking advantage of their youth to give them head pats. However, Comfort has also discovered a problem, which is how to return from the Grand Line to the Four Seas. From what Comfort understands, there are not many ways to return from the Grand Line to the Four Seas, aside from flying over. Relying on ships to return to the Four Seas means either going upstream against the current of Reverse Mountain or crossing the doldrums. And he is also aware that crossing the Calm Belt requires Sea Prism Stone. As long as he installs Sea Prism Stone beneath his ship, he can avoid attacks from Sea Kings. However, he does not have any Sea Prism Stone and can only hope to obtain some in the future to modify his ship. It seems that Shanks and others can frequently appear across the seas. Therefore, he has a hypothesis that there might be some safe routes within the Calm Belt. These routes are free of Sea Kings, allowing ships without Sea Prism Stone to pass through safely. Otherwise, it would be hard to explain how Shanks could appear in the East Sea, considering he had not yet become one of the 4 emperors at that time. Of course, these are just Yi's speculations. No one knows the real situation. Moreover, even if Yi's deductions are true, such safe routes through the Calm Belt would surely be top secrets of every pirate crew, usually unknown to anyone who is not a member of that crew, unless he could form a close relationship with them, like marrying Big Mom or something. However, he is not willing to do that. Although he has never been in a relationship and Big Mom was considered a beauty in her youth, and he still feels he is not worthy of it. As the time reaches 8 o'clock, he prepares for today's sign-in lottery. Congratulations to the host for receiving a super gift pack, a collection of cards. Wow, a big gift pack. Is my luck this good? Then he checks the gift pack he just received and finds a total of 12 cards. Most of these cards are ones he has drawn before, like skill extraction cards, with only one new card, a copy card. And E excitedly asked the system, "System, is this the duplication card?" System, "Yes, it's exactly as you think. The duplication card can duplicate items, but there are conditions. First, it cannot duplicate living beings. Secondly, the level of the duplicated items cannot exceed the extraordinary level." And E, what's the use of not being able to duplicate extraordinary items? Wouldn't it be better to have Marcia manufacture a 98K instead of using the duplication card to copy it? After all, Marcia's central processor stores a lot of knowledge, including weapon production. Not to mention the 98K, even an AK-47 would be no problem. However, an E quickly thought of something. A single card is not an extraordinary item. So can it duplicate the card itself? So an E asked, "System, can I use the duplication card to duplicate another duplication card?" System, "You're quite the clever one. Thinking of that, duplicating other cards should be no problem. This is possible." And he had always liked card-type items because almost all card-type items are powerful. This was the first time he encountered a duplication card. Besides the duplication card, and E also discovered a rare card, a character summoning card. He had previously obtained a character summoning card, which could randomly summon a person from the worlds he knows to become his companion. When he first got this card, and he hesitated for a long time about whether to use it, because he had asked the system. The system said the character summoning card could summon all characters. And the range of summoning includes all the anime, movies, and even game characters that he knows. However, since the summoning is random, he might summon some background characters, as the number of supporting characters is definitely greater than that of the main characters. He might also summon characters from worlds with relatively low combat power, like characters from comedy shows, such as Amaru. Of course, there is also the possibility of summoning characters with extremely high combat power, like those from Dragon Ball, which could easily destroy a planet. Just thinking about it was thrilling for an E. Therefore, he had been torn about whether to use this card. If he summoned some ordinary characters, the summoning card would be rendered useless. But now with the duplication card, and he planned to first duplicate a character summoning card and see if he could summon some useful characters. After all, he was now at sea, and with only Marcia accompanying him, the number felt a bit small. It was unrealistic to gather people from the One Piece world because there was still over a decade until the main storyline began, and the One Piece characters he was familiar with were either not born yet or still too young. The older ones, like Doflamingo and Crocodile, he didn't even know where they were, so how could he find them? Therefore, he could only use the character summoning card to gather some help. System, use the duplication card to duplicate the character summoning card. Then he saw the duplication card cover the character summoning card, and both cards turned into character summoning cards. And he picked up a character summoning card and silently said, "Use character summoning card." Then the card fell onto the ship's deck, transforming into a black that gradually grew larger, forming a black hole with a diameter of 1 meter. Finally, a mass of black liquid emerged from the black hole, and this mass began to take shape, slowly transforming into a human form. As time passed, the human shape formed from the black liquid became clearer, and he looked at the figure, noting its curves, and he was certain that this summon was a female with a very good figure. At that moment, a voice came from within the black hole. The stars in the sky, the myriad things on the ground, everything originates from a great fire. Over millions of years, in countless nations, mortals relied on the power of fire to become the masters of all things. This is what is known as civilization. As the voice faded, the black liquid completely transformed into a person. Before him stood a woman with her left foot on the ship's edge, a jade pipe in her mouth, a wooden cup of wine in her right hand, and a flintlock gun in her left hand, draped in a hooded linen cloak. Upon seeing the woman's face, and he exclaimed, "Miss Sun Yen," and then lunged forward. 3. However, the woman immediately slapped him away, looking at the elegant and spirited woman before him, and he couldn't help but swallow. Sun Yen, from the domestic animation Wangwuji, is a firearms expert proficient in both Eastern and Western firearms. Her weapons include a 7-barrel gun that can fire 7 bullets at once, and a flintlock gun called Wang Li Chongfeng that can perform long-range sniping. Besides being a firearms expert, she is also a formidable inventor. In the anime, she authored a compendium of divine weapons, filled with various extraordinary arms that could even find a place in the world of One Piece. The most useful known among them is Xiao Yao Yu, which involves building a warship on the back of a whale for underwater navigation and high-speed maneuvers. In the world of One Piece, Xiao Yao Yu would unleash even greater power, as there are creatures more suitable than whales, namely the Sea Kings. After slapping an E, Sun Yen spoke, "I didn't expect such an interesting world. Then she looked at an E and asked, "Can you summon the pharmacist as well?" And he naturally knows who the pharmacist Sun Yin is talking about, her partner, back when she watched the anime, and he was completely swept away by the sweetness of the two characters. However, the production team was heartless, and the two of them never ended up together in the end. In fact, they were separated for decades and didn't even get to see each other one last time. It's truly a case of how sweet it was at the beginning, the more painful it became at the end. And he said, in theory, it's possible, but it would be very difficult in practice. After all, the number of character summon cards is limited, and with so many worlds of the universe, the chances of selecting a pharmacist are too low. Sister Sun Yin, do you understand what I mean? I understand. At this moment, and he suddenly remembered that Sun Yin was a top student, and not just any top student, but the best among a group of top students. Excluding the limitations of the times, his knowledge was certainly not comparable to hers. Sun Yin then continued, "Following you, there's still a chance to see the pharmacist. After all, I've already waited for 90 years. Waiting another 90 years is no problem." At this point, Yi recalled that, according to the anime, Sun Yin's lifespan had become extraordinarily long for some reason, while the pharmacist had passed away early. It seemed that following him indeed offered a chance to meet the pharmacist. Yi then asked the system, "By the way, do the summoned characters know where this place is?" The system would input some basic knowledge of the One Piece world into the minds of the summoned characters during the summoning process. Oh, after that, Yi took out a K-98 rifle and a Mauser pistol, handing them to Sun Yin, saying, "You can use these two weapons for now." Sun Yin took the two guns and began to study them. Clearly, as a weapons expert, she did not need any instruction. Watching Sun Yin explore the weapons, Yi turned his attention to the remaining two character summoning cards, wondering whether he should use these two cards as well. However, after some thought, he decided to hold on to them for now. By the way, how far is it to the next island? Yi and the others have been sailing on the sea for over 4 days, and they have yet to reach the next island. Currently, the navigation of the ship is handled by Martha, while Sun Yin spends his days clinging to the mast with a 98K rifle, either smoking or drinking. Yi, on the other hand, is responsible for the 3 meals a day, as he holds the title of a culinary master. If he doesn't cook, who will? At this moment, Sun Yin said, "Captain, we have spotted a ship ahead. For the past few days, Yi has made Martha and Sun Yin address him as captain. Can anyone see clearly what it is? They have been sailing for several days without encountering anyone, and now they finally come across another vessel." Sun Yin looked through the scope he had taken from the Wanli Chongfeng and said, "There's a skull flag flying on the ship. It must be pirates." He immediately took out a pair of flip-flops from the storage bag and shouted, "Prepare for battle." At this moment, the pirates on the pirate ship not far from Yi and the others had also discovered Yi's vessel. "Captain, we've spotted a ship ahead." "Oh, what kind of ship is it? It doesn't have a pirate flag. It should be an ordinary merchant ship." "Ha ha ha, boys, let's chase after it immediately." "Okay." The pirates on the ship cheered loudly. "Captain, the other side isn't fleeing. They're actually charging towards us." "What? Captain, should we fire the cannons?" "What cannons? We can't waste a lot of money by damaging the ship. Since they're seeking death, let's not be polite. Boys, show them the might of the stinky weasel pirate crew." "Okay." As the pirate ship slowly approached, Yi said to Marcia and Sun Yin, "You two stay on the ship and provide support with the rifles. I'll go onto their ship alone." Both Marcia and Sun Yin were known for their excellent marksmanship, so leaving them on the ship for fire support was more useful. Yi then stood at the bow of the ship, bent his knees slightly, and then jumped with force. The bow of the ship sank sharply under Yi's heavy step, and he had already leaped out. Bang! Yi landed on the pirate's ship, and the immense force caused the deck where his feet landed to shatter. Then, Yi placed his left hand on his hip and pointed a flip-flop at the crew of pirates with his right hand, saying, "You are surrounded by me. If you want to live, hand over your treasures immediately, or don't blame me for being rude." The members of the skunk pirate crew stared at Yi in shock, although Yi had just descended from the sky and scared them all. After all, the distance between the two ships was over 100 meters. However, seeing Yi's appearance, the pirates couldn't help but laugh. "Ha ha, he wants us to surrender with a pair of flip-flops. That's hilarious." Right. You little brat. You must not know the heights of heaven and earth, daring to ask me to hand over my treasures. Do you know who I am? I'm Jerry the Skunk, with a bounty of 75 million berries. As he spoke, he drew a handgun and aimed it at Yi, ready to shoot. Bang! Jerry suddenly felt his handgun being knocked away. It turned out that Sun Yin had shot Jerry's handgun, and he looked at Sun Yin, who took a deep puff of smoke and then blew out a smoke ring, giving a slight gesture towards Yi. And he turned around and said, "Gentlemen, My crew is aiming at you. We don't want to kill anyone. We just want you to hand over the treasure, and I assure you we can coexist peacefully. At this moment, Jerry already knew that the other side must have a sharpshooter. So he raised his hands and said, "All right, I surrender. I will hand over the treasure." Then he turned and said, "You guys, go bring out the treasure." "Yes, Captain." A dozen pirates returned to the ship's hold at Jerry's command. And he didn't expect that things would be so easy. Just a single shot was enough to intimidate this group of pirates. At this moment, Jerry, who had his back to an E, revealed a smirk of triumph. Suddenly, Jerry raised his butt and crawled onto the ship. Before Ani could react, a cloud of yellow smoke spread rapidly. The yellow smoke quickly enveloped the entire pirate ship. Seeing the sudden appearance of the smoke, Sun Yin silently exclaimed, "Not good." When Ani saw the pirate leader crouch down, he knew something was wrong. However, he was still unable to catch up. As soon as that person crouched, Ani had already rushed forward, but he was no longer in the original position. What appeared in front of Ani was a thick yellow smoke. Soon, Ani realized that the smoke had a suffocating smell. This smell was identical to that of flatulence, but at least 10 times stronger than the usual odor. Moreover, not only was the smell overwhelming, but Ani also felt his eyes start to water. Clearly, this smell not only intoxicated, but also had a tear-inducing effect. It was obvious that this was a person with abilities, although he did not know what those abilities were. However, this yellow smoke severely obstructed his vision and affected his sense of taste and hearing. At that moment, a group of pirates who had previously run into the ship's hold appeared in front of Ani again, but now they were all wearing yellow clothes and gas masks. Clearly, they were already familiar with the situation at hand. "Kill him! Attack!" Watching a pirate charge at him with a knife, Ani kicked him in the face with a slipper, sending him flying several meters away. However, these pirates were not intimidated by Ani. Instead, they took out bows and arrows and began shooting at him. And he activated his observation hockey, using his slippers to continuously block the arrows from the pirates. Under the perception of observation hockey, these arrows did not cause him any harm. However, and he soon realized that he could no longer stay on this pirate ship, as the smell on board was simply unbearable. So, and he activated his ability and created a strong wind. The wind dispersed the yellow mist, and after confirming the location of his own ship, he kicked off and returned to his vessel. Upon returning, and he took a deep breath of fresh air. Oh my, that smell was so refreshing. However, Sun Yin looked at E with a face full of disdain, constantly waving her hand in front of her nose. And he followed Sun Yin's gaze to his own body, raised his arm, and sniffed. Ugh, damn it, my clothes are all covered in that smell. Ha ha. Now you know how powerful your old man is, right? To tell you the truth, I'm a skunk person who ate the skunk fruit. At this moment, Jerry was on his ship, laughing wildly at me. Captain, look, that guy has 2 beautiful ladies on his ship." "Oh, really, Captain? Boys, grab those beauties. Such pretty ladies can sell for at least 2 million berries. Boys, bring the ship closer. Martha, those pirates on that ship are up to you. Don't hold back." "Aye, sir." Then Martha stepped back a bit, took a running start, and jumped directly onto the opposite ship. The members of the skunk pirate crew were momentarily stunned as they saw someone jump onto their ship. They all thought, who are these people on the other side? Why do they all like jumping ships and so far? But soon Jerry reacted and began to release yellow smoke again. However, this time he was mistaken. Martha was a robot and didn't need to breathe. Martha's hands transformed into 2 long swords made of liquid metal. Then she charged into the crowd. Puff! The first thrust pierced Jerry's chest. The yellow smoke Jerry released was actually the ability granted by the skunk fruit. This yellow smoke not only had a pungent smell, but also had tear gas effects, and inhaling too much could lead to unconsciousness. Jerry had relied on this ability to defeat many enemies, some of whom were even stronger than him. However, he didn't expect that this time he was facing someone who was not human. Looking at the blade protruding from his chest, he couldn't figure out why this woman was unaffected. After taking care of Jerry, Martha began to slaughter the remaining members of the skunk pirate crew. In just over 10 seconds, nearly 20 members of the skunk pirate crew were completely eliminated. With Jerry's death, the yellow smoke ceased to be produced and slowly dissipated. The liquid metal on Martha's body flowed a bit, and the blood that had previously stained her disappeared. At this time, and he had already gone to take a shower. After all, the smell on his body was just too unbearable. 3 days later, and E and the others finally arrived at a small island, and unexpectedly, there was a town on the island, and not only that, but also a naval base. Seeing the naval base, and E remembered the head of Jerry in his storage bag. After Martha killed Jerry, and he kept his head because he recalled that Jerry was a pirate with a bounty of 75 million berries. This meant that if he handed him over to the Navy, he could receive 75 million berries. This was a significant amount of money for an E, as he had very little left from selling alcohol. Now, and he was in urgent need of money. As for whether there was any money on Jerry's ship, and he could only chuckle. He had searched the pirate crew's ship thoroughly and found that they were poorer than he was. So, and he decided to let Martha and Sun Yin stay on the ship while he went to the naval base to exchange for money. And he took a box out of the storage bag. Inside was Jerry's head. He didn't want Jerry's head to stain the other things in the storage bag red. So he put in the box. When he arrived at the entrance of the naval base, and he was stopped by 2 naval soldiers. "What are you doing at the naval base?" And he said, "I took down a pirate and brought his head to exchange for the bounty." The Navy soldiers were not surprised by the idea of exchanging a pirate's head for money. With the onset of the Great Pirate Era, the number of pirates was increasing, and their strength was growing as well. The Navy had to protect civilians while also garrisoning key islands, which made it quite difficult in terms of manpower. As a result, bounty hunters appeared in large numbers. With their participation, the Navy not only saved a significant amount of manpower, but also reduced many losses. Of course, the cost was a large sum of money, but with the world government footing the bill, the Navy was happy to see a surge of bounty hunters. "You took down that pirate?" He said his name was Jerry, and the bounty seems to be 75 million belly. "What? You took down Stinky Weasel Jerry?" Upon hearing Yi's words, 2 Navy soldiers exclaimed loudly. Their loud voices attracted the attention of many other sailors. "What? That Stinky Weasel Jerry was actually taken down? How is that possible? Last time, Major Gilbert led 3 warships and couldn't catch Jerry, and yet he managed to take him down? No way, he looks so young. It's questionable if he's even 20. How could he possibly take down Jerry? It can't be a case of having the same name, right?" And he didn't respond to the Navy's discussions. He simply opened the box. When the sailors saw Jerry's head inside the box, they finally stopped doubting. In the end, and he received 30 million belly from the Navy. It wasn't that the Navy withheld his bounty, but according to the bounty notice, only capturing Jerry alive would yield 75 million belly. Killing him would only result in half. And he has always wondered what the point of live capture is. Locking up these pirates costs money and effort. It would be simpler to just take them out with a bullet. But who are they to refuse when the Navy is the one paying? They can only follow orders. As for the other 5 million, that's just tax revenue. And he could only sigh. It was really dark, as he suddenly lost 5 million berries. However, he was glad that he still had 30 million berries left. How should he spend this money next? He exchanged Jerry's head for the 30 million berries and immediately prepared to spend it. He planned to upgrade his ship with this money. After all, sailing at sea can be life-threatening if something goes wrong with the ship one is aboard. Especially since among the 3 of them, he was a devil fruit user, and Marcia was a robot weighing over 1,000 pounds. If they fell into the water, it would be a one-way trip down. So, the ship was like his second life. One cannot afford to be poor when it comes to a ship. In fact, and he wasn't very satisfied with the current ship. Firstly, it was too small, only a little over 10 meters long. At that time, he didn't have money and could only buy a ship this size, and even then, it was the result of a discount from the seller. However, since he didn't have many crew members right now, he didn't need a very large ship. Actually, it was mainly because he was broke and had no money, and he also had plans for upgrading the ship. First, he wanted to improve its attack power. Moreover, the previous battle with Jerry made an E realize that the combat capability of his ship was too weak, as there wasn't a single cannon on board. Although these cannons are not very useful against strong opponents, they would at least give an E and his crew the ability to destroy enemy ships. Once they lost their ship at sea, they would be at a disadvantage. After all, the 2 crew members on his ship were sharpshooters, and using only rifles seemed a bit of a waste of their talents. And he also plans to install iron armor on some critical parts of the ship to increase its defense. At the same time, he will change the internal structure of the ship, build compartments, and add watertight holds to enhance the ship's buoyancy. Additionally, he intends to equip the ship with an extra power system because an E has realized that relying solely on sails is too slow. He is well aware that the speed of Navy warships surpasses that of most pirate ships, as Navy warships are steamships. This is also why most pirates cannot outrun the Navy. After all, their ships are not as good, and he intends to install an extra power system on his ship. As for the power source, and he has already thought it through, it will be electric power. As for who will carry out these modifications, it will certainly be Martha, as she is a robot with a vast amount of knowledge stored in her memory. If all this knowledge is fully utilized, it could fundamentally change the entire world of One Piece. Modifying a ship is not a difficult task. Oh, by the way, besides modifying a ship, there's one more thing that must be bought, a larger refrigerator. As his food intake increases, without a refrigerator for preservation, food can easily spoil. Having thought about these things, and he starts heading to the trading market on the island to purchase the necessary items. So expensive. Why don't you just rob it? Customer, you must speak with a clear conscience. What I sell is already quite cheap. No, I haven't seen prices this high on other islands. You aren't trying to extort me just because I'm an outsider, are you? In the trading market, an E is arguing with a shop owner in front of store. It turns out an E came to buy steel and discovered that the price of steel here is double that of the small island he was on before. Customer, let me tell you, the reason our steel is so expensive is actually because of the pirates. An E curiously asked, oh, is it related to pirates? Our island is the largest nearby, plus there's a Navy station here. So the population is large, and shipwrights who repair boats gather here. If pirates want to fix their ships, they can only come here. Often, pirates don't raise their Jolly Roger. Therefore, the Navy can't prohibit steel trading, which is why they decided to double the price of steel. This way, although they can't catch the pirates, they can make them spend more money. Upon hearing this, an E was speechless. The Navy on this island really knew how to play the game. He wondered who came up with this idea. Not being able to catch pirates, but still profiting from them? Fine, I'll buy it. Although the price was steep, and he had no choice but to pay up for the ship modifications. Meanwhile, far away in Marineford, Sengoku received a phone call. You say someone took out that notorious skunk, Jerry? Yes, Admiral Sengoku. Have you found out who it was? We inquired, and the person's name is an E, under 20 years old. After investigation, we didn't find any evidence of him being a pirate, but we couldn't uncover any other information. All right, I understand. Sengoku took out a document, opened it, found Jerry's name, and drew a large cross over Jerry's file. He then handed the document to a nearby biological shredder, a goat, to destroy it. Sengoku muttered to himself, who could have taken out Skunk Jerry? Sengoku didn't believe an E was responsible for Jerry's demise because Jerry had a bounty of 75 million berries. This bounty was not a small amount in the first half of the Grand Line, and Jerry was a devil fruit user who was quite cunning. With his abilities, he could have gone to the New World long ago, but he lingered in the first half. The Navy had sent forces to encircle him multiple times, but each time they were thwarted by his powers. It was likely that Jerry's crew encountered another pirate crew and was wiped out, and they found an ordinary person to claim the bounty. This kind of behavior was not uncommon. Pirates often killed each other, and the winning side would take not only the defeated side's treasures, but also their bounties. However, when claiming a bounty, they usually looked for someone with no criminal record in the Navy. It was normal for Sengoku to think this way, mainly because an E had never taken action before. So before this incident, an E was clean in the Navy's eyes. Additionally, and he was quite young, after all at this time, the four emperors had not yet appeared, and 75 million berries was already a considerable amount in the first half of the Grand Line. Thus, the Navy missed the best opportunity to curb an Yi's rise, which Sengoku would often regret later. Back to an E, after purchasing the necessary materials, he returned to the dock. For the next half-month, an E stayed at the dock, waiting for the ship modifications to be completed. However, as the completion of the modifications progressed, an E faced two problems. The first was that he couldn't buy any cannons on the island. After all, this was considered heavy weaponry, and it was normal not to find any. The second problem was that an E was out of money because the cost of purchasing steel was too high, leading to a shortage of funds. Although an E had bought his long-desired large refrigerator, it now only contained ice cubes and air. So, and he was troubled about cannons and food. Originally, and he planned to capture some more pirates or wanted criminals to exchange for money. However, he didn't know if it was his bad luck or if the pirates with bounties were too afraid to show themselves because of the Navy base on the island. Ani wandered around every day without finding a suitable target. After thinking for a long time, Ani finally came up with a solution. Since there were no pirates to help him make money, why not rob the Navy? After all, he planned to become a pirate someday. So what harm would it do to rob the Navy? The Navy base had cannons and food. Moreover, if the Navy hadn't set the price of steel so high, would he be in such a financial bind? So this wasn't robbery. It was about taking back what belonged to him. With this thought in mind, Ani began to prepare. One night, Ani boldly reappeared at the entrance of the Navy base. However, this time he wasn't there to hand over his head. He was there to rob. And he took out a mask and put it on his face. Although he planned to rob a naval base, he didn't intend to let the Navy know what he looked like. For an E, there was no benefit in becoming famous. After all, the Navy was currently very powerful. The future three admirals had already begun to show their prowess, appearing in the newspapers frequently, while Carp and Sengoku occasionally made big headlines. On the pirate side, although the future four emperors were becoming increasingly powerful, overall, the four emperors were still in the New World. Even though the Navy was strong, it was unable to manage the New World on a large scale. However, the situation was different in the Paradise, through the newspapers over the past few years, and he had fully understood that the Navy had begun to strengthen its management of the first half of the Grand Line. It was likely that the pirates constantly appearing in the New World were putting more and more pressure on the Navy. And he is very clear that the strength of the pirates in the New World is inherently strong. With the rise of Whitebeard, Big Mom, and Kaido, a large number of pirates have joined their ranks. The significant increase in the number of pirates has led to the Navy's territory in the New World being continuously compressed. This allows more pirates to grow stronger, which in turn continues to suppress the Navy, creating a vicious cycle. Therefore, in order to weaken the pirate strength, the Navy has focused its efforts on the first half of the Grand Line, aiming to cut off the blood supply to the New World. So during this time, it is best to develop quietly, to prevent being recognized, and he had Martha make a mask for him to conceal his appearance. And he followed the wall of the naval base until he reached a corner painted with a cat design. Behind this wall was the warehouse of the naval base. Although he planned to rob the Navy, he did not intend to charge in from the front, as that would be too reckless. This 5 or 6 meter wall could not stop an E. He simply jumped over it. And he entered the naval base and first looked around, but did not see anyone. Then he arrived at the outside of the warehouse at the naval base. And he took a deep breath, raised his fist, and shouted, "Iron block." Boom! Then he smashed a hole in the wall with a punch. Following that, he rushed into the Navy's warehouse like a bolt of lightning. Inside the warehouse, there were mountains of food, and he didn't care what ingredients they were. He directly started shoving them into his storage bag. For tonight's operation, and he had emptied his storage bag specifically to carry as much food as possible. At that moment, the noise from an E breaking the wall also alerted the Navy in the base. What's going on? I don't know, but it seems like someone is invading the base. Quick, sound the alarm. The piercing alarm echoed throughout the entire Navy base. Groups of Navy soldiers, disheveled and armed, rushed out of their dorms. Soon, the storage bag was almost full, and E took out a cloak, which was the invisibility cloak from Harry Potter that he had won in a lottery. It was precisely because of this cloak that an E dared to rob the naval base. Although this cloak could not block observation hockey. The prevalence of hockey in the first half of the Grand Line was pitifully low. The naval soldier and E, feeling at ease, put on his cloak before arriving at the warehouse. Bang! The large door of the warehouse was violently slammed open by a group of naval soldiers. The naval soldiers looked at the chaotic warehouse and then at the wall with a big hole, exchanging glances in confusion. Meanwhile, and he was already preparing to steal a few naval cannons. Because most of the Navy at the base were currently inside, searching for intruders. There weren't many people on the walls. This was the perfect opportunity to steal the cannons. Just as an E was about to stuff a cannon into his storage bag, his observation hockey sensed something. However, due to the speed of the threat, and he didn't have time to think and instinctively dodged. He saw a yellow laser pierce through his cloaking cape, and as a result of the damage, the cloak could no longer maintain its invisibility. This caused an E to be exposed. At that moment, multiple lights from the base shone down on him. Look, an intruder on the city wall. Quick, surround the intruder. Exposed to the Navy's eyes, and he was quickly surrounded by a large number of naval soldiers. Then he looked in the direction of a laser and saw a man on the roof of a house in the distance. He was wearing a white striped suit, a wide-brimmed hat, and had a cigarette in his mouth with a slanted expression. One hand was pointing in Yi's direction while the other scratched his head. He said, "How scary, I actually dodged it." When he clearly saw the man's face, he couldn't help but shout in his heart, "Damn it, how did that pervert Kizaru end up here?" Indeed, the one who had just attacked in E was the future undercover agent of the Navy's Internal Revolutionary Army, the uncle of the protagonist Luffy, and the highest combat power of the Navy, known for his timely salary and ability to take down the 4 emperors, Borsellino. Although Yi's current strength was not bad, he could easily handle an ordinary Navy rear admiral with his numerous gadgets. However, against Kizaru, and he had no confidence in escaping. First of all, this guy was a Logia-type devil fruit user, and he only knew how to use observation hockey. He had yet to learn armament hockey, so in a fight, he could only get beaten up. Moreover, Kizaru was definitely the last person he wanted to encounter, considering his incredible speed, making it very difficult for an E to escape. So, then he put on a friendly smile and said, "I just had too much for dinner and came out for a walk. I hope I didn't disturb anyone." Kizaru replied, "I just sensed that you wanted to steal the Navy's cannons." Damn. I forgot that Kizaru not only had a freakish ability, but his hockey must be impressive as well. Ani continued, "Actually, I personally really like cannons, so I want to see what the Navy's cannons look like." Before the word comfort could be spoken, Kizaru shot another laser over. "Damn it, Kizaru, you bastard. Where's your martial ethics?" The reason Kizaru is acting this way is that he was sleeping soundly when a loud noise suddenly woke him up. You have to understand that he hadn't had a proper break for several days while trying to capture the Sun Pirates. Just when he finally managed to fall asleep, he was disturbed by the sound of an E smashing the wall. Anyone would have a bit of a morning temper in this situation. An E cursed in annoyance and took out his slippers, instantly dispersing Kizaru's laser. Gwa! The naval officers watched in disbelief as An knocked away Kizaru's laser with his slippers. So scary. As he said this, Kizaru transformed into light and flashed right beside An. Noticing Kizaru suddenly appear next to him, An used his observation haki to anticipate Kizaru's position and slapped with his slipper. Kizaru did not take the hit from An's slipper. After all, a slipper that could disperse his laser and leave no trace was clearly not an ordinary object. Until he figured things out, Kizaru wouldn't let An's slipper hit him. So, Kizaru temporarily changed his location. Taking advantage of Kizaru's regrouping, An didn't hesitate and turned to run. He had not forgotten that he was still in the naval base. If he delayed too long, the naval forces would only increase. It would be troublesome to escape then. However, An was well aware of Kizaru's abilities, so while he was running, he created multiple areas of varying temperatures behind him. Whoosh whoosh. Kizaru fired multiple lasers at An, but all the lasers merely grazed past him without hitting. An seized this precious opportunity and slipped into the woods. Kizaru looked at his fingers, tilted his head, and touched his chin, muttering to himself, "Strange. Why can't I hit him?" "Lieutenant General Kizaru, aren't you going to pursue him?" A Navy officer beside Kizaru asked. "Ah, no. I'm here to chase the Sun Pirates, not to catch other pirates. You all handle the aftermath here." "I'm going back to sleep," Kizaru replied before disappearing. As someone who slacked off at work and got off work on time every day, Kizaru wouldn't do anything beyond his tasks without overtime pay. And he leaned against a tree, panting heavily. He never expected to encounter Kizaru here. Luckily, his abilities still had some effect. The reason An was able to escape Kizaru's laser was that he used his abilities to change the temperature of the ground. When the ground reaches a high temperature, it causes the air to rise, making the air above the surface thinner. This difference in air density alters the refractive index. Kizaru's laser is also a form of light, which caused his attacks to be refracted. Although the change in trajectory was slight, it was enough for An to dodge with the help of his observation haki. Fortunately, Kizaru did not pursue him. Otherwise, An feared he would end up seriously injured or worse. At that moment, he was also glad he didn't encounter Akainu. Given his actions of robbing a naval base, Akainu would surely have pursued him relentlessly. Looking around, An quickly changed into a different set of clothes and removed his mask. He swiftly returned to his ship. "Captain, you're back. I just heard a loud noise. By the way, did you launch a direct assault on the naval base?" As soon as Ani returned, he was questioned by Sun Yen. "There's no time to say much now. I encountered a tricky guy at the naval base. We can't stay here. We need to leave immediately. Ani doesn't want to stay here any longer. After all, that guy Kizaru is too strong, and I don't know how to use armament haki." "Captain, we can't leave now." And he looked at Sun Yen and asked why. Sun Yen replied, "Captain, you just caused a scene at the naval base and then left right after. Isn't that telling the Navy that you are that person? Yes, if I leave now, it will be like admitting it without being asked. After all, it's night now, and unless there's a special circumstance, no one would choose to leave port at night." And he asked, "So what do you think we should do now?" "It's simple, sleep." After saying that, Sun Yen returned to his cabin. Watching Sun Yen leave, and he could only go back to his own cabin. Just as An had just turned over to get into bed, a commotion erupted outside. It turned out that a large number of Navy soldiers had appeared at the port, and they began inspecting all the ships in the harbor. At the same time, several Navy warships had blockaded the port. However, many ships chose to raise their sails upon seeing the Navy soldiers and warships. Not long after, a battle broke out between the Navy and those ships trying to leave the port. In an instant, the port was filled with the sounds of cannons and gunfire. An quietly stood at the bow of the ship watching. Soon, An figured out the situation. It turned out that the ships trying to leave the port were mostly pirate ships. They were all resting late at night, when suddenly a large group of Navy appeared. And naturally, they thought it was trouble for them. So, they quickly clashed with the Navy. Seeing this, An was grateful for Sun Yen's reminder. Otherwise, he would also be part of the battle against the Navy now. Although he knew that many pirate crews would dock at this island. Due to the presence of a Navy base, no pirate crew would raise their pirate flag. However, since many members of the pirate crews had bounties, these people would definitely be exposed when facing a Navy search. So a large number of pirates thought the Navy intended to capture them, which led to the battle. "You little ones, take down the Navy." "Oh, Capture all the pirates and avenge tonight's humiliation. Oh, watching both the pirates and the Navy with high morale and the sound of gunfire, and he thought, since he couldn't sleep anyway, he might as well be a quiet onlooker. So, and he took out a deck chair, cut a watermelon he had stolen from the Navy base, and began to eat while watching. At this moment, neither the Navy nor the pirates realized that the culprit behind this incident was sitting aside, eating watermelon while watching the show. Sigh, these Navy are really stupid. They could have solved it with guns, but insist on going in for close combat. This Navy's iron block is still in place. Sigh, is this really the right approach? First, sink the pirate ship, then the pirates can't escape. Lure them in. You're a pirate. Why be polite to the Navy? Damn, is it necessary? Your own people are fighting with the Navy, and you fire a rocket without even looking. The key is, you're killing 1,000 enemies but losing 3,000 yourself. Idiots who cuts their own sails. And he was leisurely eating watermelon while casually commenting on the battle between the Navy and the pirates. He didn't care at all that this major clash was sparked by him. Fortunately, the fighting was intense, and neither the Navy nor the pirates hurt him, otherwise, and he would definitely be beaten up by both sides. Soon, more and more Navy ships appeared at the port, gradually suppressing the pirates, especially with the arrival of a large number of warships. The Navy's sudden appearance caught the pirates off guard, and when the Navy ships blockaded the port, most pirate ships hadn't even raised their anchors. They remained docked, becoming live targets for the Navy warships. And the pirates whose ships were destroyed were forced to engage in battle with the Navy. The pirates, fighting individually, were naturally no match for the Navy. Just then, and he heard a voice nearby. Surrender. It's the brawny monk with a bounty of 22 million berries. A Navy soldier rushed toward the pirate who was at least 5 meters tall. However, the pirate remained calm, swinging his massive spiked club and sending the Navy soldier flying. The soldier crashed hard against Yi's ship after being hit, and he only heard a bang, and then he saw a dent in the stern of his ship. Damn, that was my newly modified ship. It made Yi very angry to have trouble come knocking at his door. So, Yi jumped off the ship and approached the pirate from behind. At that moment, the pirate who had just knocked the Navy soldier away arrogantly looked around at the Navy soldiers and shouted, "If you want to catch me, the mighty monk, at least you need a Navy major general to come out." Hearing this, Yi couldn't help but laugh out loud. This was clearly a pirate who had never faced the harsh realities of society, thinking that Navy major generals were as easy to encounter as cabbages. With someone like him, even encountering Kazuru would just mean getting hit by a laser. The carefree laughter caught Monk's attention. He turned around and lowered his head to see Yi and said, "Little one, what are you laughing at?" And he replied, "I'm laughing at someone who doesn't know their own strength. Little one, I wonder if you can take this hit from me." Saying this, he raised the wolf-toothed club in his hand and smashed it down violently. Iron block. And Yi swung the iron block in his right hand and punched the spiked mace. Bang! The massive spiked mace couldn't withstand Yi's punch and was shattered instantly. Then, Yi's fist continued its momentum and smashed into the belly of the opponent. The 5-meter-tall monk was sent flying by Yi's punch. A group of Navy and pirates looked on in amazement as Yi sent the monk flying with just one punch. After throwing the punch, Yi made a graceful turn and returned to his ship. Upon returning, Yi saw Sun Yin leaning against the ship's railing, smoking a cigarette. "Captain, the person you just knocked away seems to be a bounty criminal." Hearing this, Yi paused. That's right, that guy was a bounty criminal. He could have captured him to exchange for money with the Navy. Moreover, due to the war between the Navy and pirates, the bounty criminals who were usually hard to find had all come out. He could easily capture a few more and make some money. However, Yi soon realized he understood too late. The pirates had already been mostly suppressed by the Navy. The pirate he had just knocked away had vanished, probably captured by the Navy. Feeling like he had missed out on a fortune, Yi sat down dejectedly on the side, drawing circles. The next day, Yi was watching Martha taking care of the boat that had been dented last night. At that moment, a group of Navy personnel suddenly appeared. Is this Lord Yi? Looking at the incredible-looking Navy Major General in front of him, Yi suddenly remembered that he seemed to be the Vice Admiral of Kizuru, and his name was probably Stalaberry. An uneasy feeling arose in Ani's heart as he thought, could it be that the Navy has discovered my identity and is here to trouble me? No, it shouldn't be. Otherwise, the Navy wouldn't be so polite to me. Yes, I wonder what the Navy wants with me? Facing the Navy calmly and peacefully, in reality, my heart had already raced to 105. Stalaberry said, "I heard that your excellency defeated the giant monk last night. So we are here today specifically to deliver the bounty." After saying that, I saw Stalaberry take out a stack of berries and hand it to me. He stared blankly at the money in front of him, but he quickly reacted, took the money, and said, it's nothing, nothing at all. Fighting against pirates is what we should do. You Navy folks are really too polite. The group watching Annie take the money couldn't help but complain inwardly. You really aren't polite at all. Stoloberry continued. I also heard that you killed the stinky skunk Jerry, right? Yes. Well then, I wonder if you, Lord and E, would be interested in joining our Navy. You know, we would fully cultivate outstanding talents like you. I refuse. Stoloberry was momentarily taken aback by Yi's response. It wasn't that there was anything wrong with Yi's answer, as not everyone wants to be a Navy officer. He just didn't expect an E to refuse so decisively. However, he didn't push any further and said, I will be leaving today. If you ever want to become a Navy officer, you can sign up at the base on the island. I've already spoken to the Navy there, and they will agree. All right, if I want to become a Navy officer in the future, I'll go. Then I bid you farewell. You too, take care. And he firmly rejected the Navy's recruitment. After all, he had taken down a celestial dragon. If this matter leaked in the future, it would be much harder for the Navy to catch him out at sea. Who knows when he might get sold out by the Navy if he joined. Stoloberry just mentioned that they would be leaving today, which meant that Kizuru would also be leaving, and that was good news for an E. Although an E had covered his face with a mask last night. Who knows if Kizaru might recognize him based on his body shape. However, now that he had some money, an E quickly used his observation hockey to sense it and found that there were 22 million berries, meaning the Navy didn't collect a single berry in tax this time. Having observation hockey is so convenient. He didn't even have to count the money himself. Just then, Sun Yin reached out a hand and took a stack of money from an E, saying, I'm going to buy some tobacco, leaves, and alcohol. And he watched Sun Yin's back and said, smoking and drinking every day, what about health? Just then, another person snatched a stack of money from Yi's hand. And he looked at Martha, who was taking the money, and said, Sun Yin uses money to buy cigarettes and alcohol. But Martha, what does a robot need money for? Martha replied seriously, in light of the captain's failed operation yesterday, I have decided to purchase materials to make artillery myself, so I need this money. Oh, and he said, just tell me what materials you need, and I'll go buy them. No, based on the captain's previous purchasing behavior, I analyzed and found that the captain was being overcharged. The price of steel on this island is indeed higher than on other islands, but only about 30% higher, not 100%. And he looked at Martha in shock and said, why are you only telling me such an important thing now? Martha glanced at an E and replied, you didn't ask. An E waved goodbye to Martha, feeling a sense of nostalgia, realizing that robots are indeed rigid. Then, he checked the remaining money and found that there were only less than 300,000 belly left. Sigh, money really disappears quickly, although the more than 20 million belly he had just received had dwindled to just a few 100,000 in the blink of an eye. However, today was a good day for an E, as it was time for the monthly 10 consecutive draws again. An E returned to the cabin, closed the door, and began preparing for the draw. Start the draw. Congratulations to the host for winning a dozen napkins. Congratulations to the host for winning a sausage machine gun. 3006 caliber. Congratulations to the host for winning a remarkable item, the ship spirit of the battleship Yukikase. This 10 consecutive draws yielded 2 special items, while the others were mostly unremarkable. One of them was a machine gun, the sausage machine gun. Anyone slightly familiar with the history of World War I weapons would know the name of this gun, the sausage light machine gun, known as a rifle that can fire continuously. Of course, in reality, the sausage light machine gun isn't as bad as people say. The original French version just had issues like heavy recoil, magazines easily getting dirt in them, and shell ejection windows being prone to jams. What was truly frustrating was actually the batch that used American caliber bullets, which is exactly what was drawn this time. Because to conform to the American ammunition caliber at the time, the French had to change the caliber of the sausage light machine gun. However, changing the caliber of a weapon isn't as simple as just swapping out the barrel. It involved a series of other issues, and the Americans, who were eager to take credit, clearly didn't have time to wait. So they simply replaced the barrel, which led to even more problems with the already unfriendly sausage. The most prominent being shooting continuity. It often jammed after firing just 2 rounds. Looking at the shimmering sausage pattern, if he wasn't knowledgeable, he might have thought this was a golden weapon. The other item was the only extraordinary item from this 10 consecutive draws, the ship spirit of the battleship Yukikase. System. What is this ship spirit? System. Everything has a spirit, and nothing is an exception, including ships. However, it is extremely difficult for a ship to manifest a ship spirit. This ship spirit can easily allow any ship to manifest a ship spirit. System. I want to ask, what benefits does a ship have after acquiring a ship spirit? System. Of course there are benefits. When a ship possesses a ship spirit, Even if there are no crew members on board, if the ship is damaged, it will perform some simple repairs. In times of danger to the crew, it will also act on its own and appear beside the crew. At this point, Annie realized that this was just like the ship spirit of the Straw Hat Pirate ship, the Going Merry. Thinking of this, Annie excitedly said, "This is a good thing." Then Annie left and took out the ship spirit. He saw a glowing orb about the size of a ping-pong ball flying around. And E said, "Fuse with the ship spirit." Then the ship spirit merged into Annie's ship. Not long after, a voice appeared in Annie's ear. "The snow wind will protect everyone." Hearing this familiar phrase, Annie suddenly felt that something was wrong. It was at this moment that he noticed the ship spirit's name was Snow Wind. An uneasy inquiry was made to the system. "System, is there any problem with this ship spirit named Yukike's?" The system replied, "No, there's no problem. The name of the ship spirit not only has no drawbacks, but also has benefits, such as special effects brought about by the name carried by the ship spirit." And he asked, "What is the special effect of the ship spirit's name?" Looking at the ship spirit's name, which is the big character's Snow Wind, and he recalled a bizarre experience. During World War II, there was a destroyer with the same name as the ship spirit. It collided with a mine, but the mine was a dud. Then it was hit by a shell, which was also a dud. Finally, it was struck by a torpedo, which was not a dud. But the torpedo was set too deep and passed under the ship. A battleship that needed escort was completely destroyed, while this legendary battleship remained unscathed. Thinking of this, and he couldn't help but swallow hard and asked, "Ship spirit, do you have any special effects? I can protect all crew members during naval battles. Then what happens if there are allied ships fighting alongside us?" And he asked another question. After all, the strength of Yukike's back then was that even when all her teammates were wiped out, she was still fine. Of course, they all ended up finished. Upon hearing this answer, and E expressed, "Very good. This is very much like Yukike's." And E and the others had been on the island for nearly half a month. The reason for waiting so long was to allow Martha to finish manufacturing the cannons. After seeing the cannons made by Martha, and E expressed great satisfaction, as the cannons were breech-loading, allowing for a fast rate of fire and great power. However, due to the limited size of the ship, there was only one cannon on board. During this time, Sun Yin and Martha developed a good relationship, as both were technical talents. One day, and he finally decided to leave the island. However, before departing, he decided to gather Martha and Sun Yin to discuss a few matters. "I have decided we're going to be pirates, but as pirates, we need to come up with a name for our pirate crew, and our ship also needs a name." Sun Yin, while smoking and drinking, said, "You guys decide, I'm fine with anything." Ani glanced at Martha, and well, as a robot, Martha showed no reaction at all. "Sigh." And he sighed, looking at the task of naming. It seemed he could only ruminate on alone. Ani thought for a moment and decided to name the pirate crew. The Easy Pirate Crew, the Sun Yin Pirate Crew, the Marcia Pirate Crew. These names lack a sense of dominance. How about naming the pirate crew based on some characteristics? What traits do these people have? Well, not much. Then let's call it the Multiverse Pirate Crew. And he nodded and said, it's okay. Then he realized that it seemed like the system had just said that. And E said, "System, was it you just now?" "Yeah. Why did you appear? Why can't I appear? I'm also a part of the pirate crew." It seems like what the system said makes sense. "Host, look, I've even designed the pirate flag." And he looked at the pirate flag designed by the system. In the center was a skull, and behind the skull was a wheel with the words 10,000 realms on either side. And he thought the pirate flag designed by the system was acceptable. Since he couldn't come up with anything better himself, he decided to go with this one. So, he asked Marcia to draw the pirate flag. Then, and he began to think about what to name his ship. After a long time, he still couldn't come up with a good name. At this moment, Marcia had already finished drawing the pirate flag. Looking at the completed pirate flag, and E said, "Let's raise the pirate flag." Marcia followed in Yi's command and raised the pirate flag. Watching the flag fluttering in the wind, and E smiled. Suddenly, and he felt many water columns erupting around the ship, and he looked around and realized that their ship was still in the harbor. Moreover, due to the battle between the Navy and pirates half a month ago, the Navy had not relaxed its guard over the port. Raising the pirate flag in broad daylight was not just asking for death. It was openly slapping the Navy in the face. "Quick, we need to leave immediately." And he shouted as he regained his composure. "Fire! Sink that pirate ship! These damned pirates dare to raise their flag in front of us. They clearly don't take the Navy seriously. Fire! Hurry and fire!" The Navy at the port was going crazy in broad daylight. A ship was openly raising a pirate flag in a heavily guarded area by the Navy, which was a provocation to the Navy. If they didn't sink that pirate ship, the Navy would lose face. Boom, boom, boom. The Navy's artillery fired round after round at the ship where an E was located. Numerous water columns surrounded an ES ship. However, an ES ship was not hit. An E and his crew were frantically trying to start the ship. An E originally wanted to use observation hockey to block the cannonballs, but he found that the Navy's cannonballs seemed to only land around his ship. Just as he sensed that a cannonball was about to hit his ship, another cannonball actually struck it, and the two cannonballs exploded in midair. Soon, the ship was ready to sail, and Martha started the ship's propeller. With the propeller's thrust, the ship began to move, gradually picking up speed. At that moment, the Navy warships that had been patrolling the harbor also began to turn their guns, preparing to intercept an Yi's ship. At this moment, two naval warships are positioned on either side, ready to block the port exit. A naval officer on one of the ships shouts, "Main turret, aim." The turret has malfunctioned and cannot move the cannon. Seeing the rapidly moving vessels, the officer immediately says, "Prepare the secondary guns." Bang! At that moment, the entire warship suddenly tilts severely. What happened? The warship has run aground. How could it run aground in the port? It's not a reef. It crashed into a previously sunk pirate ship. The grounded warship clearly cannot continue to intercept the target. After all, the entire ship is severely tilted. Meanwhile, on the other warship, the Navy is also preparing to fire at the target. Cannons ready, fire. Although the order was given and the turret was not stuck, the cannons on the ship did not fire. A naval officer asked, "Why aren't we firing?" "Not good. The gunpowder on the ship has gotten damp." "What? Are you saying all of it? How could the gunpowder get damp?" "When it rained last night, the gunpowder magazine door wasn't closed properly, allowing rainwater to enter." "What about the bow turret?" "There should still be shells inside." "Turn the ship around, face the enemy, and fire to sink them." "Yes." Soon, the remaining naval warship turned around and aimed the bow turret at the target. Fire. Boom, boom, boom. The cannon barrel in the middle of the bow turret actually exploded. The huge explosive force destroyed the other two cannons as well. The explosion then ignited the gunpowder in the turret, flipping the entire turret over. What happened? How could a cannon explode? Damn it. Those cannon makers should be executed. "Major, the cannon has exploded. The enemy is not far from us." Looking at the pirate ship just a few hundred meters away, the major said, "Ram into it." "Major, you mean ram into it?" "Yes, ram into it. Our warship is larger than theirs. We can definitely sink them. In the name of the Navy's justice, we absolutely cannot let them leave the port." "Understood." And he watched as the naval warship charged straight towards his boat. It was clear that the Navy wanted to collide with his ship, and he didn't want to collide with the naval warship. He knew that although his ship had been modified, the warship was much larger than his vessel. Just as an E was planning to steer the ship away from the warship, he suddenly noticed that the warship had deviated from its course. What was going on? Why had it veered off course? "Major, the ship's rudder has malfunctioned. We can't control the direction." "Careful, there's a ship ahead." Bang! Leisurely staring at the warship that was about to collide with him, it just brushed past and then crashed into a nearby merchant ship. And he looked back and saw that the other naval ships were already moving, and it was clear that they could no longer catch up with him. The two warships that had been patrolling the port had now lost their operational capabilities. He hadn't done anything but had thrown the Navy into chaos. He didn't think it was his fault, and he turned his gaze to the ship beneath his feet. He clearly remembered that the ship's spirit's name was Yukike's. Feeling at ease, and he was surprised at how powerful the snow wind was. With this thought, and he finally came up with a good name for his pirate ship. Good luck. He then stood at the stern of the ship and shouted, "I am a captain of a multiverse pirate crew. My name is an E, and my pirate ship is called Good Luck." The Navy and the port gritted their teeth, watching the departing Good Luck, and heard in Yi's voice. This was like rubbing the Navy's face in the dirt repeatedly. At that moment, several reporters in the port captured the scene of an E leaving. "What? Say that again." "Marine Ford, Marine Admiral's office. The current Marine Admiral, Steelbone Kong, received a phone call. However, the contents of the call made him furious. As soon as he hung up, he ordered, "Immediately gather the personnel. I have important matters to discuss." "Sengoku, do you know why the Admiral has called us together this time?" "Oh, Akainu, you're back so soon, but I don't know either." "Huh," Kizuru said, "it's meeting time, get your act together." So scary. At that moment, Steelbone Kong appeared in the conference room. Upon entering, he placed a newspaper on the conference table. "Everyone, take a look. This is today's freshly printed newspaper." Everyone present, with ranks no lower than Rear Admiral, had good eyesight. They quickly browsed the contents of the newspaper. "Sengoku, this time, our Navy has lost face. Akainu, such pirates should be completely eradicated. Kizaru, are pirates nowadays this terrifying? Akiji, let us hear everyone has thoughts." What should we do about this incident? Allowing pirates to openly raise their flag and set sail from a port where the Navy is stationed, with hundreds of Navy soldiers and multiple warships failing to intercept them. And more importantly, the other side didn't fire a single shot and left the heavily guarded port just like that. Sengoku, Admiral, I have already looked into this multiverse pirate crew in detail. They should be a newly established pirate crew, and currently, we can only confirm 3 members, with only the name of the captain and E known. However, I have investigated thoroughly. The reason this pirate crew could leave the port is not because of their strength, but rather due to sheer luck. One of the warships responsible for interception ran aground, and another lost control due to malfunction, which allowed the pirates to escape. However, the person named E, I have had people investigate him. He defeated a pirate with a bounty of 22 million berries during the battle at Taki Island more than half a month ago, so his strength is somewhat notable. Additionally, there are rumors that he killed the stinky weasel Jerry, who had a bounty of 75 million berries. However, there is no evidence to confirm the kill of Jerry, and it is still under investigation. Steel Bone Kong looked at Sengoku and asked, "What do you mean?" I believe we should not issue a bounty that is too high for him. After all, his strength is unknown, and the impact of this incident is too severe. We cannot encourage this kind of atmosphere. However, his actions have already made our Navy lose face. Therefore, we should send personnel from headquarters to capture him, preferably sending a rear admiral. Steel Bone Kong said, "For the capture operation of the multiverse pirate crew, let's send 3 rear admirals to ensure absolute success. As for the bounty, Sengoku, how much do you think is appropriate?" Sengoku held up 5 fingers and said, "This amount." Agreed. Okay. Captain, come quick. You're in the newspaper. As soon as an E heard that he was in the newspaper, he immediately ran over, eager to see how much the Navy had put on his head. After all, he had set sail right under the Navy's nose with great swagger. And he casually picked up the newspaper and saw that the headline on the front page was about the incident where he left right under the nose of the Navy. Those unscrupulous reporters even used the Navy's shame as the title to describe the event. What is more critical is that someone witnessed the entire process and detailed how the Navy let him escape. And he read through it and found the writing quite good. After seeing the media reports about his glorious deeds, and he began to check his bounty. The first thing he noticed was the nickname the Navy had given him. Lucky and E. Ha! A person of my strength actually got a nickname related to luck. How ridiculous. But upon further reflection, being able to easily escape from the encirclement of a large number of Navy soldiers really does have to do with luck. Except the luck doesn't belong to me, it belongs to my ship. Forget it. Let's see what my bounty is. That bastard in the Navy set my bounty. On an Yee's wanted poster, the bounty section clearly started with a 5, but it wasn't 50 million, nor 5 million, but 50,000 berries. Achoo! Far away in Marineford, Sengoku rubbed his nose and muttered, "Could it be that the crane is thinking of me? Oh, shameful, despicable, useless, incompetent." Ani was lying on the ship's railing, cursing and crying. New World, Moby Dick of the Whitebeard Pirates. Ha ha ha. Dad, come and see. This lucky Ani has only a bounty of 50,000 berries. Is this little bounty meant to make me laugh to death? Ha ha ha. Whitebeard raised a large bowl of and drank it down, saying, "Marco, don't underestimate this Ani. He's definitely not simple." The members of the Whitebeard Pirates, who were still laughing, all looked at Whitebeard. They knew very well that for their dad to say the words, "not simple," it was enough to indicate that the other party must have something worthwhile. Not for any other reason, but because the one saying this was Whitebeard, Edward Newgate, the strongest group in the New World. Big Mom Pirates. Mama, look at today's newspaper. 50,000 bounty, nothing to pay attention to. Beast Pirates. Bring the... Lord Jin, Captain Kaido, is drunk again. Should we continue serving? Continue. Jin glanced at Ani's bounty notice on the newspaper and said, "What a pity." Then he forcefully ignited and burned the newspaper. Great route, first half. Red Hair Pirates. Captain, let's recruit this guy. His luck seems pretty good. We've just been through so many bad things. If we have him, maybe our luck will change? Ha ha ha. Red-haired looked at Ani's face on the newspaper and asked, "Beckman, what do you think about bringing him into the pirate crew?" Not good. Red-haired asked in surprise. Why? He made the Navy lose face. The Navy won't let him go easily. Don't look at his current low bounty. It's all because the Navy wants to handle his case quietly. I'm sure the Navy has already dispatched a large force, sending powerful personnel to capture him. So I think we don't need to recruit him on board. After hearing Beckman's words, Red-haired shook his head in regret and said, "What a pity. I hope his luck can still be good. Boys, the banquet is on." Oh, thus, Ani made his first appearance in the newspaper, attracting worldwide attention. However, at this time, most people still regarded Ani as just a lucky little pirate. And no one would have thought that he would become one of the 5 strongest pirates in the world in the future. At this moment, Ani and the others arrived at the next island, and their rapid arrival was also related to Martha's modifications to the ship. The electrically powered propeller made the Fortune ship speed several times faster than ordinary ships that relied on sails, and it was also unaffected by wind direction. And E and others landed on a new island and found that it seemed to be uninhabited. And E plans to supplement some food and water, and to repair the ship. Once the recording pointer's magnetism is fully charged, he will set sail for the next destination. However, before embarking on the exploration of the islands, and he decides to use the 2 character summoning cards he possesses. During this time, he has realized that he has embarrassed the Navy, and they will definitely not let him go. Martha and Sun Yin can handle some ordinary Navy personnel without any problems. However, once a powerful Navy appears, they will be in great danger. Therefore, and he wants to expand his strength and summon more personnel. And he took out 2 character summoning cards and placed them on the ground, saying, "Start summoning." Soon, a familiar scene reappeared, but this time, the first thing that appeared was a figure on all 4s. Woof! A dog's bark echoed, and he quickly saw the creature that had appeared. It was indeed a dog. "Congratulations, host! You have summoned from the game Red Alert, the Soviet faction, a husky police dog." Winky face. Ani watched the husky circling around him, sticking out its tongue and spinning nonstop, and he immediately roared at the system. "System, come out for a moment. Why did the character summoning card summon a husky?" The system replied, "I told you, the character summoning card will randomly summon characters from anime, movies, and games that the host knows, but don't forget, many anime and games do not have humans. So it's not strange for a husky to appear." Ani understands the system's meaning, which is that the card can summon any character or anything else. As long as it exists, it can appear. Ani looked at the wise eyes of the husky and then glanced at his wooden pirate ship. He thought about which pieces of furniture on the ship could withstand the husky's torment, and he began to consider whether he should take this husky on the boat. After all, the husky's talent is destruction. It probably wouldn't have a problem with even a reinforced concrete house, so dismantling a boat should be no difficulty at all. So cute. However, at this moment, Sun Yin had already stepped forward to pet the husky's head. The husky clearly didn't like being petted, but when it saw Sun Yin pointing a gun at its head, it obediently laid down on the ground, allowing people to touch it. This husky seemed quite smart. Maybe it could stay? At this time, another character summoning card had also completed its summoning. Again, it was not a human. A wolf. Congratulations to the host for summoning a creature from the anime Ling Cage. A snake dog, the Devourer Beast. Oh wow, this is much more useful than the previous husky. The Devourer Beast, from the Chinese anime Ling Cage, is a peculiar monster. It has a lizard-like body and 6 legs, and its strongest feature is its near immortality. It's not that the Devourer Beast cannot be killed, but the difficulty in killing it is extremely high. To kill the Devourer Beast, one must destroy the core spirit within its body, but this core moves around inside the Devourer Beast, even if the core is attacked. As long as the Devourer Beast can absorb life essence in a short time, it can quickly recover. Other attacks will at most cause the Devourer Beast to enter a temporary dormant state, from which it can recover. Although this time the summons were not humans, it was still acceptable. At least it didn't T-summon a character like Pleasant Goat. Looking at the Devourer Beast with its mouth open and looking around, Ani slowly approached it. He petted the Devourer Beast and found that it did not dislike him. So Ani suddenly climbed onto the back of the Devourer Beast. He gave the snake dog a pat on the rear and shouted, "Go." The snake dog took off into the woods with an E. The sound of tranquility came from afar, and I went to explore the island while you all stayed safely on the shore. Soon, under the swift running of the snake dog, I quickly moved through the woods. However, I soon discovered something strange on the island. I had been advancing in the forest for quite a while, but not to mention a single animal. I hadn't even seen a bird. Yet, the trees on the island were lush and dense, which made me immediately alert. I activated my observation hotkey to prevent any unexpected situations. After some time of moving forward, I arrived at a peak where I could see the entire island. At this moment, I spotted a town on the other end where the Luck ship was docked. So, I decided to investigate. Soon, I arrived in the town, but I found it completely deserted, with the streets in disarray. Most of the doors and windows of the houses were destroyed, and some walls had large, deep dents. Ani picked up an apple from the ground. The apple was still very fresh, with plump skin, and the houses in the town were quite tidy, making it look like it wasn't an abandoned small town. Could have been raided by pirates? And he was filled with doubts, so he took out his flip-flops and became fully alert. He pushed open the door of a house and saw various items scattered all over the floor. Before long, and he dismissed the possibility of pirates having raided the place. He noticed that all the houses in the town and the food on the streets were still intact. If food was not appealing, then the pirates would definitely not have overlooked the gold and jewels in the houses. However, all the valuables in the entire town remained, and then he even saw a spot on the street where a large amount of money was scattered everywhere. More importantly, and he did not find any bloodstains or signs of a struggle in the entire town, but he did notice many drag marks. These drag marks were visible all over the ground in the town, and all of them led to a nearby forest. And he held up his slippers, his eyes fixed intently on the traces leading into the woods, contemplating whether he should go in and take a look. Rationality told him not to enter, but his curiosity was hard to resist. After all, the entire town was deserted, and all the clues pointed toward the woods ahead. After thinking for a while, and he decided to explore the woods. Due to the need to record pointers, they had to stay on this island for a while. For the sake of future safety, it was essential to figure out what had happened on the island. So, he followed the drag marks into the woods. Along the way, he was on high alert, his senses fully engaged. He slowly made his way deeper into the woods, where the silence was eerily unsettling. There were no sounds of animals, and he couldn't sense any snakes, insects, mice, or ants. Eventually, he arrived at a deep pit in the woods, where he discovered the townspeople. However, they had all lost their breath, and he inspected the corpse beside him. After examining it, he found no wounds on the body, but all the corpses appeared normal, without any signs of paleness or blueness. And he asked the snake dog to come over. The devourer beast can absorb the life essence of humans, and he wanted the snake dog to check if these corpses still had any life essence. The snake dog approached, sniffed the corpses, and then shook its head. Clearly, there was no life essence left in the corpses, and he looked at the corpse in the deep pit and said, "Although I don't know what happened, I can't stand you being left to rot in the wilderness like this. I'll help you with it." After saying this, he raised his left hand to activate his ability and began to absorb the temperature from the deep pit. Soon, the body became stiff due to the rapidly dropping temperature, and before long, it formed an ice mountain. And he took a deep breath and smashed the iceberg into shards with a slipper. Then, he used his right hand to unleash high temperatures, disinfecting the entire deep pit with heat. Finally, when a layer of crystals appeared on the ground, and he stopped, he looked at the processed deep pit and bowed to it. After that, he turned and left the woods with the devourer beast, since he had finished dealing with the corpse, and he planned to move the gold, silver, jewelry, and food from the town onto his ship. After all, there were no living people left in the town. Just after he left the deep pit for a while, a shard that had splashed out when an E smashed the iceberg began to melt after some time. This piece, which had returned to a flesh state, suddenly sprouted a small vine that burrowed into the soil and started to grow rapidly. In just a few minutes, the vine, which was only a few millimeters long, transformed into a massive entity several dozen meters long. And he did not notice any of this. He was still humming a tune while scavenging for valuables in the town. Bang! Ani pushed open the door of a large house, only to see a different scene. Inside the house, there were numerous tables and chairs creating obstacles, presumably intended to block something. However, from traces left at the scene, it was clear that it had failed. Ani climbed over the obstacles made of tables and chairs, and walked up the stairs. Unlike the first floor, all the windows on the second floor were broken, and the walls were riddled with bullet holes from gunfire, as well as marks left by swords and knives. It seemed that the people in the town had put up a fierce resistance here. However, there were no bloodstains on the ground, only some withered vines, and he continued to search the rooms. As a result, he still did not find anyone in any of the houses. Finally, when he opened the door to the last room, he found that this room was different from the other messy rooms. Apart from the broken window, there was no damage elsewhere. And he saw a diary on the table near the window. Ani opened the diary and started reading. The owner of this diary is named Nia, and she is a waitress at a restaurant on the island. The earlier part of the diary consists of some daily events, such as who dined at the restaurant without paying and ended up getting beaten, who had a free meal and then ran away, and who confessed their feelings to her today, among other things. The change from before began on August 21st. Ani estimated that it happened about 10 days ago. On August 21st, the weather was clear. Today, I heard that several people went missing in the woods, but the mayor has already organized a search party. Probably just lost their way. But these people are really dumb. How can they get lost so close to town? August 22nd. Something happened. The townspeople who went into the woods to look for the missing people also disappeared, including Phil, who had invited me to dinner. I was planning to accept his confession. August 23rd. It is said that several households near the woods disappeared last night, Their belongings are still inside, but the doors and windows are damaged. Some people in town say a ferocious beast has appeared in the woods, and the mayor is preparing to organize a group with weapons to kill the beast. I think it won't be long before the town can return to normal. August 24th. Oh my God, there was gunfire in the woods for a long time last night. But no one came out of the woods. Some people on the island are preparing to leave. I don't know if I should leave. After all, a boat ticket is not cheap and will cost me several months' salary. August 25th. Great. Nothing happened last night, and my restaurant has reopened. However, Ani then discovered that there was no record for the 26th, and it went directly to the 27th. What should I do? The woods have turned into a monster, and they have attacked the whole town. Now the remaining people in the town are all here. All the boats sank last night. We cannot leave this island, and I don't know if we can survive until tomorrow. Last night we repelled the monster's attack, but it was useless. The monster is not afraid of bullets. And if we cut it, it can quickly grow back. It keeps attacking. We fought desperately, and more than half of the people were taken by the monster last night. It's getting dark now, and soon the monster will come out. We have run out of ammunition, and there are hardly any men left. I can already see the writhing body of the monster. The diary ends abruptly here. From this diary, Ani can understand that a monster attacked this town, leading to its destruction. Moreover, this monster seems to only appear at night and does not seem to be afraid of bullets. Thinking of this, Ani looked at the sky and realized it was getting late. He should return to the boat. Martha, be careful. There will be monsters appearing on this island at night. So watch out. Okay. Although Ani didn't know what kind of monster it was, he decided to have Martha keep watch at night. With Martha's various abilities, it shouldn't be difficult to detect the monster. If it weren't for the diary's records, Ani wouldn't want to stay on this island any longer. A night passed without incident. Martha, did you notice anything last night? No monsters were found last night, and the infrared scan shows that there are no warm-blooded animals on the island. Stop. Ease interrupted Martha's next words, and he said, so pay attention and immediately alert me if anything unusual happens. Okay. Ani pushed open the kitchen door and suddenly saw the entire kitchen in disarray, with a layer of white flour spread across the floor. Soy sauce, vinegar, and various seasonings were scattered all over the countertop. The food stored in boxes was bitten and in tatters. The original table now only had 2.5 legs left, and he looked at the Siberian husky lying on the ground, covered in flour. You house-destroying husky. I'm going to get you. Of course, in the end, and he still didn't actually harm the husky. However, while the death penalty could be avoided, there was no escaping the punishment, and he used a fishing rod to lift the husky, suspending it a few meters above the surface of the sea. Due to the morning's demolition incident, and he had named this husky Demolition Husky. Looking at the Demolition Husky dangling from the fishing rod, it showed no signs of remorse. Still panting with its tongue out, gazing at an E with intelligent eyes. Just at that moment, a huge shadow appeared beneath the surface of the sea, and he narrowed his eyes and grasped the fishing rod with both hands. Just when the husky was carefree, a huge fish head suddenly appeared beneath it in the sea. The husky looked at the enormous fish mouth that seemed ready to swallow it whole, and immediately began flailing its limbs wildly. Howl, woof! Just as the sea creature was about to gobble up the husky, and he yanked the fishing rod hard, pulling the husky back onto the boat. Bang! Then Sun Yin shot and killed the not-so-large sea creature, and he looked at the dismantled house dog slumped on the ground, stepped forward to grab it by the scruff of its neck, pointed at it, then pointed at the kitchen, and finally pointed at the corpse of the sea creature. Perhaps understanding An Yi's meaning, the dismantled house dog nodded frantically, its front legs still together, revealing 2 rows of teeth. And he observed its performance and nodded in satisfaction before putting it down. Once it landed, the Demolisher Hal immediately began to obediently patrol back and forth on the ship. For the next 3 consecutive days, nothing happened. Gradually, and he also began to believe that the monster might have left the island. That night, a pink powdery substance began to spread around the Good Fortune ship, and he was sleeping in his room. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and found himself standing beside a road, with a bus rushing past him. He looked up and saw a city in the distance, with billboards on both sides of the road. Cars, supermarkets, girls in stockings by the roadside. Everything felt so familiar. Ani was stunned for a moment. Didn't he time travel? This is Earth. Could it be that everything that happened before was just a dream? But why did it feel so real? And he pinched his arm. It hurt. Could it be that everything before was just a dream or an illusion? Right, he still had the system. System, my foolish host. What do you want from me at this late hour? You're here. System. If I'm not here, what can I do? Foolish host. Have you become stupid? Wait. Since the system is still here, It means I should still be in the world of One Piece. System, you idiot. You're just useless. System, host. You haven't been beaten for 3 days, and now you're trying to tear the roof off. A sound of electric current echoed in Yi's head. Ani suddenly sat up in bed, holding his head. He looked around and realized he was still on the ship, which meant he had just experienced a hallucination. Just then, a loud explosion was heard from outside the cabin, and he quickly took out his slippers and rushed outside. As soon as he came out, he saw dozens of huge vines waving around the Good Luck ship. Meanwhile, Martha was shooting at the vines with her ion cannon. Although Martha's ion cannon was powerful enough to break a vine with a single shot, the vines would reappear in no time. Seeing these vines, and he finally understood that the monster in the diary must be these vines, and the people on this island must have been taken away by them. Martha, stop using the ion cannon. Use the flamethrower. I've already used it, but these vines are too strange. The flamethrower's effect is too small, right? Martha isn't the kind of robot that needs orders. As a product of cutting-edge technology, the Terminator has the ability to self-detect. If the flamethrower was effective, she would have used it already. At this moment, the Devourer beast had also awakened, but faced with these vines thicker than itself, it had no way to deal with them. Meanwhile, the Demolisher was sound asleep on its back, even drooling. Just then, a vine wrapped around Martha. The vine then began to constrict, and the liquid metal surrounding Martha started to be deformed by the pressure. However, the internal metal framework of Martha was extremely hard, and the pressure from the vine had no effect. Instead, Martha used a chainsaw to cut through the vine and escape from the predicament. Looking at these vines, he gripped his slippers and activated his ability to charge forward. With the enhancement of observation hockey, the vines couldn't wrap around an E, while his slippers could precisely hit the vines. Once struck by Yi's slippers, the vines would either turn into fragile ice blocks or ignite directly. This was a new application of Yi's ability, transferring his power to the slippers. When the slippers hit the vines, they would absorb the vine's temperature, turning them into ice blocks or igniting them if they had absorbed a lot of heat. In any case, the extraordinary slippers couldn't be damaged, no matter how Yi twisted or turned them. Once these vines were hit by Yi's ability, they essentially lost the ability to continue moving. Before long, dozens of vines were destroyed by Yi's powers. Just as Yi was about to catch his breath, he saw the nearby forest shaking. And then dozens of vines stretched out again, approaching the Good Luck ship once more. Damn it! Yi cursed loudly and had to re-engage in battle with the vines. After a few minutes, Yi and Marcia managed to repel the attacking vines once again. However, soon a large number of vines reappeared, and Yi realized that if the source of the vines wasn't dealt with, he would have to face an endless onslaught of them. At this rate, although these vines couldn't do anything to him, once he exhausted his strength, he would still end up being entangled by the vines. Ani looked towards the forest in the night, where the vines appeared. If he could destroy the forest, he thought he could solve the problem with these vines. But the current issue was that the vines were attacking them relentlessly, and Sun Yin was still asleep. Martha and he needed to deal with the continuous onslaught of vines and couldn't spare any hands. However, this was not a challenge for Ani. He jumped off the boat, standing next to the Good Luck ship with his left hand on the beach and his right hand tightly gripping a slipper. Then he activated his ability, and the beach became solid, while the surface of the sea began to freeze. At the same time, the absorbed heat continuously infused into the slipper in his right hand. When Ani felt it was about time, he forcefully threw the slipper out. With the tremendous power behind it, the slipper shot towards the forest like a cannonball. Bang bang. All the trees obstructing its path were pierced through, and after penetrating dozens of trees, the slipper finally came to a stop. At that moment, the slipper, carrying a massive amount of heat, instantly released its internal heat. A red semicircle enveloped an area of over 100 meters, and within that semicircle, all the trees and flowers began to ignite. In the blink of an eye, a vast sea of fire appeared in the forest. The flames raged wildly, turning more and more areas into a fiery inferno. Meanwhile, Ani began to create strong winds outside the forest, using the wind to fan the flames, making them grow larger. Although Ani did not know where the vines were hiding, he believed that if he burned down the entire forest, the vines wouldn't be able to continue hiding. Sure enough, under the pressure of the fire, the vines could no longer remain in the forest and started moving towards where Ani was. Boom! A spherical object made up of countless twisted and entwined vines burst out of the sea of fire, detaching the burning parts outside. Then the full form of this vine monster was completely revealed to Ani. Its true form was just a vine with numerous branches growing from it. Upon seeing Ani on the beach, the vine seemed to become particularly furious, as if it were a long-time enemy meeting an adversary. All the vines concentrated and charged towards Ani, and he clenched his left fist and let out a low shout. Iron block. Then he activated his ability and punched out. The vines and Yi's fist met, only to be frozen instantly. In the blink of an eye, the monster was frozen halfway. Crack, crack, boom. And Yi smashed the frozen part to pieces with a single punch, then placed his right hand on the remaining part of the monster and released heat. The high temperature instantly evaporated most of the moisture within its body, and the dried vines were ignited by the intense heat. However, due to the excessive heat, it didn't take long for the vines to turn into a pile of charred material. Looking at the motionless charred remains, and he used his observation hockey to sense it and found that it was not completely dead yet. And he cleaned up the charred material on the outside and was left with a ball of green substance about the size of a fist. And he held the mass of material in his hand and began to engage in dialogue with it. Soon, relying on his proficiency in the language of all realms, and he finally understood what was going on. The previous vine was a plant called moonlight vine, a parasitic plant that only became active at night when there was moonlight. They would move around at night, and when mature, the moonlight vine would produce seeds that would scatter with the wind. When these seeds landed on other plants, they would extend fine tendrils to penetrate the host plant's body and absorb its nutrients for reproduction. The reason it had turned into such a monster was that, when it was still a seed, it had drifted onto a strangely colored fruit. After absorbing that strange fruit, it discovered it had gained a new ability, the ability to significantly increase the value of its tendrils. However, this increase required a large amount of energy. Therefore, it began to hunt animals in the forest because the energy contained in plants was too small compared to that of animals. The humans on the island were captured and killed to be used for energy absorption. And he discovered that the reason there were so many corpses in the deep pit was that its absorption speed was limited, and those corpses had not yet been fully absorbed. Of course, the number of corpses was less than 1/3 of the island's residents. After communicating with the vine monster, Ani had a hypothesis that strange fruit was likely a devil fruit. It was the power of the devil fruit that turned this ordinary vine into a monster capable of destroying a town. After understanding the details, Ani froze it immediately, and then his observation hockey sensed the life force of the vine disappearing. Finally, having dealt with the monster, Ani let out a sigh of relief. However, he suddenly thought of something. Could the skill extraction card also be used on this? Since he had a good number of skill extraction cards, he wouldn't mind wasting one even if he couldn't obtain a skill from this vine. Thus, Ani took out a skill extraction card and placed it on the frozen vine. The card indeed dissipated, indicating that it could perform skill extraction on it. Congratulations to the host for extracting the power of a superhuman-type devil fruit, the value-adding fruit ability, which allows the user to significantly increase the value of a specific material. Seeing that the card had indeed drawn a devil fruit ability, and E was overjoyed. However, at that moment, an E remembered a question. System, can I have another ability? System, the host does not meet the conditions to bear dual abilities and cannot possess two abilities. And E then said, what about the ability I just obtained? System, you can give it to Marcia, but Marcia is a robot. It can't consume the devil fruit. System, but you obtained the ability using a skill extraction card. Ani glanced at Martha, then looked at the abilities he had obtained. He waved to Martha and said, Martha, come here for a moment. He then transferred the extracted skills to Martha. As soon as the words of comfort fell, a golden light shone down on Martha. And E patiently waited by the side, and it wasn't until about 2 minutes later that the light slowly faded away. And he nervously asked, Masha, do you have any feelings? Masha's eyes flashed with a red light as she replied, I have some new data in my central control system. I need to read it again. 3 seconds later, Masha said, the additional data has been read. Beginning the experiment. Masha raised her hands, and the liquid metal began to extend, slowly transforming into 2 long swords over 5 meters in length. Then, Masha manipulated the liquid metal to continuously change into various shapes. Knives, guns, swords, halberds, hammers, and so on. At the same time, she controlled the liquid metal to attack targets dozens of meters away. It was clear that the amount of liquid metal being used exceeded what Masha could carry. Watching this, and he couldn't help but feel relieved that the ability was granted to a plant. If it had been a human, and he couldn't imagine the consequences. After testing the liquid metal, Masha extended a metal rod from her arm. Watching Masha's experiment, and Yi's excitement grew, and his eyes were filled with hope as he thought of a method. Since Masha could increase her liquid metal and super hard alloy, could she also turn 1 piece of gold into 2 or 3? After all, in a world of 1 piece, with all sorts of mysterious devil fruit abilities, The laws of energy conservation could be easily disregarded. Acting on his thought, and he took out a piece of gold the size of a fingernail and handed it to Masha, saying, "Masha, can you make this piece of gold multiply?" Masha took the gold, and in no time, it transformed from one piece into two. Anyi cheated, relieved that he no longer had to worry about running out of money. And in Yi's eyes, Martha was no longer a Terminator, but a money-printing machine capable of creating infinite wealth. Martha, produce more gold. Captain, I've already consumed 0. One of my total battery capacity while creating gold. Should I continue? Hiss. Ani took a deep breath, knowing that the Terminators were equipped with nuclear batteries that could last for decades. Just manufacturing a piece of gold had consumed 0. One of the energy. Seeing that the idea of using Marcia to produce a large amount of gold had fallen through, he could only wait for another opportunity. After all, it wouldn't be good if Marcia ran out of power, as Ani planned to utilize all the scientific knowledge stored in Marcia. Anyway, in the world of One Piece, as long as one has strength, money would never be a problem. Having come to terms with it, Ani felt quite happy. At least Marcia's combat power had seen a significant boost. After dawn, Ani went to the forest that had turned to ashes to look for his sandals, which were still extraordinary items. Moreover, he had used them for over a year, and they were quite comfortable. After spending most of the day, Ani finally found his sandals. When he returned to the lucky ship, Sun Yin was already awake. And he didn't say much. After all, what happened last night was beyond what an ordinary person could handle. If it weren't for his system, he would still be trapped in the illusion created by the vines. Moreover, Sun Yin's greatest role wasn't in combat, but in weapon development. He just didn't have the ability to let her talent shine yet. Back on the good luck ship, Ani first checked the record pointer and found that it would take several more days to fill up. So he decided to do today's lottery first. Today, he had 2 chances to draw. Start. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a character summoning card. Although character summoning cards are precious, and he had seen them before. So he casually opened the second lottery. Congratulations, host. You have obtained an extraordinary level skill bestow. An extraordinary level reward, and it's a skill. The last extraordinary level skill he got was mastery of multiversal languages. He wondered what use this bestow skill would have, and he first checked the skill description. This skill allows its owner to bestow their own skills onto others. However, the bestowed skills are 1 level lower than the owner's, and this skill can only be used 3 times a day. Although this skill has some flaws, and he was incredibly excited just by seeing the skill introduction. According to the description, he could transfer the skills he possesses to others. This means he could potentially grant Haki and the 6 styles to others. Take Haki, for example. While everyone possesses it, the success rate of developing it through personal exploration is not very high. However, with the ability to bestow this skill, as long as he can master Haki himself, he could enable others to possess it, even if he could only do so 3 times a day. But little by little, over the course of a year, he could allow over 1,000 people to have Haki. It's important to note that even among the future Yonko pirate crews, not everyone would have it. Just thinking about his future pirate crew, all possessing Haki, made Ani extremely excited. However, all of this was still just a speculation, and he needed to conduct an experiment. He began to think about who he should use for the experiment. Woof woof. At that moment, and he heard a dog barking and suddenly thought of who to experiment on. He opened the door and saw a Siberian husky bothering a Shijij beast. A smile appeared on Yi's face. The husky, which was jumping around in front of the snake dog, suddenly had its fur stand on end before it could react, and he grabbed it by the scruff of its neck. And he looked at the husky with a smile and said, "Be good. I'm just doing an experiment. If you complete it, I'll reward you with a little fish treat tonight." However, it was clear that the husky didn't want to cooperate. It flailed its limbs wildly, trying to break free from Ani while barking incessantly. Woof woof. Master, no. Your eyes tell me you must have ulterior motives. I don't want to, and besides, I'm a dog. I don't like fish treats. But Ani ignored the husky's struggles and directly used the skill he had acquired. Ani plans to let the Shiba Inu first master the observation Haki. Suddenly, a flash of blue light appeared, and then the Shiba Inu was in a daze for a while. And he saw that Chai Jiaha had stopped moving, so he put it down. Ow-woo-woo. After a while, he noticed Chai Jiaha started to whimper, lying on the deck with its 2 front legs covering its ears. Wong wong wong, however. Not long after, it stood up and began to bark at its surroundings nonstop. The reason for the ease and clarity is definitely due to the successful acquisition of this skill. The 2-horned dog has obtained the observation Haki. However, since it has just acquired the observation Haki, it cannot master it skillfully, making it unable to filter out useless information. It thinks it is hearing with its ears, But in reality, the observation haki perceives things that directly react in the brain. Sun Yan, come here. Captain, what do you need? Sun Yang. I will now grant you the world's top power, observation haki. Sun Yan frowned and said, observation haki? Yes, in this world. You've already experienced the powers of devil fruits and martial arts. Sun Yan nodded, as both of those were possessed by ease. I will now tell you about another powerful ability, which is haki. Haki is divided into 3 types. The more common ones are observation haki and armament haki. With observation haki allowing a person to sense their surroundings. For example, I can dodge bullets not because my reflexes are fast enough, but because observation haki lets me perceive them in advance. Of course, observation haki has more uses. When you develop it to the extreme, you can sense an entire country or briefly foresee the future. You can foresee the future? Yes. Then Captain, you said there are 3 types of haki. What is the 3rd type? The 3rd type is Conqueror's haki. If the first 2 types of haki can be possessed by anyone, then Conqueror's haki is a rare existence among millions. Alright, it's too early to talk about that now. We are unlikely to encounter someone with Conqueror's haki at the moment. Today, I will first let you acquire observation haki. Ease then cast the skill again, granting Sun Yan observation haki. After obtaining observation haki, Sun Yan kept her eyes closed, occasionally frowning. About half an hour later, she opened her eyes and said, so this is observation haki. What a great ability. Seeing Sun Yan's expression, Ease asked, did you master it so quickly? Yes. Hearing Sun Yan's response, Ease felt like he was going to spit blood. It took him over a week to adapt to observation haki, while Sun Yan only took half an hour. Is this what it means to be a genius? But soon, Ease realized that facing a genius like Sun Yan, he, as an ordinary person, should rely on the system's help to improve his strength. However, at the moment, aside from physical qualities, some sword techniques, knife techniques, fist techniques, a few forms of the 6 powers, observation haki, and his own abilities, Ease's capabilities were not top-notch. Especially since he still couldn't use armament haki. Although observation haki makes it harder for him to be hit without armament haki, he would still be taking hits when facing certain enemies. Therefore, Ease wanted to learn armament haki first. After all, with armament haki, he could not only deal with ability users, but also enhance his defensive capabilities. Unfortunately, no one was there to teach him, so he could only figure out on his own for now. However, Ease remembered someone saying that the iron body is a prerequisite for armament haki. Once you learn iron body, it becomes easier to learn armament haki. Thus, Ease decided to practice iron body more during this time to see if he could learn armament haki on his own. While Ease and the others were familiarizing themselves with the new skills on the other side of the island, a pirate ship with a red dragon head and a pair of curved horns approached the town on the island. Captain, there's no one in the town, and there is no food or anything left. At that moment, a young man with red hair stepped off the ship. He looked at the empty town and said, it's strange. I remember this town was very prosperous 3 months ago. Why is there no one now? Captain, do you think it was raided by pirates? Wait a moment. Let me use observation haki to sense. Found it. There's a ship and a few people on the other side of the island. Let's go ask them. This young man was none other than red-haired Shanks. Iron body, and he was repeatedly using the iron block, hoping to learn armament haki through it. Just as he was focused on practicing with the iron block, Sun Yan suddenly raised the 98K in his hand and said, Captain, someone is coming. Upon hearing this, he quickly activated his observation haki, but he found that there was no one within his perception range. And he looked at Sun Yan with a puzzled expression and said, there is no one, right? My observation haki didn't sense anyone. Sun Yan replied, the other party is still a certain distance away from us, about 3,000 meters or so. Ani asked in surprise, can you perceive places 3,000 meters away? Yes. As a sniper, I believe I should have a broad battlefield awareness. Previously, I felt somewhat lacking relying on the scope, but now, with this observation haki, I feel it's even more useful than using my own eyes. Ani remembered that Sun Yan had just learned about the observation of the color of domineering. Yet how could she perceive places thousands of meters away, while he could only sense a range of hundreds of meters? Is this the gap between a genius and an ordinary person? This is really discouraging. At this moment, Sun Yan asked, Captain, should I shoot? And he asked, can you confirm the identity of the other party? No, Ken replied. Not being able to determine the other party's identity left in feeling somewhat conflicted. Given the circumstances, the people appearing here were most likely from the Navy. After all, someone had left the island earlier, and those who left probably informed the Navy about the situation on the island. The Navy would likely come to investigate, and since he hadn't destroyed his traces of activity, it was very possible that he had been discovered by them. How about this? You shoot at them, but don't aim at a person. Can you do that? Sun Yin raised an eyebrow and said, no problem. He then closed his eyes, raised his gun, and pointed it upwards. Bang! At that moment, Shanks, who was walking through the woods relying on traces, suddenly shouted, be careful, there's a sniper. As soon as his crew heard this, they quickly hid behind the trees. However, Shanks remained standing still, not moving, and so did Ben Beckman. Puff! Ha ha ha! Seeing his crew panicking and trying to hide, Shanks burst into laughter. When the crew saw the bullet land over 10 meters away from them and heard their captain's boisterous laughter, they finally realized that their captain was just having fun with them. So, a bunch of crew members rolled up their sleeves and rushed toward Shanks. Captain, the other side has someone with strong observation hockey. My sniper might not be of much use. It was clear that the behavior of the people in the woods had made Sun Yin understand that there was definitely someone among them with outstanding observation hockey. Oh really? What are they doing now? They're fighting among themselves. Huh, fighting among themselves? Watching Shanks being beaten by a group of crew members, Ben Beckman couldn't stand it any longer. He drew a short gun and fired a shot into the sky. Hearing the gunshot, the pirates all stopped. Shanks straightened out his somewhat disheveled clothes, stood up, and said, boys, since they dare to shoot at us, go and steal all their treasures. Oh, Shanks' crew surged out with high spirits. Watching the departing crew, Shanks let out a sigh of relief, glad he had managed to divert his crew's attention in time. However, at that moment, Ben Beckman came to Shanks' side. Beckman, aren't you going? Of course, but before I go. Saying this, Beckman struck Shanks on the head with the butt of his gun and said, next time you do this, I'll crack your head open. Shanks covered his head and said, you actually used hockey on me. What if you knock your clever captain's head silly? Has your head ever been useful? Aren't I the one who usually comes up with plans? Well, have you ever had an idea? Haven't I come up with good ideas before? Bang, you still have the nerve to say that? Last time it was that idiot's idea that almost got us surrounded by a dozen sea kings. Captain, they're charging at us. Martha is ready to meet the enemy. Shortly after, dozens of pirates rushed out of the woods, shouting, hand over the treasures. Seeing the group appear, and E said, Martha, take it easy, leave some alive. Understood, since he wasn't clear about the character of these pirates, and E did not intend to kill them all directly. And E shouted, all right, let's go. Charge. And E held onto his slippers and rode on the snake dog, charging forward, while Martha produced a large amount of liquid metal, transforming into 4 tentacles that moved swiftly. A group of pirates stared in confusion at a person riding a monster and a silver, 4-legged tentacle creature. However, with the enemy charging at them, there was nothing much to say. They just had to fight. Soon, the pirates realized one thing. Their dozens of men couldn't take down the 2 opponents. First, there was the silver tentacle monster, which wasn't just 4 tentacles. It could sprout tentacles from any part of its body at any time. Moreover, these tentacles were impervious to slashing and bullets, being both hard and soft, able to bend and stretch. Their attacks were easily neutralized by the enemy. Then there was the person riding the monster with the slippers. He was agile, jumping left and right on the monster, making it almost impossible for them to land a hit. Even when the enemy charged at them, they couldn't do anything about it. They discovered that the slippers in the opponent's hand could easily block their slashes and even break their weapons. Naturally, they considered taking down the opponent's mount first. However, they found that this mount was not afraid of their attacks. The wounds they inflicted healed in no time, especially the mount's neck, which could lengthen and shorten, often causing their attacks to miss, and every time it dodged, it would show a smile that seemed to mock them. Hey, have you guys grabbed the enemy's treasure yet? Finally, Shanks and Beckman, bickering back and forth, emerged from the woods. The scene before them was a bit unexpected. They saw their crew lying on the ground, while the enemy stood brazenly in the middle with just 2 people. Shanks, who had been grinning, instantly became serious. He knew that although his crew wasn't particularly strong, they could generally do as they pleased in the first half of the Grand Line. And he also noticed the newcomers, and upon seeing them clearly, he blurted out, red-haired Shanks, Ben Beckman. Seeing Shanks and Ben Beckman appear, and he was shocked. He had no prior impression of this group of pirates. At this moment, he remembered that there were still over 10 years until the world of One Piece he was familiar with. It seemed that Shanks' future crew lineup hadn't been completely established yet, so it wasn't impossible for some unfamiliar members of the red-haired pirates to appear. Upon hearing an E call his name, Shanks became wary. Although he had gained some fame at sea, it was nothing compared to the truly renowned pirates of the world. The fact that this person knew him made Shanks feel a twinge of caution. After staring at an E for a while, Shanks said, Beckman, I think I've seen that guy before. Beckman reminded him, weren't you just planning to recruit him not long ago? Ah, I remember now. He seems to be that pirate with a bounty of how much? Ben Beckman quietly said, the bounty is 50,000 berries. Oh, I remember. He's that bad luck in something. It's good luck in E. Oh, right. And he looked at Shanks. Is this self-awareness? This is clearly just a vague impression. Then Shanks said, all right, no more nonsense. You hit my crew, so now I'm going to take your treasure. If you know what's good for you, hand over the treasure obediently. Facing Shanks' words, and E had no intention of complying. If Shanks had said this, as one of the future emperors, and E would have immediately handed over the treasure. But now, it's still over a decade before Shanks becomes one of the 4 emperors. Although his hands are still intact, and he wanted to see if he could go toe-to-toe with Shanks. So E said, I have no money, I have no life to give, and there's no way I'm giving you any girls. Shanks looked at an E, who responded resolutely, and said, you probably still don't understand the gap between us. No, I understand very clearly. Red-haired Shanks, the intern on the former pirate King Roger's ship. Although not a formal crew member, your conqueror's haki is extremely powerful, especially your conqueror's haki, and your swordsmanship is also outstanding, so I am well aware of your strength. Shanks became even more curious about an E. He didn't expect the other party to know him so well. Since you know my strength, why do you still want to fight me? I want to test how strong I really am. After saying that, an E stomped his foot, using the recoil to charge forward. At the same time, he launched a quick attack at Shanks with both slippers. Seeing an E rushing at him with slippers in hand, Shanks drew his sword griffin and crossed it in front of himself. Originally, Shanks expected that the slippers would be cut through by Griffin, and his sword would perfectly rest against the opponent's neck. But what he didn't expect was that the opponent's slippers actually blocked Griffin. Moreover, not only did they block it, but they also remained completely unharmed. This situation surprised Shanks slightly. Just then, an E pressed down with his right hand and swung his left hand in an arc, intending to strike Shanks with the side of his left slipper. This kind of attack from an E could not escape Shanks' observation haki. He extended his right hand and grabbed an Yi's left wrist. At the same time, he swung his griffin down an E with his left hand. This time the griffin turned black as Shanks used his armament haki. Upon seeing the griffin turn black, an E realized that Shanks was using armament haki, but he was confident in his extraordinary level slipper. Therefore, he met Shanks head-on with his right hand slipper. Ding, 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 the weapons of the two intertwined, producing a continuous sound of clashing. Shanks became increasingly surprised. So far, he had used swordsmanship, armament haki, and observation haki. Although he hadn't used his trump card, Conqueror's haki, being able to match him while using the majority of his strength was enough to astonish Shanks. After all, this was not the New World where monsters gathered, but the first half of the Grand Line, referred to as Paradise by the New World. In this paradise, where not many understood haki, this person was actually able to fight him to such a standstill. Watching the tense standoff between Shanks and an E, Ben Beckman slowly placed his hand on the flintlock at his waist. Although intervening in his captain's battle would upset him, he had to ensure his captain's safety. He had not forgotten that there was still one person on the opposing side who had not joined the fight. Just as Ben Beckman touched his flintlock, he suddenly sensed something and looked towards the ship beside him. He saw a person pointing a gun at him, making a gesture indicating he did not want him to intervene. Bang! The two, who had just been clashing, kicked each other and separated. At this moment, Shanks had several slipper marks on him, but it looked like only his clothes were a bit dirty, nothing more. An E, on the other hand, was different. The rapid exchanges had left him slightly out of breath. More critically, without armament haki, an E dared not face Shanks' attacks head-on and could only keep dodging, resulting in several wounds on his body. Although they weren't serious, anyone with a keen eye could tell he was at a disadvantage. After the two separated, they exchanged glances for a moment before suddenly bursting into laughter. Ha ha ha, Shanks sheathed the griffin, and he also returned his slipper to the storage bag. During the time an E and Shanks were battling, Shanks' crew had regrouped, and he had not been using full force. Previously, they had not stood up because they were controlled by Martha's liquid metal, but after witnessing an E and Shanks battle, Martha decisively retracted the liquid metal, ready to support an E at any moment. Shanks shouted, "You guys, let us start the feast." Ben Beckman replied, "Captain, we have no food left." Looking at Shanks, who seemed to be on pause, and he took out food and wine from his storage bag and said, "Let's have a feast." Seeing an Yi's food and wine, Shanks happily said, "You guys, the feast continues." Oh, saying this, he led the way to take an Yi's food and wine, showing no courtesy at all, and he naturally was not stingy either. After all, the food was scavenged from the town, and he hadn't spent a penny, while most of the wine was from his previous lottery winnings. Thus, the two groups who had just been fighting fiercely suddenly started a feast, although only an E from his side participated. After taking a sip of wine, Shanks opened his mouth wide. Haha, one crew member said, "Captain, you're so weak." Saying this, he picked up the wine that Shanks had just drunk. As a result, he naturally wore the same expression as Shanks. And he watched them and couldn't help but marvel at how bold Shanks and his crew were. It should be noted that the liquor they just drank was 96-degree spiritus vodka, and he usually uses this thing as a Molotov cocktail. Even for the physically exceptional strong characters from One Piece, it's hard to endure. However, and he quickly discovered that these people hadn't learned a lesson at all. They treated drinking spiritus vodka as a challenge, seeing who could drink it with the least reaction. The person with the biggest reaction would have to perform a talent show for everyone. Of course, you can't expect a bunch of pirates to have great talents. More often than not, they end up doing quirky acts like Luffy sticking chopsticks up his nostrils. And he covered his face, expressing that he really couldn't understand the other person's actions. At this moment, Beckman came to Anie's side and said, "Don't worry about it, they're just like that." And he said, "It's fine. I've seen even more ridiculous things." Beckman asked seriously, "Do you know what happened on this island?" Of course. And E then detailed everything that had happened on the island to Beckman. After listening, Beckman said, "So that's how it is." Then Beckman extended his hand and said friendly, "Vice Captain of the Red-Haired Pirates, Ben Beckman." Seeing Beckman's outstretched hand, and E was taken aback for a moment, then realized and shook Beckman's hand, saying, "Captain of the One G Pirates," and E. And he knew that Beckman had just determined that the matters on the island had nothing to do with him, which was why he showed a friendly attitude towards him. After a few rounds of drinks and a variety of dishes, the members of the Red-Haired Pirates were sprawled all over the place due to the feast. Early in the morning, and E was sound asleep. The members of the Red-Haired Pirates were indeed a bit too enthusiastic yesterday, and he was poured quite a bit of alcohol by them. Even though Yi's physical condition had improved significantly due to the health-enhancing pills, he still ended up drunk. Suddenly, while still in his dream, and he felt his face was wet, he instinctively reached out to touch it and found that his hand was furry. At that moment, Yi realized what was happening. He opened his eyes and saw a husky continuously licking his face, and he pushed the husky aside and looked at the sky, realizing it was getting late. He decided to get up and wash his face and brush his teeth first. After E finished washing up, he noticed that the members of the Red-Haired Pirates were also awake. The reason? Naturally, it was because the husky had licked each of them awake one by one. Seeing Shanks still looking drowsy, and he walked up to him and said, "Shanks, I have a request. I don't know if you'll agree." Shanks patted his chest and replied, "We're friends, so if there's anything I can help with, just say it." Upon hearing this, E smiled and said, "I want to learn hockey, specifically the armament hockey." Shanks was taken aback for a moment and said, "With your strength, you have few rivals in the first half of the Grand Line, and you probably didn't give it your all yesterday, did you?" And E said, "Shanks, you are right, but I still hope to learn armament hockey. The dangers of the sea are always beyond people's expectations, and who would worry about being too strong?" Shanks replied, "You make a good point. If I'm not mistaken, you should still be a devil fruit user, right?" Ani was taken aback for a moment, as he had never used his abilities yesterday. So he asked, "How do you know I'm an ability user?" Shanks smiled and said, "If you weren't an ability user, why couldn't my griffin cut through your slippers?" Upon hearing this, Ani had an idea. He had been worried that the things he won from the lottery were too unusual, attracting the attention of others. Moreover, he had obtained the devil fruit by defeating the celestial dragons. So, he had always been hesitant to use his abilities casually. In that case, why not just make up an ability? So Ani said, "That's right, I am actually an ability user. My ability randomly grants strange characteristics to certain items. For example, this slipper I'm using to spar with you has the characteristic of never breaking." "Oh, it really can't be damaged?" Shanks asked in surprise. The concept of being indestructible is quite powerful. Even my own sword, Griffin, I can't guarantee it will never be damaged. At least I've used it for so long, hitting people, deflecting lasers, and blocking bullets, and it hasn't shown a single sign of damage. At this moment, Beckman said, "Is the pocket you used to store food yesterday also a result of your ability?" Ani naturally knew that Beckman was referring to his storage bag, so he replied, "Yes. That bag has a huge space and can store a large amount of items." Beckman excitedly asked, "Are there more of those bags?" Beckman was well aware of how important such bags that could store items were. No matter which force obtained it, it would be of great use. For example, if their pirate crew had it, they could store a large amount of food supplies in it. No ship sailing on the sea has ever complained about having too few supplies on board, because no one knows if they might encounter some maritime disaster. It's always wise to stock up on supplies. Although a single sea king can provide enough food for the entire crew for several days, or even longer on the sea. Besides food, fresh water is even more important. For instance, if the Navy obtained such a bag, they could send spies carrying a large amount of explosives onto their own ship. Then they could install bombs on the ship and easily destroy their own pirate ship. And he said, I don't have any bags like this that can store items. However, I have other things that can store items. With that, and he took out a ring and said, this is a storage ring with a cubic meter of space. Then, an E handed the ring to Beckman. Beckman looked at the ordinary ring in Yi's hand, but he understood its value. So he asked, is this for us? And he nodded and said, I asked Shanks to teach me hockey, and this ring is my token of gratitude. At that moment, Shanks shouted, hey, when did I agree to teach you hockey? Bang! Beckman hit Shanks on the head with the butt of his gun and said, what's wrong with teaching him hockey? If you won't teach him, I will. But if I teach him, you can forget about using this ring in the future. Shanks had long been envious of Yi's ring, but he was too embarrassed to bring it up. Seeing that Beckman intended to keep it for himself, he quickly said, fine, I'll teach him. Is that okay? At that moment, Sun Yin also appeared next to an E and said, can I also learn a bit? Shanks thought that since it's one person teaching anyway, it wouldn't make a difference if there were two, so he didn't object. And E said to Sun Yin at this moment, don't worry as long as I learn it. You will naturally learn it too. You should know that an E specifically saved 3 skill upgrade cards in order to directly upgrade the armed color hockey from beginner to advanced after mastering it. Sun Yin glanced at an E and said, aren't you the one who can't use armed color? Can't I just understand it myself first? And he expressed that Sun Yin was right. Then Shanks adjusted his clothes and said, hockey is a power that everyone possesses. Armament hockey can be used for both defense and offense. Both an E and Sun Yin listened attentively to Shanks' explanation. Although he had heard most of this in the anime before, he still paid close attention. After finishing the theory, Shanks said, now I will demonstrate it myself. He then took out a flintlock pistol and shot at his own palm. Before shooting, Shanks' hand had already turned black. After the gunshot, the bullet not only failed to injure Shanks, but the bullet itself also deformed. Looking at the bullet in Shanks' hand, and he closed his eyes and began to recall what Shanks had said earlier. Just as he was still reminiscing about Shanks' teachings, Sun Yin said, I think I have learned armament hockey. Upon hearing this, both the red-haired pirates and an E stared at Sun Yin in astonishment. After all, Shanks had only just finished speaking. Noticing everyone's gazes, Sun Yin raised her right hand and struck a stone. Smack! She left a clear handprint on the stone. Seeing this, and he was almost shocked to the point of popping his eyes out. He knew Sun Yin's physical abilities. After all, she was a sniper, and her physical condition wasn't much better than that of an ordinary person. Given her original capabilities, it was impossible for her to leave a handprint on the stone, so there was only one explanation. Sun Yin had truly learned armament hockey. Could this be what it means to be a genius? Thinking of this, and he was almost brought to tears. He had watched so much One Piece anime, learned so many theoretical concepts, and his physical fitness was much better than Sun Yin's, yet they had received the same teaching. So why was the result so different? Bang! Bang! On a beach, and he was relentlessly hammering a huge rock with his bare hands, training his armament hockey. It had been a week since an E had met the red-haired pirates, and 3 days ago, he finally comprehended armament hockey through his own efforts. However, an Yi's armament hockey was not even at the entry level, as he could not activate it every time. To train his armament hockey, and he decided not to use skill upgrade card for now. At the very least, he wanted to be able to proficiently control armament hockey before using the upgrade cards to improve. And he was well aware that haste makes waste. During this time, Sun Yin's progress with armament hockey was evident. She could already imbue her bullets with armament hockey to increase their lethality. Even Beckman and Shanks remarked that Sun Yin was a true genius. An we are ready to leave. At that moment, Shanks suddenly appeared and said to an E, oh really? Then goodbye. An E replied. Shanks asked, by the way, are you really not planning to join my pirate crew? No, I have my own aspirations, so I won't join you. For the past few days, Shanks had been trying to persuade an E to join his red-hair pirates, but an E had always declined. What a pity. Ani smiled and said, are you feeling sorry for me or for Sun Yin? Of course it's Sun Yin. Even Beckman said that Sun Yin's intelligence is no less than his. Besides, she's good-looking and a genius, so of course I want her to join my pirate crew. At that moment, Shanks realized he had misspoken and quickly covered his mouth, running toward his ship. An E shouted while chasing from behind, I consider you a friend, and you actually want to dig a hole in my wall? Beckman, these wines will be entrusted to you for safekeeping. No problem. At this moment, Shanks said with a grin, and E, since our relationship is so good, shouldn't these wines be entrusted to me for safekeeping? And E and Beckman said in unison, "Get lost. Handing it over to you. It's probably a problem whether the wine bottle will still be there tomorrow after giving it to you today." Shanks, who was yelled at by the two, could only lower his head and board the ship. Beckman handed a piece of paper to an E and said, "This is the life card. With this, you can find us according to its instructions." Looking at the paper in front of him, it was the first time an E had seen a life card. He held it in his hand and examined it closely. Beckman added, "You must keep this life card safe. Don't let others take it casually." An E naturally understood Beckman's warning. He was afraid the life card would fall into someone else's hands, making it impossible for the red-haired pirates to hide. After all, trying to find a pirate ship in the vast ocean is like looking for a needle in a haystack, but having the life card changes everything. With the life card's instructions, it's like having a signal that can send your location anytime, anywhere. And he said, "Don't worry. I know the pros and cons of this thing, so I'll take good care of it. Goodbye." Shanks stood at the bow of the ship, waving farewell to an E, and he also waved at them. As he watched the gradually receding red force, he said to Martha and Sun Yin, "Everyone get ready. We're about to set off." At that moment, and he suddenly saw the recently departed red force coming back towards him. And he watched the red force ship approaching him with a puzzled expression, wondering why Shanks and the others were back. Did they drop something? At that moment, and he finally understood the reason for Shanks and the others' return. Behind the red force ship, 3 Navy warships had appeared, and he cursed under his breath, "Damn, Shanks. As soon as you guys go out, you attract the Navy, and it's 3 Navy warships." Martha immediately started the boat, and the Navy was coming. At that moment, Shanks and the others shouted at an E, run. "The Navy is coming. The Navy is coming." And he looked at the naval warship whose muzzle was already visible and complained, "I'm not blind. I don't need you to remind me." "Captain, let's head that way." Ani looked at the situation and said, "The Navy is coming from the north, Shanks, and the others went east, and we are heading south." And he didn't mind not being with Shanks and the others, but it was surprising that they didn't even wait for him and just left. Moreover, being with Shanks and the others made it easy for the Navy to see them as soft targets. After all, his ship was small and shabby, clearly an easy target. However, shortly after heading south, an E discovered 3 Navy warships again. "Quick, turn around, go east." Previously, due to the urgency of the situation, and he hadn't gotten a good look at the Navy's warships, but this time he could see clearly. Those warships were not ordinary ships from a division, but Navy headquarters warships equipped with 3 triple turrets. These warships were not only stronger in firepower than those from the divisions, but more importantly, the Navy leading these ships would have at least several vice admirals among the 6 headquarters warships, relying on the small and fast luck. And he managed to change direction before entering the Navy's firing range. However, not long after sailing, and E surprisingly spotted the red force again, looking at Shanks and the others. And E said emotionally, "You guys actually came back to help me, but it's not necessary. I've already shaken off the Navy's warships." However, Beckman replied, "No, and E, you misunderstood. We didn't come back to help you, but there are also Navy warships to the east. We are surrounded by the Navy." Upon learning the truth, and he felt a bit hurt. However, the situation was now clear. The Navy had clearly figured out the circumstances of him and Shanks, which is why they launched an attack. Now, he and Shanks were surrounded by the Navy on 3 sides, with an island on the other side. If he didn't want to go to Impel Down to enjoy a 6-star treatment, the only option was to break through the encirclement. "Shanks, let's break out directly to the east. We'll take the lead, and you guys hold back the Navy warships behind us. How about that?" "Okay." "Martha, full power. Sun Yin, you take care of the cannon fire." "Got it. Forward." At this moment, on the 3 Navy warships to the east, a scarred vice admiral with 2 long swords hanging at his waist was expressionlessly watching an E in the red-haired pirate ship. "Vice Admiral Beat, we have discovered the Wanjia pirates. They are with the red-haired pirates. Unexpectedly, there was a surprise today. Capture them all." "Oh, Vice Admiral, the Wanjia pirates are charging at us. Open fire when they get closer. Fire, sink their pirate ship." "Yes." Boom, boom, boom. The 3 warships aimed at Luck. However, neither an E nor Sun Yin moved in the face of the Navy's bombardment. After all, they knew their ship's characteristics better than anyone else. Watching the Luck surrounded by water columns, Shanks asked, "Beckman, do you think an E and the others are okay? You know the Navy over there is Vice Admiral Beat." Beckman also looked grim. After all, the collective bombardment of 3 warships was extremely fierce. Who told an Yi's ship to be so small? A small ship of just a few meters could be sunk by a single shell from the Navy. "Captain, look, an E and the others are fine." Just then, Luck broke through the water curtain and reappeared in front of everyone. And he stood at the bow of the ship, holding an RPG aimed at a nearby naval warship, and said it would be rude not to reciprocate. Bang! He then fired the RPG. The rocket left a long trail of flame and directly hit the front turret of a naval warship. The rocket, with a penetration depth of several hundred millimeters, instantly pierced through the turret's protective layer, and the metal jet just happened to hit the ammunition inside the turret. Boom! A loud explosion lifted the entire turret into the air. At the same time, the explosion caused significant damage to the front of the warship, causing it to take on a large amount of water. Meanwhile, Sun Yin was also operating the only cannon on the ship, firing at the naval warship. With the enhancement of his observation hockey, Sun Yin's shells not only hit their mark every time, but also struck the warship's vital points. In just 3 shots, Sun Yin destroyed 3 turrets of a warship and ignited a large fire on board. Rear Admiral, the front turret of the 17th warship is damaged, and the bow is severely damaged. All 3 turrets of the 19th warship are destroyed and on fire. It can only retreat from battle. Damn it. Ha ha ha. Annie and the others are doing quite well, right? Come on, we can't fall behind. Let's go. In just a few minutes, E and the others rendered 3 naval warships nearly combat ineffective, and the morale of the red-haired pirates soared. They held off 6 naval warships with just 1 ship. Let the 18th warship turn sideways and fire to obstruct the actions of the Good Luck. We will approach directly and capture E. Rear Admiral Beat. Won't this allow the red-haired pirates to escape? It's fine. Our main target this time is the multiverse pirates. Admiral Kong has ordered that the multiverse pirates must be captured. Understood. Bang bang bang. Facing the dense naval gunfire, E instructed Marcia not to evade, but to sail straight ahead and quickly break free from the naval encirclement. E had already seen naval warships coming from 2 other directions, leaving only a part to engage with the red-haired pirates, while the other warships were coming toward him. Although the Good Luck was blessed by a ship spirit, and he still didn't want to continue wearing down with the Navy. What's going on? Why can't we sink the multiverse pirate ship? Tell the artillerymen that if they miss again, I'll let them know my strength. Rear Admiral Beat, we don't know either. The gunners reported that they clearly aimed, but the shells just can't hit the target. Hearing the aide's words, Beat calmed down from his rage. As a naval rear admiral, he knew very well that the Navy soldiers on his flagship were definitely elite personnel, although the multiverse pirate ship was smaller and faster than ordinary vessels. The distance between them was only a few hundred meters, and the fact that so many rounds of fire had failed to hit was indeed strange. Gather all Navy personnel who can use moonwalk from the 18th, 19th, and this ship. We will board the multiverse pirate ship directly. Understood. Charge. Just as an E was about to break through the Navy's blockade, 7 Navy soldiers using moonwalk stepped onto the Good Luck. Leading them was a scarred rear admiral, accompanied by 2 rear admirals and 4 school-level officers. The rear admiral's face was covered with scars. With his appearance alone, he could scare children into tears without even trying to make a scary expression. Clang! Beat drew 2 swords and said, "Good luck, E. I represent the just Navy to arrest you. Surrender." And he pointed at Beat with his flip-flop and said, "You want me to surrender? That's impossible. Since that's the case, there's no need for more words. Let's go, capture the Wanjia pirate group. Yes, be careful not to damage the ship." With that command, E directly confronted Beat. Clang, clang. The clash of the flip-flop and dual swords produced a crisp sound. At the same time, Marcia transformed into a tentacle monster again, engaging with another group of Navy officers. Beat was a rear admiral in the Navy, and the scars on his face were left from when he was an undercover agent in a pirate group. At that time, he was suspected of being a spy and was captured by the pirates, who subjected him to inhumane torture. However, he never admitted to being an undercover agent. And when the pirates saw that he endured such torment without confessing, they concluded he was not a spy. The captain of that pirate group also saw potential in him and promoted him to vice captain. Shortly after gaining the pirates' trust, he led the group into a trap set by the Navy, resulting in their annihilation by the Navy. Because of this undercover mission, he became a rear admiral in the Navy. Although he achieved great merit, he was left with countless scars on his face. Due to his obvious appearance, he could no longer undertake undercover missions. However, after becoming a rear admiral, he relied on his dual-wielding swordsmanship to be promoted to vice admiral in just 2 years. His appearance also earned him the nickname Demon Vice Admiral among pirates. He actually looked down on the target of this capture mission. After all, a newly emerged pirate requiring 3 rear admirals and 9 warships from the Navy for capture was ridiculous. However, the recent clash had made him abandon his previous disdain. After all, Being able to block his dual swords with a flip-flop indicated that this pirate not only had decent swordsmanship, but also possessed strong armament haki. Realizing the target was stronger than the initial intelligence suggested, he decisively activated his armament haki. Soon, Beat and Annie began exchanging attacks, both possessing armament haki and observation haki, and with swordsmanship that was not lacking, they fought evenly matched. Meanwhile, Marcia was single-handedly facing 5 Navy officers. Relying on the properties of liquid metal, the Navy's attacks were completely ineffective against her, while her attacks could inflict damage on Navy. Although the Navy was faster than Marcia, she was a robot, and the ultra-high-strength alloy she possessed made her completely unconcerned about the Navy's attacks, be it slashes, bullets, or punches. Essentially, the attacks could only change the shape of the liquid metal and couldn't even touch the internal metal skeleton. Even if an attack managed to hit the internal metal skeleton, it would have no effect on Marcia's metal frame. In no time, Marcia had subdued the 5 Navy officers. As for another Navy officer, he had set his sights on Sun Yin. However, he did not know that Sun Yin was not easy to deal with. A week ago, he might have had a chance, but now, Sun Yin had mastered both armament haki and observation haki. She could dodge the Navy's attacks, and, if necessary, she could tank them with armament haki. Sun Yin retaliated with bullets infused with armament haki. At first, this Navy officer thought he could withstand Sun Yin's bullets with a piece of iron, but with the enhancement of armament haki, the bullet's power was significantly increased. In just 2 shots, this Navy officer lost his combat ability. Meanwhile, the other 5 Navy officers, distracted by Marcia, did not notice that Sun Yin had already dealt with her opponent. In their minds, a sniper and a Navy colonel were sufficient to handle the situation. After eliminating the enemy, Sun Yin drew 2 pistols and aimed at the Navy officers engaged with Marcia, firing rapidly. Bang! 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 Dozens of bullets caught the 5 Navy officers off guard. They never expected that the first to be eliminated would be their side. Faced with a barrage of bullets, the Navy officers entangled by Marcia quickly prepared to use iron blocks to withstand Sun Yin's attacks. At the same time, Erha and the Devourer Beast, who had been hiding and had not drawn the Navy's attention, joined the battlefield. Taking advantage of a Navy officer who was immobilized while using an iron block, Erha pounced from behind and knocked him down. Marcia quickly controlled him with liquid metal. The Devourer Beast was much more straightforward, relying on its larger size. It swatted 1 Navy officer into the sea with a slap. Simultaneously, its thick tail swept 2 other Navy officers off the ship. In the blink of an eye, the previously 5-to-1 situation for the Navy turned into 1 against 4. Looking at Sun Yin, who had just reloaded, Erha, who was baring its teeth, the Devourer Beast with a strange smile, and Marcia, whose hands had transformed into 2 swords, the remaining Navy officer swallowed hard and jumped into the sea. At that moment, Beat was being brutally beaten by an E with his flip-flop. It turned out that during the previous exchange, Beat's dual swords had been broken by an Yi's flip-flop. This left him weaponless. Although Beat was not purely a swordsman and his martial arts were not weak even without a weapon, and he had a weapon in hand, so he could only use his hands to block an Yi's flip-flop. Soon, Beat felt his hands going numb. Just as he saw Annie jump up and bring his dual flip-flops down, he crossed his arms to block. Suddenly, he noticed a silvery tentacle coming straight for his chest. At that moment, it was too late to defend himself, and Beat could only shout, "Iron block." Bang! Although the iron block saved Beat from injury, Marcia's strike sent him flying. Splash! Beat was knocked off the Fortune and fell into the sea. At this moment, the Fortune had already sped away, leaving the other Navy warships behind. Watching the Fortune leave, a Navy ship number 25 had a red-uniformed Rear Admiral giving orders. Fire! Rear Admiral Sakazuki, Beat was nearby in that sea area, and firing now could likely cause friendly fire. If the 1G pirate group escapes from our encirclement, then the righteous Navy will lose face. Fire! In response to Sakazuki's words, the Navy soldiers on the ship could only comply. Boom! 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 Amid the water columns caused by the cannonballs, Beat watched as one of his subordinates was hit by a cannonball, and he stared blankly at the Crimson Sea. As a Navy Rear Admiral, he had long been accustomed to death. However, he never imagined that one day he might die at the hands of his fellow Navy officers. He looked at the ship that fired the cannon, and when he saw its number, Beat shouted angrily, "Sakazuki! What was going on? Why did Rear Admiral Sakazuki fire? Wasn't Beat still in that sea area? I don't know." The report came in that Rear Admiral Sakazuki issued an order for all to fire, with the goal of sinking the 1G pirate group ship. What about Rear Admiral Beat? Sakazuki didn't say. No. Tell Rear Admiral Sakazuki that I cannot comply with this order. I cannot fire on my own comrades. For naval warships chased after the Ani. But only the one commanded by Admiral Sakazuki disregarded the stranded Navy personnel and opened fire on the Ani, while the other 3 warships refused to do so. Martha, steer the ship to the left, the captain commanded. Captain, the Navy's warships are right behind us. If we turn left, we'll be within their firing range for over 5 minutes. However, if we continue straight, we can be out of their firing range in about 1 more minute. I know, but Martha, follow orders. Yes, Captain. Under Ani's command, the Good Luck began to steer left. Admiral Sakazuki's ship from the World Pirate crew adjusted its direction and moved to the left. Sakazuki watched the Good Luck turning sideways and said, increase firepower. As the Good Luck adjusted its course, the Navy's cannonballs became more concentrated. Facing the barrage, Sun Yin had to fire to destroy some incoming shells. Despite the ship's spirit's special effects, although these shells wouldn't directly hit the Good Luck, they would cause near misses, which significantly affected the ship's stability and navigation due to its small size. Beatrice watched the Good Luck, now adjusted and departing, with mixed feelings. Why did the Good Luck suddenly change direction? With its speed, it should have easily escaped. However, by sailing sideways, it would prolong the time under fire. A normal pirate, or even a normal person, would never choose to change direction at such a moment. There was only one possibility. The reason for the change in direction was to prevent the Navy's cannon fire from landing near them. He never expected that one day he would be saved by a pirate. Get out of the way. Seeing that the long bombardment had yielded no results, Sakazuki decided to take matters into his own hands. He stood at the bow, raised his hands, and said, "Meteor volcano." Then, chunks of lava flew into the sky. And he knew something was wrong when he saw the lava. He was too familiar with this move. It was clearly Akanu's signature technique. Martha, speed up. Unfortunately, Annie shouted a bit late, as a large amount of lava had already begun to fall from the sky. Boom, boom, boom. As chunks of lava crashed onto the sea surface, they created massive water columns while also evaporating a large amount of seawater, instantly enveloping the surroundings in steam. At that moment, Annie saw a piece of lava heading straight for the Good Fortune, and looking at the massive size of the lava, 2 words popped into his mind. It's over. Just when the lava was about to hit the Good Fortune, a Sea King suddenly emerged, and that piece of lava landed squarely on the Sea King's head. At that moment, the Sea King was bewildered. It had just come up for some fresh air. And how did it get hit as soon as it surfaced? The lava not only hurt, but was also hot, singeing its beautiful tentacles, making it impossible to court the Sea King next door. Roar! The Sea King, hit by the lava, let out a furious roar, then turned to look at Sakazuki, who was still launching lava, and dove headfirst into the sea. When it re-emerged, it was already in the midst of the Navy fleet. Its gigantic size made the Navy ships look like toys. Thanks to the Sea King's delay, and the others quickly shook off the Navy's pursuit. Once they were far from the Navy, the Good Fortune slowed down. After all, the Navy was entangled with the Sea King, too busy to even think about chasing them. At this moment, he could still hear the distant roars of the Sea King, the continuous sounds of gunfire, and the rising steam. The Navy's luck really was bad. Captain, do you know that your order just now could have cost us our lives? After escaping danger, Sun Yin began to question Annie, and he looked at Sun Yin and said, "Do you know why I generally don't go all out against the Navy? Because in the past, I drifted at sea and almost died. It was the Navy that saved me. Although I've become a pirate now, I still don't want to kill the Navy. Besides, most of the Navy are actually good people. They protect civilians, maintain order, and catch criminals. This world can do without pirates, but it can't do without the Navy." After listening to Annie's story, Sun Yin said, "I understand. Oh, Annie, are you all right?" At that moment, Annie heard Shank's voice. As Annie turned around, he saw Shanks and the others following closely behind him. However, the Red Fourth had already changed dramatically. The originally red dragon head had turned black, and it now had only one curved horn. Of the sails on the entire ship, only one remained intact. More seriously, there was a large hole on the right side of the ship, causing it to tilt severely to the right. When the Red Fourth got closer, Annie realized that the damage was much worse than he had previously seen. Not only was there a big hole in the hull, but there were also countless bullet holes and scorch marks. Looking at the severely damaged Red Fourth, Annie thought to himself, the ship's spirit, Snow Wind, is indeed powerful. Of course, Annie would never tell Shanks and the others about the special abilities his ship's spirit possessed. If Shanks found out, he was sure that even Beckman would join in on the collective beating against him. After all, a pirate ship is like home to pirates. If your home gets damaged, And the reason is that your teammate transferred the damage that should have been taken by him onto your ship. How do you think you would feel? Shanks looked at Yi's ship, which was unharmed, and asked, since most of the Navy was targeting you, why is your ship completely intact? Ha ha ha. Ani let out an awkward laugh and said, well, I use my ability to enhance my ship a bit. My ship has the characteristic of good luck, which makes it hard to be hit in naval battles. Wow, there's such a characteristic? The members of the red-haired pirate crew exclaimed in surprise. Shanks, what do you plan to do next? Ani was afraid of saying too much and revealing his intentions, so he quickly changed the subject. Looking at the severely damaged ship, Shanks said, we plan to find a place to fix the ship first, and then I'll look for a sniper. Hearing Shanks' words and recalling that he hadn't seen Jesus Burgess before, and he thought that Jesus Burgess hadn't joined the crew yet, out of guilt towards Shanks and the others. And he said, I know a very skilled sniper in the East Blue, but you'll have to find him yourself. Moreover, Shanks, you will meet a special person in the East Blue who will inherit your straw hat and make you gamble something equally important. Shanks looked at E. He had never shared any information about the straw hat with an E, but he mentioned it. Seeing the look in Shanks' eyes, an E smiled and said, I know you have many questions. When you find that person, we will meet again, and I will tell you. All right, Shanks casually replied. And then the two groups bid farewell and went their separate ways. Marineford, Admiral Sengoku's office. Although the current fleet admiral is still Sengoku, there have been rumors in the Navy that Admiral Sengoku will be the next fleet admiral, despite the lack of concrete evidence. Admiral Kong has already had Sengoku handle some less important matters. Beep beep. Click. Hello, this is Sengoku. What? Failed? How is that possible? 3 vice admirals and 9 warships couldn't eliminate the enemy? What's going on? Okay, I understand. After hearing the report about the Navy's failed attempt to capture an E, Sengoku fell into deep thought. He looked at Yi's bounty poster, where the Navy had given him the nickname Lucky E. Was it really due to his devil fruit ability, or just a coincidence? Sengoku had already understood the process of capturing an E, according to the report. The appearance of the red-haired pirates caused problems with the encirclement plan. However, what was even more unexpected was that the Navy's cannon fire had not hit the enemy pirate ship once. In the end, Akainu had to intervene personally, which angered the Sea Kings and resulted in damage to several warships. However, Sengoku did not expect that the members of the multiverse pirate crew had considerable combat power. According to Beatty's description, 2 of his rear admirals and 5 school-level officers fought against 2 of the enemy crew members and were defeated in just a few minutes. Moreover, and even had the ability to engage Beatty directly in combat. It seemed that the Navy needed to raise Yi's bounty. Just then, a Navy messenger shouted from the door, Admiral Sengoku, Fleet Admiral Kong requests your presence. All right, Fleet Admiral. Sengoku, look here. This is a message from an undercover agent in the Red-Hair Pirates. What? And he actually possesses this kind of ability? Yes. It is said that he can give some ordinary items strange powers. According to him, his ship has the characteristic of luck. Looking at the information sent back by the undercover agent, Sengoku fell into deep thought. If the intel is true, then this capture and the series of unexpected events that occurred during the previous voyage were not just luck, but rather the result of the enemy's abilities. However, Sengoku soon noticed another piece of information. Fleet Admiral, I propose we increase Yi's bounty. Steelbone Kong asked why. Sengoku pointed to a piece of information on the report, which was about Yi's ability to store items in a storage bag. Because of this, if the information is true, this kind of item could lead to serious consequences. Steelbone Kong looked at the information regarding the storage bag and quickly realized that an item that could be carried around and store a large amount of supplies would be desirable for both pirates and the Navy. Although there are many space-related abilities, they usually only affect the user themselves, and there are very few that can affect other items. Yi's appearance means that storage space items may become widely available. This would be a huge change for the world. For example, if someone brought a bomb into the venue during a world government conference, the consequences would be unpredictable. Beep beep. At that moment, the snail phone on the table suddenly rang. Steelbone Kong looked at the snail phone, and it showed one of the 5 elders. Hello, this is Steelbone Kong. I am one of the 5 elders. Steelbone Kong, listen carefully. This pirate, named, and he must be kept under the control of the world government. His abilities are too dangerous. Do you understand? Understood. After hanging up the phone, Steelbone Kong looked at Sengoku and said, the 5 elders have personally ordered to capture an E alive. What? How could the 5 elders? The ever-watchful CP. Steelbone Kong snorted in dissatisfaction. He knew very well what was going on. There must be a CP organization within the Navy. After all, the undercover agent in the Red-Haired Pirates was a Navy person. Although the red-haired pirates have risen in recent years, they have not yet caught the attention of CP. Compared to the red-haired pirates, CP is more willing to focus on powerful figures like Whitebeard and Big Mom. The fact that the five elders could find out so quickly must be due to the presence of CP within the Navy. The next day, an E and the others have completely shaken off the Navy's pursuit and are heading toward the next island under the guidance of the compass. Watching the seagulls flying in the sky, and he waved at them and bought a newspaper. To his surprise, the front page featured a report about himself. The Wanjia pirate group successfully escaped under the siege of 3 generals and 9 warships. The content of the report wasn't particularly interesting, and he was more concerned about his bounty. As he flipped to the next page, he first saw the bounties for Martha and Sun Yin. Martha, the shape-shifting witch. Position, helmsman. Ability, unknown. Bounty, 50 million berries. Sun Yin, the unerring marksman. Position, sniper. Non-devil fruit user. Bounty, 25 million berries. Martha, Sun Yin, you guys have bounties too. Sun Yin merely shot an a glance before continuing to clean his gun. And he continued to scroll down and saw the bounties for the Era and the Devourer Beast. Era, pet of the pirate crew of all realms. Bounty, 50 berries. Ha ha ha. Era, you have a bounty now, and it's 50 berries. That's quite a fortune. Era looked at Nee, who was laughing so hard that he was almost in tears, not understanding what he was laughing at. Woof, is the master stupid? Next was the bounty for the Devourer Beast. Sneering lizard. Mount of the captain of the pirate crew of all realms. Bounty, 100,000 berries. Not bad, getting a bounty of 100,000 berries on the first try. Seeing that the other members on the ship all had bounties, and he became even more eager for his own bounty. After defeating the Navy Rear Admiral and escaping from the Navy's encirclement, his bounty should definitely rise significantly. However, and he found that there was no bounty notice for him. This puzzled him. How could there be no bounty for him? Did he miss it? But after going through the newspaper again, he still didn't find his bounty notice. Could it be that the Navy hadn't updated his bounty, and he still had the old bounty amount? Only this explanation could account for why there was no new bounty for him. But even the Devourer Beast had a bounty of 100,000 berries, and, as the captain, he only had 50,000. Wouldn't that make other pirates laugh at him? Just thinking about how others would say when discussing his pirate crew, that captain of the pirate crew of all realms is a joke. His crew members are worth millions, and he only has 50,000. That's hilarious. Navy. After cursing the Navy for an hour, and he decided to give up. After all, the Navy was the one issuing the bounties. During this time, and he had gained a lot from fighting Shanks. Especially after learning hockey, it helped to compensate for his weaknesses. Now, and he planned to upgrade his hockey. In the previous battle with that Navy Rear Admiral, it seemed like they were evenly matched. However, and he was only relying on the characteristics of his flip-flops and his advantage in swordsmanship to break the other party's weapon. In terms of hockey, and he was actually inferior to the opponent. So and he decided to upgrade his hockey. He used a skill upgrade card to upgrade his hockey. Ding. The host used a skill upgrade card to upgrade hockey from beginner to novice. Ding. The host used a skill upgrade card to upgrade hockey from novice to intermediate. Ding. The host used a skill upgrade card to upgrade hockey from intermediate to advanced beginner level. System. What does this advanced beginner level mean? System. After any skill reaches the advanced level, every slight increase is a qualitative enhancement. Therefore, a single upgrade card cannot meet the demand for advancement to the high level. And E heard this and asked, System, do you mean to say that after reaching the advanced level, upgrading requires multiple upgrade cards? Yes. Well, it seems that my dream of suddenly becoming stronger has been shattered. After upgrading my armament hockey, the next exciting part is the character summoning. The previous battles have made an E realize that the number of members in his pirate crew is still a bit small. He needs to add some more personnel, and he just happens to have a character summoning card. Use the character summoning card. Although he has seen this scene several times before, summoning a character is like opening a blind box. Until the very end, you never know what character you will summon. As the figure slowly appeared, and he thought to himself, fortunately, the normal appearance is a person, not some strange creature. The one being tightly embraced is me. Looking at the slowly clarifying character, and he first saw a pair of knee-high metallic boots, followed by a tight-fitting outfit, metallic armor on the waist and shoulders, and a long cape that reached past the hips, with smooth, long golden hair and a face as exquisite as a doll, always wearing a hint of smile, and carrying a huge longsword on her back. Congratulations, host, you have summoned the character Dynessa from the anime Big Sword. Dynessa, from the anime Big Sword, is undoubtedly a top-tier combat power in both the manga and the anime. If it weren't for the plot development, it would be hard to die. After all, She can suppress 4 individuals ranked 2nd to 5th without releasing her demon power. 0. Dinessa. 3. Hug. Bang. And he was knocked out by a sword swing from Dinessa, crashing straight through the ship's cabin. Watching Annie fly out, Dinessa didn't say anything. Instead, she first organized her thoughts about the world of One Piece. Then she sheathed her sword, sat down beside her, crossed her legs, and looked at an E crawling out from the cabin. And he rubbed his chest, relieved that he had just used armament hockey. Otherwise, he would be seriously injured or even dead by now. Looking at Dinessa sitting there, and E stood up, dusted himself off, and walked over, extending a hand as he said, "Captain of this pirate crew," and E. However, Dinessa did not shake hands with an E, but instead asked, "I've heard that your strength is quite impressive." And he didn't expect Dineshah to ask about his strength right away. He replied, "It's okay. Well then, let's have a match." Seeing Dineshah already drawing her sword, and he hurriedly stopped her, saying, "Wait, right now," and he didn't dare to fight Dineshah, as they were on a ship. With Dineshah's combat power, she could easily tear the ship apart in no time. This isn't a suitable place for a battle. Let's wait until we find a small island to spar. Dineshah looked at the good luck and said, "Okay. Ha ha ha. Captain, come quickly. Marcia and Sun Yin have been put on the bounty list." The members of the red-haired pirates on the Red Fourth were showing Shanks the bounty notices for Sun Yin and Marcia. Shanks browsed through the bounty notices and asked, "Where's Yi's new bounty?" The crew members of the red-haired pirates looked at each other and shook their heads, saying, "We didn't find it." Shanks read aloud, "How could there be none?" Beckman said, "Either the Navy doesn't know how much to set the bounty, or they don't want an E to attract attention." Shanks asked why. Beckman raised his right hand, which had a ring on it. Shanks instantly understood. At that moment, the navigator of the red-haired pirates asked, "Captain, where should we head next?" Shanks said, "First, we need to repair the ship, then we'll go to the East Sea." Beckman asked, "Are you really planning to go to the East Sea?" "Yes." "Why? Just because of Yi's words?" Facing Beckman's question, Shanks didn't answer directly, but said, "Although it has a lot to do with an E, I feel like there's something drawing me to the East Sea, so I want to go there." "All right, if you want to go to the East Sea, I'll go with you." "Who told you to be the captain?" Beckman said, "Shall we hold a banquet?" "Get lost. Aren't you just thinking about the wine he left here?" "Let me tell you, there's no way. Besides, the Red Fourth is so badly damaged. We need to save money for repairs, so we can't hold a banquet for now." "No, Beckman, I disagree. Last time, we set a bounty of 50,000 berries for him, and this time it directly increased by 5,000 times. Where are we going to put our Navy's face? But the problem is, the other side's strength definitely matches this bounty. No matter what, I will not agree." At this moment, at the Navy headquarters in Marineford, Admiral Steelbone Kong and Sengoku were arguing with each other. The reason for their dispute was in Yi's bounty amount, due to the failure of this capture. And Yi's powerful strength had already attracted the attention of many on the sea. After all, he managed to escape unharmed from 3 vice admirals, especially one known as one of the Navy's 3 monsters, a Kainu, along with a joint encirclement by 9 naval ships. The strength of the Infinite World Pirates was already quite formidable, especially as the captain, and the Navy had just learned that he was a devil fruit user. Therefore, the Navy wanted to raise Yi's bounty. However, Sengoku and Steelbone Kong disagreed on how much to set the bounty. Steelbone Kong believed that raising the bounty to several tens of millions of berries would be sufficient. But Sengoku thought Yi's abilities were too dangerous and that he must be captured as soon as possible. Therefore, he believed the bounty should be set higher to attract others to capture him or to improve intelligence for the Navy. Sengoku hoped to set Yi's bounty at 250 million berries to attract greedy people to go after him. Even if these people couldn't catch an E, the Navy could obtain more intelligence through them, allowing them to send personnel to capture him. In fact, Steelbone Kong also knew that a high bounty could attract people to cause trouble for an E. However, he was worried that setting the bounty too high would expose Yi's abilities. At that point, there could very well be a situation where other forces and the Navy competed to capture him. After all, there are many clever people among pirates as well. The ability to live comfortably is more attractive to pirates, so Steelbone Kong does not want an E to enter the sight of the great pirates, especially the several pirate crews in the New World. At this moment, Sengoku said, "Marshal Kong, I know what you're worried about, but in the first half of the Grand Line, our Navy's strength still exceeds that of the pirates. Therefore, I believe we need to resolve an E as soon as possible. Once they really enter the New World, then any actions we take in the Navy will not be able to avoid the pirates of the New World. Instead of battling the New World pirates then, it would be better to decisively capture an E while they are still in the first half." Steelbone Kong thought for a moment and said, "Sengoku, you make a good point. I agree with your opinion. on a deserted island in the first half of the Grand Line. An E is currently sparring with Dini Shah. Although an E is not weak, he is still being dominated by her throughout the match. Dini Shah relies solely on her speed and strength, leaving an E struggling to defend himself. If it weren't for his observation haki, which allows him to sense Dini Shah's attacks in advance, and his armament haki to block them, he would have been defeated long ago. Nevertheless, an E is in a dire state. His clothes tattered and his body covered in red marks, the result of Dini Shah's sword strikes. Meanwhile, the once lush green island is now in ruins, with all the trees cut down and the ground marked by sword scars. What is even more alarming to an E is that Dini Shah's eyes are still silver. He knows all too well what that signifies. As a half-human, half-demon cyborg, the Great Sword can unleash demonic power, allowing her strength to undergo a qualitative transformation. So far, Dini Shah hasn't even released 10% of her demonic power to turn her eyes golden. Bang! And he dodged a heavy slash from Dine Shah. Looking at Dine Shah, who was calm and composed, and he said, "No need to continue, I admit defeat." He was afraid that if they kept fighting, he would exhaust his stamina and end up lacking the haki for armament, which could result in Dine Shah striking him down, and that would be an unfair death. Dine Shah sheathed her sword and asked, "Your skill that can sense my attacks and the one that enhances your physical defense are quite impressive. Can I learn them?" And he naturally knew that Dini Shah was referring to haki, and he also understood that in the anime, Dini Shah's strongest ability was the perception of demonic energy. She could anticipate her opponent's next move by sensing their demonic energy, allowing her to strike first. An ordinary person without demonic energy could never compete with a great sword. Thus, an E gave Dini Shah the skills to master Kinbunshika haki, observation haki, and Busashoka haki, armament haki. After obtaining Kinbunshika haki, Dini Shah remarked, "It's somewhat similar to sensing demonic energy. Give me some time, and I should be able to master it." The next day, the sparring session with Dini Shah made an E realize that his strength was still quite weak. To enhance his power, an E decided to make good use of the lottery system. As for training, why bother when he had a system? He should take full advantage of it. Today was a day for 10 consecutive draws, and an E planned to use an item. This item had been in his possession for a long time. It was a good luck charm. Originally, an E intended to wait until the end of the year to use it, but now he felt an urgent pressure, especially after being soundly beaten by Dini Shah yesterday. He began the 10 consecutive draws. "Congratulations, host. You've obtained a supernatural item, an endless supply of mineral water." "Congratulations, host. You've obtained a supernatural item, the carbon coating manufacturing method from Girls UND Panzer." "Congratulations, host. You've obtained a skill upgrade card." "Congratulations, host. You've obtained a copy card." "Congratulations, host. You've obtained a character summoning card." In total, he received 10 prizes, 2 supernatural items, 3 rare cards, and the other 5 weren't bad either, including a Bobo Shah submachine gun, 2 98K rifles, a 5-kilogram gold ingot, and 10 kilograms of elf cookies from the Lord of the Rings. Among the 2 supernatural items, the endless supply of mineral water was clearly equivalent to a freshwater manufacturing device, and he was quite satisfied with this, as freshwater was extremely important for sailing, especially since his ship was relatively small and had limited storage space. Although he had a storage bag, it was filled with various items like weapons and ammunition, prizes he had drawn, and gold and silver treasures. The space left for food and drinking water was not large, especially since his ship was powered by electricity and required a steam turbine for generating power, which needed a significant amount of fresh water. Now, with this supernatural item, he wouldn't have to worry about freshwater shortages in the future. As for the other supernatural item, the carbon coating from the anime Girls UND Panzer was truly cutting-edge technology. A thin layer of this coating could withstand armor-piercing rounds of several dozen, even hundreds of millimeters in caliber. If this material were used to coat his ship, its defensive capabilities would be greatly enhanced. Moreover, beyond ships, it could also be used to create high-performance bulletproof vests, shields, and more. Although he only had the manufacturing method for now, once he settled down, he could easily mass-produce it. The 3 rare cards made an E even happier, as rare cards were always something that could be encountered but not sought after. 5 days later, and he looked at the people on the ship and said, "Everyone, we are not far from the next island. Here, I want to remind you that Shanks has said that the upcoming island is not a safe place. So, shortly, Sun Yin and I will go to check the situation on the island, while Denisa will stay with the good luck to protect the ship." Previously, Shanks told an E that their next island used to be a nation. However, this country was expelled from the world government because it could not pay the high celestial fees. After losing the protection of the world government, Although the king of the island's kingdom led his army to bravely defend the country, countless pirates and human traffickers swarmed in like flies, sensing blood. Soon, most parts of the island became lawless areas, where large numbers of pirates and traffickers gathered. In these lawless areas, there are no laws, no rules. Everything relies on one thing, the fist. As long as your fist is big enough, no one dares to disrespect you. Conversely, those people will swallow you whole, leaving no bones behind. Because there are so many pirates and criminals on the island, even the Navy is unwilling to come here. Soon, an E's good luck approached the island. From a distance, an E saw a port filled with pirate ships. The port was packed with pirate ships, an E roughly counted. And wow, there were over 100 pirate flags visible, and the number of pirate ships was even greater. The Lucky Star smoothly sailed into the harbor. Hey, look, that pirate ship is so small. Yeah, could it be that someone is piloting it alone? Look, there are several beauties on that ship. Wow, really beauties? How about coming on our ship for a good chat? I'm not only skilled, but also very strong. A pirate ship saw the just-entered Lucky Star and started to tease Sun Yin and the others. Bang! A gunshot rang out, and the pirate who had just teased him was shot in the head by Sun Yin. In an instant, the shouting pirate fell silent. The other pirates on the ships were used to such situations. After all, there were too many pirates gathered here, and with different pirate crews together, countless conflicts could happen every day. As long as they weren't involved, they didn't care. And E casually chose a place to dock the boat. But just after they arrived at the shore, a group of pirates came over. Listen up, docking here requires payment. And he looked at the group of pirates and said, Oh, how much do I need to pay? Not expensive, it's 30,000 berries a day. 30,000 berries a day? Did they really think he was a fat sheep? He remembered that when he docked at other ports, 30,000 berries was enough to keep his ship for a month. However, as a newcomer, and he decided to pay this fee. He threw 1,500,000 berries to the pirates and said, Pay for 5 days in advance. The leading pirate weighed the berries in his hand, nodded in satisfaction, and left with his crew. But just as they had just left, another group of pirates came to Anyi's ship and said, Come on, pay the docking fee, 50,000 berries a day. Ani looked at the group of newly appeared pirates and said, We just had a deal. One of the pirates replied, You did have a deal, but you made it with the Sherlock pirates, not with our Bloodspear pirates. Ani squinted and asked, Why do I still have to pay you? Of course, it's because our Bloodspear pirate crew is one of the 5 major pirate crews responsible for managing the port. Ani looked at the members of the Bloodspear pirate group, then glanced at the Sherlock pirate group, who had just received their payment but were watching from the side. He then looked at a few other groups behind the Bloodspear pirate group, who were grinning and watching his pirate crew. At this moment, Ani fully understood Xiang Kusi's words. As long as the fist is strong enough, one can gain enough respect. Ani said to Martha, You go deal with them. Yes. After receiving Ani's order, Martha charged into the Bloodspear pirates like an arrow. Liquid metal transformed into sharp weapons, easily slicing through the bodies of the Bloodspear pirates. Shoot her, kill her. Bang, bang, bang. Guns are useless. Use knives, use knives. Oomph. If bullets can't kill you, I don't believe cannonballs won't. Boom. The enemy still isn't dead. She's a devil fruit user, run. In no time, dozens of members of the Bloodspear pirates were slaughtered by Martha. She is the shape-shifting witch with a bounty of 50 million berries. As Martha rampaged, some pirates quickly recognized her identity. Looking at Martha, who was completely unblemished by blood, the members of the Sherlock pirates placed the 150,000 berries they had just taken on the ground and said, We don't want the money. You can stay here as long as you want. And E said, Stopping the boat to pay is only natural. Although I will follow the rules, don't think of me as an easy target. When an E said this, his eyes kept scanning the other pirate crews. It was clear that this was a warning from an E to them. The members of the other pirate crews nodded in understanding. After resolving the issue of docking the ship, an E disembarked with Sun Yen. Not far from the port, on a small hill, a one-eyed pirate put down his telescope and asked a bespectacled man in a black suit, Are you sure the other party is the Lucky Any? The bespectacled man replied, Captain Trisha, I am certain it is the Wanjia pirate crew. They are particularly easy to recognize. After all, their ship is small, and most of their members are female, which is rare for a pirate crew. Good, since we have confirmed their identity. I will have the first mate cooperate with your actions, but don't forget the benefits you promised me afterward. Rest assured, Captain Trisha, you will receive every penny of the promised money after the job is done. Watching the departing figure, Trisha began to ponder why the other party wanted to trouble a newly debuted small pirate crew. This island is indeed known as a lawless place. But that doesn't mean there are no rules at all. For example, If someone pays at this port, they cannot attack their ships. If they attack a pirate ship that is paid, they will get into big trouble, as there are many powerful pirate crews on the island. However, the money offered by the other party is simply too much, 200 million. At most, I will give some benefits to the other pirate crews afterward. And that will be enough. With this money, I can do many things. At this moment, E was walking in the city on the island. Along the way, he saw that the houses were basically in ruins. They were hardly suitable for living, let alone providing shelter from the wind and rain. The streets were filled with various types of garbage, and occasionally there would be a mountain of trash. On these garbage hills, some people could be seen rummaging for things. And he witnessed one person finding a bone, which attracted a dozen others to fight over it. Along the way, everyone in Esau looked emaciated and ragged, with some sitting by the roadside in a daze, surrounded by piles of waste. In stark contrast to these residents were the arrogant pirates, strutting around with their noses in the air. As these pirates walked down the street, the residents kept their distance, and he also saw several pirates tying up a few women with ropes, laughing loudly while discussing how much these women could be sold for. From time to time, some women would run up to the pirates, pleading to be sold, but the pirates generally rejected them, finding them unattractive. And he even saw a few pirates relieving themselves by the roadside, and they were directly facing a person who showed no reaction at all. It was more accurate to say they resembled a group of walking dead than to call them human. Moreover, and he noticed that there were hardly any young women, children, or young adults among the island's residents. It seemed that Shank's mention of rampant human trafficking was not just idle talk. "Big brother, can you give me something to eat?" At that moment, a little girl with half her face disfigured approached E, looking pitifully at him and pleading for help. Looking at this emaciated little girl, E thought that at her age, she should be living a carefree life under her parents' protection, not begging for food. And he was about to take out some food for her when unexpectedly, Sun Yin pointed a gun at the little girl's head and coldly said, "Get lost." The little girl looked at the gun in front of her, immediately bowed to E and Sun Yin, saying, "I'm sorry, adults," and then ran away. And he looked at Sun Yin in shock and asked, "Why did you want to drive her away?" And he understood clearly that Sun Yin was not a malicious person and probably wouldn't be so heartless. Sun Yin said, "I'm saving her. If you give her food, she won't be able to keep it. Do you believe me? The moment you leave, others will snatch the food from her hands, and she won't be able to survive on her own." And he listened to Sun Yin's words, thought for a moment, and realized she was right. Given the little girl's capabilities, it was impossible for her to keep the food safe. If he truly gave her food, it would only end up harming her. The saying, "A common man has no fault, but possessing jade brings trouble," illustrates this principle. Although he understood, and he still felt very sad. For someone living in the 21st century, this kind of life where one goes hungry and is exposed without clothing was something even the orphan in E had never experienced. Therefore, he couldn't comprehend what it meant for a group of starving people to see a little girl holding food in front of them. Looking at an E, who seemed a bit lost, Sun Yin comforted him, saying, "If you really want that little girl to eat her fill, then destroy the root cause of all this. Only when the source disappears will such tragedies cease to occur." After hearing Sun Yin's words, and E began to ponder what the root cause of all these tragedies was. Was it the pirates? The human traffickers? No, it was neither. It was the world government, the celestial dragons. Because they couldn't pay the heavenly gold. This country lost the protection of a navy. Because of the demand for slaves, there were so many human traffickers in this country. Thus, the source of these tragedies was not the pirates. The pirates were merely a catalyst. The real root cause was the unreasonable ruling class of this world. If one wanted to change all this, they must destroy the existing world government, destroy the high and mighty celestial dragons, and dismantle the rulers who had oppressed countless people for centuries. Now an E could understand why the Revolutionary Army instilled fear in the world government. It was because the Revolutionary Army was destroying the world government. Having come to this realization, an E said to Sun Yin, "Let's go." The two continued into the city center. They finally arrived at the central area of the city. In the central area, there was a wall several meters high, and dozens of pirates stood guard at the entrance with weapons. And he saw a notice board at the entrance, which outlined some regulations. First, everyone wishing to enter the central area must pay a fee of 1,000 berries. Second, no pirate crew is allowed to fight in the central area. Personal grievances can only be resolved in designated places. Third, all services in the central area require payment, and no debts are allowed. These regulations were set by the 5 major pirate crews, and any violation would result in a joint pursuit by the 5 major pirate crews. After reading the notice board, Ani paid 2,000 berries to enter the central area. This place was a completely different world from what he had seen before. Here, taverns, restaurants, casinos, and places of entertainment were all available. Beautifully dressed waitresses, fragrant food, enchanting music, and a dazzling decor made this place appear prosperous. The pirates indulged in food and drink, reveling in their wealth. However, all of this seemed glaringly bright to an E. Just a wall apart, there were two completely different worlds. Looking at the piece of meat that had been bitten and discarded on the ground, and thinking of those outside who would fight for a single bone, and he couldn't muster any interest in the sights before him. He took Sun Yin to a restaurant. His only purpose for coming here was to replenish some supplies. Meanwhile, at the port, a group of pirates appeared before the glasses-wearing man, led by a strong man holding a long spear. "Are you Vice Captain Chrysler?" "I am." "You are the employer mentioned by the captain." "Yes." "Good. Tell me your requirements." The glasses-wearing man pointed to the ship Fortune in the harbor and said, "The people on that ship are your targets." Chrysler looked at the Fortune and said, "Such a small pirate ship. How many people are on it? Do I really need to take action?" The glasses-wearing man smiled, took out Martha's bounty notice, and said, "There is a person on that ship with a bounty of 50 million berries, and my request is to capture them alive." "A person with abilities?" "Although it's a bit troublesome, we have sea prism stone handcuffs, and with me here, abilities aren't a big problem. In that case, I can rest assured. Men, let us set off." "Oh." The glasses-wearing man looked at the pirates surrounding the Fortune. He was actually a world government agent. Initially, he had come to this island to scout for some exceptional children to enrich the CP organization. However, he unexpectedly discovered the multiverse pirate crew. A few days ago, he had already received orders that if he found the multiverse pirate crew, he must promptly report their location to the Navy and closely monitor them before the Navy arrives. However, as a world government agent, he didn't just want to report. He wanted to use his abilities to capture the multiverse pirate crew. However, he was not an agent with outstanding combat abilities. So, he decided to pay and hire the pirates on the island to catch them. After all, the relationship between the Navy and CP under the world government was not good. This is why he sought out the treasure pirate crew, hoping to use money to get them to send people. His plan was to capture the people left on the ship while an E was out and then threaten an E with the capture personnel. Even if an E did not yield to the threat, they would occupy the pirate ship, making it impossible for him to leave the island. His plan was beautiful, but he could never have imagined that the people left on the ship were beyond the treasure pirate crew's capability to handle. At this moment, Chrysler had already surrounded the Fortune, and the pirate crews near the Fortune had already left upon seeing the treasure pirate crew members. As one of the 5 strongest pirate crews on the island, most pirate crews were still unwilling to offend them. Chrysler said to his subordinates, "Remember, we need to leave the people on the ship alive." "Yes, Vice Captain." However, Martha had already discovered Chrysler and his group long ago, but due to her programming, she would not retaliate unless the other party took the initiative to attack or boarded the ship. At this moment, the members of the treasure pirate crew had already brought a ladder and were preparing to board the ship. Just as the ladder was set up, Martha appeared before them. Chrysler looked at the beautiful-faced Martha and thought, the members of the multiverse pirate crew, apart from the captain, are all beauties. I wonder if I will have the chance to have a good conversation with them once I capture them. Just as Chrysler was daydreaming, he saw Martha's right arm transform into a plasma cannon. With one shot, she blasted away a pirate who had just climbed aboard the Fortune. Then Martha aimed at the remaining members of the treasure pirate crew and said, "I warn you, do not board the ship." Seeing that the opponent had directly opened fire, Chrysler shouted, "Attack." A group of pirates picked up their weapons and charged at Martha. Facing the group of pirates, Martha transformed her liquid metal into tentacles and crashed into the sea of pirates. In an instant, a large group of pirates was killed by the tentacles formed from the liquid metal. Watching Martha strike without mercy, Chrysler knew he couldn't let her continue killing like this. He extended his hands, and a purple light cluster appeared in his palms. "Ha!" Chrysler shouted, and the beam of light flew straight towards Martha. Although Martha was good at attacking and defending, her speed was her weakness. Faced with this fast-moving beam of light, Martha could not dodge. She was directly hit by the beam, which then formed a semicircular area upon impact. The liquid metal on Martha began to decrease rapidly. In just a few seconds, a large amount of liquid metal was reduced to just a fraction of its original amount. A flash of red light appeared in Martha's eyes. Her electronic chip was analyzing what went wrong. "Ha ha!" Chrysler laughed as he watched the vanishing liquid metal from Martha. "The shape-shifting witch, you can't change anymore, can you? Let me tell you, I am a user of the nullification fruit, possessing the ability to nullify the abilities of devil fruit users. Your devil fruit is no longer usable. At that moment, a pirate handcuffed Martha with a pair of handcuffs. As the handcuffs clicked into place, the purple area formed by the beam also disappeared. Chrysler sighed with relief. Although his ability could render other users' powers ineffective, it wouldn't last long. Luckily, his subordinate had put the sea prism stone handcuffs on her, and now that Martha was bound by them, he had nothing to fear. Ha ha! The pirates, seeing the sea prism stone handcuffs were secured, believed Martha was no longer a threat and burst into laughter. However, suddenly, the laughter of the pirates came to an abrupt halt. Martha's right hand transformed again into a plasma cannon. Then, in the astonished eyes of a group of pirates, she fired and blew the head off the nearest pirate. What happened? Why can she still use her ability? Chrysler asked in shock. He then turned to a nearby pirate, grabbed his collar, and asked, "You idiots didn't mistake regular handcuffs for sea prism stone handcuffs, did you?" The pirate, with a mournful face, replied, "Vice Captain, how could that be? Even if we were stupid, we wouldn't make such a mistake." Chrysler thought for a moment and agreed. Although these guys were somewhat foolish, they would confuse regular handcuffs with sea prism stone handcuffs. But if that was the case, why could she still use her abilities? Of course, the members of the Treasure Pirates did not know that Martha was a robot. Although the sea prism stone did prevent her from using her abilities to enhance the liquid metal as the ultimate killing machine, the Terminator, she had more ways to kill than just liquid metal. Using the plasma cannon, Martha shot down one pirate after another, causing the remaining pirates to flee in panic. Chrysler watched his subordinates being chased and beaten by Martha, cursing angrily, "Damn it." He then raised his spear and, taking advantage of Martha using her plasma cannon to shoot, thrust it forward. Although he was a devil fruit user, he was also an exceptionally skilled warrior. Clang! The sound of metal clashing echoed as Martha was knocked back by Chrysler's spear. Splash! The immense force sent Martha flying into the sea. Chrysler looked at the twisted and deformed spearhead in front of him, his face revealing an expression of disbelief. When he had just shot Martha, he hadn't held back at all, using all his strength. But unexpectedly, her weight was much greater than that of an average person. More critically, his spear had actually deformed. Was that woman-esque body made of iron? No. Even if it were iron, it shouldn't have bent like that. However, he had finally knocked her into the sea, and he thought she should be finished now. "You guys go down and see if she is dead. If not, bring her up." Just as Chrysler commanded his subordinates to go into the sea to retrieve her, he felt the hair on the back of his neck stand up. He instinctively dodged to the side, and although his movement was quick, he still could not avoid the attack. Chrysler's right hand was severed at the wrist. If he hadn't dodged just now, he would have been cut in half. Chrysler looked at the beautiful woman with blonde hair and silver eyes in front of him. Although she was indeed stunning, he had just narrowly escaped death at her hands. Vanessa said softly, "Oh, you actually dodged." Then she disappeared from Chrysler's sight. Not vanished, but rather her speed was too fast to see. Thud! Before Chrysler could react, Vanessa had already appeared behind him, and her sword had sliced across his neck. The body on the ground looked so familiar. "Oh, I ascended my body?" This was Chrysler's last thought. "Vice Captain." The remaining members of the Treasure Pirates shouted as they looked at Chrysler's headless corpse. Vanessa turned to the remaining people, revealing a beautiful smile, and said, "You are all in this together." Then she disappeared again, and when she reappeared, all the remaining members of the Treasure Pirates were dead. Hey. How could a swordsman with such strength appear here? The bounty of 88 million berries on Chrysler's head, and he was killed without any resistance. This woman's strength is too terrifying. The surrounding pirates were all shocked by Vanessa's terrifying power. Vanessa smiled as she surveyed the area, and everyone she looked at instinctively took a step back. The bespectacled man, watching Chrysler being instantaneously killed by Vanessa, cursed inwardly. Damn Navy. Didn't they say that the multiverse pirates only had 2 people and 2 animals besides the captain? What else with this female swordsman? Looking at the corpses of the pirates that Vanessa had cut in half, the bespectacled man decided to leave the area. After all, this female swordsman was too strong, and there were probably not many on this island who could match her. He wondered if Tresha, also a swordsman, could be her opponent. Just as the bespectacled man was about to leave, he suddenly felt a sword pressed against his neck. At the same time, Vanessa's voice came through. "I've been watching you for a long time. I remember you were with that group at the beginning. Where do you think you're going?" The bespectacled man never expected that even after distancing himself, he would still be spotted by her. Shave, moonwalk, facing the sword against his neck. He first used shave to escape danger, then directly used moonwalk to ascend into the air. Although his combat power was lacking as an agent of the world government, his escape ability was not bad, One couldn't appear in such an unlawful place without some skills. The bespectacled man looked down, and his pupils suddenly constricted because he could not see Dinessa. Where do you think you're going? The pleasant voice came from behind him again. Although this voice was beautiful, to him, it sounded like a death knell. Bang! Then Dinessa used the flat of her sword to knock the bespectacled man to the ground. Bang! Boom! Dinessa executed a free fall, creating a large crater on the ground. The bespectacled man looked at the metal-long boots in front of him. He struggled to lift his head and saw a pair of silver pupils. Puff! Dinessa suddenly severed the legs of the bespectacled man and then stomped on his arms to break them. Do you know who I am? I am an agent of the world government. Attacking me is equivalent to attacking the world government. At this moment, the bespectacled man hoped to intimidate Dinessa by invoking the name of the world government. However, unfortunately for him, Dinessa was not from the One Piece world. Although she had some information about the world government in her mind, she didn't care at all. Seeing that Dinessa showed no reaction to his status as a world government agent, the bespectacled man shouted to the surrounding pirates, "Who will save me? I'll give them 50 million, no, 100 million berries." Although the offer was tempting, the nearby pirates looked at the corpses of the Trisha pirate crew on the ground and suppressed their greed. 100 million berries was a lot, but whether they would be alive to claim that money was another question. Dinessa had not stopped the bespectacled man. She actually wanted to see if anyone would step up to save him. However, it was evident that Dinessa's previous display of power had frightened the other pirates present. What a pity. I finally have no organizational constraints, and I wanted to have a good fight. Hearing this, the surrounding pirates felt a chill in their hearts, realizing that she still wanted to fight. Seeing that no one was willing to intervene, Dinessa lifted the bespectacled man and was about to return to the Lux ship when a man blocked her path. Dinessa looked at the man in front of her, who was bare-chested, wearing a red and black wide-brimmed hat, a black and red cloak, and carrying a large black sword. His golden eyes, reminiscent of an eagle, were particularly striking. Mihawk had originally come to the island to challenge Trisha, as she was a swordsman. However, unexpectedly, he saw an outstanding female swordsman as soon as he landed. Although Denise's previous moves were quite simple and relied entirely on speed and strength, Mihawk did not believe she possessed only that level of skill. As someone who aspired to be the world's greatest swordsman, seeing such a powerful swordsman made it impossible for him to hold back, so he stepped forward. Dinessa looked at the man before her, and, although he was simply standing there casually, the instinct of a strong person told her that he was also a powerful individual. Dinessa asked, "Do you want to save him?" Mihawk shook his head and said, "I am not here to save him." Dinessa inquired, "Then what for?" Mihawk drew his black sword, pointing it directly at Dinessa, and said, "I am a swordsman." Dinessa realized he wanted to spar with her. She tossed the bespectacled man to a group of pirates nearby and said, "You guys keep an eye on him for me. After I finish, I'll come back for him. If he is gone or dead by then, don't expect to live. Understood?" Understood. The group of pirates nodded eagerly in agreement. Seeing that Dinessa was no longer bound by the bespectacled man, Mihawk said, as a swordsman, "Before we start fighting, I will introduce myself. I am Dracul Mihawk." Dracul Mihawk? Isn't he the swordsman who has gained fame in recent years? Yes. It is said that his strength is extremely formidable, and many believe he could become the world's strongest swordsman. Dinessa, in contrast to Mihawk's formality, Dinessa simply said 3 words. "I'll remember that name." After that, Mihawk raised his black sword. However, in an instant, Dinessa had already appeared in front of him, a flash of cold light passing by. Mihawk's downward strike was forced to change into a block. Clang! Mihawk was pushed back several meters by Dinessa's strike. He thought to himself, such great power. As a swordsman, he knew very well that women naturally had less strength than men of the same build. But looking at Dinessa's slender figure, he simply couldn't imagine how she could exert such immense power with such a physique. Seeing that Mihawk had blocked her attack, Dinessa was not surprised. If he had no strength, she wouldn't have initiated the assault. Dinessa supported herself with her left hand on the ground and quickly regained her posture, then launched a rapid sword thrust. Mihawk also used his sword to defend at high speed. Clang, clang, clang. The swords of the two clashed, sparks flying, their speeds so fast that others could only see some afterimages. The air currents generated by their sword strikes created a strong wind, making it hard for the surrounding pirates to keep their eyes open. Gradually, the ground around the two began to crack, and their cloaks became increasingly tattered. The onlooking crowd was forced to move farther away from them to avoid being caught in the crossfire of their attacks. Boom! Then the two exerted force against each other, using the rebound to separate. Dinessa looked at her large sword, now covered in small nicks. It was important to note that her sword had been specially crafted by the organization using special materials, extremely hard, and had not shown any damage even after she had slain numerous abyss creatures. At this moment, she remembered what an E had once said: armament hockey can increase the durability of weapons. Thinking of this, she began to channel her armament hockey to coat her large sword. Mihawk glanced at his now tattered cloak. In all his years of being a swordsman, it was the first time someone had cut it to such a state. Simultaneously, he noticed that Denise's large sword had turned black, and he knew that was the effect of armament hockey. Once Denise completed the coating of her armament hockey, she decided to unleash her demonic power. She closed her eyes, and when she opened them again, her pupils had changed from silver to gold. The moment Denise's golden pupils appeared, a gust of wind spread outward from her. Both Mihawk and the surrounding pirates felt something increase in the air. Faced with this sensation, Mihawk decided to strike first. He executed a powerful slash, sending a massive wave of sword energy sweeping across. Denise leaped to evade Mihawk's strike. Quick dodge. Although Denise avoided it, the pirates behind her were not so lucky. They saw the sword energy slice through dozens of pirates in half, along with a large number of houses. With just one strike, Mihawk had demolished dozens of houses. Denise re-engaged Mihawk in battle. This time, Mihawk felt an increased pressure. They no longer relied on rapid swordplay, but began to compare strength. Denise's previous quick attacks might have seemed impressive, but he could completely block them. However, now, Mihawk felt that with each swing of his sword, it was as if Denise knew in advance, and his attacks were being restricted each time. Moreover, her strength and sword-swinging speed had significantly increased compared to before. But precisely because of this, he felt even more excited. How long had it been since he had fought like this? A year, 2 years, or 3 years? Now, he finally had the chance to go all out. At this moment, the area near the port was already crowded with people, all drawn in by the battle between Denise and Mihawk. However, most of them kept their distance. They knew very well. Once close to the aftermath of the attacks from the two individuals, it would be difficult for one to survive. However, there are some who disregard the danger and always try to get as close as possible. These individuals are swordsmen, and they do everything they can to approach the battlefield of the two, hoping to see their combat clearly. For these swordsmen, both of them are existences they cannot surpass. Yet, this does not hinder their observation of the two's swordsmanship. Although they know they will never catch up with either of them in their lifetime, watching their battle can elevate their own strength. This is a fatal temptation for swordsmen, so even though some occasionally get caught in the aftermath of the attacks, they still rush forward one after another. Clang, crack. After another clash, a crack appeared on Denise's great sword, extending directly to the spine of the sword. Hawkeye retracted his black blade and said, "Let's call it a day for now. Although I had the upper hand due to the advantage of my weapon, you did not lose. Let's consider it a draw. I hope that when we meet next time, you will find a sword that suits you." After saying this, Hawkeye tossed a notebook over, saying, "Your weapon lacks the nurturing of armament hockey. These are some insights I've gained from nurturing weapons with armament hockey. Hope it helps you." After doing this, Hawkeye turned and left, stepping onto his small boat. Seeing Hawkeye personally acknowledge a draw with Denise, the surrounding pirates swallowed their saliva. Denise, receiving Hawkeye's notebook, first released her demonic energy, then put the notebook away. She walked toward the place where the glasses-wearing man was. Seeing Denise approach, the pirates all made way. As pirates, respecting the strong is always an unchanging truth. Denise came before the glasses-wearing man and lifted him up again. This time, he made no sound, behaving as obediently as a doll. As an agent of the world government, he was well aware of Dracul Mihawk's strength. Dracul Mihawk had a bounty of 568 million berries. This was still because he was a solitary swordsman, not a pirate who committed heinous acts. If he were a pirate, the bounty would at least double. The bounty was also due to his capricious nature, as he had destroyed some buildings during sparring and affected some people. While sailing the seas, he would also act aggressively if other ships obstructed him. The Navy had considered capturing him, but 3 years ago, he managed to escape even when surrounded by 3 Navy vice admirals, and his current strength would only be greater. As for someone who could match Dracul Mihawk, his identity as a world government agent truly held no deterrent power. After all, on the sea, when one is strong enough, even the world government must think carefully about whether to take action against them. He could be sure that the world government would not really seek trouble with him. So, he was being obedient now. After all, he only had one life. Splash. At this moment, Martha finally climbed back up from the sea. Hey, wasn't that woman a devil fruit user? How could she come out of the sea? Yeah, Shouldn't a devil fruit user drown if they fall into the sea? At this time, a large number of pirates looked at Martha, who had just emerged from the sea, in astonishment. Today's events should be shocking enough. First with a female swordsman whose strength was on par with Dracula Mihawk, and now with a devil fruit user climbing out of the sea. What happened today left many pirates' hearts racing. Martha, what happened with Denisa? At this moment, and he finally returned to the port with Sun Yen. Earlier, while he was shopping in the city, he suddenly heard sounds coming from the direction of the port, later learning that two powerful swordsmen were battling there. This made N.E. very worried, and he hurried back, only to see the area near the Good Fortune ship in disarray, as if it had been bombarded by dozens of cannons. Denisa calmly said, "Oh, it's nothing, just had a match with someone named Dracula Mihawk. And it was a draw." Dracula Mihawk, if N.E. remember correctly, was clearly the name of the future World S #1 swordsman, Hawkeye. And he quickly asked, "Does the other person have eyes like an eagle?" "Indeed." Hiss. And E took a deep breath, and although he knew that D Shun was powerful, he didn't expect him to be this strong. And E is very clear that although Ing Yin has not yet become the world's #1 swordsman, he is already among the strongest swordsmen in this world. He did not expect that Dini Shah could actually hold her own against him. From the previous newspapers, and he learned that the opponent was challenging other swordsmen everywhere. If he knew that Dini Shah had only unleashed 10% of her demon power, he would be even more surprised. At this moment, and E asked with concern, "Dini Shah, are you hurt?" Dini Shah raised her great sword and said, "I'm not injured, but my great sword is damaged, and I'm afraid it can no longer be used." And he looked at the nearly broken great sword and knew it must be Hawkeye's weapon, made by the Black Blade. But an E had no good solution. He had been in the world of One Piece for so long, and he hadn't even seen a supreme grade great sword, 12 craftsmanship, let alone a good great sword, 50 craftsmanship. After all, the world of One Piece is vast, and there are only a few dozen famous swords, most of which are controlled by powerful individuals. It's really difficult to obtain an unclaimed famous sword. Moreover, the famous sword in the One Piece world might not be suitable for Denisa. After all, Denisa had always used large and heavy greatswords. This put an E in a dilemma. A swordsman without a weapon would directly weaken 90 of their strength. At this moment, and he noticed Marcia beside him, and suddenly thought, could he use Marcia's ability to enhance the super hard alloy inside and create a great sword that Denisa could use? With this in mind, and he asked Marcia if it was possible. Marcia replied that it could be done, but it would take some time. At this point, and he finally noticed the presence of the glasses-wearing man and asked, "Who is this?" Denisa then recounted what had happened earlier, and he looked at the bespectacled man and said, "Since you are a world government agent, then go ahead and kill him." "Sure." Without hesitation, Denisa executed Yi's command, and he then took out 6 skill extraction cards and placed them on the corpse of the bespectacled man. And he had drawn quite a few skill extraction cards before, but since the usage condition was that the target must be dead, he had never had the chance to use them. After all, characters that could be easily eliminated typically didn't have any worthwhile skills for an E to extract. This time, a practitioner of the 6 styles had finally appeared, and he wanted to learn the remaining few techniques from him. Even if he couldn't use them himself, he could let others, especially Marcia, use them. Marcia's attack and defense were sufficient now, but her movement speed was a shortcoming. If Marcia could master the shaving technique, her combat power would see a qualitative improvement. Using all 6 skill extraction cards at once allowed an E to acquire all of the Navy's 6 styles. The captain and vice captain have been taken down by them. Are we not going to take revenge? Tresha looked at her subordinate who was speaking, wishing she could slap him. A swordsman who could match Jorakarl Mihawk, a capable ability user, and a sniper. How could they seek revenge against such opponents? Those who had reached Jorakarl Mihawk's level of power could no longer rely on numbers to win. No matter how many people they had to them, it would only make a difference between swinging a sword once or swinging it multiple times. Tresha said, "Prepare a gift and go to the Multiverse Pirate crew. Tell them I'm hosting a banquet tonight and hope they can attend." "Captain, they killed the vice captain and so many of us. And we still want to invite them to dinner?" Tresha shot him a glance and said, "Did you not hear me?" "Understood." Then Tresha added, "When you go, be respectful and don't provoke them, got it?" "Understood, Captain." At that moment, Denisa was swinging the large sword that Marcia had just made for her. Due to Marcia's knowledge of human anatomy and force, this new weapon was slightly different from Denisa's original large sword. So Denisa was still in the adaptation phase. To get used to the newly acquired weapon, Denisa began to exert herself fully, causing sword energy to fly chaotically around the port, leaving the ground full of pits and holes. However, The pirates in the port were wise enough to keep their distance and said nothing. What could they say? When one's strength reaches a certain level, the rules for the weak become entirely dependent on their mood. Dinessa was simply using the ground to test her sword. It was already quite generous of her not to test it on them. At this time, Tresha's pirate crew's messenger, Abner, had been wandering outside the port for quite a while. Since Dinessa was testing her sword, no pirate dared to enter, and his anxious pacing was understandable. Not long ago, he had seen members of the Sherlock pirate crew and the Bloodspear pirate crew. These individuals shared a common point. They were all carrying gifts, which he understood meant that other pirate crews also wanted to invite each other. Although the 5 major pirate crews on the island were the rule makers of the island, they would unite against external threats. However, despite appearing harmonious, there was no shortage of open and covert strife among the 5 crews. Each pirate crew wanted to eliminate the other 4 to dominate the entire island. After all, a single pirate crew could make more money than 5 crews combined, but their strength did not allow it. Dinessa's appearance gave these pirate crews hope for annexing the others. That was why they all flocked to the port, hoping to see if they could win Dinessa over. Thinking of this, he gritted his teeth, took the gift from his subordinate, and ventured into the port. Other pirate crew members watched as Abner entered the port and hesitated. However, looking at the port that occasionally erupted with loud noises, they stopped in their tracks. What now? And he asked Dinessa about the feel of the new weapon. Although the sword made by Marcia is extremely ergonomic and mechanically sound, for a swordsman, sometimes a weapon doesn't have to be perfect, but rather suitable for oneself. Dinessa twirled the sword and said, "It's quite good, although I was a bit unaccustomed at first. It's much easier to use than my previous great sword after getting used to it." "Thank you, Marcia." In response to Dinessa's gratitude, Marcia simply replied politely, "You're welcome." At that moment, the newly appointed vice captain of the Treasure pirate crew, Abner, came to seek an audience. And he looked at the person in front of him, wearing a suit that didn't quite fit, clearly chosen at the last minute. Moreover, this person probably didn't have a habit of wearing suits before, otherwise he wouldn't have tied his tie backwards. And he asked, "What is the matter?" "Captain Tresha of our crew specially organized a banquet to compensate for the inconvenience caused to you by our crew members earlier, and we hope that members of the Wanjia pirate crew can grace us with your presence tonight." After speaking, he handed over a box, and upon opening it, there were dozens of shiny gold bars inside. "This is a gift from our captain to you all, and we hope you won't find it lacking." As the saying goes, one should not strike a smiling face, since the other party presented dozens of gold bars, and he felt it was inappropriate not to let him speak. And he naturally knew about Tresha. He had inquired and learned that this person is the captain of the Tresha pirate crew, one of the 5 major pirate crews on the island, and is said to be a powerful swordsman. Moreover, it was members of his pirate crew who had previously attacked Marcia. If it had been an invitation earlier, and he would have hesitated. However, after recognizing Dinessa as a formidable strength, and he was no longer that afraid. After all, with Dinessa as a strong ally, what was there to fear? Although relying on Dinessa could be seen as somewhat taking advantage, and he expressed that his appetite wasn't very good, and he quite liked soft food. And he looked towards Dinessa. After all, the invitation was extended to them, largely because of Dinessa's reputation. Dinessa, knowing that the other party was considering her strength, said, "Captain, you decide." Since Dinessa had said this, and he took the gold he had for Iberna and said, "Please tell Lord Tresha that we will attend tonight." Iberna, hearing this, happily said, "Thank you for your grace. Then I will take my leave for now, and I will come to lead you to the banquet tonight." After speaking, Iberna respectfully bowed to an E and the others, then quickly left. In fact, after Dinessa stopped practicing her sword, other pirate crews had also entered the port, but seeing Iberna and an E in conversation, they did not approach. It would be disrespectful to interrupt the conversation between strong individuals. Upon seeing an E accept Iberna's invitation, they understood that inviting them again would be futile, so they immediately returned to their respective pirate crews to inform their captains of this news. Meanwhile, Steelbone Kong at the Marine headquarters in Marineford also received urgent intel. As a notorious area in the first half of the Grand Line, the Marines wouldn't launch an assault, but they had to arrange for someone to gather intelligence on the pirates on the island. Thus, news of Dinessa and Mihawk's battle quickly reached Marine headquarters. However, due to the shocking nature of the information, the intelligence department verified it repeatedly to ensure its accuracy before submitting it to Steelbone Kong. After spending some time reviewing the intel about Dinessa, Steelbone Kong felt overwhelmed. A female swordsman whose strength was not inferior to Dracula Mihawk suddenly appeared, and prior to this, the Marines had no information about her. More crucially, she had joined the Wanjia pirate crew. Just as the Marines were preparing to deal with the Wanjia pirate crew, they suddenly added such a powerful force, disrupting their previously laid plans. Now, the plans regarding the Wanjia pirate crew had to be cancelled and restructured. The Marine headquarters originally intended to send several vice admirals to capture an but now it seemed that the strength of the vice admirals was insufficient. Did they need to mobilize an admiral? However, in recent times, the New World was in chaos, and the Whitebeard pirates were expanding on a large scale. 2 of the 3 admirals had already gone to monitor Whitebeard. Currently, Marineford only had Admiral Sengoku stationed, and he was ready to head to the New World for support, especially since their opponent was the renowned strongest man in the world, Edward Newgate, aka Whitebeard. As for Garp, he had returned to the East Blue. Thinking of this, Steelbone Kong felt a headache coming on. He sighed and began to consider whether he should retire early and let Sengoku take over the position of Fleet Admiral. Forget it, he thought. He would remain Fleet Admiral for a few more years to give Sengoku more experience, while using whatever influence he had left to clean up CP personnel in the Marines and create a better environment for Sengoku. Come, bring Sakazuki, Kazan, and Borisolino to me. I have a mission for them. Although the admirals couldn't be mobilized at the moment, he could only send out the 3 monster vice admirals currently in the Marines. Although their strength was still not on par with the admirals, they were at least vice admiral level. Lord E, Lord Dinisha, Lord Sunyin, and Lord Marsha, the carriage has been prepared for you. Please get on. Looking at the 4-wheeled carriage in front of him, and he was experiencing this type of carriage for the first time. He was the first aboard, followed by Dinisha and the others in order. However, when Marsha boarded, the entire carriage noticeably sank a bit, and the horse pulling the carriage let out a mournful whinny. Ani naturally felt clear about the situation. It was because of Martha's weight. After all, Martha weighed over 1,000 pounds. Ibina looked at the carriage in confusion, thinking, why does it feel like the carriage has become shorter? But they shouldn't look that heavy. Could it be that this carriage is a fake? Talesia looked at the 4 people who had come along, her expression very unpleasant. She naturally recognized these 4. They were the captains of the other 4 major pirate crews on the island. As for why these 4, who usually wouldn't even urinate in the same place, had appeared together today, it was all because of the Wanjia pirate crew. They were afraid that if she managed to win over the Wanjia pirate crew, her strength would surpass theirs. However, with all 4 of them coming to the banquet, she couldn't just refuse them at the door, so she had no choice but to welcome them in. At this time, Ani and the others were still on the road. Originally, their speed wasn't this slow. But who could blame it on Martha's immense weight? The horse pulling the carriage had collapsed midway. If it weren't for Ibina's prior preparations, they would probably have to walk the rest of the way. And he pulled back a corner of the carriage curtain and looked outside. They had now entered the territory of the Telesia pirates. Contrary to what he had imagined, there was no chaos here. Instead, it appeared orderly. And he also saw some places where food was being distributed. Pirates were maintaining order at these locations, and the island's residents were lining up in long queues to receive food. Thanks to the pirates' management, these hungry residents were surprisingly organized. Seeing this, and he felt a hint of curiosity about Telesia. Logically, why would a pirate distribute food to the residents? During his reconnaissance today, and he had roughly estimated that the island was quite large, with a conservative population of over 200,000, most of whom were struggling to find enough to eat. The pirates on the island were indifferent to the lives of the native residents. Only when they needed labor would some pirates offer a bit of food to recruit residents. However, after working for the pirates, the residents could only receive a small amount of food, and sometimes they didn't receive anything at all. Despite this, many residents still wanted to work for the pirates, given that feeding over 100,000 people was clearly beyond the capabilities of the Telesia pirates. And he found it puzzling. Soon, and the others finally arrived at the banquet location. To their surprise, the venue was not a lavish place, but a simple outdoor camp. The entire area was straightforward, with a large table set up in the middle of the open space, covered with some food. Next to the table, there were several bonfires where meat was being roasted. It seemed that Telesia was planning an outdoor barbecue party. Welcome, welcome. I am Telesia, and I welcome all members of the Wanjia pirate group to my humble banquet. At this moment, a well-dressed man appeared in front of an He quickly assessed the other person, who was wearing clothes he couldn't name. However, judging by the material and craftsmanship, the outfit was quite expensive, and it was custom-made for them. And said, all members of the pirate crew of all realms pay their respects to your excellency, Tresha. Since the other party had shown enough courtesy, and he naturally wouldn't make them feel awkward. Just then, a man dressed in a white robe, with long hair reaching his waist and holding a large bouquet of roses, exuding a strong scent of perfume, appeared right in front of Dinesha. "Ah, beautiful Miss Dinesha. Your long hair shines like gold. Your eyes are as enchanting as silver." Bang! Before he could finish speaking, Dinesha had already kicked him away. After kicking him, Dinesha frowned and waved her hand in front of her nose. It was clear that she was very displeased with that strong perfume smell, and he didn't expect to encounter such a situation right after arriving here. He looked at Tresha beside him. That person was the captain of the Charlotte pirate crew and also a swordsman. I won't stop him. However, this person is quite lecherous, and he wasn't invited by me. Upon hearing this, and he understood, it seemed that this banquet was not only attended by his own pirate crew, but also by other pirate crews on the island. Moreover, according to Tresha, the other party had come uninvited. At this moment, another big man stepped forward and pointed at Tresha, saying, "Tresha, Captain Charlotte has come to your banquet. And this is how you treat him? Is this the hospitality of the Tresha pirate crew?" "Yes, although your Tresha pirate crew is powerful. Such a lack of manners is truly detrimental." Watching the two who stood up and criticized Tresha with righteous indignation. If he hadn't seen it was Danisa who kicked them, he would almost have thought that Tresha was the one who kicked them. In response to their accusations, Tresha said little, but instead addressed in E and the others. These two are the captains of the Blood Spear and the Demon Claw pirate crews. And the one sitting down is the captain of another large pirate crew on the island, the Maki pirate crew. Good heavens! All the captains of the 5 major pirate crews on the island have gathered. Since you all have come to attend my banquet, then you're all guests. Now, please take your seats. Tresha invited everyone to sit down, and he nodded and said, "Since we are here to attend the banquet, we should naturally eat first." For me, nothing was more important than eating. Subsequently, everyone took their seats. Tresha voluntarily gave the main seat to an E and sat at the side. The others also took their seats, except for Charlotte, who had fallen into a coma. Once everyone was seated, Tresha raised a glass and said, "Today, our pirate crew had some conflicts with a multiverse pirate crew. Here, I would like to apologize on behalf of the Tresha pirate crew to everyone in the multiverse pirate crew, especially to Ms. Marcia and Ms. Deanie Shah. I will drink to that." As a return gesture, and E and the others also had a drink. After drinking, Deanie Shah said, "I don't mind what happened today. After all, the one who offended us is already dead." Ms. Deanie Shah was magnanimous, but I still want to express my feelings, so bring in the items. Shortly after, a group of pirates brought in several boxes and opened them one by one. Inside the boxes were large quantities of gold, silver, and jewels. Tresha said, "This is all the treasure of our pirate crew, and I now give these treasures to the multiverse pirate crew as an apology for what happened today." And he looked at the numerous treasures in the box and asked, "I think it can't be just a simple apology that Lady Tresha invited us to the banquet, right? There must be something else." Tresha nodded, looking at the other 3 pirate captains, and said, "Indeed." At that moment, the other 3 pirate captains exchanged glances after seeing Tresha's expression, and they sensed something ominous in each other's eyes. When they learned that the Wanjia pirate group had been invited to the banquet by the Tresha pirate group, they had already conferred with each other. After discussing, they decided to attend the Tresha pirate group's banquet together. Now, with Tresha presenting the entire pirate group's treasures, but expecting the Wanjia pirate group to do something, the first thing that came to their minds was to eliminate themselves and the others. And he asked, "Does Your Excellency Tresha want us to take action to deal with the other 4 pirate crews? Is it to use the treasure of the entire pirate crew to ask for our help?" Besides this, and he couldn't think of anything else. After all, exchanging the treasure of 1 pirate crew for the treasure of 4 pirate crews seems like a sure profit. Moreover, there's also the income from this island in the future, so what Tresha is offering is not too much. However, Tresha's answer was unexpected. He said, "No, I will not ask the members of the all-world pirate crew to take action. My request is that when I go to war with them, the members of the all-world pirate crew must remain on the sidelines." And he never expected that the other party only requested him not to interfere in their struggle. He thought they wanted Dinesha to take action. This request posed no problem for an E to execute, as he originally planned to replenish some supplies on the island. He had no interest in the conflicts between the various pirate crews on the island. Even if he didn't say anything, he wouldn't meddle in their affairs. "Ha ha ha," Tresha said. "We admit that none of us 4 can match you in a one-on-one fight, but you think you could take on 4 of us? Well, 3 of us. We don't believe you have that strength." "Ha ha ha," Tresha replied. "Indeed, I cannot compete with the 3 of you alone, but under normal circumstances, don't you feel weak all over and unable to exert any strength right now?" As Tresha said this, the 3 of them tried to stand up, only to find themselves completely powerless and slumped back onto their chairs. They looked at Trisha in disbelief and asked, "How could this happen? We clearly haven't eaten anything." "Waha!" Trisha exclaimed, "Of course, it's because of me." At that moment, Charlotte, who had just been knocked out by Dineshaw, stood up again, brushing off the dust from his clothes. The three were shocked to see Charlotte and asked, "Are you okay?" "Of course." "Are you in cahoots with Trisha?" "Yes." "How could we have been poisoned?" He approached the three and said, "Even though you haven't eaten or drunk anything, that's exactly why you were poisoned." "How could that be?" the three asked in unison. Trisha explained, "Let me tell you, the perfume on Charlotte is actually a type of slow-acting poison that causes a state of weakness for several hours. However, this poison reacts very slowly, and the bonfire around us had a catalyst added to it, which accelerates the effect of the drug." Charlotte said he wanted to pursue Miss Dineshaw, so he applied this perfume, which is why you wouldn't suspect anything. The captain of the Blood Spear Pirates asked, "Then how come you two are fine?" Trisha replied, "Because we have already taken the antidote. Of course we are fine." "How could that be? When did you take the antidote?" "We didn't see it." Trisha said, "It was in the wine we drank. I knew you wouldn't eat my food or drink my wine, so I never thought of poisoning your drinks because you were too cautious." Then Trisha looked at Dineshaw and said, "I also want to thank Miss Dineshaw for giving me the opportunity to gather them all together." The three looked at Dineshaw and Trisha, finally understanding what was going on. Because of Dinesha's appearance, they were worried that Trisha would recruit her. That's why they all appeared at Trisha's pirate cruise base, which would have been impossible in the past. They would never have shown up at another pirate cruise base. But Dineshaw's strength was too formidable, leaving them no choice but to feel anxious. Dineshaw looked at Trisha and said, "It's nothing. After all, we haven't lost anything." Trisha looked at the slump three and said, "All right, you now know what you need to know. It's time to set off." Saying that, Trisha drew his sword and quickly killed the three of them. Then he decapitated them and handed the heads of the Blood Spear crew to Charlotte. After that, he said to Charlotte, "I will go to the Maki Pirate Cruise Base. You go to the Blood Spear Pirate Cruise Base and recruit their people. If there's any resistance, kill them all. Finally, we will meet at the Ghost Claw Pirate Cruise Base." "Yes." After Charlotte left, Trisha said to an E and the others, "Everyone from the Wanjia Pirate crew, please wait here. I will return after dealing with the other three pirate crews." And E said, "Your Excellency Trisha, please go ahead." All right. Watching Trisha leave with the others, and he couldn't help but marvel at this person's intelligence. Before coming here, and he had no idea about his plans. Yet, he merely used the appearance of Dineshaw to orchestrate so many things in such a short time. It now seemed that the other three pirate crews were finished. After losing their captain, the three pirate crews not only lost their strongest member, but also their commander. Without a leader and without top-tier powerhouses to hold the fort, the outcome of the battle was predictable. Sure enough, not long after, some fighting broke out in the distance, but quickly calmed down. In just 2 hours, Trisha had already returned. He came before an E and the others, knelt down, and said, "Trisha thanks you all." Ani said, "I was never really interested in the conflict between you, and even if you don't contribute money, I won't withdraw my hand." Trisha replied, "No, the reason I thank you all is not because you didn't withdraw, but because of your presence." "Oh, why is that? Our appearance should be a coincidence, right?" "Indeed, your appearances are coincidental, but I still want to thank you all. I wonder if you are interested in hearing my story? Feel free to share. You all know my name is Trisha, but do you know what the country on this island was called before?" Ani really doesn't know. She only knows that there used to be a country here, but it was later destroyed. Trisha said, "This island was once called Treasure Island, and the country on it was called the Treasure Kingdom." And he looked at Trisha in shock and asked, "Were you once part of the royal family of the Treasure Kingdom?" "No, the royal family of the Treasure Kingdom perished 20 years ago. I was just a soldier of the kingdom," Trisha replied. 25 years ago, our kingdom was unable to pay the enormous tribute to the celestial dragons. After failing to meet their demands for 3 consecutive years, our country was removed from the world government. From then on, we were no longer a member of the world government. Shortly after losing this status, the navy stationed in our kingdom withdrew. Not long after the navy left, hordes of pirates appeared around the kingdom. However, at that time, the kingdom still had a large number of royal guards. In relying on the military strength of the royal army and the support of the citizens, the pirates that appeared at first were defeated. But as time passed, the situation worsened. First, ships from other places were attacked by pirates, and this continued for several years. Due to the inability to communicate effectively with other areas, the kingdom's economy collapsed, and supplies became extremely scarce. The lack of supplies greatly reduced the military strength of the royal army, while at that time, dozens of pirate crews formed a coalition gathering over 10,000 people. The king of Tresia personally led the royal army to confront them. However, this time the pirates were not only numerous, but also had a large number of capable individuals, and the royal army finally became unable to continue protecting the kingdom. In that battle, the king was killed, and nearly all 20,000 royal soldiers were wiped out. I survived only by pretending to be dead. Without the protection of the royal army, the pirates plundered everywhere in the Tresia kingdom, bringing disaster to all citizens, followed by a large number of human traffickers. The traffickers provided money while the pirates did the work, selling many citizens of the kingdom into slavery. Because there were too many citizens to sell in a short time, the pirates turned this place into a lawless land, gradually scraping away all the wealth. At that time, out of fear for my life, I did not survive as a soldier of the royal army, but stripped the clothes off a pirate on the battlefield. However, when I returned home, I found that my house had been burned down by pirates, and my wife and children were missing. Neighbors said they were captured by pirates and sold to traffickers. To find them, I joined a group of pirates, where I learned of the citizens' suffering, but at that time, I only wanted to find my wife and children. When I finally found them, they sobbed, looking at Tresia, who was crying, although she didn't elaborate, and he could already guess the outcome. As for how to comfort Tresia, and he didn't know what to say. He took out the treasures he had stored in his bag and said, "I won't take these treasures. You should keep them for yourself. After all, you'll need a lot of money to rebuild this island." Tresia looked at the treasures in front of her and said, "Thank you. Thank you." The next morning, Tresia brought the entire pirate crew to the port. Due to the turmoil that had occurred the night before, a large number of pirates were gathered at the port. After arriving at the port, Tresia announced, "From today onwards, the Tresia kingdom is restored. Pirates on the island must not harm the natives. Human traffickers and slave owners must release the residents of the island." Naturally, the pirates, traffickers, and slave owners had no intention of complying with Tresia's demands. Originally, they could do as they pleased on the island, and now suddenly being told to obey the law was simply impossible. Thus, a large number of pirates, traffickers, and slave owners picked up their weapons, preparing to attack Tresia. However, after Dine Shah cleaved a pirate ship nearly 100 meters long in half with a single sword strike, all opposing voices in the port vanished. Everyone expressed that they would obediently comply with the new regulations. The speed of their change of heart was faster than flipping a book. What is the situation of the island's residents? After the news of the restoration spread, the citizens are all cheering with joy. This morning, we have already started distributing food, and so far, everything is going smoothly. However, with our current reserves, we can only support 3 days at most. After 3 days, our food will run out. Don't worry. I sent out ships yesterday to procure food from other places. But transporting food from the nearest island will take 5 or 6 days, and we have to provide food for over 200,000 people. At this moment, Tresia was discussing matters with Charlotte. Since he announced the restoration of the Tresia kingdom, he had to ensure the daily lives of the island's residents, with food being the most crucial aspect. Previously, the food on the island was mainly concentrated in the pirate gathering area, and there were only about 10,000 pirates on the island. Therefore, the existing food on the island could only sustain the needs of the entire population for 3 days, and that was after saving. "We might be able to help with food." Just then, an Yi's voice came through. Tresia looked at an E and the others, respectfully bowing and saying, "Thank you, Miss Dine Shah, for the intimidation at the port this morning, which prevented others from causing trouble." Dine Shah simply smiled. "Lord and E just said he could help us solve the food problem. Is that true?" "Yes, it's true. Just find me a spacious place, and I will use it to store food." Tresia excitedly said, "Thank you so much, Lord Nee. You have solved our urgent need." And he said, "You don't need to thank me. I can't produce food. You should thank yourself and then thank Martha." Ani plans to have Marcia use her abilities to produce a large amount of food to help Teresa solve the food problem. Ani then asked Tresia, "Have you thought about what to do in the future?" Faced with Ani's question, Tresia fell silent, as he was very clear. The reason the Tresia kingdom could be restored today was because of the existence of the all-world pirates. It was because Denisa was suppressing the opposing forces on the island. But the all-world pirates couldn't possibly stay here forever. After they left, would he really have the ability to protect the kingdom? Although his strength wasn't weak, there were always stronger beings out there. What if a powerful force like the all-world pirates appeared again in the future? Could he guarantee that they would be as kind-hearted as Ani and the others? Probably not. After 20 years of being a pirate, Tresia understood that beings like the all-world pirates were 1 in a million. More often than not, there were those who committed all kinds of evil. Looking at the silent Tresia, Ani gave him a pat, and with that single pat, Tracia felt as if he had gained a new skill. And he said, that is the existence known as hockey. It is a guarantee for non-ability users to deal with ability users. With hockey, your strength should be able to take a step further. I will stay on the island for a few more days. During this time, find some strong and loyal people, and I will let them possess hockey as well. This way, your strength will be even greater, and you can better protect this place. Tracia, although not understanding why an E just had to tap himself to gain hockey, chose not to say much. He respectfully bowed to an E again. However, an E continued, even though you have become stronger, I don't think this is the best solution. I believe the best way to resolve your crisis is to rejoin the world government. What? Tracia looked at an E in disbelief and said, the reason we have fallen to this state is because of the world government. Now you want us to join the world government again? That is absolutely impossible. And he raised his hand to stop and said, I know you all dislike the world government, but joining the world government is currently the most effective solution. If you don't join the world government, you won't be able to receive assistance from its member states, and even buying food will be more expensive than for others. While we can leave you with a fair amount of food, there will come a day when it runs out. Tracia knew that an E was right. Generally, non-member states have to pay much higher prices for food for member states. Because pirates have ravaged the island for decades, the original farmland has been completely abandoned, and reclaiming it will take time. If you continue like this, the harassment from pirates and human traffickers will be endless, and you will have no time to reclaim land and rebuild. However, once you become a member of the world government, the Navy will provide you with protection. Then you'll have time to start rebuilding your country. After hearing An Yi's words, Tracia, though unwilling in her heart, had to admit that his suggestion was indeed the best solution at the moment. However, the thought of rejoining the world government was something she could not overcome in her heart, and he naturally understood Talesia's unwillingness. He patted his shoulder and said, you are no longer the captain of the Telesia pirate crew. You are now the king of the Telesia kingdom. You are no longer just carrying the burden of a few hundred pirates, but rather the lives of hundreds of thousands on this island. To ensure their survival, you must endure things that ordinary people cannot. Thank you for your guidance, Lord Ni. However, I have one more question. Although I have accumulated a considerable amount of treasure over the years and have plundered some from other pirate crews, I need to use it to rebuild the country and to pay the exorbitant celestial gold. At most in 3 years, I won't be able to provide enough celestial gold to satisfy the celestial dragons. What should I do then? 20 years ago, the Telesia kingdom, with a larger population and better economy, believed it did not have enough wealth to pay the celestial gold and was subsequently removed from the world government's list. Imagine how Telesia, which is now in ruins, has even less money. Ani smiled and said, don't worry, in 3 years I will make your country safe. The plan for an E is that, considering his current situation, in 3 years he will be fully capable of competing with the 4 emperors. Therefore, protecting Tracia under his name would not be a problem. Tracia looked at the towering piles of grain, her face filled with smiles. The food here is enough to feed the entire nation for at least 2 years. This is what Marcia achieved by spending 5 days to increase the value of food by consuming 40% of her energy, totaling up to 200 million pounds. In the past few days, in addition to Marcia continuously increasing the value of food, Denisha and Sunyan have also been using their own methods to provide food for the people on the island. The two of them often take small boats out to sea and hunt for sea creatures. On the same day that an E made his suggestion, Tracia had already sent personnel to the nearest naval base. Now, thinking back, the Navy should have received Tracia's request by now. An E and the others are also preparing to set out again. Goodbye. Take care of yourselves. When an E and the others left, the port was filled with crowds coming to see them off, each person holding a fresh flower. Since there were no other specialties on the island, the islanders could only gather flowers as a farewell gift for an E and the others. Looking around, the colorful flowers created a stunning scene. Among the crowd, a reporter with a camera captured this beautiful moment, repeatedly exclaiming, big news, definitely big news, I'm going to be famous, I'm going to be famous. At Mary Geos, the 5 elders gathered once again. Did you say the Navy has reported that the Kingdom of Tresia has been restored? By the way, is the Kingdom of Tresia a member of the world government? I don't recall it. Over 20 years ago, the Kingdom of Tresia was indeed a member of the world government, but they were removed from membership due to their inability to pay the heavenly gold. Oh, I remember now, that was the country. But wasn't it destroyed 20 years ago? If I'm not mistaken, it seemed to have turned into a notorious lawless land. How has it been restored now? The Navy said that a former citizen of the Kingdom of Tresia, acting as a pirate, expelled other pirates from the island and successfully restored the country. A country created by a pirate wanting to become a member of the world government is simply delusional. Well, we can't say that. The situation in the New World is becoming increasingly severe. We must find ways to suppress the pirates. Once Treasure is restored, the pirates will lose a gathering place, which is beneficial for the world government. It might not be wise to reject a country that hopes to join the world government right now. Moreover, the Kingdom of Treasure has already agreed to pay enough heavenly gold. In that case, let's agree to allow Treasure to rejoin the world government as a member. Now we need to discuss the situation in the New World properly. Not long ago, the Red Count Baerlic Liedfield attacked a military ship transporting heavenly gold and seized a large amount of wealth. Then let the Navy capture Baerlic Liedfield. That may not work. During this time, Whitebeard has been restless, and the three admirals need to be on high alert. What should we do? The theft of heavenly gold is not a minor issue. If we don't put a stop to this behavior, once other pirates follow suit, it will severely impact the financial operations of the world government. Although heavenly gold is nominally money offered to the celestial dragons, the world government takes a significant portion of it. It is precisely because of the substantial amount of heavenly gold that the world government can maintain a large navy and have sufficient research funding. If heavenly gold is stolen, the consequences will be very serious, as stealing heavenly gold is essentially stealing from the world government. The three admirals need to be on guard against Whitebeard. So let Steelbone Kong take action personally. We absolutely cannot tolerate the act of robbing heavenly gold. Agreed. Denisa, stop hitting me. I can't fight you. Can we not fight for now? On the good luck. And E, with a bruised face, spoke to Denisa. As for why he ended up like this, it all started after they left Treasure. After leaving Treasure, Denisa found sitting on the ship too boring, so she decided to spar with an E. And he also wanted to improve his swordsmanship, so he agreed to Denise's request. However, since they were at sea, they didn't use weapons and instead used wooden sticks to spar. But soon, and he regretted his previous decision. From start to finish, he was completely dominated by Denisa. Quite literally, Denisa knocked an E into the air right away, and he didn't land for a long time, being hit continuously in the air for over 10 minutes. If Denisa hadn't used a wooden stick and had restrained most of her strength, and if he hadn't desperately used armament hockey and iron blocks to protect himself, he would probably have ended up as a breathing mummy by now. And E sincerely thanked the person who created the iron block for the first time from the bottom of his heart. He made it so that an E was no longer bedridden. Looking at Yi's face, which was asymmetrical on both sides, Dineshaw perhaps felt that she had been a bit too harsh earlier, so she agreed to Yi's request. Severely injured, and he could only slowly recover on his own, relying on the effects of the strength-enhancing pills. Now his recovery ability was much stronger than that of an ordinary person, although it couldn't compare to Luffy's abnormal recovery rate. He had already started to think that he should hire a doctor. Otherwise, if things continued like this, something bad would eventually happen. At the same time, Ani decisively used an upgrade card to enhance his armament hockey by 1 level. Although he hadn't reached the advanced stage yet, it at least made it a bit easier for him to endure hits. Fortunately, there was still a lottery today to comfort himself. System, cheer me up and let me draw a prize. Congratulations to the host for receiving a pet egg. And he suddenly became alert. A pet egg. Something that had never appeared before. Although the husky had always been treated as a pet, it was summoned by an E using a character summon card. Therefore, in the system's display, the husky was not a pet, but a summon character. Now a pet egg had appeared, and he was very curious about what kind of pet would be inside. After a while, a plain-looking egg appeared in front of an E. Looking at this egg, which looked exactly like a chicken egg, but was much larger in size, an E asked System, "Are you sure this is a pet egg and not an enlarged chicken egg?" Because in Yi's impression, pet eggs should be very dazzling, at least shiny and colorful. Host, are you doubting the prize I provided? No, it's just that this pet egg looks too much like a chicken egg. No matter how you look at it, it's just a chicken egg. By the way, there wouldn't really be a chicken side, would there? System, the system does not know what pet is inside the pet egg. So we can only wait until the pet egg hatches to find out. At this moment, an E asked, System, how should this pet egg be hatched? System, please refer to the instructions attached to the pet egg. After hearing the system's words, an E quickly began to search for the instructions for the pet egg. Sure enough, he found a document titled Complete Guide to Pet Egg Hatching. Conditions for hatching a pet egg. 1. The temperature should not exceed 50 degrees and not be lower than 30 degrees. 2. The humidity should not be higher than 80 and not lower than 60. 3. The pet egg must not be placed in soil or water. 4. After being placed in the appropriate environment for 1 month, the pet egg can hatch. After reading these conditions, and he increasingly felt that this pet egg was just a chicken egg, he had already started to consider whether to eat fried eggs or boiled eggs for dinner, or he could make tomato scrambled eggs. He remembered that he still had quite a few tomatoes in the fridge. This big egg should be enough for several meals. Captain, where did such a big egg come from? Are we having eggs for dinner? At this moment, Sun Yin asked Dani. Oh, this isn't for eating. It's a pet egg. Ving ving bait egg. Is it as cute as me? As soon as he mentioned it was a pet egg, the husky immediately perked up. Ever since it appeared, it had always been Sun Yin and Dini Shah's pet, and they would pet it every day, especially Dini Shah, who even liked to hold it while sleeping at night. For the energetic husky, being held all day long felt like a torture. The space on the ship was already small, and it had to stay still all day. The husky felt like it was going crazy. But the problem was that both Sun Yin and Dini Shah were beings it couldn't provoke. To save its own life, the husky could only endure the humiliation and let them pet it every day. Now that there was a dedicated pet appearing, did that mean it could be liberated? If he knew the husky's thoughts, he would want to strangle it. After all, he had always wanted to be held by Dini Shah, and he wished he could take its place. Unfortunately, and he had the desire but not the courage. The husky didn't know that every night when it went to sleep, and he looked at it with envy. Near the waters of the Treasure Kingdom, 3 warships were sailing side by side. On the front of each warship stood a naval vice-admiral, but the 3 vice-admirals were very different. On the left warship stood a man wearing an eye patch, a droplet of saliva at the corner of his mouth, his head tilted slightly upward, clearly sleeping. On the right warship, there was a vice-admiral trimming his nails with a nail clipper. The naval vice-admiral in the middle looked the most serious. He was staring intently at Treasure Island ahead. The 3 of them were only ordered to capture and others, Sakazuki, Kazan, and Borisolino. At this moment, a small boat appeared in front of the warships. A young man shouted at the warships, "We are the Treasure Kingdom's guard army. Please state your intentions." As this area is within the territory of our Treasure Kingdom, Sakazuki asked, Treasure Kingdom? I remember there should be a notorious lawless area ahead, right? Did we come to the wrong place? Navigator, what is going on? Sakazuki Vice Admiral, the position is correct. The request for the Treasure Kingdom to restore its status as a member state was just delivered to the Gorosei today, and the proposal to restore its member state status has not yet been released. So Sakazuki and the others had not received any information about Treasure's restoration yet. Sakazuki frowned and said, the Treasure Kingdom should not be a member state of the world government, right? There is no country called Treasure among the member states. It should just be a non-member state. Since it's not a member state, let's proceed with the plan to land. Sakazuki said to the adjacent warship, Borisolino, you handle the people in front. How scary, Borisolino said, putting away his nail clipper, transforming into light, and instantly teleporting to the small boat. Greedington saw the disappearing Navy and understood that the other party was an ability user. He immediately activated his observation hockey to locate the opponent. Soon he found that the opponent appeared behind him, and he sensed an attack coming. Greedington quickly tilted his head to dodge Borisolino's attack. Then he turned around and kicked back. Bang! Borisolino felt strange when he saw the other party dodge his attack, and the opponent could immediately counterattack. He raised his hand to block in front of him and then felt a pain in his arm, realizing he had not elementalized, and immediately understood that the other party was a hockey user. Borisolino muttered, how scary. Greedington saw that his full power hockey strike did not move the opponent at all, realizing that his strength was inferior to the other party's. He questioned, as Navy, why are you attacking us? We are already a member state of the world government. Although the news of Treasure joining the world government would not be published in the newspapers until tomorrow, the world government had already notified Treasure via a den mushi. And Treasure had also released this news immediately. Borisolino looked at Greedington and found that the other party's expression did not seem to be lying. He instantly teleported back to the warship and looked at Sakazuki, asking, what should we do now? Sakazuki looked at Greedington and also sensed something unusual. If Greedington were a pirate, he wouldn't have appeared in front of the warship just now. And moreover, the previous exchange with Borisolino Wooden Tea had been so restrained. So he instructed the personnel on the ship, go check what's going on with this Treasure Kingdom. Yes. While the Navy was investigating, Greedington also reported the situation to Treasure. Before long, Treasure arrived with 6 individuals who could use hockey during the time in Telesia, and he allowed a total of 10 people to possess the 2-color hockey. Moreover, Telesia is preparing to offer specialized courses to teach hockey in order to strengthen the kingdom's power. To deal with the Navy, Telesia has mobilized 7 hockey users this time. The kingdom of Telesia now has 11 powerful users of two-color hockey. For the first half of the Grand Line, 11 powerful users of two-color hockey is already a force that cannot be ignored. Although it is unclear why the Navy has appeared, Telesia is not worried. However, when Telesia saw Kainu and Kizaru, he immediately instructed his subordinates not to act rashly. Telesia naturally recognizes Kizaru and the others. After all, these three are the well-known monsters of the Navy. He also knows that all three of them are Logia-type devil fruit users, even without their Logia abilities. Their mastery of physical techniques and swordsmanship makes them extremely powerful. Admiral Akainu, we have inquired with the headquarters, and the kingdom of Telesia is indeed a member nation of the world government. It's just that they have only recently become a member nation. So no announcement has been made yet. I see. Please ask them if the all-world pirate group is still on their island. When Telesia learned that the Navy was looking for an E and the others, he became quite anxious, not because he was worried about himself and others, but because he was concerned about an E. This is because the strength of the three on the opposing side is too formidable. However, he did not tell the Navy false information, but instead informed them of an E and the others route. He did this not out of ungratefulness, but because he knew that too many people on the island knew where an E and the others were headed. Even if he lied, he could not deceive the Navy, and it would be better to tell the truth than to risk his own safety. When he learned that an E had already left, Akainu and the others immediately changed direction to pursue. Once the Navy's warships were far away, Telesia took out a transponder snail. This transponder snail is specifically responsible for contacting an E. Bururu, bururu. Is there something you need, Lord and E? Just now, 3 Navy vice admirals came here looking for you. I couldn't stop them, so I could only inform them of your location. Since the Navy is still a distance away from you, you should change your course and avoid heading to the Sabaody archipelago. Telesia, what are the characteristics of those 3 Navy vice admirals? And he instead inquired about the characteristics of the Navy. Although the 3 admirals were indeed quite formidable, given the combat power currently at his disposal on his ship, he truly did not take ordinary admirals seriously. This was all due to the presence of Dynessa. After all, Dynessa was a strong enough ally to handle a few ordinary admirals without any issue. However, upon learning that it was actually Borisolino and the other 2 pursuing him, and he immediately decided to change direction. The reason was that these 3 were too difficult to deal with, if only one of them appeared. And he would have the confidence to confront the opponent, but with all 3 present, he had no assurance of defeating them. Although Dynessa was powerful, when it came down to a real fight, she could at most entangle one of them. The remaining 2 were beyond what he and his team could handle. Therefore, and he decisively ordered the ship to change course. At that moment, Sakazuki and the others were still unaware that an E had received the news and changed direction to avoid them. They continued on their course towards the Sabaody archipelago. Pursun Anyi, just as an E began to play hide-and-seek with Sakazuki and the others, the Marine headquarters at Marineford was shrouded in clouds of war. Due to the incident where the Red Count attacked the transport ship carrying gold, Admiral Steelbone Kong decided to take action personally. Meanwhile, the Navy and the Whitebeard pirates were also in a standoff in the New World. Of course, and he was still unaware of all this. 5 days later, the Good Luck was aimlessly sailing on the sea, since they were not following the direction indicated by the record pointer. And E and the others were currently unaware of their location. Furthermore, and E had long received the news that the Tresha Kingdom had rejoined the world government. Tresha had also arranged for personnel to be stationed long-term on the Sabaody archipelago to report on the situation to an E through the Den Den Mushi. And he learned that Sakazuki and the others had arrived at the Sabaody archipelago yesterday, but since they had not found him and his group, the 3 of them remained on the island, in order to avoid Admiral Sakazuki and his 2 companions. And he decided to wait until they left the Chambord Islands before going anywhere himself. During this time, and he planned to just wander around. After all, his food and water supplies could easily support him for 3 to 5 years at sea. Still no news, how could that be? Admiral Sakazuki, we have been monitoring the Chambord Islands, even sending personnel to the lawless areas, but we have not found any trace of the pirate crew of all realms. It has been half a month since Admiral Sakazuki arrived at the Chambord Islands 3 days ago, and they have been staying at the Navy base there, waiting for an E and the others to come ashore. After all, to enter the New World, they must coat their ships here. So they were not worried at all about whether an E would show up. Originally, Sakazuki thought an E would appear in a few days, but unexpectedly, half a month had passed without any news from him. Although there were many pirates on the Chambord Islands, for the sake of secrecy, none of Sakazuki's 3 companions had made a move. This made Sakazuki, who believed in absolute justice, very irritated. In contrast to the irritable Sakazuki, Borsellino and Kazan were quite happy. Although they could only stay in the Navy base, the two enjoyed their days napping and drinking tea, living quite comfortably. After all, there weren't many opportunities for them to openly slack off and take it easy. Meanwhile, an E whom Sakazuki was constantly thinking about was yawning while fishing. Initially, he had refused the idea of fishing. After all, he had crossed in the world of One Piece because of fishing. However, he did not expect that Sakazuki and his companions would be so patient. It had already been half a month, and they were still in the Chambord Islands. And he thought, aren't you three just waiting to catch me? What about the other pirates? Of course, at this time, Sakazuki and the others were not yet admirals. So even if they stayed in one place for a long time, it didn't matter. As long as they didn't leave, and he couldn't head to the Chambord Islands. He hadn't prepared for long-term drifting at sea. Not long ago, and he and his companions had consumed all the fresh food stored on their ship. In order to obtain some fresh ingredients, and he had to pick up a fishing rod to fish. At that moment, and he saw a seagull. So he took out 100 bills and waved them a few times. The seagull quickly dove down, bringing in a newspaper. And he opened the newspaper and immediately saw an astonishing piece of news. The great pirate, the Red Count Barorik Ladefield, had been captured by the naval hero Carp. And he naturally knew who the Red Count was, having reached a level that could rival the likes of Whitebeard and Gold Lion. It's worth noting that the reason the world government feared Whitebeard and Gold Lion was not only due to their own strength, but also because of the large number of subordinates they commanded. If you remember correctly, the Red Count had also defeated the current fleet Admiral Steelbone Kong. However, the Red Count's capture had little to do with him. He would only feel a bit emotional about it. What intrigued and even more were the other contents of the newspaper, which included the conflict between the Navy and the Whitebeard pirates, as well as Eagle defeating a powerful swordsman. However, these pieces of news seemed somewhat insignificant in light of the Red Count's capture. Captain, we've spotted a ship ahead. At this moment, Sun Yin's voice came through, and he immediately dropped his fishing rod and ran over, asking, what direction is the ship? Sun Yin pointed out a direction, and he picked up the telescope to take a look. Sure enough, he spotted a ship, which appeared to be a cargo vessel. Martha, accelerate, let us catch up. Understood. Although the Good Luck had a power-driven propeller, and Eve generally used sails for propulsion, he only used the propeller when fleeing or during a robbery. At this time, a sailor on the distant ship shouted, Captain, we've spotted a pirate ship approaching us quickly. Can you tell which pirate crew it is? Let me check. It's the Wanjia pirate crew. What? The Wanjia pirate crew? How could they appear here? And Ian naturally knew about the Wanjia pirate crew, a small but absolutely terrifying pirate crew. They had 4 crew members, 3 of whom had bounties of 50 million, 25 million, and 50,000 berries respectively. But that wasn't the most frightening part. The most terrifying was the remaining member, a powerful swordsman who could rival Dracula Mihawk. The people on his ship were not even enough to withstand a single strike from them. After all, the battle between Dinessa and Eagle had been so astonishing that the next day, it was reported all over the world. Captain, what should we do? After thinking for a long time, the captain said, stop the ship, lower the sails, everyone put down their weapons, and bring out all the treasures on board. Captain, if we do that, all our previous efforts will be in vain. As long as we're alive, we can earn money again. What if we provoke the other party, and they slice our ship in half with a single strike? Captain, you must be joking. How far away are they? How could a sword reach us? You naive fools. The strength of the powerful in this sea is always beyond your imagination. Do as I say. As long as we deliver the cargo in the hold to the Shamboli Islands, we can still earn a fortune. Yes. Seeing the other party actively stopping their ship and lowering their sails, and he felt that they were quite reasonable. When an E and the others boarded the cargo ship, they saw a line of people neatly lined up. On the side deck, there was a pile of weapons on one side and several large boxes on the other. The boxes were wide open, and an E immediately saw the treasures inside. Upon seeing an E and the others, a man wearing a captain's hat smiled obsequiously. Ladies and gentlemen of the Wanjia pirate crew, we have prepared the treasures for you. Please take them. And he looked at the smiling captain and nodded back at him with a smile. After all, this was the first time an E had encountered such a considerate captain. After all, this was your first time robbing a cargo ship. So an E mercilessly took away the valuables. Just as an E was about to return to the Good Luck, Sun Yin, who had boarded the ship with him, suddenly pointed a gun at the captain's head. The captain immediately knelt down and begged for mercy, saying, please spare me, sir. I've already given you all the money. Just let us go. Sun Yin, however, asked, what's in the hold? The captain was momentarily stunned before answering. It's food. It's food. The hold is full of food. Bang. Unexpectedly, Sun Yin directly shot the captain in the leg. The other crew members immediately became chaotic, but with just a glance from Dine Sha, the others were so frightened that they didn't dare to move. Ani asked, Sun Yin, is there a problem with the ship? He understood Sun Yin. He must have discovered something, otherwise he wouldn't be acting this way. Sun Yin said, Captain, there is something strange in the cabin. And he looked towards the cabin, pushed open the door, and walked in. However, what he saw were indeed bags of grain, and even poked a few bags to find that they only contained grain. However, since Sun Yin mentioned something was off, there must be an issue with this ship. He activated his observation hotkey. Sure enough, he discovered something unusual. Beneath the storage of grain, there was another layer of the cabin. Through his observation hotkey, and he sensed that there were many people below, and they were crowded together. And he directly lifted a piece of the ship's board. A woman's scream came from below. At that moment, and he also saw the situation in the cabin. Over 100 young and beautiful women were crowded into a small space, all their eyes filled with fear. Some of them were disheveled, and the exposed parts of their bodies showed some scars. It was clear that the real cargo of this ship was not food. The food was just an accessory. The true cargo was these young and beautiful women. This was a slave transport ship. Thinking of this, and he angrily returned to the deck. He had always believed that human traffickers deserved no mercy. Seeing an E come out in a rage, the captain knew he could not hide the truth any longer and said to an E, Everyone, the cargo on this ship is meant for the world nobility. The celestial dragons. I hope you could be accommodating. Kill them all. And he simply said, Sun Yin, Nisha, go and comfort the people in the cabin. The people in the cabin were all women, and a large portion of them were in disheveled states. Although Annie really wanted to go in and feast her eyes. After all, that dough was big, white, and round. Oh no, she meant to comfort them well and see if she could lend her shoulder to someone. However, from her previous state, it was clear that these women had a strong aversion to men, so going in would only backfire. It was better to let Sun Yin and the others go in. She would do something within her ability, like cooking. Not long after, the women in the cabin came out under the persuasion of Sun Yin and Nisha, and he had also prepared some food and distributed it to them. However, what disappointed an E was that Sun Yin and the others had actually dressed them in clothing, and it was the kind that was tightly wrapped. Was it really good to wear such heavy clothing in this hot weather? How ridiculous! After distributing the food, and once they had eaten, these women lowered their guard against an E. At that moment, a woman suddenly knelt down and said, I am Nina. Thank you, noble lords, for saving us. The other women also knelt down and said, Thank you, noble lords, for saving us. Being knelt to for the first time, especially by such beautiful women, made an E feel shy as she waved her hand and said, You are too polite. We saved you by accident. Then an E asked, Where are you from? Do you want me to take you home? As soon as this was said, the women suddenly began to cry, and he was momentarily at a loss. It seemed like he hadn't said anything just now. So how did she start crying? At this moment, the woman named Nina spoke again. Your Excellencies, you may not know, but we come from a place called the City of White Cloth, which is famous for producing a lightweight white fabric. Although our country is not large, we lived relatively well off the income from white cloth. However, a few months ago, a celestial dragon appeared in our area. The celestial dragon demanded that we pay a large amount of white cloth as tribute. Faced with the celestial dragon's demands, we dared not disobey. But the celestial dragon was not using the white cloth to make clothes. Instead, it was being burned for entertainment. Moreover, the quantity of white cloth demanded was far too much for us to deliver within the specified time. In a fit of rage, the celestial dragon ordered the navy stationed on the island to withdraw. Without the protection of the navy, we soon faced pirates. We used to rely on weaving white cloth for our livelihood, and there were only a few police officers on the entire island. So we were powerless to stop the pirates, although the other party did not continue speaking, and he could already imagine what happened next. An island that was once prosperous and lacked naval protection was naturally the favorite target of pirates. After the pirates plundered the island's wealth, the people on the island became the remaining goods. Although they had dealt with the traffickers on the ship, and he began to have a headache again. As the saying goes, if you save someone, you should go all the way. If you send a Buddha, send him to the west, since he had saved them. And he couldn't just ignore them. He roughly counted and found that there were over 100 women on the ship. But what should he do with so many people? They were all skilled at weaving cloth, but sailing was completely foreign to them. It was obviously impossible to let them navigate the ship on their own. Moreover, these people were ordinary civilians. Without him and the others, any group of pirates could easily turn them back into goods. However, it was also not suitable for them to follow him, because he was a pirate heading to the New World, where they would face even more terrifying situations. Seeing in Yi's conflicted expression, Nina, who had spoken earlier, knelt down again and said, "Please, sir, take us in. Our hometown has been destroyed, and we're all homeless now. Please take us in." Looking at the kneeling crowd, and Yi felt troubled. So he said, "Actually, we're also pirates. How about this? I can find an island with a Navy base and leave you there." Nina shook her head and said, "Our hometown was destroyed because of the Navy. We would rather follow you than trust the Navy." Nina actually had her own plans. She was very clear that their country had already perished. Even if they found a place protected by the Navy and started over, they would still be considered stateless. For a group like them, lacking legitimate identities and being numerous, the best outcome would be to stay temporarily on other islands, but after some time, they might still be sent back by the Navy. The worst outcome would be falling back into the hands of traffickers, as traffickers favored people like them without identities. After all, it was too difficult to trace. Staying with an E was different. Although he had made it clear that he was a pirate, from his previous actions, it was evident that he detested traffickers. So there was no need to worry about him selling them off. Therefore, even though an E was a pirate, he was also a good person. Moreover, although he looked young, he was somewhat handsome, and being around him might not be a bad thing. Completely unaware that he had been labeled a good person, and E was still thinking of a solution. Finally, he decided to ask Sun Yin if she had any ideas. "What do you think we should do?" Perhaps because they were both women, Sun Yin and Dinisha both expressed that they could not just leave them alone. Thus, the final outcome was that an E was forced to take in over 100 women. He then had Marcia pilot the cargo ship, towing the fortune behind it. "What? Did you just say that Admiral Sengoku is going to be promoted to Fleet Admiral?" Vice-Admiral Kuzo replied, "No. The Fleet Admiral just appointed Admiral Sengoku as the next Fleet Admiral. It doesn't mean he will take over immediately." "Oh, I see." At this moment, Borsellino, who was trimming his nails, asked, "So, is there something you want us to do?" The Fleet Admiral sent an order saying that we should temporarily cancel the hunt for the Wanji pirate group. Sakazuki roared. "Why?" The Navy soldier delivering the message trembled as he said, "Because the Fleet Admiral said that the world government intends to issue a summons to the Wanji pirate group, wanting them to become warlords of the sea." What were those people thinking? The matter of an E being appointed as a warlord of the sea dates back a few days. Mary Geos. Dracul Mihawk has already agreed to become a warlord of the sea. The bald swordsman of the 5 elders said, "Oh, I didn't expect Dracul Mihawk to agree to become a warlord of the sea so quickly." However, he stated that he had one condition for becoming a warlord of the sea. What condition? That is, whenever he needs it. He wants to be informed of the whereabouts of the Wanjia pirate group. Why is that? He didn't say, but it might be related to the new female swordsman who appeared in the Wanjia pirate group. After hearing Mihawk's request, the bald swordsman of the 5 elders laughed and said, "Is that so?" As a fellow swordsman, he could understand why Dracul Mihawk would make such a request. After all, a rival of equal standing is truly hard to come by. At this moment, the blonde 5 elders said, "Can we recruit the Wanjia pirate group as well?" As soon as this was said, the other 4 fell silent. The reason they initially wanted to capture the Wanjia pirate group was due to Yi's abilities, which posed a significant threat to the world government. However, the situation was different now. A powerful swordsman had joined their crew. If the Navy wanted to deal with the Wanjia pirate group again, the cost would be considerable, especially in terms of casualties. It would be better to see if they could recruit them. Once they truly became warlords of the sea, the world government would have much less to worry about. The other 4 looked at each other and said, "It's possible, but before we recruit them as warlords of the sea, we should first have the Navy raise their bounty. After all, 50,000 berries is really too little. Issuing a recruitment order for warlords of the sea with such a bounty would only make others laugh at the world government." Agreed. That's true. Thus, after the capture of the Red Earl Baroque lead field, another major piece of news spread throughout the world. The next day, Annie was preparing breakfast when Nina walked in holding a newspaper. Ever since Annie took in more than 100 people, they had taken it upon themselves to handle all the chores on the ship, washing clothes, cooking, folding blankets, and sweeping the floor. And he was so comfortable that he didn't even have to pour out the foot wash water after sleeping at night. However, what made him most dissatisfied was that among so many people, not a single one warmed his bed. This was actually because Sun Yin had told others that he was still too young, and his body had not fully developed. So he couldn't engage in pleasant interactions with everyone. Therefore, for the sake of the captain's health, everyone should keep their distance from him. To reinforce this impression, Sun Yin had a chat with each person while holding a gun. If he knew about this, he would definitely say that his body had long been fully developed with the help of health supplements, and that he had a wealth of theoretical knowledge, only lacking in some practical experience. Of course, and he was unaware of all this. He was currently having breakfast while reading the newspaper, and he picked up a glass of water, drinking while looking at the newspaper. Puffed. He couldn't help but spit out the water when he saw the content on the newspaper. It turned out that he saw a bounty notice with his own name on it. The bounty on him had gone from 50,000 berries to 250 million berries. That's a 5,000 times increase. The drastic difference was hard for an E to accept. He thought to himself, did the Navy take the wrong medicine? Or was the person who issued the bounty drunk and accidentally added a zero? Ha ha ha. After reading it, an E burst into laughter again. His bounty was finally not the second lowest in the crew. It should now be the highest in the crew. But doesn't that match his identity? After all, he was the captain of the ship, and his bounty should indeed be the highest in the crew. However, Anie's joyful mood didn't last long, because right below his bounty notice was a bounty notice for Dinesha. To his surprise, Dinesha's bounty reached an astonishing 400 million berries, and the Navy had given her the code name Silver-Eyed Swordsman. Anie roared, who the hell arranged the order? Why didn't they put Denise's bounty notice on top? The top bounty ranking within the Ani group was shattered before it was even confirmed. He continued to scroll down and saw a news article. Dracul Mihawk agreed to join the 7 Warlords of the Sea. Oh, did Hawkeye join the 7 Warlords of the Sea? However, this news is indeed surprising for others. But for him, there was nothing to be shocked about, as he already knew that Hawkeye would become a warlord. So this news didn't surprise him at all. He continued browsing other news articles. Puff. And he spat out a mouthful of water because he saw a statement inviting his pirate crew to become one of the 7 Warlords of the Sea. Moreover, there was a special note at the bottom of the statement, saying that the world government had ordered the Navy to stop pursuing the Wanjia pirate crew to show their sincerity. Upon seeing this statement, an E fell into deep thought. Should he accept the world government's invitation to become one of the 7 Warlords of the Sea? If he agreed, he could legally conduct piracy without being pursued by the Navy. However, once he became a warlord, he would be seen as a lackey of the world government by other pirates. But one must remember that he had already taken down a celestial dragon. Even if he agreed to become a warlord, if it were revealed that he had killed a celestial dragon, the world government would surely come after him. Therefore, Ani had no desire to join the 7 warlords from the bottom of his heart. If he refused to join, it would also provoke the world government's dissatisfaction. After all, the world government had specifically ordered the Navy to stop pursuing him to show their sincerity. If he rejected the offer, the 5 elders would definitely increase the Navy's pursuit of him. What a hassle. Captain, come quick. Today's newspaper has news about an E in Mihawk. Oh, really? At this moment, Shanks had already led the red-haired pirates to the East Sea, looking for the sniper, and he mentioned. Shanks took the newspaper and said, the world government actually wants an E to be one of the 7 warlords. Haha. Beckman asked, Captain, what's so funny about that? I'm laughing at the world government for their futile efforts. That guy and E won't join the 7 warlords. Beckman looked at Shanks and said, that guy and E has always been calm and composed, and he doesn't act like a pirate. I think he might agree to the world government's call and become one of the 7 warlords. Beckman, let's make a bet on whether an E will agree to the world government's call. Beckman looked at Shanks and said, sure. Beckman, there has to be a wager for a bet. If you lose, the ring an E gave you will belong to me. Beckman looked at Shanks and asked, and if you lose? Shanks replied, if I lose, I'll listen to you from now on. Didn't he already listen to me before? Old man. This lucky an E actually went from a bounty of 50,000 to 250 million. That's a 5,000-fold increase. Gulalala. I said this kid is not simple. At this moment, Bista said, Marco, compared to this lucky an E, I care more about that silver-eyed swordsman, Dinessa. Bista, do you want to spar with her? But she's a woman. Even if you win, it won't be a big deal. What if you lose? That would be embarrassing. Haha. Maramara, this Wanja pirate crew is not bad, having 2 members with bounties over 200 million. Katakuri, I think this Dinessa is good. Why don't I introduce her to you as a wife? Katakuri said, Mom, I don't want to get married yet. Maramara, since that's the case, let's have our people get closer and ask if they're willing to work for me. Yes, Mom. Alalolojin, send someone to contact this Wanja pirate crew and see if we can recruit them. After all, their strength is quite good, and the more support we have to dominate the new world, the better. Yes, Lord Kaido. As an E and the others grew stronger, both the world government and powerful pirate forces began to prepare to recruit them. Meanwhile, an E was looking for an island to develop properly. Just recently, he had drawn a prize from the system, a defective artifact, the Space Stone from the Avengers movie. The system said it was a defective item because it only counted as an artifact when all 6 Infinity Stones were collected. When he saw this blue cube, he couldn't help but cheer loudly. The Infinity Stones are incredibly powerful. Once all 6 are gathered, they can unleash the power to destroy the universe. However, since he only obtained one, he couldn't destroy the universe, but he never intended to do so anyway. If the universe were destroyed, who would he share his insights with in bed? As the Space Stone, and he had already made plans for it the moment he saw it. Ani plans to use it as an infinite energy supply device. Its emergence has solved many of Ani's problems. Why doesn't Ani change to a better ship? It's not that he doesn't want to, but that he can't. The main issue is not money. Sun Yin can design a biological ship like the Xiaoyao Yu, and Martha has the ability to create perfect ships. However, there is one problem, the material issue. Ordinary materials cannot withstand the immense water pressure of the deep sea. The ultra-high-strength alloy that Martha enhances herself with consumes too much energy. Although Martha is powered by a nuclear battery, her capacity is limited. But now with the space gem, Martha can fully utilize it as an energy supply for large-scale enhancement. Therefore, Yi's original plan for a new ship can now be put on the agenda. So Yi is currently searching for some remote, uninhabited islands to prepare for the construction of his new ship, leaving no time to deal with others. By the way, is there any news about the Wanjia Pirate Group? No, whether in the Four Seas or the Grand Line. All naval bases and patrol ships have not found any trace of the Wanjia Pirate Group in the past few months. Kong furrowed his brows. The Wanjia Pirate Group has completely lost contact since the world government issued the 7 warlord summons. It has been 3 months, and it is said that many pirates in the New World are also looking for the Wanjia Pirate Group, but to no avail. Kong began to speculate whether the Wanjia Pirate Group was trying to avoid the recruitment of various forces or if they encountered a maritime disaster. Otherwise, a pirate group wouldn't just vanish without a trace. After all, the ships of the Wanjia Pirate Group are not very large. Even a slightly bigger storm would be enough to capsize their ships. As for the possibility of being wiped out by other pirate groups, Kong does not believe that is likely. With a swordsman who can match Mihawk and 2 capable power users, it is basically impossible for them to be eliminated by the strength of the pirates in the first half of the Grand Line. If they were really wiped out by other pirates, those pirates would have probably spread the news all over the world. Li Kikong. There are many others who are concerned about the Wanjia Pirate Group, including the Beast Pirate Group, the Big Mom Pirate Group, and the Red-Haired Pirate Group, all of whom have been searching for the Wanjia Pirate Group during this time. H.U. And he rubbed his nose and thought, who else is thinking of me? 3 months ago, Yi and others found a deserted island near the doldrums, and they temporarily settled down on this island. Marcia began to study how to extract energy from the space gem. Sun Yin then started designing a leisurely travel plan. Ani first led people to carry out extensive construction on the island, building a large number of houses. Since there was plenty of food on the previous cargo ships, enough to supply over 100 people for more than a decade, they didn't have to worry about resources. After completing their living quarters, Yi and Dinesha began training over 100 women. Since they decided to follow her, they needed to have some strength. After an initial selection, Yi chose 60 out of 124 as combat personnel, while the others would serve in logistics. The logistics personnel would cook and do laundry for everyone. And Yi also organized vegetable planting on the island to ensure vitamin intake. As for the 60 combat personnel, Dinesha was responsible for teaching swordsmanship. Sun Yin taught shooting during free time, and Yi was in charge of helping them acquire hockey and the 6 styles of the Navy. After 2 months, all 60 combat personnel had developed dual-color hockey, and each had mastered at least one of the 6 styles. Moreover, their shooting skills were also quite good, and he was very enthusiastic about training the combat personnel. His favorite thing to do every day was to supervise them while they trained, and he expressed that he was definitely not there to see them sweating profusely every day, nor to see them in a state of half-exposure. He was only there to supervise them properly and prevent anyone from slacking off. However, this pleasant time came to an end 2 months later, as Sun Yin had completed the design for the carefree voyage. At the same time, Marcia stated that the energy conversion work for the space gem was already more than half done, and it would only take another 10 to 15 days before it could be put into practical use. The next issue to resolve was the Sea Kings that would carry the ships. Fortunately, they were currently near the doldrums, and while there wasn't much else, there were definitely enough Sea Kings. Subsequently, Yi and Dinesha were responsible for taming the Sea Kings, as the foundation of the carefree voyage relied on them. The reason Yi and Dinesha were confident in taming the Sea Kings was not because of their own strength, but because Yi had a special item in hand. It was a prize obtained from the anime Doraemon, a bag containing 20 Momotaro rice balls. Of course, these were somewhat different from those in the anime. One of these rice balls could ensure permanent taming. As long as the Sea Kings were fed the Momotaro rice ball, they could be tamed. However, a month had passed, and they still hadn't tamed any Sea Kings. Not because the rice balls were ineffective, but because they hadn't encountered any suitable Sea Kings. The Sea Kings they had previously encountered were simply too bizarre. Either they were unsuitable for constructing the carefree voyage, or they were too unattractive. After all, this ship would become the main vessel of the multiverse pirate group. If it looked too ugly, it would be inappropriate. So during this time, Ani kept selecting and rejecting, and had not found a suitable one. Although they hadn't found a suitable Sea King, and Yi's strength was increasing. The reason for this was that the extremely bored Dinisha sought an E for sparring every day, which was actually just an E getting beaten up. An E used his ability to create a frozen area on the sea surface, where the two were sparring on the ice. That day, An E once again got beaten up by Dinessa, but compared to before, he had progressed from being one-sidedly dominated to being able to delay the start of the beatings. Although An E still couldn't overpower Dinessa, he could at least hold his ground against her in his silver-eyed state for a long time. Of course, if Dinessa unleashed her demon powers, An E would undoubtedly be defeated. Suddenly, with a loud bang, the ice shattered, and a gigantic head broke through the surface. Then, it leaped and crashed onto the ice. An E was overjoyed to see the Sea King emerging. This Sea King happened to be a whale-type Sea King, measuring about 500 meters in length, similar in appearance to the whales on Earth, with the only difference being its mouth full of sharp teeth. An E shouted, "Dinesha, it's the one. Don't let it escape back into the water." At this moment, the sea creature that had fallen onto the ice was thrashing its tail, smashing against the ice, trying to return to the sea. The ice surface was already cracking under the impact of its tail. Dinesha unleashed her demonic power, her eyes turning golden, and with a single step, she shattered a large area of ice and appeared near the sea creature's head. Then she kicked up. Bang! And he saw a din appear on the head of the Sea King, and then the Sea King stopped moving. It was surprisingly knocked out by a kick from Dinessa. Watching this giant Sea King being kicked unconscious by Dinessa, and he couldn't help but swallow. Dinessa, having unleashed her demon power, was truly terrifying. Taking advantage of the Sea King's unconsciousness, Ani fed it a Momotaro rice ball and then melted the ice beneath it. To prevent a single rice ball from being ineffective, Ani specially used ice blocks to block the Sea King's mouth. If the rice ball didn't work after a while, Ani would feed it the rest of the rice balls. It wasn't long before the Sea King finally woke up. It opened its eyes, looked at An E standing in front of it, and let out a joyful cry. "Hello, Master." Hearing the Sea Kings calling him Master, An E knew that the Momotaro rice balls were effective. He let out a sigh of relief. As long as it worked, that was good. And he put away the remaining Momotaro rice balls. These are good things. In the future, he could tame a few more Sea Kings. And he looked at the completely black sea creature and said, "From now on, your name will be Xiaohei." "Yes, Master." And he flew up on Xiaohei's back for a month and said to Dinessa, "Come up, let's ride it back." Dinessa stood up and slowly approached Xiaohei. Suddenly, and he heard Xiaohei say, "Master, I'm scared." Then, without regard for Ani still on its back, Xiaohei began to dive quickly. Ani quickly used the razor to escape from Xiaohei's back, thinking to himself, "If I hadn't reacted quickly, I would probably have fallen into the water by now." Then he glanced at Dinisha beside him, thinking, "It seems I've left quite a psychological shadow on Xiaohei." In the end, Ani still called Xiaohei up from the sea, and he and Dinisha stood together on its back, returning to the small island. When Dinisha got on, Ani clearly felt Xiaohei's muscles contract significantly for a moment. They remained tense until Xiaohei noticed that Dinisha wasn't making any movements, then relaxed again. By the time An E and the others reached the small island, it was already getting late, and several bonfires had been lit on the beach. These were intentionally set up by the island's inhabitants to provide a location for An E and to prevent him from getting lost. "Who goes there?" At that moment, a voice shouted from the island. An E shouted, "It's me and Dinyasha." "Ah, Lady Dinyasha is back." "Oh, Lady Dinyasha." A group of people cheered instantly. But An E's mood was not good. They were all welcoming Dinyasha, and no one called her name. Because of Xiaohei's size, An E instructed it to come back the next day after dawn. Then, An E used the moonwalk to ascend to the small island. Looking at Dinyasha, who was surrounded by stars, An E could only return to her room alone. The next day, Sun Yin and Masha waited early by the seaside. As soon as dawn broke, Xiaohei appeared in the distance of the small island, swimming back and forth. Sun Yin and Masha's main task today was to measure Xiaohei's size to determine the dimensions of the components. Comfort is assisting on the side. Meanwhile, Denisha has begun training combat personnel. In Mariehua, the 5 elders, who hold the highest power in the world government, are kneeling on the ground. If this scene were seen by others, their jaws would surely drop in shock. Hee, a sound of footsteps approaches. I have suppressed the matter of the comm belt. But after this, I cannot make another move for 10 years. So next time, there must be no issues in suppressing you. Yes, sir. Also, during these 10 years, send more slaves over. Understood. After the person on the high platform leaves, the 5 elders finally stand up. How are the preparations for the next suppression? I believe we have gathered more than half. Very good. This time a transport cannot have any problems. CP0 is already prepared. In that case, there is no issue. By the way, have we not received any news about the Wanjia pirates? No. Should we still consider making the Wanjia pirates one of the 7 warlords? No. They have been missing for several years. Now, 3 emperors have emerged in the New World, and the 7 warlords must be assembled quickly. Otherwise, the Navy won't be able to allocate enough strength to respond. Who should we give the position of the 7 warlords to? Let's give it to Jean Bay of the Sun Pirates. Recently, Tiger has died, and our relationship with the Fishmen should be eased. After all, Fishman Island is a member of the world government. Moreover, since Fishman Island is key to reaching the New World, it is more advantageous for it to be under the control of the world government than in the hands of pirates. Agreed. Ani looked at the new ship in front of him, a brilliant smile on his face. After nearly 3 years, their new ship was finally completed. The ship is close to 300 meters long and 40 meters high. It has over 200 rooms and 16 cannons. Of course, the actual number of gun positions exceeds 200, but since the crew of the pirate group of all realms is still too small, having too many cannons lacks enough operators. Therefore, there are only 16 cannons at the moment. Although the number is small, the caliber is not. 10 of the cannons have a caliber of 75 millimeters distributed on both sides of the ship, and they are rapid-fire guns with a very fast firing rate. The other 6 are triple-barreled 240 millimeter cannons, positioned at the bow and stern. These cannons and ammunition took Martha a lot of time to prepare, but now, with the energy provided by the space gem, Ani can confidently and boldly manufacture items. Additionally, the original Good Luck ship has not been abandoned. Ani specifically built a dock for it. Today is the day the ship is completed, and it is also the day for its first trial voyage. And Yi and Sun Yen arrived at the cockpit, where a huge reinforced glass was installed because the ship mostly operated underwater. And he excitedly said, "Let's go." "Ha ha, Captain. Your bounty has increased again. It's now 135 million berries." Yes, the captain is now a bona fide supernova, and among the pirates of the same era, there is currently no one with a higher bounty than the captain. Ha ha ha. Of course, your captain is going to become the 4th emperor of the New World. Boys, the Sabeti archipelago ahead is our last stop. We'll resupply there and then charge into the New World. "Oh," said a bearded pirate, drinking and speaking loudly. "Yes, our captain is going to become the 4th ruler. Captain, don't forget to let me command a ship on my own. And me. Ha ha. No problem, everyone can." Splash. Just as this group of pirates was chatting loudly, a gigantic sea king emerged not far from their pirate ship. Even more surprising was that this sea king was carrying a steel castle on its back. I said, "Next time you two fight, can you not do it on the ship? Our ship, although sturdy, can't withstand your fighting. If it's really unavoidable, just let me know, and I'll find a small island for you to fight on." "Humph, and you claim it's super hard alloy. Even a single blow from me and Diniasha can't withstand it." "No. Do you two even know how strong your punches are?" "No dos." At this moment, the pirates who had been chatting were staring blankly at the 3 figures that suddenly appeared. "Captain, a beauty. Look, I've never seen anyone so beautiful." "Yes, Captain. Someone this beautiful could sell for a lot, right?" "Sell what?" "Someone this beautiful is obviously meant to be the captain's and the vice captain's wife." Weber originally thought his only goal was to become the 4th emperor of the sea. But after seeing the blue-haired beauty, Weber thought, forget the 4th emperor of the New World. If I had to choose between the position of emperor and the blue-haired beauty, I would definitely choose the blue-haired beauty. Although the other blonde beauty seemed a bit familiar, he couldn't remember who she was. But who cares? Right now, he just wanted to take the blue-haired beauty for himself. "Boys, let's go." Just as Weber was about to order his crew to attack, he suddenly saw shadows appearing all around. Moreover, the shadows were growing larger. He looked up, and the sight before him made his eyes widen, because he saw a gigantic ice ball falling down, and this ice ball was enormous, several times larger than his ship. Boom! And he looked at the pirate ship that was smashed by a huge ice ball, with not even a trace left floating, and said, It's death. Can you not start with an ice meteor next time? I don't like the way those people are looking at me. The ones present here were an E and the others. Although the leisurely travel had been completed 2 months ago, it had undergone sea trials for over a month before its stability was fully confirmed. Half a month ago, in order to enhance the strength of the pirate crew, E had used all the available rewards. This included a large number of cards. He used replication cards to copy several upgrade cards. And now, Yi's armament hockey and observation hockey had both reached advanced levels. Not only him, but the hockey of other key members on the ship had also been upgraded to the top level by him. During this time, he also understood the distinctions in hockey levels. Taking armament hockey as an example, purple is the beginner level, black is the intermediate level, while flowing armament hockey is the advanced level. As for the higher level armament hockey, E discovered that upgrade cards could no longer be used for upgrades. The system said it required a skill advancement card. A skill advancement card, on the other hand, required the synthesis of 4 upgrade cards. After watching, he couldn't help but curse, scammer. In addition to the upgrade card and the copy card, he also used 2 character summoning cards. One of the summoning cards surprisingly summoned a zombie from the Academy Apocalypse. What's worse, this zombie was just an ordinary zombie. Although this zombie wouldn't attack its own people. He considered that he wasn't a world destroyer. He just wanted to live well in the world of One Piece, so he immediately destroyed the zombie. The zombie's combat power was a bit lacking, but the virus it carried was the most terrifying part. Once the zombie virus spread, who knows what would happen? After all, there are quite a few technologically advanced beings in the One Piece world, like Vegapunk under the control of the world government, Germa's 60 SXS Judge, and Caesar. As for the other character summoning card, E summoned his death from the famous healing anime, Akame Ga Kill. The recent ice hockey attack was initiated by his death. However, for some unknown reason, since both of them were powerful individuals, it seemed that his death and Dainessa were naturally incompatible. As soon as they met, they began to spar with each other. E remembers that when the fight first started, his death opened with an ice meteor. If he hadn't used his ability to melt the ice meteor in time, the entire island would have been reduced by half. After that, the two of them took island demolition to the extreme. The small island that E and the others had spent several years building was completely destroyed by the two of them in just a few hours. Even a mountain on the island was shortened by half. Later, E asked them who was stronger and who was weaker. According to their statements, in close combat, his death would lose. However, once the distance was increased, it would be very difficult for Dainessa to win. Because after their battle, the small island was no longer suitable for living, and he had no choice but to set sail with the pirate crew. Yet, the two of them remained restless on the ship. They paid no attention to the fact that the ship was sailing on the sea, frequently fighting in the martial arts room on the ship, and here frequently did not mean every few days, but rather every few hours. And he regretted for the first time why he had set up such a large martial arts room on the ship. The result was that their attacks frequently pierced through the ship's walls, causing water to leak in. Although the ship had a lot of watertight compartments, as long as the watertight doors were closed in time, there wouldn't be any accidents. Moreover, because it was made of memory alloy, the damaged areas could recover after a while. However, due to the frequent water ingress, the ship had to surface from time to time to drain the seawater that had entered. Just now, it was because the ship's wall was broken again by the two of them that Xiaohei had to surface to drain the water. And he originally wanted to ask the pirate crew about some things when he saw them. Having stayed on a deserted island for the past few years, and being close to the doldrums, he hadn't seen any other ships, let alone a messenger seagull. Moreover, to avoid being summoned by the world government to become a warlord of the sea, he had temporarily cut off contact with Telesia. Therefore, he was completely unaware of the current situation at sea. When E saw that pirate crew, he wanted to persuade them with reason, physics, and inquire about the news. In the end, Esters smashed them with a meteorite. This made E very unhappy, and he said to Esters, "Come to my room tonight, and let's have a good exchange." Facing the furious E, Esters replied, "Let us talk when you can beat me." Oh, how outrageous! When Esters was summoned, and he had asked her a question about whether she knew someone named Tasmi. At that time, Esters said she didn't know him, and he was comfortable and happy for a long time. After all, without Tasmi representing him, he had a chance. It's worth noting that when E first saw his death, he declared, "This is my wife." However, E soon realized that he didn't have a protagonist halo. He had once told his death that he wanted to date her, but his death replied that if he wanted to date her, he first had to defeat her. Although Yi's strength had improved a lot over the past 2 years, his death had a perverse move that could freeze time, the Mocha Botemo, and he lost to Asta during their first sparring session due to this move. Ani has always wanted to crack this move, but he found that with his current abilities, he couldn't do it. Although Ani usually could talk big about Estes, when it came to actually doing something, he couldn't even think about it. Off the coast of the Telesia Kingdom. Boom. Run. The people on this island are too strong. Don't let any of them escape. Capture them all. Yes, Your Majesty. There are a total of 120 pirates invading this time, among which 3 have bounties, and the others are just small fry. Looking at the more than 100 people tied up, Telesia said, hand over the bounty criminals to the Navy for money, and send the others to the mines to work. Yes, since a few years ago, when Ani taught the people of the Telesia Kingdom how to use hockey, Telesia has been vigorously searching for loyal individuals to teach hockey. Now, there are more than 300 people on Telesia Island who can use hockey. It can be said that in the first half of the Grand Line, Telesia Island is one of the strongest islands. Even the Navy only stationed a small number of personnel on the island. Due to the overwhelming combat power of Telesia Island, the Navy often seems somewhat unnecessary. At the same time, the world government has also reduced the amount of heaven gold due to Telesia Island's formidable combat strength. Blurp, blurp. Just then, Telesia suddenly felt the phone bug in his arms ringing. He immediately used Soru to leave the sight of the crowd. Once he confirmed that there was no one around, Telesia took out the phone bug from his arms. He looked at the phone bug excitedly because this phone bug was specifically for contacting Ani. Over the years, he had carried it with him. Telesia calmed his excitement and asked, "Is it Lord Ani?" "It's me. After almost 3 years, you finally contacted me." "Telesia, I told you back then that 3 years later, I would make your island no longer rely on the world government. Now the time is approaching, and our Wanjia pirate group will reappear before the world. The promise to protect Telesia is about to be fulfilled. In fact, Telesia's strength is already quite strong now, which has significantly improved the security environment. With better security, a large number of merchants are willing to come. Telesia's economy is booming. Moreover, the world government has reduced part of the heaven gold, and with a large number of invading pirates captured and sent to the mines and fields, this is pure profit. Now, even relying on Telesia's own abilities, they can pay the required heaven gold every year. He really wanted to tell Ani that he no longer needed their protection. However, considering Ani's kindness back then, he didn't say much and instead said, "I look forward to your protection for our country, Lord Ani." Although being protected by pirates will lead to sanctions from the world government, for Telesia, Ani is the benefactor of their entire country. Even if life becomes a bit harder in the future due to sanctions, he has no regrets. By the way, I wonder what major events have happened at sea during these years we disappeared. If it's not too much trouble for you, Lord Ani, I can slowly recount them. I have plenty of time now. Go ahead. Ani hung up the call with Trisha, not expecting that so much had happened at sea during his disappearance over the past few years. First, there was a new world where Whitebeard, Big Mom, and Kaido's powers have been growing stronger, and these 3 were gradually being referred to as the emperors ruling the sea. Secondly, the new world is currently vying for a 4th emperor, with Shanks being the most likely candidate. Additionally, there has been significant upheaval in the Navy over the past few years. The former Fleet Admiral Sengoku has been promoted to the Supreme Commander of the world's 3 armies, while the position of Fleet Admiral has been taken over by the former Admiral Sengoku. At the same time, 3 new admirals have emerged in the Navy, who are none other than Akainu, Akiji, and Kizuru, as remembered by Ani. Furthermore, the world government has summoned 7 notorious pirates to become the warlords of the sea. These events are the most significant occurrences at sea in recent years, while everything else is just trivial matters. And he gazed into the distance and thought. It had been too long since he and his companions had disappeared into the sea, and it was time for the world to remember them again. Next, and he planned to head to the Shambadi archipelago, firstly to replenish supplies, secondly to gather enough wealth, and thirdly to make sure the world knew about them again. After all, he also wanted to be a ruler, but being a ruler wasn't just about having enough combat power. It also required money. Although it is said that as long as one's strength is sufficient, money is not a problem. Currently, robbing money would take too much time, and he plans to go to the auction house on the Shambodi Islands to auction some items. These items are not very useful to an E, but they are very valuable to others. For example, storage rings. Leisure can be imagined, and there will be people in this world who spend money to buy it. As for whether there will be any trouble with auctioning such things, Leisure stated that auctioning is actually secondary. His true purpose is to attract the attention of some people and then showcase his strength to the world. "Captain, the Shambadi archipelago is almost here. Is that so?" And he looked into the distance and could indeed see the Shambadi archipelago with the huge crowns of the mangrove trees. "Nina, go tell Estef, Denisa, and Sunyan to come with me to the island. The others can stay on the Leviathan. Yes, the Leviathan was the name an E had chosen for his new ship. After all, since he had changed ships, he couldn't continue using the old name, right? Then, an E ordered Xiao Hei to surface and release the fortune from the dock. Ani is ready to take the Good Luck ship to the Comoros Islands. Ani gently stroked the Good Luck and sighed. Sigh. I don't want to sell you, but there's no choice. The effect of the ship spirit is too strong. If I don't sell you, other ships will run into trouble. Since Leviathan set sail, it has been a series of accidents. It's either being leaked by Estef and Denisa or being attacked by giant sea creatures. There was even one time when they had just surfaced to catch their breath, and a meteorite came crashing down. If it weren't for Estef and Denisa's quick reactions, Leviathan would have taken a couple of months to recover. Ani summarized that once or twice could still be attributed to luck. However, after dozens of times, it certainly isn't a matter of luck. Finally, Ani recalled the ship spirit of the lucky number, Snowwind. Its characteristic is that it stays safe while its teammates face misfortune. So, Ani made a hypothesis that because the lucky number and Leviathan are teammates, Leviathan has been so unlucky. If the lucky number were sold to someone else, Leviathan should no longer encounter so many misfortunes. Therefore, Ani decided to sell the lucky number in this auction as well. As for whether selling the lucky number would affect him, Ani stated that selling to someone else would only bring benefits and no drawbacks. First of all, the lucky number is too small and doesn't have enough output during large-scale naval battles. At the same time, its small size also means a limited operational radius, given the limited storage capacity. Secondly, selling the lucky number to another faction, such as the Navy, is the right move. Just think, when Ani eventually goes to war with the Navy, if the lucky number is on their side, the outcome for the Navy's other ships is predictable. If it were on his side, then his other ships would suffer. Therefore, Ani believes that it is best for the lucky number not to be in his hands. Of course, before the auction, Ani removed all the advanced technological equipment from the lucky number, including the large refrigerator he had bought at that time. And he put one hand on his waist and pointed forward with the other, saying, "Forward, we are heading to the Chambered Islands." However, no one on the ship responded to him, and he turned to look back. West wind. Bang. 80,000. It's over. Give me money. Give me money. He saw that Estef and her two companions had actually started playing mahjong previously, and he had won quite a few mahjong and poker sets in a lottery. So he handed them over to the others on the ship. As a result, Estef and Dinessa stopped sparring and began to compete with mahjong instead. Generally speaking, no one on the ship wanted to play mahjong with Sun Yin, as she could remember every card and won 9 out of 10 games. As for why she would still lose sometimes, it was simply because the others didn't want her win all the time. Watching the three of them engrossed in their game, and he dared not interrupt. If he did, he might end up being double-teamed by Estef and Dinessa. So he had to obediently steer the ship by himself. Fortunately, the Good Luck was small and easy to operate, and since they were not far from the Chambered Islands, it wouldn't take long to arrive. After more than an hour, he finally steered the Good Luck to the Chambered Islands, Area 55. At this moment, Estef and Dinessa had just finished losing all their money, and he watched the 3 people who got up and patted their bottoms after he parked the boat. He seriously suspected that the 3 had conspired, waiting for him to dock so they could finish. Sun Yin waved the money he had won and said, "Estef, Dinessa, let's go shopping. I'm treating today." And he looked at Sun Yin and felt a pang of sadness thinking about the money she had won from him. Because of Sun Yin's exceptional gambling skills, it was clear that she was the richest person on the ship. Among the more than 100 people on board, they were all her human ATMs, as long as you played mahjong or poker. So when Sun Yin said she would treat them, and he had no doubt about her purchasing power, "Captain, let's go shopping together." And he firmly refused, saying, "I won't go." Sun Yin wanted an E to join them for shopping because they planned to use an E as a mobile storage bag. Although each of them had a storage ring, which had a capacity of 1 cubic meter, there wasn't much space left after putting in their own things. So Sun Yin thought of bringing an E along and using her storage bag for their items. Just after Ani refused, a stack of money appeared in front of her. Ani quickly used his observation hockey to sense the surroundings and found that there were quite a few, a total of 200,000 berries. "Captain, let's go shopping together. If we go together, this 200,000 will be yours." Just as Ani was still hesitating, Dini Shah said, "Captain, are you sure you won't let us 3 weak women go shopping alone? What if we encounter some danger?" And he glanced at the 3 of them and thought to himself, "You 3 weak women? Give you a little time, and you might sink the Shampoo Islands." However, and he looked at the Bailey in Sun Yin's hand. Although there was still money in the team, that money was meant for purchasing supplies for emergencies. Generally speaking, it couldn't be touched, even if that money was just sitting in his storage bag. At this moment, Sun Yin shook the Bailey in her hand again, and he couldn't help but sigh, thinking how foolish he had been to teach them mahjong. It was simply a sin, but then he thought about his own pockets, which even a rat would want to donate to. In the end, he decided that for the safety of his death and the other two, he would accompany them shopping. And it was definitely not because of that 200,000 berries. After paying a sum of money to the port staff, and he docked the good luck, and then followed Sun Yin and the others to go shopping. According to the port's signposts, the three headed straight for Area 35 and began to spend money lavishly. As a result, the merchants in Area 35 of the Shambadi archipelago were all smiles today. Three beautiful women were buying things in bulk, not one by one, but store by store. As long as it looked good, they would buy everything in the store. This left the merchants in Area 35 feeling both pained and happy. After all, if they bought things, someone had to pack them up. There was quite a lot in the store. So that day, a large number of temporary workers in the Shambadi archipelago were hired at high prices by various merchants, all to quickly pack up the goods in their stores. Seeing the three of them shopping so wildly, and he once asked why they were buying so much. As a result, Isteth and the others said that they were not just shopping for themselves, but also for the more than 100 people on the ship. Watching the storekeeper pile the mountain of goods in front of her, and he could only obediently pack the items into her storage bag. However, and he suddenly realized that she had only packed part of it, and the remaining items surprisingly could not fit in. And he glanced at the storage bag, and to his surprise, the 1,000 cubic meters of space was already full. It wasn't that Sun Yin and the others bought too many things, rather, there were already quite a few items in the storage bag that took up most of the space. Left with no choice, and he could only take off a bracelet from his arm. It was a storage bracelet. Although its space was not as large as the storage bag, it still had 250 cubic meters. Over the years, and he had drawn dozens of storage items, including rings, bracelets, and necklaces. But the largest space was still the storage bag he had drawn early on. And he handed the storage bracelet to Sun Yin and said, "You guys can use this storage bracelet for now. I'll go to the auction house to clear out the items in the storage bag that are going to be auctioned. Then I'll come back." Sun Yin grabbed Yi's bracelet and said, "Go ahead." Then she said to Isteth and Dinessa, "I just saw a shop over there with some nice clothes. Let's go take a look." Okay. Watching the three of them excited, and he couldn't help but sigh. Shopping really is a talent that all women possess. After that, and he looked around and started searching for the route to Area 1. He remembered that there was an auction in Area 1, which seemed to be under Doflamingo's ownership. However, when he arrived at Area 1, he found that there was no auction house here. This left Ni a bit puzzled. Could it be that he arrived too early and the auction house hadn't been built yet? And he looked around and found it quite desolate. After thinking carefully, he realized that he had indeed come too early. According to the timeline of One Piece, Doflamingo doesn't seem to have become a warlord of the sea yet. He is still just a pirate being pursued by the Navy. Although Treble had mentioned before that the world government had gathered the warlords, and he had never inquired about who they were. It seems that Doflamingo is still just a pirate now. So he naturally cannot become the famous joker of the underground world. Therefore, the auction house, as a fixed industry, cannot be established either. This made an E feel quite troubled. Does he have to look for other auction houses? With the observation hockey activated, and he quickly found an auction house. He immediately walked towards that auction house, and he was looking at the auction house in front of him, ready to go in. At that moment, someone blocked his way. "Sir, may I ask what you are here for?" In response to the guard's inquiry at the entrance, and E said, "I am here to participate in the auction." And he plans to first check out the auction held by this auction house before deciding whether to let it auction his items. Although the auction has already started. "Please show your invitation first, sir." "Ah, an invitation? Do I still need this thing?" And he always thought that auction houses were places one could enter freely. After all, when he watched anime back in the day, he never saw anyone being stopped. The guard, seeing Yi's puzzled expression, realized he did not have an invitation. They often encountered people without invitations. So the guards politely said, "Please show your identification to confirm your identity." Looking at the respectful guards, and he thought to himself, these guards are quite courteous, not judging by appearances. In reality, the guards had no choice but to be polite because in this world, not having an invitation does not indicate a low status. Many people might simply decide on a whim to visit the auction house. It is normal not to have an invitation, and in the world of One Piece, you can never tell what kind of strength an ordinary-looking person might possess. After all, in the ordinary world, if you offend someone, you might just lose your job. But in the world of One Piece, offending the wrong person could be fatal. If the guards angered some strong individuals, the auction house would naturally suppress the situation if they could. However, if the auction house could not handle it, they would not stand up for the guards either. Therefore, guards like them generally have a skill, remembering the appearances of rising strong individuals and those who have recently gained fame at sea. If a visitor has no invitation and is not a powerful figure from the sea, they at least need to prove their identity. If they are wealthy and influential, they can naturally enter. However, the guards had no impression of an E. An E scratched his head. He had crossed into this world without any form of identification. So he said, "I don't have any identification." The guard smiled and replied, "Well, sir, I'm sorry, but since you don't have an invitation or any identification, we can't let you in. You'll have to come back another time." "Oh, okay." Although the guard wouldn't let him in, he was just following the rules. And he was quite tolerant of this. After all, it was a fact that he didn't have an invitation, and there was no need to blame a group of people just doing their jobs. However, at that moment, a group of people who were clearly pirates walked right in. Seeing that the auction house guards not only did not stop them, but also welcomed them with smiles. And he asked, "They seem to have neither invitations nor identification. Just like me. Why can they enter freely?" Upon hearing in Yi's words, the leader of the pirates laughed heartily and said, "How can we be the same? You should know that I'm a notorious pirate with a bounty of 55 million berries." At that moment, a guard hurriedly stepped forward and said to an E, "You should leave quickly. They have a bounty on their heads, and we know them, so of course they can go in." Ani said at this moment, "Oh, so if I have a bounty, I can get in?" The guard anxiously replied, "Yes, but you can't get in without at least 30 million berries. So you should leave quickly." Facing the guard's persuasion, Ani simply said to the other guards, "Don't you see? I'm also a wanted criminal." Ha ha ha. Before the guards could respond, the group of pirates burst into laughter. The burly leader said, "You? A skinny guy like you, I could blow you down with one breath. You actually say you're a wanted criminal. Ah ha ha ha. Right? A little guy like this claims to be a wanted criminal. He probably only has a bounty of a few tens of thousands of berries. No, I think he only has a few thousand. No, no, no. I think in the eyes of a rich woman, he could be worth a few tens of thousands of berries for one night." Ha ha ha. The burly leader continued, "Kid, if you want to have a bounty, at least you need to look like me." Saying this, he also showed off his bicep to Ani. And he looked at the other person's fat upper body and then at their thin little legs, unable to help but feel sorry for the big man's legs. How could such thin legs support such a large upper body? Sometimes Ani also wondered how some people in the world of One Piece, who clearly had very thin legs, managed to support their spherical bodies. "Queen, I feel like you're implying something about me." Ani, "No, not at all. You're overthinking it." TSK, TSK. Hearing in Yi's sking sound, the big man seemed to feel insulted and suddenly drew his sword, shouting, "Die." A few guards from the auction house saw the big man draw his sword and immediately distanced themselves from an E. The big man's subordinate shouted, "Go for it, Captain. Let this clueless guy see your power." To others, the big man's movements seemed relatively quick, but to an E, they were as slow as a turtle. An E dodged the big man's knife strike with a swift movement and shouted, "Lushan Rising Dragon Strike." Of course, and he didn't actually perform the Lushan Rising Dragon Strike. He just felt that shouting a phrase while attacking added to the momentum. Then he threw a punch at the big man's chin, and the big man was sent flying by Yi's punch, landing at least in the neighboring area. And he watched the big man who was moving away, murmuring, "I only used 20 of my strength and sent him flying that far." Speaking of which, are pirates really this weak nowadays? At the entrance to the auction house, a crowd of people stared at an E in shock. The group of pirates took out their weapons and aimed them at an E. And he looked at the group of pirates and said, "I advise you all, bang." And he originally intended to persuade the other party to lay down their weapons. After all, bullying a small fry would damage his image. Little did he know that the other party was either genuinely scared of him or truly brave, as they actually fired a shot. And he sidestepped and then made a swift move, tossing each of the pirates aside with one hand. After dealing with a group of male pirates, and he looked at the guards of the auction house and asked, "Can I go in now?" The guards looked at the pile of pirates and nodded, saying, "Of course, but may I ask for your name, sir?" And he said, "If you want to know my name, you should be able to find out who I am by looking for the bounty notice from 3 years ago." After saying this, and he walked into the auction house, and this time, no one stopped him. However, after taking a few steps, and he turned around and threw something to the guard who had just spoken to him kindly. "This gold is a reward for you." The guard was taken aback for a moment, and then immediately said, "Thank you for the reward, my lord." Why wouldn't he give a reward to someone in such a poor situation? First of all, it was only that guard who had spoken kindly to him, and he follows the principle of treating others with respect, saying, "If others respect me by a foot, I will respect them by a mile." Moreover, the gold that was thrown to the guard at the auction house entrance was just acquired from that group of pirates. And the gold he received was not just one piece. The one given to the guard was the smallest, with the rest in Yi's pouch. When asked how an E was able to find the gold on the other person, an E stated that he could count several million berries in a second using observation hockey, so sensing a couple of pieces of gold was a piece of cake. As for why an E is so skilled, he can only say it's due to practice. After all, over the years, aside from regular training, an E has engaged in some special training. For example, he would blindfold himself and have over 100 beautiful women hang small items on him, using only observation hockey to sense them and then using his hands to grab them. An E is quite fond of this type of special training, not because he can take advantage of the situation, but because it greatly enhances his observation hockey. Therefore, he is very familiar with the act of being stealthy and picking pockets. 400,000 berries. I'll bid 450,000. Oomph. You think you can take it for 450,000? I'll bid 500,000 berries. As soon as an E entered the auction house, he heard a flurry of intense voices. Looking closely, he saw a necklace adorned with multiple gemstones on the podium in the center of the auction house. At that moment, a large number of people were bidding. 600,000 once, 600,000 twice, 600,000 thrice sold. Congratulations to this gentleman for purchasing the colorful necklace for 600,000 Baileys. Next, we will auction delicious beer from Kaninga Island, with a total of 10 barrels. As he spoke, the auctioneer had people display the 10 wooden barrels. Oh, finally, it's my turn. This time, no matter what, I have to get it. Oomph. You got last month. You think you can get it again this month? I'm telling you, it's impossible. No one compete with me. Whoever competes with me, I'll go all out. Are you afraid of me? And he stared blankly at a group of people who were arguing fiercely, their faces flushed, over a few barrels of beer, as if ready to draw swords. And he looked at the wooden barrel on the stage. Isn't it just a common beer barrel? What's there to be excited about? Ku laughed. This time I have to buy it no matter what. I even planned to give it to my dad as a gift for his birthday. Just then, and he noticed a particular person in the auction house. This person had their back to an E and sported long pink hair. However, it wasn't a woman, but a big man, with not only the pink hair, but also a tongue that was always hanging out and a black spider tattoo on his forehead. This person was none other than the captain of the White-Beard Pirates, Squard, and he was quite curious about this person's appearance. After all, he belonged to the White-Beard Pirates, a formidable pirate crew that had been active in the New World for a long time. Generally speaking, they wouldn't appear in the first half of the Grand Line. And E is very curious about what could attract Squard attention at this auction. The auctioneer shouted 10 barrels of delicious beer from Karina Island, starting bid of 100,000 berries. Each subsequent bid must be no less than 10,000 berries. I bid 200,000. I bid 300,000. And he stared in amazement at the frenzied crowd that had fallen into a craze from the very beginning, thinking to himself, these guys must be crazy. Selling a barrel of beer for 10,000 berries is already outrageous, and they are doubling the price without even blinking. This is outrageous to the point of absurdity. This piqued in Yi's curiosity, and for a moment he also wanted to taste the beer. However, thinking of his meager wallet, and he decided to let it go. But he couldn't shake the feeling that he had heard of Kaninga Island somewhere, though he just couldn't recall where. At this moment, in the auction house office, a group of auction staff were searching through piles of bounty notices. A man in a suit was sipping red wine while watching his subordinates work. Next to him stood the guard who had just taken an Yi's gold. Harry was the head of this auction house. He had just received news from the guard at the entrance that a powerful individual had entered the auction after defeating a pirate with a bounty of 55 million berries with just one punch. The guard at the entrance didn't recognize who that person was, but fortunately, the individual had left some information. He told the guard to check the bounty notices from 3 years ago. Having a powerful individual blocked by his own guards was quite troublesome for him. However, from the current situation, it seemed that this powerful individual was quite easy to talk to. Found it, one of the staff shouted. Harry said to the guard, take a look, is it a certain powerful person? Yes. The person walked over to take a look and immediately said, it's indeed that person. Harry gestured, bring it over for me to see. The guard handed the bounty notice for an E to Harry. Harry looked at the image on the bounty notice and then at Yi's appearance captured in the surveillance footage. Although he looked a bit thinner and darker than in the bounty notice, it was clear that it was the same person. Harry looked at the bounty amount and was shocked to see it was 50,000 berries. Fearing he had read it wrong, he quickly counted the numbers one by one. After counting several times, he confirmed it was indeed 50,000 berries. Harry thought to himself, 50,000 berries, is this considered a wanted criminal? To know that, with his worth, anything in this auction house would be worth more than 50,000 berries. He looked back at the screen, displaying an E, who had just looked up, smiled at the screen, and waved his hand. It was obvious that the other party had noticed the existence of the image snail. Harry couldn't help but shiver. The image snails in the auction house were installed in hidden locations and were specially camouflaged. In all the years the auction house had been established, no one had ever discovered them. Harry looked at the bounty notice in his hand again, examining it closely. Captain of the Wanjia Pirate Group, lucky in E, bounty of 50,000 berries. The Wanjia Pirate Group, it seems I've heard that name somewhere. Harry fell into thought, and after a moment, he suddenly rushed to the piles of bounty notices, starting to rummage through them. Manager, what are you looking for? Let us help. A nearby staff member quickly asked, but Harry didn't respond. He just flipped through the bounty notices faster and faster. Soon, he found several bounty notices and stared blankly at them. 255 million berries. 400 million berries. The bounty notices in Harry's hand were just for an E and Dinessa. Ugh. Harry couldn't help but swallow, then turn around and said, "Immediately invite that gentleman to the VIP area and treat him well." The others were momentarily taken aback. Seeing the others frozen in place, Harry raised his voice and shouted, "Didn't you hear what I said? Hurry up and do it. If you upset him, not only you, but I will also be punished." As soon as the others heard that even Harry would be punished, they immediately sprang into action. 5,240,000 berries sold. This batch of wine was finally purchased by Squard. Ani watched Squard happily and directly took people to grab the 10 barrels of beer. After getting the beer, they immediately left, as if afraid of being robbed. It's hard not to sigh at the high price of these beers. Even if a barrel weighs 100 pounds, 10 barrels only amount to 1,000 pounds. For those who can drink hundreds of pounds in one sitting, this amount of alcohol can easily be consumed in a single day. Yet this little bit of alcohol was sold for 5,240,000 belly, which means that 1 pound of alcohol costs over 5,000 belly. And he couldn't help but sigh. He wondered how high the profit from this wine was, and he was becoming more and more curious about it. Everyone, the next segment is the slave auction. Oh, as soon as they heard that slaves were going to be auctioned, the crowd became extremely excited. The first slave came onto the stage. TCH, the appearance of the first slave did not continue to elevate the atmosphere. Instead, it drew a chorus of boos. However, Ani revealed a faint smile. He looked at the old man on stage, who was wearing glasses, and softly muttered, "Pluto, Rayleigh." This slave had a starting bid of 200,000 berries. Although the usual auction price for a human slave is 500,000, that is just the average price. In the eyes of these people, Rayleigh was clearly not worth 500,000, which is why the auction house marked him at 200,000. And he was thinking, what would happen if the people at the auction house knew the true identity of this old man? Although, and he didn't know how much the bounty on Rayleigh was. He assumed it must be in the tens of billions. However, after the auctioneer called for bids, no one in the audience raised their hands. The auctioneer looked at Rayleigh on the platform and suddenly felt troubled. This old man had sold himself to the auction house for 20,000 berries this morning, and the auction house originally didn't want him. After all, who would want to buy an old man of this age? But this old man insisted that he could wait for someone to bid for him, and then the auction house would pay him. Following the principle that even a mosquito's leg is still meat, the auction house agreed. At that moment, someone offered, "I bid 20,000 berries to buy him." Ha ha! A burst of laughter erupted in response. "I bid 200,000 berries." At this point, Ani raised his hand to place a bid. Everyone in the auction house turned to look at Ani. After all, spending 200,000 berries on a white-haired old man seemed to suggest that he had some issues. They wanted to see who would be foolish enough to do such a thing. Does he have 200,000 berries to spend? Speaking of which, wearing a pair of shorts, a floral shirt, and flip-flops, how did this person even get into the auction house? Seeing in Yi's shabby attire, many people speculated whether he really had 200,000 berries. At this moment, staff from the auction house suddenly approached Ani. Seeing a large group of staff members, others began to speculate. This guy ISNT sneaking in. Is he? Now he is going to be caught by the auction house staff. He really has some guts to come here and cause trouble. It seems he would at least get beaten up. However, contrary to what others thought, after a group of auction house staff came to Ani's side, they all bent down and said respectfully, "It is truly an honor for us to have a big figure like you visit our auction house. Please, allow us to escort you to the VIP area." And he said, "No need, this place is just fine, I like it very much. There's no need to go to any VIP seats. Someone, go get some tables and chairs right away, and bring some good food and drinks to properly entertain the adult. Also, call a few more people to serve drinks." And he said, "No need for the drinking companions." Yes, for an E, facing a group of beautiful women every day, along with someone as stunning as his death. Ordinary women truly couldn't catch his eye. Before long, a table and a chair with soft cushions were brought over. The small table was filled with various fruits, nuts, and drinks. A row of maidens beside it held plates with other food. "Sir, please enjoy at your leisure. Our auction house manager will be here shortly after finishing some matters." The people in the auction house looked at Yi's treatment and felt no dissatisfaction. The fact that the auction house was waiting for him only indicated that Yi's identity was certainly not simple. Most people present were intelligent and naturally wouldn't make trouble for Yi. They began to whisper among themselves, speculating about Yi's identity. At this moment, Harry was walking briskly towards Yi. The reason he hadn't come out to greet Yi personally before was that he was reporting Yi's appearance to his boss behind the scenes. All of this was due to Yi's presence, which involved another big shot, the current warlord of the Seven Seas, the world's #1 swordsman, Dracula Mihawk. It turned out that 3 years ago, after Mihawk's battle with Dynessa, he had never forgotten her. His joining the Seven Warlords was also to allow the world government to report Dynessa's location at any time. Although Dynessa was clearly powerful and had shown her strength early on, her bounty had been delayed for a long time because the world government considered her too strong and noted that she hadn't committed any heinous acts, which is why the bounty on her had been suppressed. Later, in order to recruit the Wanjia pirate group into the Seven Warlords, the long-suppressed bounty was finally issued. However, as soon as the bounty was released, the Wanjia pirate group disappeared from the public eye. Ever since the Wanjia pirate group vanished, Mihawk had not given up on finding Yi in the others. Initially, Mihawk wasn't very urgent about it because he often practiced swordsmanship with Shanks. Therefore, he wasn't too concerned about finding Dynessa. But soon, due to an incident, Mihawk stopped practicing swordsmanship with Shanks. At that point, Mihawk began searching for Dynessa again. But Yi and the others were on a deserted island, making it impossible for Mihawk to find them. After failing to locate Dynessa, Mihawk, in his capacity as a warlord, enlisted the Navy's help in the search and even issued a bounty in the Dark World. As long as someone could provide the whereabouts of the Wanjia pirate group, he, Dracula Mihawk, would offer his services for free once. This promise was more enticing than money. After all, Mihawk was the world's #1 swordsman, the strongest in the realm of swordsmanship. He had never heard of him helping anyone before. Thus, this promise instantly stirred up a huge uproar in the Dark World. Countless individuals from the Dark World began searching for the Wanjia pirate group everywhere. Unfortunately, after several months of searching, they found no trace of the Wanjia pirate group. It was as if they had vanished from the world. Now, the captain of the Wanjia pirate group appeared in his auction house, which made it impossible for Harry not to be excited. After confirming Yi's identity, he immediately called his boss to inform him of the news, which is why he was a bit late. Looking at Yi, Harry hurriedly approached and said, "Hello, sir. I am Harry, the manager of this auction house. It is a great honor to meet you. Who is this person? Why did even manager Harry come out?" "Yes, but he looked thin and didn't seem like a powerful person. Could he be a noble of high status?" Harry cautiously asked, "May I ask what brings you to our auction house today, sir?" And he said, "I just came to your auction house to take a look. If it's suitable, I plan to do some business with you. Just browsing to see if I can buy something." As he spoke, and he looked at Rayleigh, Harry quickly noticed Yi's gaze and immediately said, "Let's not auction this slave for now." At that moment, the auctioneer on stage said, "Manager Harry, that gentleman has already purchased this slave for 200,000 berries." Harry shouted, "What?" Then he said to Yi, "Sir, an ordinary old man is not worth your money. I'll take the liberty of giving you this slave." Harry didn't want to upset Yi, partly because of Yi's strength and partly due to his boss's orders. "No need. I can still afford 200,000 berries," Yi replied, tossing out a gold coin. Harry quickly caught it. Although the auction house had a rule that only berries could be used for payment, Harry planned to make an exception for Yi, since the old slave didn't cost much anyway. Harry said, "Sir, then I'll reluctantly accept it." And he looked at Rayleigh and said, "Bring him over." After a while, the staff brought Rayleigh to Yi's side, and he pushed a chair over and said, "Respecting the elderly and cherishing the young is my tradition. Please sit." At this moment, on the Grand Line, on the island of Kirikana, the island where Hawkeye is located. "Fufufu, Hawkeye, how's the news?" Hawkeye put down the kitchen knife and said, "Very good, Doflamingo. I will fulfill the promised conditions after verification. But if you dare to deceive me, then there will be one more person hunting you down." "Fufufu, how scary." Clack. Hawkeye looked at the disconnected transponder snail, put on his outdoor clothes, and picked up his black sword. He was ready to head to the Sabaody archipelago. Rayleigh was also not polite. He sat down directly and picked up an apple to eat. Harry watched Rayleigh from the side, wanting to stop him. However, it was an E who had invited him to sit, so he didn't say much. After an E sat down, he didn't talk to Rayleigh, but continued to watch the auction on stage. At that moment, a beautiful woman from the long-legged tribe appeared on stage. Many people were bidding crazily for her long legs. The starting price of 2 million has now soared to 5 million, and there seems to be no sign of stopping. And he has not made any moves since buying Rayleigh. He has just been watching silently. Although he feels sorry for these slaves, he knows that even if he bids, he can only save a few people. To fundamentally change this situation, the only viable path is to overthrow the current rulers. Therefore, even though an E has the ability to buy these slaves, he did not place any bids. Ladies and gentlemen, today's auction has concluded successfully. If you enjoyed it, you can come back to participate in our next auction in 3 days. And he watched the auction end, but he didn't see the merfolk he wanted to see. He was still quite curious about mermaids. After all, he had been curious since he watched anime before, wondering what the difference was between mermaids and human women. As the auction concluded, the participants began to leave, but before exiting, many of them glanced at E, wanting to remember his appearance so they could investigate his identity later. And he didn't care about the gazes of others. Once most of the people in the venue had left, he said to Harry, "Find a place where we won't be disturbed. I need to discuss something important with your boss." Harry respectfully replied, "Yes." Shortly after, Harry led an E and Riley to a room. "Please, sir." And he did not enter immediately, but took out a few peanuts from his pocket and flicked them with his finger. Puff, 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 several peanuts shot into the wall. After doing this, and E said, "Don't do such tricks again. You go contact your boss first. I'll wait here." At this point, Harry was already sweating profusely. He knew very well that those few peanuts were not just casually flicked. They were aimed at the places where they had placed surveillance bugs and listening devices. Just now, he had directly neutralized those methods. However, from the current situation, and he knew but did not blame him, he immediately whispered, "Yes, sir." Saying this, Harry left and went to the next room to remove a few people who were prepared to eavesdrop. If the other party could detect the listening devices, these few eavesdroppers had no chance of hiding. After the people left, and he entered the room, poured a cup of tea, and said to Riley, "Let's talk." "Okay." Riley sat opposite E. Just as Riley was about to take a sip of tea, and E said, "I wonder how much I could get if I handed you over to the Navy?" Riley's hand holding the teacup paused, and then he casually replied, "An old man like me is not a wanted criminal. Handing me over to the Navy wouldn't be worth much." And he laughed and said, "Haha, if the deputy captain of the Roger Pirates, Rayleigh the Dark King, isn't worth much, then there aren't many people worth anything in this sea." Rayleigh looked at E, and a sense of pressure slowly rose. A stranger who could directly state his identity and possess a strong power posed a significant problem for Rayleigh. Just before entering the room, and E had already demonstrated his powerful observation haki and armament haki. He initially wanted to use his observation haki to sense the other party, but found that he couldn't perceive him at all. Rayleigh understood very well that this could only mean one thing. The other party's observation haki was equally strong, otherwise, it wouldn't be able to counter his own. Moreover, the previous use of armament haki was not something an average person could achieve. With Yi's level of haki, he could easily become a high-ranking officer even in the pirate crews of the 3 emperors in the New World. Seeing Rayleigh's rising pressure, and he said, "Your Excellency the Dark King, please don't be excited. I have no ill intentions. I just have a small favor to ask of you." As he spoke, and he took out a stack of money and pushed it in front of Rayleigh. "Your Excellency, this money is for you." Seeing the stack of berries before him, Rayleigh smiled and said, "This little guy is quite polite. I wonder what you want to ask of me." For Rayleigh, someone offering money was a good thing. As for whether he would do the favor after accepting the money, that would depend on him. After all, he hadn't promised anything. And he saw Rayleigh take the money and said, "It's not convenient to discuss things here. Your Excellency, the King of Hell, please return to the Shaking Bamboo Bar at number 13 first, and I will come and find you later." Upon hearing an E mention the Shaking Bamboo Bar, Rayleigh immediately became tense. If recognizing him might be due to his previous bounty, knowing about the Shaking Bamboo Bar surely indicated a deep understanding of him. "Rest assured, although I know quite a bit about your Excellency, the King of Hell, I won't casually disturb you in Miss Xiaqi's world." And Yi's words seemed to reassure him. But Rayleigh also knew that the other party was showcasing his intelligence capabilities to prevent him from backing out. In reality, and E had no real intelligence network. He merely relied on having watched some anime and knowing a few things. At that moment, and Yi's observation haki sensed Harry, so he said, "Your Majesty, Hades, let's end our conversation here for today." Rayleigh sensed it too and replied, "All right, then I'll take my leave." "Please do." Watching Rayleigh about to leave the room, and he asked a question he had been pondering for a long time. Your Majesty, have you really sold yourself to the auction house? Is there really someone who would buy you? After all, Rayleigh was just an old man, and to those buyers, he seemed useless, neither able to work nor serve as a companion. And he genuinely couldn't understand who besides himself would want to buy him. Rayleigh chuckled and said, I may be an old man, but I'm still decent looking. Some wealthy older women would still spend money on me. Watching the dashing Rayleigh leave, and he couldn't help but feel that it seemed wealthy women were not only interested in young hunks. At that moment, Harry appeared in the room with a phone bug. He showed no curiosity about Rayleigh's disappearance. As a messenger between his boss and the big shot, he clearly understood that sometimes the less said, the better. Sir, it's a call from our boss. Ani looked at the appearance displayed by the phone bug and asked, May I ask who you are? I am Umit. I wonder what business you have with me, Lord Ani. And he said, So it's Umit, who is in charge of the transportation industry. I have a batch of items that I would like to auction at your auction house. Oh, you should know that ordinary items usually don't catch our eye. I wonder if you could show me what you have first, Cerny. And he said, of course, but the auction house is too small to demonstrate. Let your people come with me outside, and I will show you a good time. Sure. Harry, stay close to Lord Nee. Yes, boss. Umit asked, What do you all think? A man with a bird head said, I have no opinion. I'm only interested in the news. The return of the world pirates after 3 years is enough to be tomorrow's headline. This person was none other than Morgans, the boss of the news industry and president of the World Economic News Agency. Caboson said, by the way, does a pirate worth 250 million berries really attract that much attention? I'm not just focusing on him. There's also the silver-eyed swordsman affiliated with the world pirates. You should know that 3 years ago, he could match Mihawk. Don't forget the conditions Mihawk offered to find him, under Harry's lead. And he arrived at a courtyard surrounded by walls. In the courtyard, there were several tall towers, each with armed personnel holding weapons. In the center of the courtyard, there were 3 huge screens and several image bugs. Seeing the setup in the courtyard, and he nodded and said, Very good. At this moment, the 3 large screens in the courtyard lit up, and 3 faces appeared on the screens. The most eye-catching was Morgan's. After all, in a sea of people, a bird head is hard to ignore. Looking at the 3 people on the screen, and he knew they should be the behind-the-scenes owners of the auction house. And he was not surprised by this. It seems this auction house was jointly operated by the 3 of them. At this moment, Morgan spoke up. I wonder what Lord Nee wants to auction. And he did not speak, but instead took out a black long knife. This long knife looked no different from an ordinary long knife, the only difference being that it seemed to be wrapped in a layer of black substance on the outside. And he asked with a long knife in hand, Harry, do you know swordsmanship? Harry was a bit confused by Yi's sudden question. He instinctively replied no. After Harry finished speaking, and Yi handed the long knife to him. Harry stared blankly at the long knife in his hand, still unable to comprehend how he ended up with a knife. Then Yi took out an iron rod, which was at least 5 or 6 centimeters thick, and said to Harry, Give this iron rod a strong chop. Faced with Yi's request, Harry turned to look at his 3 bosses, who all nodded in agreement. Harry had no choice but to comply. He raised the long knife and chopped down with all his might. Clang! The black long knife easily cut through the iron rod. The 3 of them watched in shock through the screen as the iron rod was sliced in half. Harry also stared blankly at the long knife in his hand. He was very clear about his own abilities. To put it simply, he was not completely powerless, but he was about the same as an ordinary person. There was no way he could have done that with such a thick iron rod. As the manager of an auction house, he quickly realized that the knife in his hand was responsible for all of this. He hurriedly raised the long knife and began to examine it closely. Eventually noticing some tiny scratches at the place where he had just chopped, they were hard to see without careful observation. After examining it, he immediately held the long knife and the broken iron rod up to the screen for his bosses to take a closer look. Compared to Harry, Morgans and the other 2 were thinking more deeply. They understood the classification of swordsmen very well. Whether a swordsman possesses the ability to cut through iron is an important indicator of their reputation. When a swordsman reaches the realm of cutting iron, their fame skyrockets. A swordsman who has not reached this level is merely a third-rate character. They were clear about what kind of character Harry was. If he were a swordsman in the realm of cutting iron, he wouldn't just be a manager of an auction house. Harry's act of cutting the iron rod had already fully demonstrated the sharpness of the knife that he produced. Judging by the effect, this knife was at least at the level of a good knife with a hardness of 50, and he had long anticipated the reactions of everyone. These knives were indeed ordinary knives, even inferior to many crafted by some artisans. However, he had someone coat the knives with a layer of carbon coating. Although it was only a thin layer, the knife's sturdiness had undergone a qualitative leap. More importantly, this type of knife could be mass-produced. As for whether the large-scale circulation of such weapons would have any impact on any, comfort only indicates that the truly good things have yet to be revealed. Weapons of this caliber are not even used by my own pirate crew. The combat personnel in my crew use weapons made from Martha's memory metal, coated with multiple layers of carbon coating. Moreover, the carbon coating is actually a consumable. Once it has been used for too long, it must be reapplied. Who in the entire world of one piece can produce carbon coating? Only I can. When the carbon runs out and the weapons are damaged, will I have to buy new ones? This is the unsustainable nature of comfort, exhausting resources. At this moment, Cabosin said, "Your Excellency, this knife is indeed sharp, but just this one knife is not worth it." Before Cabosin could finish his words, a pile of identical long knives accumulated, and, judging by the quantity, there were at least hundreds. The three emperors of the Dark World stood up one after another. If one good knife worth 50 work units was not enough to make him lose composure, then hundreds of knives of the same caliber were enough to make their hearts race. Cabosin and Umit shouted, "Harry, go check if all the knives are the same." Harry, jolted back to reality by his boss's roar, hurried to inspect the knives on the ground. At this moment, Morgans asked, "Lord Ani, how'd you just conjure those knives?" Hearing this question, a smile appeared at the corner of Ani's mouth. The reason he displayed so recklessly in front of them was to prompt them to ask. Morgan's question also made Cabosin and Umit realize they had just witnessed everything from start to finish, and the other party indeed did not carry hundreds of weapons. Those weapons seemed to have appeared out of thin air. And he took out a ring and said, "This is a storage ring that I made using my abilities. It can store items." As he spoke, and he demonstrated it on the spot. Watching, and he put away a pile of long knives and then pulled them out again. The three emperors of the Dark World were stunned. After the demonstration, and he added, "This ring can be used by anyone." Upon hearing this, even through the screen, and he could hear the three of them breathing heavily. However, when he mentioned that the ring space was only 1 cubic meter, Cabosin and Umit looked disappointed. After all, one was a shipping magnate, and the other was a storage tycoon. If there were a large space for storing items, they would definitely love it. But 1 cubic meter was just too small. Their belongings were typically the size of entire ships or warehouses. Only Morgans remained very interested. Although he was an emperor of the Dark World, he was also a journalist, and his desire to report on major events could not be changed. The storage ring was a treasure for him. Many times, his reporters were unable to carry cameras to certain locations and had to rely solely on notes, which lacked expressiveness. However, with his storage ring, his subordinates could put their cameras inside the ring, take them out for photos when they arrived, and put them back afterward. Even if they were discovered, hiding a ring would be much easier than hiding a camera. After several hours of showcasing items, and he not only got the 3 Dark Emperors to agree to organize an unprecedented scale auction, but he also acquired 3 phone insects, each of which contacted Morgan's 3 associates. Considering the identities of the 3 individuals, and E did not refuse. At this moment, and he was already a guest of the 3 Dark Emperors. At the entrance of the auction house, and E said, "Harry, my lord, you don't need to see me off." "Yes." However, before leaving, and E added, "Tell your true master that I welcome him to auction items. But if he comes to cause trouble, I will be unhappy." Hearing in Yi's words, Harry was taken aback. On the surface, he was one of Morgan's 3 men, but in reality, he was working for Doflamingo, a secret known only to a few, all of whom were high-ranking members of the Doflamingo family. Could it be that he knew as well? However, Harry could never admit to such a thing. He said, "Milord Aenyi, Uyist. My boss is one of the 3 Morgans, so how could there be a true master?" Harry's previous little actions, naturally, could not be hidden from an E. And he perceived through his senses that Harry's heartbeat quickened and his blood flow accelerated when he asked the question, naturally knowing that he was lying. However, as long as the person behind Harry did not interfere with his plans, he would not actively investigate. After giving Harry a warning, and he left. Now that he had appeared so openly, some major forces should have already learned of his presence in the Sabaody archipelago. Now it was just a matter of seeing which unfortunate soul would be the first to cross his path. And he took out a few phone bugs, distinguished them, and then dialed out. Phone bugs cannot be placed in storage bags, which made Ani quite frustrated. After all, he had more and more phone bugs on him now. "Hello, Sun Yen, where are you?" "Captain, we're at a high-end restaurant in Area 24. "Okay, I got it." "Young master, these are the items from the auction." "Fufufu, Harry, you did well. The family will not forget your contributions." "It's all for the family, but young master, what's wrong?" "The other party seems to know that I have someone backing me." Don Quixote Doflamingo frowned and asked, "Does he know my identity?" "He shouldn't know, but he asked me to tell you that you better not cause him any trouble." Fufufu, how interesting. I understand. Just keep doing your job well. Yes, young master. After hanging up, Doflamingo felt a bit annoyed. Although he was a pirate, he had long since planned for the upcoming transportation of sky gold. At that time, he would seize a batch of sky gold and use the secrets he controlled to threaten the world government, allowing him to become one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Once he shook off the Navy's pursuit, he could go to Dressrosa to execute his plans and appear openly. For this day, he had been laying the groundwork for a long time, placing numerous pawns in the dark world. Doflamingo took out a bounty notice for an E and said, Pica, Diamante, you two go to the Sabati archipelago and retrieve the items from this person. Yes, young master. Although Harry had warned Doflamingo not to trouble an E, Doflamingo was not the type to obediently listen. To describe Doflamingo in one sentence, before being beaten up, if you tell him to chase a monkey, he would chase a dog. If you tell him to go east, he would definitely go west. Moreover, the items in Yi's possession were simply too tempting. Hundreds of weapons equivalent to high-quality blades of level 50, as well as rings that could store items, and so on. The temptation was too great for Doflamingo. He could only say that it wasn't that he lacked self-restraint, but that Yi's items were too alluring. At this moment, news about Yi had already reached the world government, the Navy, and major pirate factions. After all, Yi had not concealed anything at the auction. Many attendees were spies from other organizations. However, so far, no faction had paid too much attention to Yi. Yi finally arrived at Area 24. And according to Sun Yin's instructions, he found Sun Yin and the others among dozens of high-end restaurants. As soon as he entered, Yi saw that the 3 were surrounded by a large crowd of admirers. Many well-dressed young masters were fawning over them. Looking at the crowd around the 3, Yi immediately scanned the restaurant for anything valuable. In case a fight broke out, he wanted to protect them first. As he looked around, he suddenly noticed something unusual near a wine rack. Next to a large number of high-end red wines, there was a wooden barrel that looked completely out of place. Captain, over here. At that moment, Sun Yin spotted Yi and waved at him. At the same time, Isteth and Dinessa also looked over, Yi instantly felt dozens of gazes on him. If looks could kill, he was sure he would have been turned into minced meat by now. However, Yi didn't care about other people's gazes. He casually walked over to Isteth and the others and sat down as if nothing had happened. As soon as Yi sat down, Dineshaw pushed a glass of beer over and said, Captain, try this beer, it tastes great. Yi directly picked up the beer and started drinking. But after just taking a sip, Yi felt that the taste was so familiar. Dineshaw asked, Captain, how was the beer? He smacked his lips and said, not bad. Denisa replied, of course it tastes good. This is beer from Kaninga Island. And a glass costs 10,000 berries. Kaninga Island. Wasn't that the place where he saw beer sold for over 5 million berries at the auction? At this moment, Yi recalled where he had tasted this flavor before. Wasn't this the beer he brewed when he opened his restaurant? If he remembered correctly, he had sold the brewing method for this beer to Jababa. And wasn't Kaninga Island a place he often heard the locals talk about back then? No wonder the name Kaninga felt so familiar. It turned out this beer was brewed by him. But just thinking about how a pound of this beer sold for several thousand berries made Yi feel like he had missed out on a fortune. No, Jim, I'm afraid Charlotte might misunderstand. Asta and the others looked at the heartbroken Yi and were puzzled as to how he went from enjoying a drink to this state. At that moment, the flamboyant young man said, ladies, I have a 5,000 square meter villa, a 20,000 square meter courtyard, 100 maids, and countless berries. I just need 3 mistresses for my villa. I wonder if you 3 have any thoughts on becoming the mistresses of my villa? He said this while planning to pull a chair to sit down. Asta shot him a glare that instantly froze the chair in his hand into an ice block and said, get lost. The young man immediately responded, oh, I'll leave right away. After witnessing I's power, others quickly disappeared. Once the crowd left, Yi recovered and had a meal with the 3 of them. After eating and drinking to their fill, he was about to settle the bill when Denisa pulled him aside. Someone has already paid our bill. At this moment, Ani remembered those crazy people from before, and he thought that one of them might be a big spender. This made Ani start to consider whether he should just eat with the 3 women in the future. After all, someone would pay the bill. How great would that be? Just then, Ani suddenly noticed that the people on the street were all kneeling on the ground. Looking at the people kneeling on both sides, Ani thought of some people who disdain dogs. The celestial dragons. Ordinary people must kneel upon seeing a celestial dragon. Otherwise, it would be an offense to them. Sure enough, a conversation could be heard around the corner of the street. The St. Roswald was just ahead. If it weren't for being a top beauty, I would have made you stand at my door. St. Roswald, rest assured, she is definitely a super beauty, and there are 3 of them. In the blink of an eye, a celestial dragon carried by 4 long-armed slaves appeared at the corner of the street. Upon seeing the celestial dragon, the people on the street lowered their heads even further. The celestial dragon immediately spotted his death and the other 2, shouting, "Wow, they are indeed super beauties." Then he pointed at the 3 and said to the man in the black suit beside him, "Immediately arrange for them to go to the Holy Land as my 23rd, 24th, and 25th wives." The man in the black suit, expressionless, replied, "Yes, Saint Roswald, I will arrange it right away." Bang! Shave! Iron block! Ugh! As soon as the celestial dragon finished speaking, Sun Yin shot him, but a man in a black suit took the hit with an iron block. However, Sun Yin's bullet was not easy to bear, and the man in the black suit was knocked down immediately. At this moment, the celestial dragon was still in a daze, completely unaware of what had happened. However, the group of bodyguards protecting the celestial dragon was dedicated and immediately surrounded him, saying, "Saint Roswald, please leave quickly. It's dangerous here." As soon as the bodyguard finished speaking, he saw the blonde, silver-eyed female swordsman had come before him, intending to resist, but suddenly felt his head spinning. In the end, he saw the back of Saint Roswald. Hey, wasn't I in front of Saint Roswald? How could I see his back? However, in an instant, Dinessa had taken care of more than a dozen of the celestial dragon's guards. Seeing Dinessa about to swing her sword at the celestial dragon, Ani shouted, "Don't kill him yet." Because of Ani's words, Dinessa changed her swing to a slap, while retracting most of her strength. Bang! Although the strength was greatly reduced, she still sent the celestial dragon flying. He crashed into a building, and the glass canopy above him shattered immediately. The onlookers saw what Dinessa had done and immediately shouted, "Run! Someone is attacking the celestial dragon. Run!" Because Dinessa had reduced her strength in time. Although the celestial dragon was sent flying, he was not seriously injured. At this time, he got up, touched his nose, and found it was bleeding from hitting the wall. Looking at the blood on his hand, he shouted, "Blood! I'm bleeding! Someone come! I'm bleeding!" However, this celestial dragon called out for a long time, but no one paid him any attention. His bodyguards were all dead, and everyone else had already run away. He looked around and saw Dinessa still dripping blood from her sword, shouting, "You, this lowly commoner, actually dared to attack me. You should know that I am a descendant of the Creator. I will capture all of you, torturing you slowly, letting countless slaves humiliate you. So you know my power." The celestial dragon's words were truly unpleasant. Even Dinessa, who usually didn't care much, found it hard to listen. His death activated her ability, creating an ice spear, intending to pierce the celestial dragon. However, Ani raised his hand to stop her. Dinessa walked over, grabbed the celestial dragon, and placed her sword against his neck, saying, "Captain, why keep this kind of person? Let me end him with one strike." Seeing the sword on his neck, the celestial dragon finally understood fear. He trembled and said, "I am a world noble. If you hurt me, it will attract the Navy's admiral." And he came before him and said, "We are waiting for the admiral. We are going to Area 60. Originally, and he was wondering who the unfortunate soul would be that would become his first victim. But little did he know that in the time it took to have a meal, a celestial dragon actually came to the door. And he plans to kidnap a celestial dragon to lure out a marine admiral, and then give the admiral a beating to announce his strength to the world. As for whether he can win, and he is still confident. With himself, his death, and Dinessa, he might not be able to defeat an admiral one-on-one. However, the admiral won't be able to resolve the situation on his side in a short time. As for the other marines, with the celestial dragon in hand, and he is not worried about them, then he takes out Morgan's den mushy. "Bururu, Bururu. Lord Nee, I wonder what you need?" And he said, "I have big news. I don't know if you want it." Since he had taken the celestial dragon hostage, and he decided to make things big. As soon as Morgans heard there was big news, he immediately said, "Yes, how could I not want it?" And he said calmly, "I have kidnapped a celestial dragon." Morgans asked incredulously, "Your Excellency and what did you just say?" "I have kidnapped a celestial dragon." SSS. Morgans never expected that the big news he mentioned would be so significant. It had been so many years since anyone dared to attack a celestial dragon. It was so long that he couldn't even remember the last time someone had done it. However, he naturally wouldn't miss such explosive news. So Morgans asked, "Your Excellency and is there anything you need me to do?" And he said, "You let all the reporters from your newspaper in the Shambody Archipelago take their cameras and imaging bugs to Area 60. Morgans was taken aback. He knew very well that Area 60 in the Shambody Archipelago was a naval base and the residence of world government personnel. However, it was precisely because of this that he became even more excited, and he was planning to slap the world government in the face. So he replied, No problem. After he hung up the phone, Morgan shouted, "Let all our reporters in the Shambadi archipelago immediately head to Area 60. Well, there's big news. Anyone whose report satisfies me afterwards can be promoted 3 levels, and their bonus this year will be doubled, under the temptation of promotion and salary increase." A large number of reporters began to converge on Area 60. At this time, an E and the others had already arrived at Area 60. When an E arrived, the Navy stationed there had already received the news, and there were also a large number of reporters gathered with the Navy. Esther, create a high platform and put this celestial dragon on it. Sun Yen, keep an eye on this celestial dragon. We are waiting for the Admiral to arrive. Esther activated her ability and directly created a 100-meter-high ice pillar beneath her feet, lifting herself and an E along with a few others up. The Navy below looked at an E and the others, who were high above, with very unsightly expressions. They had dispatched personnel to rescue the celestial dragon as soon as they received the news, but they found that an E and the others had kidnapped the celestial dragon. With the celestial dragon in their hands, the Navy members were hesitant and did not dare to launch a rescue operation rashly. They could only surround an E and the others while requesting backup. What? Someone has kidnapped a celestial dragon in the Shambadi archipelago? Yes, Admiral Sengoku. It has been confirmed that it is the captain of the Wanjie pirate crew and his crew. Sengoku hung up the phone, holding his head, and said, "How could this happen at such a time?" The current situation of the Navy was very dire. Pirates in the New World were fighting fiercely for the position of the 4th Emperor. The red-hair pirates had already gained the recognition of the Whitebeard pirates and the Big Mom pirates, and as long as they received the acknowledgement of the Beast pirates, they could become the 4th Emperor. Now, with the New World shrouded in war clouds, the recent battles of the 4 emperors had caused many countries in the New World to join the world government, strengthening its power. Correspondingly, the Navy also had to provide protection for them. Although the Navy headquarters had Akainu and Kizuru, there were hardly any personnel at the rear admiral level. Even the Unserious Garp had been dispatched by Sengoku. After thinking for a long time, Sengoku decided to let Kizuru handle the Celestial Dragon incident. The reason for not sending Akainu was that he was afraid Akainu might end up dealing with the Celestial Dragon too. Kizuru, who received the order, complained, "What a hassle." However, he obediently boarded the ship to head to the Shambadi archipelago. And the good fortune of the Wanjie pirate crew, immediately released the Celestial Dragon, or will open fire. At this time, the Navy in the Shambadi archipelago was shouting at an E and the others. However, it was clear that it had no effect. As for shelling, the Navy did not dare to do so. If they accidentally hit the Celestial Dragon, they would be finished. As the incident escalated, more and more reporters had appeared around, and these reporters even set up imaging bugs for live broadcasts. The Navy wanted to stop these reporters, but every time they made a move, an E and the others would put their swords to the Celestial Dragon's neck, warning the Navy not to act rashly. This put the Navy in a very passive position. Just at this moment, a yellow light appeared, gradually condensing into a human form. It was Kizuru, who had come to handle the situation. The Navy members shouted in surprise, "Admiral Kizuru." The reporters also pointed their cameras at Kizuru, under the lenses of countless reporters. Kizuru fully displayed the majesty of a Navy admiral and said sternly, "You will immediately release the Celestial Dragon, and I guarantee that I will only arrest you and take you to impel down." However, an E and the others did not react to Kizuru's words. Esther instead asked, "Are you the strongest combat power of the Navy?" To Esther's question, Kizuru replied, "Yes." "Ha ha ha." Esther laughed. "Then let me experience the strength of an admiral." After saying that, Esther directly summoned an ice meteorite. After all, the opponent was a Navy admiral, so starting with a meteorite was a sign of respect. Then, Esther jumped off the ice pillar, and chunks of ice appeared out of thin air in the air. Esther stepped on the ice blocks and charged at Kizuru. Kizuru looked at the huge ice meteorite falling from the sky and said, "Yasakani no Magatama." A barrage of light points shot densely toward the ice meteorite. Boom, boom, boom. The light points exploded violently on the surface of the meteorite, gradually shattering it into pieces. The surrounding people looked at the scene in shock, as the shattered ice debris fell like hail. After being hit by the hail, the onlookers finally snapped out of their daze and began to flee the combat area. However, many fearless reporters remained. Looking at Kizuru, who had nearly worn down her ice meteorite, Esther said, "Not bad, then let us have another one." After saying that, she raised her hand and summoned another ice meteorite. So scary. Although Kizuru said it was scary, his actions did not slow down at all, and a large number of light points shot out again, once more blowing the ice meteorite into fragments. Looking at the ice debris in the sky, Kizaru scratched his head and said, "Isn't this Akiji's ability?" In fact, Kizaru was not the only one with the same question. Many viewers watching the live broadcast also asked the same question as Kizaru. Esther's ability was too similar to Akiji's, making it impossible not to draw comparisons. However, Kizaru quickly had no time to continue pondering this question. Amidst the falling ice debris, Esther wielded her sword and charged out. Kizaru, seeing the pitch-black color on Esther's sword, knew it was full of haki and naturally did not dare to easily elementalize in front of a haki user. He could only say, Tenzo Keijin. He used his ability to create a light sword and began to clash with the sword in Esther's hand. While Kizaru and Esther were engaged in battle, Akiji, far away in the West Sea, received a call from Sengoku. "Admiral Sengoku, what's the matter?" However, as soon as Akiji picked up the phone, Sengoku directly said, "Kazan, you're still alive?" Akiji replied, "Yes." Akiji was a bit confused by Sengoku's question. He hadn't offended Admiral Sengoku. So why did he start with a curse about his death? Sengoku on the other end of the phone breathed a sigh of relief. Looking at the screen where Esther was summoning and launching ice meteorites, Sengoku initially thought her ability was Akiji's ice fruit. So he hurriedly called to check if Akiji was still alive. After all, the powers of devil fruits would reappear after the user's death. Akiji had been in the West Sea for some matters and hadn't contacted him, which made Sengoku very worried. Fortunately, Akiji was fine. Now that it was confirmed that Akiji was safe, the woman using ice abilities should not be related to Akiji's fruit powers. It must be another ability. Then Sengoku asked in a serious tone, "Kazan, do you have a daughter?" Akiji's heart skipped a beat as he thought, "Could it be that my raising Nico Robin as my daughter has been exposed? That can't be. I always go out alone." There's no reason for Sengoku to know. Akiji just played dumb and said, "Sengoku, what are you talking about? How could I possibly have a daughter? Don't you know my situation?" Sengoku fell silent again. As the three admirals, they were the strongest forces in the Navy, and no one knew their situation better than the Navy itself. After all, they had all been promoted to admirals. If there were still some identity issues, the intelligence department of the Navy might as well jump off the roof of the headquarters. Although Akiji sometimes talked a lot, he indeed had no daughter. Sengoku finally said, "Oh, I see," and hung up the phone. Akiji was a bit puzzled. Why was Sengoku asking him such a strange question? Could it be that he was angered by Carp again? Forget it. I might as well go back to sleep. At this moment in the Sabati archipelago, Area 60 was a complete mess. Looking around, there were ice blocks and deep pits everywhere, and a huge trunk of a Yarkaman tree lay on the ground. The original Navy base had been replaced by dozens of large pits, some filled with ice blocks and others still emitting smoke. From time to time, a laser would shoot over, or a huge ice block would fall. This Area 60 had become more terrifying than a battlefield. Ding ding ding. Isdeath was engaged in a fast-paced battle with Kizaru, with both sides having been dueling with swords for over 10 minutes. Of course, two magic users wouldn't rely solely on physical means. In addition to swordplay, Kizaru occasionally fired a laser aimed at Isdeath, while Isdeath defended with ice walls and occasionally retaliated with ice meteorites. Outside Area 60, Navy soldiers had set up a cordon to prevent others from entering. Fortunately, both Kizaru and Isdeath kept the battle contained within Area 60. Otherwise, they wouldn't know how many Yarkaman trees would have been broken by their fighting. Meanwhile, a large group of reporters who thrived on the chaos were transmitting recorded footage to the whole world via their image bugs while passionately providing commentary. Although the Navy had received orders, every time they tried to disperse the reporters, Ein would press a knife against the Celestial Dragon's neck and say that if the reporters were forced to leave, he would cut off the Celestial Dragon's arm. In the face of such a situation, even if the order to disperse the reporters came from Sengoku, the Navy could not execute it. And he was watching the intense battle between the Yellow Monkey and Isdeath from atop an ice pillar. He took out a loudspeaker and shouted, "Yellow Monkey, I heard you were the laziest among the three admirals of the Navy. Why are you working so hard today?" The Yellow Monkey, who was focused on fighting Isdeath, almost got hit by her attack, due to an Yi's interruption. Although he did enjoy slacking off at work, there was a difference between being lazy and goofing off. Unfortunately, Isdeath's strength was too overwhelming, and he had to be cautious. He didn't have time to pay attention to Yi's words. Seeing that the Yellow Monkey had almost been hit, Yi smiled and decided to continue his mental warfare. He continued, "Yellow Monkey, I heard that as long as your salary is in place, you can take anyone down. How much is your monthly salary? I'll pay you double if you take down Sengoku. Also, Yellow Monkey, as a Navy admiral, Why do you act so sleazy? Doesn't the Navy care about its image? Is this really okay? And are you sure you didn't eat the sleazy fruit? Someone as sleazy as you is just wasting air. You're like a car that bursts a tire upon seeing you. Flowers wilt upon seeing you, and even deep-sea sea kings would gouge their own eyes out upon seeing you. The onlookers were dumbfounded, watching an rant while also glancing at the yellow monkey firing lasers in chaos. Others could only express that it was like a bear eating a feast, full of bamboo shoots. Also, yellow monkey, I heard you are an undercover agent sent by the Revolutionary Army to the Navy. I wonder if that's true. Whoosh whoosh. This time, the yellow monkey could no longer tolerate Yi's words, and several lasers shot towards Yi. In a relaxed manner, he dispersed several beams of laser with his slippers. However, because Kizaru was distracted by attacking Yi, he was slashed by his death. Although Kizaru timely activated his elementalization, the haki on the sword still caused him to bleed. Kizaru had no choice but to leave the battlefield. This situation was no longer something he could handle alone. To resolve the Celestial Dragon kidnapping incident, at least one more admiral was needed. Kizaru voluntarily withdrew from the battlefield, and Is death did not pursue him. After all, Kizaru was one of the fastest in the entire One Piece world. Seeing Kizaru leave the battlefield, and Is said again, Kizaru, is it because I revealed your secret that you were so anxious to attack me, even at the risk of getting hurt? Otherwise, you didn't react at all when I was cursing you earlier. The onlookers turned their eyes to Kizaru, thinking, could it be true that Admiral Kizaru is an undercover agent of the Revolutionary Army? No way, no way. The strongest force of the Navy is actually an undercover agent of the Revolutionary Army, although they were unwilling to believe it. And Yi's reasoning was quite convincing. Earlier, and he had almost insulted Kizaru's entire ancestry, and he didn't respond. But as soon as it was said that Kizaru was an undercover agent of the Revolutionary Army, Kizaru launched an attack on Yi. Already a bit injured, Kizaru couldn't hold back and spat out a mouthful of blood upon hearing Yi's words. Then he collapsed. The nearby Navy personnel immediately shouted, Admiral Kizaru. The scene of Kizaru falling was faithfully broadcasted by reporters to the whole world, and countless people gasped in shock. It should be noted that his death stood there full of energy, while Kizaru, who was fighting her, had already fallen. At this moment, countless people remembered his death, and he curled his lips, thinking, old fox pretending to be unconscious to fool everyone. In Yi's observation and perception of haki, although Kizaru was injured, it was just a minor injury. For someone of his strength, it probably didn't even count as a flesh wound. So how could it be serious enough to cause him to faint? When Kizaru fell, various forces around the world began to find ways to contact the world pirates. As a powerhouse on par with a marine admiral was enough to attract any force's attention. Unlike most forces planning to curry favor with the world pirates, Don Quixote Doflamingo urgently called Diamandi. Although Doflamingo loved chaos, he was still very clear that his subordinates were not a match for an admiral. In the Grand Line, on a pirate ship covered in statues, a beautiful woman looked at the screen and said, let's set sail for Sabaody Archipelago. I want to meet this world pirates. Sengoku looked at the fainted Kizaru, holding his forehead, and said, this damned bastard. Doesn't he care about the Navy's face at all? Bururu, bururu. Seeing the ringing den mushi, Sengoku sighed. Those troublesome 5 old geezers. However, he still answered the call. This is Sengoku. The incident of the Celestial Dragons being kidnapped at Sabaody Archipelago must be resolved immediately. Otherwise, where would the world government's face be? Faced with the 5 elders' accountability, Sengoku replied directly, with the current capabilities of the Navy, it is impossible to resolve it quickly, unless the Navy gives up the safety of most of the affiliated countries in the New World. That's impossible. If the Navy cannot guarantee the safety of the affiliated countries, they will turn to the pirates. What do you want me to do? It's clear that one admiral cannot resolve the current incident. At least 2 admirals are needed. But now Kazan is still in the West Sea. Once Akainu is sent out, what will happen in the New World? Relying on a bunch of vice admirals? Faced with Sengoku's response, the 5 elders also knew that the Navy indeed could not mobilize 2 admirals at the moment, as a New World was more important to the world government. But if the current incident is not resolved, the world government would also face huge troubles. Click. The 5 elders hung up the phone. What now? The Navy is unlikely to resolve it in short term. Should they send CP to deal with the world pirates? At least a CP agent of admiral level should be sent. Besides a few commanders, who has that kind of strength? But those few people cannot be easily deployed. Should they not send anyone? That's impossible. They must mobilize a commander to go and bring Kizaru back safely. Okay, Kizaru, Admiral, received a call from Fleet Admiral Sengoku. At that moment, Kizaru was comfortably lying in a chair, drinking tea, when a Navy soldier walked in. Kizaru took the call, and Sengoku gave him a series of instructions. After listening, Kizaru basically understood the situation. The world government would send a powerful person to assist him in a rescue operation. His task was to hold off the woman using ice powers. Kizaru looked at the increasing number of reporters and then at the darkening sky, saying, "So troublesome." At this moment, he took out a loudspeaker again and said, "Attention Navy down there, we are hungry. No, the celestial dragons are hungry. Go and bring 300 pounds of delicious barbecue from a high-end restaurant, as well as some fruits and drinks, immediately." A group of Navy soldiers exchanged glances, wondering what they just heard. The other party actually demanded that the Navy provide them with food, although they used the excuse of the celestial dragons being hungry. They weren't deaf. It was clear that they wanted to eat barbecue, and it had to be from a high-end restaurant. What do they take the Navy for? A Navy Rear Admiral also responded using a loudspeaker. "That's impossible." Just as the Navy finished speaking, a voice came from the ice pillar. "Help!" And he surprisingly pushed the celestial dragon off the ice pillar. However, halfway down, he stopped, then immediately pulled the celestial dragon back. It turned out that an E had tied a rope around the celestial dragon's waist. The Navy listened. "If you don't comply, I will let this celestial dragon enjoy a few more experiences of jumping off buildings." After saying that, an E put the loudspeaker to the celestial dragon's mouth. Upon hearing Yi's words and recalling the feeling from earlier, the celestial dragon, who had just experienced that swift descent, no longer wanted to go through it again. So he shouted, "You useless Navy, as the dogs of the gods, don't you go do it? Do you believe I'll have your families turned into slaves? You bastards." Wow. The audience watching the live broadcast worldwide was shocked by the celestial dragon's words. No matter what, the Navy had come to rescue him. Yet he spoke to them like that. However, many who were familiar with the nature of the celestial dragons remarked that this was nothing unusual. Many Navy soldiers, upon hearing the celestial dragon's words, clenched their fists in anger. They had done their utmost to rescue the celestial dragon, yet he insulted them as useless and dogs. And he listened to the words of the celestial dragons, a slight smile unconsciously appearing at the corners of his mouth. The reason he wanted to do a live broadcast was not only to make the world recognize him, but also to let people see the true nature of the celestial dragons. As for asking the Navy to provide food, and he felt no burden at all. After all, he currently had the celestial dragons in his hands, and with a worldwide live broadcast, he believed the Navy would agree to this request. Although Yi's demands were excessive, the Navy ultimately had no choice but to comply. And he looked at the hundreds of pounds of delicious steaks and barbecued meat, letting the celestial dragons have a few bites first. Even if the Navy poisoned the food, it would still be the celestial dragons who died first. Perhaps the Navy also knew that poisoning wouldn't work, as there was nothing wrong with the food. After eating and drinking to their fill, an E and the others started playing mahjong on the ice pillars. The people below were left dumbfounded, as they demanded the Navy to provide food and drinks while surrounded by them, and after satisfying their hunger and thirst, they even started playing games on the spot. This was simply rubbing the Navy's face in it in front of the whole world. However, with the celestial dragons as hostages, the Navy had no choice but to endure, and endure again. After an E and the others played mahjong for several hours, they took out 3 tents and distributed them to the 3 women, leaving an E and the celestial dragon to keep watch together, which was the price he had to pay for losing at mahjong. As night deepened, most of the reporters had gone to rest. Just around midnight, a mysterious figure dressed in a black robe arrived at the naval base. He was a CP member sent to assist Admiral Kizaru. "Admiral Kizaru, I am a CP0 member here to assist you. You can call me 05. How scary. Admiral Kizaru, let's rescue the celestial dragon first. My plan is to..." And he looked down at the brightly lit naval camp and thought to himself, aren't these Navy guys supposed to be resting? They're so active at night. Just then, dozens of lasers suddenly shot out from a tent. "Damn, Yellow Ape, you undercover bastard, attacking a 20-something kid at this hour." Although an E cursed vigorously, his hands were not slow. He waved his 2 slippers with great vigor. In an instant, he dispersed all the lasers. At the same time, he shouted, "Enemy attack." In reality, it wasn't just an E. Isteth and the others had already gotten up thanks to the warning from their observation hockey. While Yellow Ape used the lasers to draw an E and the others' attention, 05 had also completed his preparations. He took off his Navy hat, revealing a huge bull's head with a pair of large bull horns. Chafe, 05 appeared beneath the ice pillar in an instant and then shouted loudly, "Mighty Bull Hammer." Boom! The pair of bull horns crashed directly into the ice pillar. There was a cracking sound from the ice pillar, and then it toppled over. And he raised the celestial dragon with one hand, blocking it in front of him, while using the other hand to hold Sun Yin, slowly landing with Moon's step. At the same time, Sun Yin had already aimed her rifle at Kizaru, interrupting his reckless laser shooting. Meanwhile, Istef and Dinessa charged towards Kizaru in 05 respectively. This time, Istef faced Kizaru again, while Dinessa swung her sword at 05's head. Istef directly summoned a larger ice meteorite and smashed it down towards Kizaru. Surrounded by Navy personnel, Kizaru couldn't escape and could only use his Yata no Kagami to shatter the ice meteorite. Following that, Kizaru and Istef resumed their daytime combat tactics. Ice shards and lasers scattered, creating a terrifying combat zone. The surrounding Navy personnel immediately ran away upon realizing the situation was dire. Dinessa looked at the bull-headed man with large horns in front of her and said, "It seems you are a Zoan-type devil fruit user. This is the first time I've seen a user like you." After speaking, Dinessa smiled at 05. Although Dinessa looked beautiful when she smiled, 05 had no time to admire beautiful women right now. He licked the blood flowing from his head, which was just caused by Dinessa's earlier attack. He didn't expect that the opponent would have such powerful strength. Based on their assumptions, the woman with ice abilities should have been the strongest combat force on the opposing side. Although they had long known that the multiverse pirate crew had a powerful swordsman, they thought the opponent was not strong because she had not participated in the attack on Kizaru. If this female swordsman had attacked Kizaru together with the ice user earlier, there would have been a 50% chance of seriously injuring Kizaru, mainly because Kizaru's speed was too fast. If it had been the other two admirals, there would have been a 90% chance of leaving one admiral's life at stake. And he naturally understood that 3 against 1, even if they couldn't kill the admiral, it would still be enough to deal a heavy blow. However, and he didn't want to completely sever ties with the Navy just yet. After all, this was the Sabeti archipelago, relatively close to the Navy headquarters. If they pushed the Navy too hard, the Navy could still send out a few more admiral-level powerhouses, such as Magellan stationed in Impel Down or Admiral Sengoku. That's why an E and the others hadn't intervened during the battle between Istef and Kizaru. 05, looking at the casually standing Danisa, felt a few beads of sweat trickle down his forehead. Although he was a devil fruit user, he was an animal-type user with a bull fruit in the form of a large bull. He was a pure martial artist, while the opponent was a swordsman. In combat, the swordsman's attack range naturally had an advantage over someone like him who relied on physical skills. He had already experienced the power of the large sword in the opponent's hand. He couldn't withstand it with his haki. At this moment, Kizaru had already engaged with the opponent's ice-type user, and the rescue plan had completely failed. Originally, he had planned for Kizaru to launch a surprise attack to attract the opponent's attention, while he would destroy the ice pillars to entangle the ice-type user, allowing Kizaru to rescue the celestial dragon. However, they didn't expect that the opponent had an admiral-level powerhouse as well. Danisa, seeing that the Minotaur had not reacted, decided to take the initiative. She flashed and appeared in front of 05, launching a high-speed sword attack. Faced with the countless sword shadows, 05 knew that speed was not his strong suit, so he shouted, "Iron block." At the same time, he coated himself with haki, hoping to withstand Denise's attack with the dual defense of iron block and haki. Clang, clang, clang. Although the high-speed sword attacks were frequent, they lacked enough power to cut through 05's body. While Danisa and 05 were engaged in combat, a large number of Navy soldiers charged towards an E and Sun Yin, shouting, "Go! Rescue the celestial dragon and capture the lucky in E." Faced with the overwhelming number of Navy soldiers, Sun Yin drew 2 popo guns and directly activated water-splashing shooting mode. The Navy soldiers found that their weapons were either knocked away or broken. Because the celestial dragon was present, the Navy soldiers were all armed with cold weapons. This allowed Sun Yin to use his submachine guns to break the Navy's weapons. Thus, Sun Yin single-handedly suppressed hundreds of Navy soldiers, while 05 was enduring Denise's attacks. He was looking for an opportunity to counterattack, and finally, he seized a moment. 05 raised his right foot and stomped hard on the ground. Va-tweet. Boom! The ground created a circular pit several meters wide under 05's heavy stomp, with rocks rising up inside. Danisa lost her balance due to this. Raging bull charge. At this moment, 05 used his enormous bull horns to charge at Danisa. Just before the bull horn struck, Danisa positioned her large sword horizontally. Bang! 05's bull horns collided with Denise's large sword, and the immense force sent Danisa flying. Then, 05 looked towards an E, not forgetting that his goal was to rescue the celestial dragon. Thus, he used a shave and appeared in front of an E, preparing to strike him down with both fists. Bang! The scene he imagined of knocking an E down did not occur. Instead, his fists were blocked by a single slipper from an E. Just as he was astonished, he heard an E shout, Lushan, rising dragon wave. However, this time an E used a slipper to strike. 05 was sent flying by an Yi's slipper. Bang! He crashed heavily onto the ground. At this moment, 05 suddenly felt someone behind him. He had no time to get up and directly rolled to the left. Boom! A large sword struck the spot where 05 had just been, with immense force that sent debris flying several meters high, creating a cloud of dust. Having dodged this strike, 05 felt a terrifying aura emerging from the smoke. He transformed his hands and hooves through beastification to increase his defense. Whoosh! An indistinct figure charged out from the swirling smoke. 05's observation haki told him that the opponent would appear on his right. So he raised his right hand, ready to defend, but suddenly found that his right hand momentarily did not obey him. Although this moment was very brief, in a clash between experts, that little time was already enough. Puff! The pause of 05's right hand caused him to be unable to defend against Denice's heavy slash. Denice's large sword struck directly on 05's right shoulder. Looking at Denice's golden pupils, 05 felt the astonishing aura emanating from her. In front of this aura, he felt like a fallen leaf in a storm. With a push off her left foot, Denice performed a flip, bringing her large sword with her, and appeared behind 05, swinging her sword towards his left waist. 05 instinctively tried to block with his left hand, only to find that the same disobedient feeling returned, this time in his left hand. Puff! This time, Denice's large sword cut even deeper. Oh! And he looked at the position where the great sword had struck and thought, it seems that the left kidney of this Minotaur is done for. I wonder how this will affect the Minotaur's future happy life. With one kidney gone, it's unclear how it will impact 05's happiness. But 05 is already certain that the opponent must have some ability unknown to him that can control his bodily movements. Although the time was just a moment, it was enough for the opponent. Originally, he was at a speed disadvantage, and now he couldn't even block the attack. Moreover, that strike to the waist. Even though he is a Zoan-type ability user with excellent physical qualities, his internal organs couldn't withstand the opponent's assault. 05 discovered that the opponent's armament haki had actually invaded his body, which was clearly a high-level application of armament haki. When he was unharmed, it might not have been the opponent's doing, but now that he was heavily injured, if this continued, he was afraid he would be left here by the opponent. What's more critical is that the opponent's captain hasn't even joined the battle yet. From the previous incident where he was struck by a slipper, it was clear that the opponent was extremely powerful. Damn intelligence department, they clearly have a general-level powerhouse, and there are 3 of them. Thinking of this, 05 shouted, War tread. Having learned a lesson, Dinesha immediately became vigilant. However, this time 05 was not attacking, but retreating, using the recoil from War tread to quickly disengage. Dinesha, watching 05 flee, was momentarily taken aback. But upon seeing 05 escape, Dinesha turned her gaze to the side at Kizaru. Kizaru, who had been monitoring the battlefield situation, noticed Dinesha looking at him, quickly exchanged blows with Esther's, and then spat out blood. Using his ability to retreat, the Navy soldiers saw their general retreating and also abandoned their attacks, obediently falling back. And Yi's lips twitched slightly, thinking to himself, the actor is indeed an actor. Just now, he pretended to spit blood after being hit by his death, when in reality, he bit his own tongue to fake it. What a cunning old fox. This way, others have no excuse to blame Huang Yuan. It's not that he didn't try hard, but rather that the opponent's strength was too overwhelming. After all, he was also injured. This nighttime rescue operation ended in failure for the Navy. The failure of the Navy's rescue was once again broadcasted live, which astonished other organizations around the world. While they were shocked that the multiverse pirate group had a force that could rival a general, countless people also noticed the Minotaur. He might not be as strong as a Navy general, but his power was not far off. As a result, many began to speculate about the Minotaur's identity. Pirates around the world were overjoyed, as any embarrassment caused to the Navy made them happy. Some casinos even set up betting odds, guessing how many days the multiverse pirate group could hold on. Denice returned to Yi's side, and at this moment, she had already transformed back into her silver-eyed self and said, isn't this Zoan-type ability user quite strong? And he had been watching from the sidelines, and he naturally saw the moment when Denice injured the opponent. So when he asked, why did that person have a moment of physical stiffness? Denice replied, that's my observation haki. And he knows that Denice's observation haki is quite remarkable, at least at a high level, and it is different from Yi's. which is upgraded through skill cards. Dainisha's observation haki is something she has trained herself, although an E is unsure what special aspects Dainisha's observation haki has. He understands that high-level observation haki can lead to some unique applications. For example, the ability of Card 2 to briefly foresee the future is one such advanced use of observation haki. Dainsha continued, as you know, I used to excel at sensing demonic power. Now that the enemy lacks demonic power, I have gained observation haki. I can use my own observation haki to influence the opponent's body movements, but it doesn't last long. Ani looked at Dainsha in surprise, as she could actually use her observation haki to influence the actions of others. Although it wasn't a long time, it was enough for Dainsha. If it weren't for the fact that the Minotaur is a beast-type ability user with strong physical qualities, he might have already been killed by Denisa by now, especially if he were some superhuman type instead. At this moment, Isteth also returned, muttering, the Admiral doesn't seem that impressive. Isteth could naturally see that Kizaru had just pretended to be defeated. However, it was precisely because of this that she felt unhappy, and he had always told her that the Admiral was the strongest in the Navy. But now, this so-called strongest was pretending to be defeated on the battlefield just to avoid contact with her. Ani looked at Isteth and said, the reason Kizaru pretended to be defeated is that Denisa was watching closely from the side, and he wasn't using the full strength of an Admiral before. And it is very clear that although Isteth has fought against Kizaru twice and seemed to have the upper hand each time, Kizaru has not yet fought with all his strength. Firstly, as a natural type, the abilities of the three admirals can be considered natural disasters for ordinary people. Otherwise, Punk Hazard Wu and T have turned into a land of ice and fire. It's important to know that when the three admirals really fight, they have the ability to change the geographical environment. The reason they have and T used their full power until now is that this is the Sabaody archipelago, where there are many civilians, and Kizaru cannot go all out. If it were on a deserted island, and E is confident that Kizaru could probably flatten the island. Another aspect that an E and the others cannot catch up with is physical fitness. It's known that in the future, Akiji and Akainu will have a duel that lasts for 10 days and nights. Although it's unknown how long Kizaru can fight, considering he can be ranked alongside Akiji and Akainu, his physical fitness is definitely not lacking. Neither is Death, nor an E can fight continuously for 10 days and nights. Being able to fight for a day is already impressive. Among them, Danisa is the best in terms of endurance, but she is half human, half demon. So, the previous victories were more due to other reasons. And he is very clear about this. So he doesn't believe that the three of them can truly match the three admirals. If they really thought that, they would probably not even know how they died. At this moment, in Mariehua, the five elders have gathered again. They watched the previous battle in its entirety. When they saw an E knock 05 away with a flip-flop and Danisa seriously injure 05, the five elders were no longer calm. Although 05 is not as strong as Kizaru, he is still a quasi-admiral level powerhouse, and the fact that an E could easily injure 05 fully demonstrates that. In CP0, apart from the top three, no one else can do that. Should they continue to send someone? Who to send? 01 and 02 have to stay behind to guard the Holy Land. 03 has to protect Vegapunk, and 04's strength is similar to 05's. Who can they send? Shouldn't we resolve this through negotiation? The other party, after attacking the Celestial Dragons, not only didn't T leave, but instead took the Celestial Dragons hostage and confronted the Navy, which suggests they might have some demands. Should we send someone to talk? The others thought about it and agreed that if an E and the others had attacked and left immediately, the Admirals Wu and T have arrived in time. And with the Navy's strength in the Sabaody archipelago, they Wu and T have been able to stop them. Even Kizaru alone Wu and T have been able to. However, the other party chose to stay and confront the Navy, which is not something a normal person would do. Okay, then let the Navy handle it. If something goes wrong, it will also be the Navy's responsibility. Agreed. Bang. These bastards want us to handle such matters. In the Marine headquarters, Fleet Admiral Sengoku slammed his hand on the table in anger after just receiving a call from the five elders. The five elders actually want the Navy to negotiate with pirates. Although the Navy has negotiated with pirates in the past, those were private matters. What is this situation? The number of reporters in the Sabaody archipelago is almost as many as the Navy, and the entire scene is being broadcast live without interruption. If the Navy goes to negotiate, the whole world will know, which will tarnish the image of Navy justice. However, Sengoku also knows that the five elders are determined, and he can only comply. He began to think about who should be sent to negotiate. Kizaru is present, but he is not suitable for negotiations. Akainu is too aggressive. Sending him would likely lead to a fight. It seems I need to send Akiji. Thinking of this, Sengoku picked up the phone. 05 looked at Kizaru, who was drinking tea, and asked, Admiral Borsellino, please go rescue St. Roswald again. Hearing 05 call him by name, Kizaru felt displeased. Although 05 is a world government personnel, he is an admiral. In terms of rank, he is higher than 05. It is disrespectful for 05 to call him by his name. In a bad mood, Kizaru coldly replied, the other party is too strong. I cannot rescue St. Roswald. I fought twice today, and I'm tired, so I'm going to rest. After saying that, Kizaru ignored the displeased expression of 05 and directly left. Just as 05 was about to say something else, he received an order. The next day, everywhere in the world that could receive newspapers learned about an event. A group of pirates had taken celestial dragons hostage in the Sabaody archipelago, and the Navy admiral was actually helpless against them. Although reporters had started live broadcasting yesterday, not all places could receive visual information. A new day began, and an E and the others were still in confrontation with the Navy. At this time, many well-known figures were heading to the Sabaody archipelago. 5 days later, although the celestial dragon kidnapping incident had occurred 6 days ago, the heat had not diminished. A large number of reporters continued to gather at the scene, during which the Navy only stated that they were not taking action to ensure the safety of the celestial dragons. As for other information, the Navy did not disclose anything. On that day at noon, Navy Admiral Akiji arrived at the Sabaody archipelago. Looking at Akiji, Kizaru, and the previous Minotaur, an E was already preparing to run away. The reason why an E dared to carry out the celestial dragon kidnapping incident in the Sabaody archipelago is, of course, not without support. An E actually had a way out long ago, relying on the year-end grand prize he previously won, the extraordinary tool from Doryman, the Anywhere Door. Of course, having the Anywhere Door does not mean an E can just mess around freely. First of all, to open the Anywhere Door, one must know the coordinates connecting the 2 points. For example, if he wants to go from the Shambadi archipelago to Tresha, he must know the exact direction and position of Tresha relative to the Shambadi archipelago. Furthermore, there is a distance limit on the 2 locations connected by the Anywhere Door, which cannot exceed 1,000 kilometers. Additionally, the time for which it can be opened is limited because the Anywhere Door functions as a compressed spatial passage, and each opening requires a large amount of energy. Therefore, the farther the distance, the shorter the duration it can remain open. For instance, if the maximum distance of 1,000 kilometers is used, the Anywhere Door can only stay open for 10 seconds. The shorter the distance, the longer it can be maintained. After opening, the Anywhere Door also needs to be recharged, which can be done in 2 ways. Natural charging, which only requires placing the Anywhere Door somewhere, but this allows only 1 use per month. The other method is active charging, which has no limit on the number of uses. This time, an E placed the opening coordinates of the Anywhere Door on the Leviathan, specifically requesting that the Leviathan not move randomly. Akiji looked at the towering ice column in the distance, scratched his head, and thought about how to start the negotiations, as Sengoku had assigned him the task. Kazan, do you really have no daughter? At this moment, Kizaru asked this question again. Akiji glanced over and said helplessly, I've said it many times already. I don't have a daughter. How many times do you need to hear it before you leave me alone? It turned out that because Isthetha's abilities were too similar to Akiji's after the celestial dragon kidnapping incident, Akiji frequently received inquiry calls from the Navy asking if he had a daughter. Although he kept explaining, it seemed to have little effect. Akiji began to worry about how to initiate the negotiations. After thinking for a while, he wrote down the Navy's intention to negotiate on a piece of paper and handed it to Kizaru, saying, Borsellino, you go deliver this letter to the people of the pirate crew of all realms. Kizaru looked at the content on the paper and said, how scary. However, Kizaru still took the note to find an E and the others. An E and the others looked at the approaching Kizaru and immediately became alert. Kizaru raised his hands and said, I'm not here to fight. I'm here to deliver a message. With that, Kizaru handed an E the letter from Akiji, and he took a look at the note and said, Akiji mentioned that the Navy wants to have a good talk with them to peacefully resolve the current situation. Ani smiled when he saw the news. He had spent so much effort just to get the Navy to actively negotiate with them. Ani said to Kizaru, I agree to negotiate. How about this? In an hour, each of us will send 1 person to negotiate under the ice pillar. Sure. An hour passed in the blink of an eye, and Akiji arrived at the base of the ice pillar early. At this moment, Ani expressionlessly floated down from the ice pillar. Akiji looked at Ani, the main character of this celestial dragon kidnapping incident, and the Navy's understanding of him was very limited. They only knew that he had set sail 3 years ago, and in just a few months, his bounty had risen from nothing to 250 million berries. Just when a world government planned to recruit him as a warlord of the sea, he and his pirate crew disappeared completely. It was only a few days ago that he reappeared, and not only him, even his crew was very mysterious. The Navy and the world government had been searching for information about the Wanjia pirate crew for days. However, they found very little information about the crew, and one could even say they knew nothing about them. This put Akiji in a very passive position. After all, without understanding the other party's situation, it was difficult for him to gain an advantage in the negotiations. Sigh. Akiji sighed and extended his hand, saying, "I am Admiral Kazan, code name Akiji." And he also shook hands with Green Pheasant and said, "I am an E from the pirate crew of the All Worlds. Sir and E, you have kidnapped a celestial dragon. Do you have any conditions? If so, you may state them, and the world government will consider them accordingly." And he said, "My demands are not many. First, a month and a half from now, I will hold an auction in the Sabaody archipelago, and I hope the Navy and the world government will allow me to conduct the auction there. Second, I hope that before the auction ends, the Navy and the world government will not take action against my pirate crew. As compensation, I will agree to let the Navy and the world government participate in the auction. Third, our attack on the celestial dragons was out of necessity, so the world government needs to compensate us for mental distress, lost wages, nutritional expenses, etc., totaling 30 million berries. Fourth, we will ensure the safety of the celestial dragons before the auction ends, and we will release them immediately after the auction is over." After hearing Enyi's conditions, Akiji felt an urge to punch him. They actually wanted to hold an auction in the Sabaody archipelago after doing such a thing, and they wanted to ensure their safety during this period. Even more outrageous, they attacked the celestial dragons and still wanted the world government to pay compensation. These conditions, not to mention the Navy and the world government, even he himself would not agree to. So Akiji said, "Lord and E, the Navy and the world government sincerely want to negotiate, and we hope you can show some sincerity as well. Our bottom line is that you must release the celestial dragons as soon as possible, and the Navy will ensure your safety afterwards." Hearing this, and he secretly despised them in his heart. He was very clear about the character of the world government. If he handed over the celestial dragons, he could guarantee that as soon as the celestial dragons were safe, he and his crew would definitely be surrounded by onlookers. After all, they could use false reports to fool people even when the 7 warlords withdrew from such a global event, let alone a verbal promise. And he definitely won't believe the promises from the world government. Anyone who does is a fool. And he took out a communication snail and an image snail, saying, "If you want us to hand over the celestial dragon, it can only be after the auction ends. This communication snail is a tool for you to contact us once you have thought it over, and the image snail contains the items I am auctioning this time. After you show it to Sengoku and the 5 elders, you can decide whether to agree to my terms." Akiji took the communication snail and the image snail that an E handed over, intending to say something, but suddenly a puff of white smoke erupted from an E, and he vanished without a trace, leaving behind a piece of human-shaped yellow paper. This was yet another of Enyi's props, which had only one function. It could transform into a certain person, but only for 5 minutes, and during that time, it could not express any emotions and had no strength. To clarify, it was essentially a talking, inflatable doll that could last for 5 minutes. Although an E agreed to start negotiations, he would not take risks lightly. Looking at the yellow paper on the ground, Akiji also understood that the person he had just spoken to was not an E himself, since the other party was unwilling to show their true self. It seemed they did not want to say much. Akiji had no choice but to return to the camp, planning to report Enyi's conditions. After all, he was only responsible for the negotiations. Decisions still needed to be made by Sengoku and the Gorosei. After causing a ruckus in the Sabaody archipelago, they actually wanted to hold an auction here and expected us to guarantee their safety for over a month. Do they think of us as bodyguards? Tell the members of the world pirates that if they want to hold an auction, they might as well forget it. They even said for the world government to participate, making it sound like they were doing us a favor. I'm declaring today that no matter how good or rare their items are, the world government will not participate. Moreover, they want the Navy to compensate the pirates, which is simply an insult to the Navy. Also, their immediate release of the celestial dragons is a bottom line for the world government. If they do not release them, we must suppress them with all our might. Akiji watched Sengoku and the Gorosei fuming, and as he had guessed, once he stated Enyi's conditions, neither Sengoku nor the Gorosei had any possibility of agreeing to them. Akiji had no choice but to take out his den mushi and play the content inside. The content of the Din Din Mushi was an introduction to the items for the auction. Looking at the pile of swords that rivaled the great blade of 50 craftsmanship, the seemingly endless water bottles, the storage items usable by anyone, and clothing that would fit anyone who wore it, Sengoku and the Gorosei expressed their interest. As for what Akiji had just said about not allowing an E to hold the auction, that was just a momentary outburst. It couldn't be taken seriously. Besides, no one recorded it, so who could prove they said that? Both Sengoku and the Gorosei understood that the items in E were too tempting. Soon, the Gorosei and Sengoku quickly reached a consensus. The items in Yi's hands were too important and absolutely could not fall into the hands of any force outside the world government. It would be best if they were all taken into the world government's possession. They quickly dialed Yi's number. "Hello, this is an E from the World Pirates. How are you discussing my proposed conditions?" Sengoku said, "We have discussed your conditions, and there's no problem with compensating your losses. Although it's embarrassing for the Navy to pay the pirates, as long as it is done discreetly and not too many people know about it, it will be fine. Anyway," and he doesn't want much. "The immediate release of the celestial dragons is an absolute requirement from the world government, and I hope you can manage that." "T800, you want me to release them early? That's impossible. After I release them, what will you do if the Navy tries to act against me again? Since our Navy has promised your safety, we will definitely not go back on our word. We can promise this directly to the reporters on the Sabaody archipelago. But if the world government secretly instructs your Navy to act, will you follow orders?" Sengoku was well aware that if they lost the celestial dragons as hostages, the world government would likely instruct the Navy to take action. After all, now there was an additional reason to act against an E, and after taking action, the Navy would bear the blame. Sengoku understood the character of the world government very well. So he said, "If you want to keep the hostages, that's fine, but our Navy needs to send personnel to be with you to ensure the safety of the hostages. Rest assured, we will not send powerful Navy personnel." Sengoku knew that since an E did not intend to release the hostages, it would be better to seek a compromise, ensure the safety of the celestial dragons, and at the same time gather more intelligence. And he listened to Sengoku's proposal and understood that they were not at ease with the celestial dragons in their hands. So he said, "Okay." Sengoku then continued, "One last question. You cannot hold an auction in the Sabaody archipelago. However, our Navy and the world government can buy all your auction items. We can offer 30 billion berries. If you're not satisfied with the price, we can increase it." Upon hearing Sengoku's words, an E exclaimed, "Wow, this is simply a monopoly, just the Navy monopolizing their own things." He didn't even know the true value of what he owned. For example, there was endless bottled water, which would be a miracle for Alabasta. No one knows how much water is needed in a desert-dominated Alabasta. But once water resources are abundant, Alabasta's national power will surely rise rapidly. It's worth noting that Alabasta is not a small country. After all, relying solely on a desert environment, it can support a standing army of 600,000, and its population is at least tens of millions. Such an item that could change Alabasta. And he could easily imagine that the Nefertari family would spend whatever it takes to buy it. It's likely that just for this item, he could sell it for 30 billion, and the Nefertari family would agree without hesitation. Therefore, when Sengoku wanted to monopolize his items for 30 billion berries, and he naturally wouldn't agree, he said, "Sengoku, listen to me. The reason I'm holding the auction in the Sabaody archipelago is simply because the facilities here are complete. If you don't agree to let me hold the auction here, I will leave immediately." As he spoke, and he took out the door of all possibilities and, right in front of countless people, entered with his companions. Then the door of all possibilities disappeared. Everyone around stared in astonishment at the disappearing an E and the others. At that moment, an image appeared on the screen, showing an E and the others who had just been in the Sabaody archipelago, now appearing on a ship. From one corner of the image, the Sabaody archipelago was clearly visible. And he continued to speak to Sengoku. "I believe there are plenty of places in the new world for me to hold an auction. By then, neither your Navy nor the world government will be able to buy anything." Sengoku looked at the environment and E was in, and he finally understood why an E dared to kidnap a celestial dragon and still confront the Navy head-on. Apart from strength, it was also because an E had the ability to escape at any time. In other words, even if the 3 admirals of the Navy came together, there was no chance of keeping him. And if the Navy did not agree to an Yi's demands, he wouldn't care at all. With the ability to leave at any time, where couldn't he go? If they really made him angry, and an E sold all the good stuff to pirates, Sengoku could already imagine the situation that would follow. Thinking of this, Sengoku quickly said, "All right, you can hold the auction anywhere in the Sabaody archipelago. But our Navy must participate. Since they couldn't stop the auction, the next step was to seek maximum benefits for the Navy. When it came to money, the Navy backed by the world government was not afraid at all. After all, the berries were printed by the world government. Now, if something could be solved with money, it was no problem at all. In the end, an E and the Navy reached an agreement. And he could hold the auction in the Sabaody archipelago in a month and a half. And during this time, an E and his group could freely move around the Sabaody archipelago. At the same time, during the auction, any force could appear in the Sabaody archipelago, but they could not cause trouble. For this reason, and he also guaranteed that if anyone caused trouble during the auction, he would take responsibility for dealing with them. After all, the auction was for his own profit, so he naturally cared about it. Meanwhile, the Navy announced that the Celestial Dragon kidnapping incident was over, and an E and his group released the hostages. Of course, this was just for public consumption, as the truth was that the Celestial Dragon was still held by an E. As for the Navy's need to save face, an E did not refuse. After all, they were still considered big financiers, right? So, that noon, the Navy announced that after negotiations between both parties, the previous events were a misunderstanding, and the Navy had reached a reconciliation with the Universal Pirate crew. However, others were not fools. What misunderstanding could last for several days of standoff? With the Navy dispatching thousands of soldiers and 2 admirals, and both parties almost destroying Area 60? As for the reconciliation, it was just that the Navy saw that force could not resolve the situation and thus took other measures. However, it was enough to understand this in their hearts. To say it out loud was just asking for trouble. After all, the Navy had just lost face in front of the Universal Pirate crew. Discussing the Navy at this time was just asking for trouble. The next day, a report from the World Economic News Agency spread across the world. The 4th Emperor of the Sea, the Universal Pirate crew, had been born. At the same time, a secret video began to circulate among the major countries and factions of the world. In the video, the recently rising captain of the Universal Pirate crew showcased numerous incredible items and announced that he would hold an auction in the Sabaody archipelago. Under the promotion of the 3 Dark Emperors, Umit, Cabosin, and Morgans, this auction quickly spread to major organizations around the world. Each organization began to gather funds in unison, preparing to head to the Sabaody archipelago to participate in the auction. Meanwhile, an E and his group began to stroll around the Sabaody archipelago again. The events of the past few days had made them well known throughout the Sabaody archipelago. As for the Celestial Dragon, an E had imprisoned him on the Leviathan, which was roaming near the Sabaody archipelago. While an E was wandering on the island, a coffin-shaped small boat was slowly approaching not far from the Sabaody archipelago. The man on the boat could hardly hide his excitement. At the same time, on the other side of the island, a ship with 2 giant sea snakes at the bow and a black pirate flag on the sail, featuring a skull surrounded by 9 snakes, was appearing near the Sabaody archipelago. It was none other than the 2 warlords, Dracula Mihawk and Boa Hancock. Because the Celestial Dragon kidnapping incident had just ended, there were still numerous warships patrolling the waters around the Sabaody archipelago. News of the appearance of Mihawk and Hancock quickly spread among the Navy on the island. After all, the simultaneous appearance of 2 warlords was definitely a big deal. More importantly, An Yi's group was also on the island. As soon as Mihawk landed, he noticed a group of Navy soldiers. Clearly, at this time, the Navy was on high alert for all personnel coming ashore. However, Mihawk was there to find Danisa, and the presence of the Navy was just right for him to gather some information. You're saying that Mihawk and Hancock are both on Sabaody archipelago? Yes, Admiral Sengoku. And both of them have already landed. Sengoku had just received a report from the Navy on the Sabaody archipelago. The Celestial Dragon incident had just concluded, and the heat of the Sabaody archipelago incident had not yet cooled down. At this time, the sudden appearance of 2 warlords on the Sabaody archipelago, especially 2 of the most outstanding ones, could not be ignored by the Navy. Sengoku was very clear about why Mihawk appeared. Danisa from the Universal Pirate crew was also a powerful swordsman. But why Hancock appeared was worth considering. According to the Navy's understanding, Hancock should have no connection with the Universal Pirate crew. Sengoku instructed, keep a close watch on their movements and report immediately if there's any situation. As for Mihawk and Hancock, Sengoku had no more options. Although the warlords were supposed to be helpers of the world government, in most cases, the Navy could not command them. Mihawk and Hancock were both considered troublemakers. Mihawk had a reclusive personality, but was also very powerful and a lone wolf. Hancock had a proud character. She wouldn't do things she didn't want to do. Even the Navy couldn't make her comply. Plus, she was a ruler of a nation. And Amazon Lily was no weak place. a nation where everyone possessed haki. If a conflict really occurred, the Navy would find it tricky. Moreover, Sengoku was also troubled by one thing: who to send to protect the Celestial Dragon. Since the Celestial Dragon was still in Yi's hands, the Navy needed to send someone to confirm the safety of the Celestial Dragon. This choice was a big problem. A powerful and he might not agree, and the Navy didn't dare to send anyone. If a conflict broke out along the way, under the siege of the powerful members of the Universal Pirate crew, they would likely be in trouble. Sending an ordinary Navy soldier wouldn't work either. The world government wouldn't let that pass. Sigh, what a hassle. A big event. A big event. The world's #1 swordsman, Dracul Mihawk, has landed. What? Mihawk appeared in the Sabaody archipelago? A large number of reporters were still lingering on the Sabaody archipelago. After all, the auction set for over a month later had already been announced, and these reporters decided to stay on the island to wait for the auction. After all, the recent Celestial Dragon kidnapping incident had earned many reporters a substantial bonus from their bosses. They just tried to spend some time on the Sabaody archipelago while waiting for the auction. At this moment, the news of Mihawk's appearance had already made many reporters keenly aware of something. And he looked at the person blocking his way and said, "Denisa, the other party should be here to find you." Denisa looked ahead at Hawkeye and said, 3 years ago, we didn't determine a winner. This time, I have a new weapon and we can have another match. Hawkeye was indeed there to find Denisa, so he naturally wouldn't object. After hearing their conversation, the onlookers understood that 2 of the world's top swordsmen were about to compete. Those with self-awareness immediately fled, as the clash between 2 top swordsmen was not something ordinary people could handle. While the commotion was exciting to watch, one's own life was more important. Unlike the bystanders, a large group of reporters was thrilled and quickly set up their equipment to prepare for another live broadcast. However, E suggested, "It's better if you two don't fight on the Shamboudi Islands. How about this? I'll have his death freeze an area on the sea for you to fight on." The 2, who were about to engage, exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. So everyone moved to the seaside, and Isdeath used her powers to freeze a section of the ocean. During this time, Hawkeye took a few more glances at Isdeath, as her abilities were quite similar to Aokiji's. With the battlefield set, Hawkeye and Denisa began their fierce battle on the ice surface. From the very first move, they went all out, with Denisa even unleashing her demonic power. In an instant, their sword energies flew across the area, and if the ice surface created by Isdeath hadn't been thick enough, it would have been shattered by their strikes. Their battle attracted countless people. Not only was the shore crowded, but many who couldn't find a good spot on land even took to boats to watch this clash of world-class swordsmen on the sea. And along with Isdeath and others, was watching the battle between the 2 on the shore. Both he and Isdeath were skilled in swordsmanship, and the fight between the 2 was also beneficial for them. While was observing the battle between Hawkeye and Denisa, he noticed some commotion happening behind him. As I looked back in I heard waves of screams coming from behind. It's the Pirate Empress, Boa Hancock. I feel like I'm in love. This breathtaking beauty. Help me, I have a heart condition. My heart can't take it. Empress, I want to have your children. Marry me. No, the Empress will only marry me. Only I can become the Empress's wife. And he quickly learned from the chaos that the Pirate Empress, Boa Hancock, had arrived. He was quite surprised by her appearance, but he was also looking forward to meeting her. After all, she was the most beautiful woman in the pirate world. What man could resist a beauty? Before long, and saw a path parting in the crowded people before him, and the Empress stood on the other side. At that moment, she was striking a famous pose, her head tilted at a 45-degree angle, with her right hand pointed forward. It was clear that Hancock had just used her advantage to make way through the crowd. Then the Empress walked towards step by step, and he looked at the woman in the red robe, the hem of which was almost split to the extreme. Her legs were long and fair, exuding a sense of strength. The slender waist truly embodied the saying, "A woman's waist is a deadly weapon." As for what was higher up, the partially exposed skin of would not be described, otherwise it wouldn't pass the review. Just by standing there in this outfit, 99 of men would lose their fighting spirit. The Empress approached tossed her hair, and asked, "Am I beautiful?" And blurted out, "Beautiful." Then she added, "I have a condition. I wonder if you can agree to it." After saying that, she winked at and he couldn't stand it anymore and quickly recited in his heart, "Form is emptiness. Emptiness is form." Esters, who had been standing nearby, couldn't take it anymore and reached out to block the space between and the Empress, saying, "You are being outrageous." Upon hearing this, the Empress immediately furrowed her brows, clearly displeased with Esther's words, but she didn't say anything to her. Instead, she spoke to "I wish to have a proper conversation with you." So please have this ugly woman step aside. When Esther's heard Hancock call her an ugly woman, she immediately exploded in anger, and a cold wind began to blow. The people around them shivered, and an E, who was still somewhat dazed, instantly sobered up from the cold wind. Looking at the tense standoff between the two women, an E felt as if an invisible killing intent filled the air. Esther said to an E, "Captain, is it okay if I kill this woman?" Hancock then asked an E, "Although I said something wrong, you will forgive me, right? After all, I am as beautiful as a fairy. Long live the Empress." So great, seeing the onlookers with hearts in their eyes, and he knew that they had already been enchanted. And he said, "You too, fight from a distance." His death raised an eyebrow and asked Hancock, "Do you have the guts to fight me?" The proud Empress naturally wouldn't refuse his death. All right, then the two moved away from the shore and onto the ice. You're saying Hawkeye and the Empress are fighting against Denisa and Isdeath from the multiverse pirate crew? Yes. Admiral Sengoku. All right, I understand. Report any other developments immediately. Yes. Luckily, they started fighting. Sengoku wasn't worried about Hawkeye and the Empress engaging the multiverse pirate crew. He was worried about them not fighting against them. At this moment, the sea surface of the Sabidi archipelago was already raging. And the cause of this situation wasn't the weather, but the four of them. The battle between Hawkeye and Denisa shattered the ice, with sword energy flying around. And occasionally a sword strike would sweep across the sea, parting dozens or even hundreds of meters of water. The battle between Isdeath and the Empress was equally intense, with Isdeath creating ice blocks and the Empress turning the ice into stone. However, he was watching the fight between Isdeath and the Empress intently with binoculars. Strange. Why can't I see them? With the skirt slit so high, there's no reason I shouldn't be able to see. And he found it very strange. Why could the Empress fight without any wardrobe malfunctions, even with her skirt slit so high? This didn't make sense according to gravity. Newton would be angry to know this. Comparing the two battlefields, and he preferred watching the fight between Isdeath and the Empress over that of Hawkeye and Denisa. And in Yi's words, the clash between two swordswomen was much more entertaining than a duel between two beautiful women. The battle between Hawkeye and Denisa didn't last long, just over an hour or so. Neither of them mentioned the outcome of the fight. However, from their relatively intact clothing, and he could tell that the battle was still undecided. The destruction caused by their fight was considerable, with Isdeath's ice surface almost completely destroyed. After returning to the shore, Hawkeye said to Denisa, "I will continue to stay in the Sabidi archipelago." Hawkeye meant that he would remain there to continue sparring with Denisa, indicating they would likely be fighting often for a long time to come. At that moment, an E sensed a change in the battlefield between Isdeath and the Empress. The clouds in the sky seemed unusual, a sight that reminded an E of a troubling ability. At this moment, after a long battle, both fighters were slightly out of breath. Overall, Isdeath still had the upper hand, as a mage always held some advantages in close combat. Even though the Empress was proficient in her three-color hockey, it was clear she was at a disadvantage in close quarters. Boa Hancock realized that her beauty could not move Isdeath, severely limiting her power as she couldn't effectively utilize her abilities. Knowing that her conventional strength could not defeat Isdeath, the Empress decided to use her trump card, the Conqueror's Hockey. With a single glance, the Empress unleashed her Conqueror's Hockey towards Isdeath. Isdeath suddenly felt a weight in her body. Although the Conqueror's Hockey did not incapacitate her will, she felt as if something was pressing down on her. Looking at the Empress not far away, she recalled something an E had said before. The top-tier warriors in this world all possessed a certain ability, Conqueror's Hockey. According to an E, this ability only appeared in 1 out of 100,000 people, and only those with the qualities of a king could possess it. However, Isdeath had never experienced Conqueror's Hockey before, so she lacked a concept of it until now. Just then, the Empress moved in closer. Perfume feet. After fighting the Empress for a long time, Isdeath knew well that she couldn't casually take the Empress's kick, or she would be turned to stone. She could only condense an ice blade to block the kick. However, Isdeath found that her consciousness and movements had slowed down, as if she were in a daze. The ice blade struck by Hancock's kick immediately shattered and turned to stone, while Hancock followed up with rapid kicks. Under the pressure of the Conqueror's Hockey, Isdeath's movements slowed, and the speed at which she could condense ice blades could not keep up with Hancock's kicks. She could only create an ice wall to separate them. Then, she summoned ice meteors to smash down on Hancock. However, under the suppression of the Conqueror's Hockey, Isdeath realized that not only had her speed decreased, but even her usual abilities had weakened. And he watched the meteor falling from the sky, knowing that the two had already unleashed their true power. Therefore, he decided to go to the battlefield, intending to stop them. If this continued, their clothes would be torn apart, and if it were just him, and he would be happy about it. But the current situation was that their battle was being broadcast live to the whole world. Hancock shattered the ice wall with a kick and charged towards Isdeath again. Isdeath drew her military knife, just as the two were about to clash again. A slipper blocked Isdeath's military knife, and a hand grabbed Hancock's leg, feeling the smoothness on his right hand, and he couldn't help but exclaim, "This skin is so smooth." He said, "I'm not going to hit anymore." Isdeath sheathed her sword and said, "Since the captain has spoken, I'll let it go." Seeing that Yi's right hand was still holding on to Hancock's leg, Isdeath asked, "How long do you plan to hold on?" And Yi subconsciously said, "With such smooth legs, I should grab them for a while longer." Bang! As soon as he finished speaking, Yi regretted it, and then the two women directly knocked him flying. Yi crashed through several ice walls before finally coming to a stop. After jointly knocking Yi away, the two women lost the desire to continue fighting. This elicited a wail from the onlookers, with numerous male spectators expressing that they still wanted to enhance their own strength by observing the two beauties. No, the two powerful women. At this moment, countless men had already mentally tortured Yi 1,000 times, climbing up from the ruins of the ice walls. And he rubbed his chest where he had been kicked by the two women and thought to himself, "Really, they hit hard. Just you wait. Today you treated me so harshly. Later don't blame me for being ungracious in bed." Finally, he approached Hancock and asked, "What does the pirate empress want with me?" Hancock looked at Yi and asked again, "Am I beautiful?" And he stared blankly at Hancock, thinking that this question had already been asked. But he answered honestly, "You are very beautiful." Good. He knew that the celestial dragons were still in her hands, and he wanted her to hand them over to him. Upon hearing Hancock's request, he immediately understood what she wanted to do. Boa Hancock, the queen of the Amazon lily, one of the Shichibukai, and the most beautiful woman in the world, had many titles. However, he knew better than anyone else about her hatred for the celestial dragons. She had once been a slave to them. If it weren't for Fisher Tiger, she might still be stuck in the hell of Mariewa. Therefore, Yi was very clear about the consequences if the celestial dragons fell into her hands. Regarding this request, Yi decisively shook his head and said, "No." Seeing Yi refuse, Hancock put on a spoiled expression and said softly, "As long as you hand over the celestial dragons to me, I can let you do whatever you want for one night." Even with Hancock's offer, Yi still chose to refuse. He knew that the world government would not allow any harm to come to the celestial dragons. During the time he had been holding the celestial dragons, he had learned some things from them and, through various clues, formed some conjectures. That was that each celestial dragon was extremely important to the world government. Yi had noticed one issue: the number of celestial dragons. The celestial dragons were descendants of the royal families of the 20 countries that created the world government 800 years ago. However, according to the celestial dragons, the number of them in Mariewa was not large. The total number was only a few hundred. This number was far too small. A group of people who had no worries about food and clothing, could marry freely, and didn't have to worry about being unable to support themselves, had only a few hundred descendants after 800 years. It was illogical. If the entire world of One Piece were compared to a country, then the celestial dragons would be the royal family of this country. A royal family that had existed for 800 years, yet only had a few hundred members. It is known that some ancient dynasties could have tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of royal members after 200 to 300 years. Therefore, he understood that the world government absolutely would not allow the celestial dragons to die. Hancock looked at Yi, who had firmly rejected her, and her eyes kept scanning him up and down, gradually revealing a look of disdain on her face. He felt a bit uncomfortable under Hancock's gaze. He looked at himself. His clothes were normal, and his pants zipper was up, so why was Hancock looking at him like that? So Yi asked, "Do I have a problem?" At that moment, Hancock showed a disdainful expression and said, "You're not a real man. Keep your distance from me." Not a real man? Didn't that imply he was a eunuch? He shouted angrily, "Boa Hancock, why do you say that about me?" Hancock looked at Yi and said, "I am as beautiful as a celestial being, yet you refuse me. Besides a eunuch, I really can't think of any other man who would reject me." It wasn't surprising that Hancock thought this way. After all, she was very aware of her own beauty. She had even offered to spend the night with Yi, and he had actually turned her down. Besides a eunuch, she couldn't think of any other possibility. And he was almost from frustration. He simply didn't want Hancock to kill the celestial dragons, yet she linked that to him being a eunuch. What a train of thought. So Yi shouted, "I'm a man, a real man." However, Hancock, who had already made up her mind, didn't think so. She replied, "Of course you wouldn't admit it." When Yi's temper flared up, He was about to unzip his pants to show Hancock his treasure. Bang! Esters punched an E on the head and said, "Captain, that's too embarrassing." An E quickly reacted, relieved that he had almost faced social death just now, considering that it was still being live-streamed to the whole world. Although he couldn't hear anything due to the distance, he could still see everything. Looking at Hancock's face full of disdain, and he knew that there weren't many ways to prove his innocence. So he said, "The celestial dragons can't die yet, so I can't hand them over to you. But I can let you beat them up." The reason he proposed this plan is, of course, to recover Hancock. If she hands over the celestial dragon to Hancock, and the celestial dragon dies, the world government will be in a tough spot with her. And she estimates she would have to pay a price for it as well. Rather than that, it's better to hand the celestial dragon over to Hancock. Let her vent her anger with a beating. Of course, just beating him won't eliminate Hancock's hatred. However, an E can use this situation to establish a friendship with Hancock. Once there is friendship between them, and he will naturally find a way to take it further. After all, and he doesn't want just one night, he wants many nights. Hancock thought for a moment, and realized her original demands were a bit excessive, so she said, "Okay." Ease then led his death to create a massive ice house, blocking the line of sight of others. And E took out the any door, communicated with the phone bug and Marcia to determine the location of the celestial dragon, and then opened the any door. Hancock looked at the red door, gritted her teeth, and walked in, followed closely by an E and his death. As soon as Hancock stepped through the door, she found herself in a metallic corridor. Judging by the style of the corridor, it appeared to be a ship's passageway. "I'll take you to the celestial dragon." And E then led Hancock to the room where the celestial dragon was held. At this point, the celestial dragon was no longer the arrogant figure it once was. It was now quietly staying in the room. Of course, the celestial dragon behaved this way because of Yi's punishment methods. For example, when the celestial dragon complained that the food an E provided was too unpalatable, and E starved it for a few meals, and then the celestial dragon stopped complaining about the food. Moreover, after becoming a prisoner, it still had the audacity to speak back, which naturally resulted in a beating. Anyway, an E had a kind of item called swelling spray, which could eliminate bruises. As long as it was sprayed on after a beating, the surface would return to normal, although the pain would still remain. The reason an E felt comfortable letting Hancock hit the celestial dragon was that he had another kind of item, the brain-dead pill. After taking this pill, the user would forget everything that happened in the last 3 hours. However, only one pill could be taken in a day. Taking too many would truly turn one into a brain-dead person. And he walked in and immediately gave a celestial dragon a brain-dead pill, then said to Hancock, "Be gentle. The rest is up to you." Looking at the celestial dragon sitting on the ground, tilting his head and drooling, Hancock directly kicked him. The celestial dragon was sent flying and crashed into the wall, but he still sat there, dumbfounded and drooling. Then Hancock directly used the celestial dragon as a punching bag, of course, holding back most of her strength. Otherwise, the celestial dragon would probably have died with the first hit. And he has been in the room for almost 3 hours, during which has been beating the. By now, that has been beaten to the point where he is unrecognizable, with a face several times larger than before. If the hadn't already fainted, and he estimates that his screams could be heard throughout the entire Leviathan. And he reminded, "Hancock, time is running out." Hearing this, Hancock stopped and looked at the dragon man, who was already unrecognizable. She then raised her foot and stomped down hard between the dragon man's legs. As she stepped down, and he seemed to hear the sound of something cracking, like an egg breaking. Even the dragon man, who was in a coma, let out a piercing scream before falling unconscious again. In response to this situation, and he involuntarily squeezed his legs together. After all, any man would likely react this way upon witnessing such a scene. After stepping down, Hancock seemed unsatisfied and ground her heel back and forth. Well, it seemed that this dragon man's area was completely ruined. After grinding, Hancock let out a sigh of relief, clapped her hands in satisfaction, and turned to leave, looking at the unconscious dragon man on the ground. And he could only use a swelling spray to reduce the swelling. After finishing this, and Ian Hancock left the place and used the door of all things to return to the ice surface near the Sabaody archipelago. After an E and the others left, the celestial dragon woke up in a daze. He wanted to move but felt intense pain all over his body, as if every bone was hurting. However, when he looked at himself, his clothes were just a bit dirty, with no other issues. He touched his face, although it hurt. It seemed fine. Could it be from sleeping on the ground? But why did he feel like he was missing something? After returning, Hancock quickly said goodbye to an E and the others. And as she left, she welcomed an E to visit Amazon Lily anytime. However, before Hancock left, and he gave her a storage ring, saying it contained some small gifts. Hancock didn't refuse it, but but her face turned red as she accepted the ring. Watching Hancock leave with a flushed face, E smiled to himself, thinking, "It seems Hancock has developed some feelings for me." E then returned to Sabaody Archipelago. However, the next day, E discovered that many newspapers reported that he and Hancock were involved in an ambiguous relationship. The newspaper stated that he and Hancock had spent several hours in the ice house the previous day, suggesting an impure friendship between them. Naturally, E was furious about this, as he did want to develop a super friendship with Hancock, but the problem was, there was none. If there was, he wouldn't mind the newspapers writing about it, but since there wasn't, it felt like slander. This made E very angry, and early in the morning, a large group of people came to challenge him, claiming he had stolen their dream girl. It was the constant harassment from these people that made E so upset. However, these people were incredibly weak, and he easily knocked them over with a single slap each. Thus, E and his companions lived comfortably in Sabaody Archipelago, eating, drinking, and shopping every day. Mihawk and Denisha practiced their swordsmanship every few days. As the auction approached, more and more big names began to appear on the island. Kings from various countries, nobles, and powerful pirates were everywhere. However, there weren't many troublemakers, as E had made it clear that anyone causing trouble during the auction would be considered an enemy of the multiverse pirate crew. Not only would they face the crew's punishment, but they would also be disqualified from participating in the auction. At the same time, the Navy and Mihawk stated that they would be responsible for dealing with troublemakers during the auction. The Navy was compelled to act due to Yi's threat regarding the safety of the celestial dragons. Mihawk, on the other hand, helped maintain order because he often sparred with Denisha and felt he should repay E. Meanwhile, a special auction venue had been constructed. In Area 60 of Sabaody Archipelago, the auction venue was built here. Due to the previous battle between his death and Kizaru, Area 60 had been almost completely destroyed. The Navy stationed there was forced to relocate, leaving the area abandoned. E thought that since Morgan's previous auction venue was too small, this time, with many participants expected, the space needed to be adequate. So, he decided to rebuild an auction venue, not needing to be too luxurious, just functional. Thus, a massive auction house was constructed in Area 60. The day before the auction began, the real big names on the sea started to appear. A large number of reporters gathered at the port, eager to see a rare gathering of great pirates. "Hey, isn't that the captains of the Whitebeard Pirates 4th and 5th Divisions, Sachi and Bista?" "Really?" Sachi asked. "By the way, Bista, why are you here?" Because they're the top 2 swordsmen in the world here. I hope to have a match with them." As a swordsman in the Whitebeard Pirates, Bista's strength should not be underestimated. However, as a swordsman, he always wanted to challenge Mihawk. In fact, many swordsmen like Bista had appeared recently. Since Mihawk usually kept to himself, it was hard for ordinary people to find him. In the past, swordsmen had to establish a certain reputation at sea before publicly challenging Mihawk, and then wait to see if Mihawk was interested in fighting. Now it was different. Because of Denisha, Mihawk had been staying in Sabaody Archipelago for a long time, attracting many swordsmen. Many of them came to observe the battles between Mihawk and Denisha to improve their own skills. Some swordsmen, however, overestimated themselves and tried to challenge Mihawk or Denisha, but such people usually didn't stay long on the island. Look, isn't that Charlotte Smuggy from the Big Mom Pirates 4 Sweet Commanders? And Charlotte Galette. Wow, really? Those legs are so long. Smuggy, hearing the discussions around her, didn't say much. She was representing the Big Mom Pirates this time. Besides attending the auction, she had another task, to see if she could establish a relationship with a multiverse pirate crew, naturally through the common method of marriage. As for the candidates, it was obviously E and herself. Just thinking about it made Smuggy feel helpless. But the Big Mom Pirates were always led by their mother, and they had no power to refuse. However, the captain of the multiverse pirate crew didn't seem bad either, though he had too many beautiful subordinates, and she wondered if he would be interested in her. Look, the Navy is here. I wonder who they sent to participate. It wouldn't be the 3 admirals, would it? They're here. A naval ship approached, and an elderly lady stepped down from the ship, followed by a group of female sailors. The Navy representatives at the auction were none other than Vice Admiral Tsuru. Tsuru looked at the pirates in the port, and couldn't help but feel that after so many years, the Navy and the pirates were finally coexisting in such harmony in one place. On second thought, the Navy was also in a tough spot. The Whitebeard Pirates, Big Mom Pirates, and Beast Pirates, the 3 emperors, were all gathered outside the G1 base. Tsuru knew the reason for the pirates' gathering. They were worried that after the auction ended, the Navy would sweep everything up, capturing all the pirates and auction items. Thus, The gathering of pirates forced the Navy to concentrate their forces to respond. Now, the G1 base of a New World Navy could be said to have gathered the strongest forces in this sea. The main forces of the 3 pirate crews and the entire fighting strength of the Navy headquarters combined exceeded 200 ships. All of this was because of the excellent items an E had brought out. Suru could only hope she had enough money to buy as many things as possible. Captain, there are too many ships ahead. We'll have to wait a while longer to dock. Do you think I am? Making me wait. I'm Drought Jack. Bring the ship closer. A ship flying the flag of the Beast Pirates was rampaging through the port area. Ordinary people saw the flag on the ship and held their tongues. After all, the Beast Pirates were not to be trifled with. The leader on the ship was none other than Jack, one of the 3 main members of the Beast Pirates, a user of the drought fruit ability, with a bounty of 1,900,000,000 berries. Captain, we spotted the red-haired pirate's ship, the Red Fourth, ahead. What? Jack, though reckless, was aware of the strength of the red-haired pirates, so he decisively commanded, "Get closer." His subordinate, terrified, said, "Captain, that's the red-haired pirates." "I know. Bring the ship closer." "Yes." Jack was well aware that he would not be a match for the red-haired pirates. However, the relationship between the Beast Pirates and the red-haired pirates was not good. The red-haired pirates had recently declared they would challenge the Beast Pirates. As a representative of the Beast Pirates at the auction, he was the face of the crew. Although many in the world said the red-haired pirates had strength to rival the Beast Pirates, neither side had truly clashed yet. If he backed down today, it would imply that the red-haired pirates could indeed match the Beast Pirates, which would be a loss of face for his crew. Therefore, despite the disparity in strength, he insisted on bringing the ship closer. It was a matter of pride. However, just as Jack's ship was about to collide with the red-haired pirate's ship, the sea between the 2 vessels suddenly froze. The one who made the move was his death. Seeing the sea frozen, Jack secretly let out a sigh of relief. As the organizer of the auction, and he naturally hoped that all parties could engage amicably before the event, since ultimately, the money would be his. Of course, this was only before it started. What happened after the auction was none of his concern. So, when he saw the captain of the Beast Pirates about to crash into the red-haired pirates, and E immediately ordered his death to intervene. Oh, and E. The members of the red-haired pirates began waving at an E on the shore, seeing the familiar faces of the red-haired pirates after a long time. And E quickly leaped onto the Red Fourth, embraced Shanks, and said, "It's been years. I've heard you're about to become the 4th Emperor of the New World. Haha, the newspapers say you are the true 4th Emperor. What am I?" And he knows that this is Shanks teasing. He, along with his death and Dinessa, might be able to defeat the Vice Admiral, but they still lack the strength to match the 4 Emperors. The biggest factor causing this difference is the Conqueror's Haki. In his current team, not to mention having Conqueror's Haki intertwined, there isn't even one person with Conqueror's Haki, making it difficult to compete with other pirate crews. And he said, "I know my own strength well. Let's not talk about it. Let's go. I have already prepared the banquet. This time we can gather properly. By the way, Hawkeye is here too. Ha ha. All right, everyone, the banquet is starting." Oh, and he looked at many unfamiliar faces in the red-haired pirates and said, "I don't recognize a lot of these people." Beckman replied, "Yeah, we've changed quite a few crew members over the years." And he looked at Shanks' empty left hand and said, "You still made that decision?" "Yeah," Shanks replied. "You don't regret it, knowing that it's an arm?" "No regrets." Hearing Shanks' answer, and he fell silent for a long time. He had thought a lot about why Shanks would willingly sacrifice his left arm. In the end, he believed that Shanks lost his left arm not because of carelessness. With Shanks' strength, a mere Sea King from the East Blue was nothing but a weak existence that couldn't even be considered a Sea King in the vast ocean. Even if Shanks were caught off guard by a sneak attack, with his strength, he could definitely react in time. Strong individuals have an instinct for danger. If a Sea King from the East Blue could bite off Shanks' arm, then it would be a piece of cake for this Sea King to devour Luffy, who had just set sail. In Yi's view, Shanks was willing to sacrifice an arm to help Luffy firmly establish his determination to become a pirate. It's important to know that Luffy is the grandson of Marine hero Garp, and Shanks must be aware of this. Given that he has a Marine hero for a grandfather, Luffy would normally be expected to become a Marine. So how could Shanks ensure that Luffy would choose piracy as his future career? It's simple, by leaving an indelible mark on Luffy's young heart. Thus, at the cost of one arm, Shanks helped Luffy solidify his belief in becoming a pirate. Shanks looked at an E and asked the question that had puzzled him for many years. "How did you know I would find the person I was looking for in the East Blue?" And E smiled mysteriously and said softly to Shanks, "Because I have a mirror that can predict the future." Shanks said in disbelief, "No way, you have something like that?" It's no wonder Shanks was shocked. The ability to foresee the future is something that no one can refuse. Once others find out that an E can predict the future, Shanks is sure that everyone, from the world government to various powerful pirates, will launch attacks against them. And he continued, however, the things that mirror can predict are limited. Shanks patted Yi's shoulder and said, don't worry, I will keep this a secret. Shanks knew that even if only a few things could be foreseen, it was still enticing enough. And he naturally does not have any mirror that predicts the future, but he does have a mirror called the magic mirror. However, and he found that the mirror was just a chatterbox and had no other use. Of course, and he dared to say this to Shanks because he knew that Shanks was not interested in becoming the Pirate King. His existence seemed to be for maintaining a certain balance. That's why he would say this. If it were someone else, he wouldn't say a word. All right, let's not talk about this anymore. Let's go start the banquet. The close relationship between an E and Shanks has naturally caught the attention of others, causing quite a headache for the Navy and other pirate crews. Originally, both the Wanjia pirate crew and the red-haired pirate crew were troublesome enough on their own. But now that the two crews are as close as if they were wearing the same pair of pants, it's even more of a headache for them. Moreover, the Wanjia pirate crew possesses a door that allows for rapid movement, which means the two pirate crews can support each other at any time. This makes it impossible for them to deal with them one by one. Of course, apart from an E and a few others, no one knows the characteristics of the Anywhere door. So others are unaware that the Anywhere door not only has limitations on usage time and frequency, but also distance. However, and he would never casually mention such things. The next day, the long-anticipated auction finally began. Early in the morning, participants were already preparing to enter the venue. To confirm eligibility for participation, and he stipulated that any force that could not produce 1 billion berries was not allowed to enter the auction site. Although this rule did not apply to the Navy and the 4 Emperor's pirate crews. After all, if these organizations couldn't even come up with 1 billion berries, it would become an indelible stain for them. Each organization entering the auction could receive a randomly assigned number plate. At the entrance of the auction, Annie specifically arranged a row of small rooms, each containing identical masks and robes. Those who did not want to reveal their identities could change their clothes in these rooms before entering the auction. This considerate gesture eased the minds of many smaller forces, who feared being pressured by larger forces and missing out on good items. They were even more afraid that after spending money, they would be robbed by other forces on their way back. Now, with the concealment of masks, many individuals from these forces felt emboldened. In fact, and he arranged this to make the competition a bit more intense. For instance, when the Navy made a bid, some people would hesitate due to fear of the Navy's power and the potential for retribution later. However, after putting on masks, the Navy couldn't see their faces. So, some individuals could confidently bid against the Navy. Thus, Yi's intention was simply to extract as much value as possible. Yi's biggest goal today is to ensure that no one leaves the auction without a single belly. After a couple of hours of preparation, thousands of participants from hundreds of factions are basically in place. The vast majority have chosen to wear masks to conceal their identities. However, there are some who are not wearing masks, such as the red-haired pirates, the Big Mom pirates, the Beast pirates, and the Navy. These factions do not wear masks because they are confident they can handle any troublemakers. Seeing that the participants are mostly ready, Annie steps onto the high platform with Denisa and Isdeath addressing everyone. Hello everyone, I am an E, the captain of the Multiverse Pirates. These two do not need further introduction. Today's auction is organized by our Multiverse Pirates, and we hope everyone can solve problems with money today rather than violence. Therefore, I have specially invited some people to serve as security for this auction. Now, let me formally introduce them, starting with all members of the Red-Haired Pirates. As the members of the Red-Haired Pirates step onto the high platform, a buzz of discussion arises in the auction hall. No wonder we didn't see the Red-Haired Pirates. It turns out they're not here to participate in the auction, but to provide security. With the Red-Haired Pirates on security duty, it seems that no one dares to cause trouble, to prevent any unexpected incidents, and he spent a considerable amount to have the Red-Haired Pirates help maintain order. Shanks was initially reluctant to assist in ensuring the safety of the auction, but the reward offered was so high that their entire pirate crew could not refuse. Next up is the world's #1 swordsman, Dracul Mihawk. Before the attendees could recover from their previous shock, they heard about another heavyweight figure. Mihawk is also part of the security for this auction. To get Mihawk to agree to serve as security, an E specially provided him with a snail phone, allowing him to contact an E and others anytime, anywhere. At this moment, a white-haired figure wearing a mask walked onto the high platform. Although no one could see his face due to the mask, everyone noticed that Shanks from the Red-Haired Pirates politely nodded upon seeing the mysterious person. This left everyone astonished, and he finally said, "We have a mysterious figure here, but I can't tell you who he is. This mysterious person is actually Rayleigh, who is living in seclusion on the Sabaody archipelago. Last time, and he asked him for help, intending for him to act as the bodyguard for the auction. Although due to some unforeseen circumstances, there were now also Hawkeye and the Red Hair Pirates, and he didn't mind at all. The stronger his displayed strength, the more other forces would be wary. Sure enough, many organizations that originally planned to cause trouble at the auction suppressed their restless hearts. There were quite a few forces that had united before the auction began, intending to rush in and seize the items once it started. As long as the pirate group of all realms couldn't suppress them immediately, other major forces would naturally not be able to hold back either, and would join in, trying to seize as much as they could based on their capabilities. However, now looking at the terrifying lineup on stage, all organizations with ulterior motives knew they might as well behave and spend money. After introducing his own personnel, and he waved his hand and said, "The auction begins." Following that, and he stepped down from the high platform, and Harry went up to the stage. Today, he would serve as the host for this auction. Looking at the terrifying eyes below, Harry couldn't help but swallow hard. He knew that he was being watched by almost all the major organizations in the world. If he caused any dissatisfaction, he might not even know how he would die. But now he had no choice. Harry could only brace himself and say, "I hereby declare the auction officially begins. Let's bring out the first item." A maid came up holding a sword. Harry took the sword, drew it out, and said, "Ladies and gentlemen, please look. This is the first item of the auction. The black pattern sword that can rival the quality of a good swift sword with a craftsmanship of 50. There are a total of 500 black pattern swords. Auctioned in 5 batches, 100 swords per batch, starting price of 10 million berries, with each bid increasing by no less than 1 million berries. Upon hearing the starting price of 10 million berries for 100 swords, which means 100,000 berries per sword, this price is simply a bargain for swords of good quality. One should know that a regular swift sword costs at least several 100,000 berries, while a good swift sword starts at 1 million. However, initially, no one made a bid. Although the price per sword was low, the auction was for 100 swords bundled together. Most swordsmen couldn't come up with that much money. If it were a single sword, they might consider bidding. We, the Navy, will offer 30 million berries. The Navy was the first to break the silence, and Crane directly doubled the price. She understood very well the importance of high-quality weapons to the Navy. The Navy trains talents on a large scale, which results in a significant number of swordsmen. Even if they're not specialized swordsmen, powerful Navy members would learn swordsmanship. There are many sword users in the Navy, especially a large number of vice admirals. Although these vice admirals are powerful, they struggle without good weapons. After all, good weapons are very expensive, and with the Navy's salary, it's hard to afford them. Therefore, this batch of weapons is of immense value to the Navy, and Crane wants to secure these swords. 40 million berries. However, Jack quickly followed with a bid. One should know that the Beast Pirates are entrenched in Wano country, a land known for its samurai. There are certainly an outrageous number of swordsmen there. Over the years, the Beast Pirates have also gathered quite a few people from Wano. With this batch of swords, the Beast Pirates could recruit more swordsmen from Wano to strengthen their power. Thus, the Beast Pirates were also determined to acquire this batch of swords. 45 million berries. After the Navy and Jack made their bids, Smoker also started a bid. Although the Big Mom Pirates have few swordsmen, no one would refuse excellent weapons, even if not used by swordsmen. The sharpness of the weapons can provide a significant advantage in combat. 46 million, 48 million, 50 million. As the competition began, the prices surged like water rising, and he looked pleased, while others appeared anxious. One should know that the cost of these swords did not exceed 10,000 berries. So even with a starting price of 10 million, an E was making a killing. At this point, an E was like Emperor Qin winning big by touching the electric wires. After nearly 5 minutes of intense bidding, the first batch of long swords was sold for 86 million berries. The following 4 batches all sold for no less than 80 million, especially the last batch, where the bidding was extremely fierce, and the final price reached 100 million berries. The final result was that the Navy purchased 200 swords. The Beast Pirates and the Big Mom Pirates each secured 100 swords, and the remaining 100 swords were taken by other forces. Harry excitedly walked onto the stage, knowing that the recent weapon auction prices reached over 450 million. According to prior agreements, he could receive 1% of the auction price as a reward. This meant that in less than half an hour, he earned over 4 million berries. And this was just the beginning. Although he initially had some resistance to hosting this event, He now decided to invest 1,000% of his enthusiasm into organizing this auction. Ladies and gentlemen, the next item to be presented is something that can change the world. Upon hearing this, everyone turned their attention to the stage. Harry displayed a box and took out a vial, saying, "This is the super soldier serum. It can transform an ordinary person into a powerful warrior." What Harry took out was the super serum that an E obtained from the movie Captain America, a total of 10 vials. The reason an E decided to bring out the serum is that while it can make ordinary people stronger in the world of One Piece, these super soldiers are still just a group of ordinary people. Moreover, an E had Martha analyze the serum long ago. First, the raw materials are rare, and the manufacturing difficulty is quite high. Furthermore, the existing serum has already reached its maximum potency and cannot be strengthened further through research. This is why an E dared to bring out such a thing, because an E had already planned to establish a robot army in the future. After all, with Martha's help, a robot army is not a fantasy. Compared to the massively expensive super soldiers, robots are more cost-effective. What? Can ordinary people be turned into powerful warriors? Is that possible? Exactly. Harry didn't say much in response to the inquiries from the audience, instead signaling. Two strong men dragged a skinny slave wearing a slave collar onto the stage. Harry directly injected the super soldier's serum into him. Before long, the slave's body visibly strengthened. Within minutes, he transformed from a skinny figure into a muscular man. Then Harry had someone bring up a huge barbell. Boom! The barbell crashed heavily onto the stage, and judging by its size, it weighed at least 500 pounds. Harry said, "Lift this barbell." The slave hesitated for a moment, but when he saw Harry about to detonate the slave collar around his neck, he immediately grabbed the barbell with both hands. He effortlessly lifted the barbell. Harry announced, "There are 9 vials of the serum left, starting price of 9 million berries, with each subsequent bid increasing by no less than 100,000 berries." The various major forces in the audience were all wide-eyed. Although the previous weapons were good, they ultimately only satisfied the needs of a portion of the personnel. However, this potion could allow everyone under their command to use it. No major force would refuse something that could enhance the combat power of all its members. Although there were only 9 vials of the potion, could they be researched? As long as the formula was developed, they could manufacture it on a large scale. And in time, both strength and wealth would come rolling in. 10 million berries, 15 million, 16 million. The bidding for the super serum started off heated, with the next bidder often calling out a new price before the previous bidder had even finished. However, those currently bidding were mostly small to medium forces. The large forces had yet to make their move, as they were all doing one thing, calling their leaders. They needed to know how much their leaders were willing to pay for the super serum. After all, before setting out, each faction had certain targets they were determined to secure, and they needed to reserve some funds to compete for the things they needed. But the function of the super serum was too incredible for them not to be tempted. Soon, the large forces had finished their calls and began sizing each other up, estimating how much other factions could bid. The first large force to bid was the Navy. 300 million berries. The Navy's opening bid completely crushed the resolve of the small to medium forces to continue bidding. After all, with a starting bid of 300 million from a major force, who knew how high it would go from there? Many small and medium forces didn't even have 300 million on hand. 400 million berries. Smuggy directly raised the bid by 100 million among pirates. Her Big Mom pirates had never been afraid of anyone when it came to wealth. Looking at the bidding Smuggy, Crane said flatly, 500 million berries. The other small to medium forces looked at the two bidding parties and expressed that they couldn't afford to play this game. After all, raising the bid by 100 million at a time was beyond the means of most forces. More critically, most forces lacked the sufficient research capabilities to achieve mass production of the super serum. Without the ability to mass produce, even if they won the auction, it would be of no use. They couldn't spend a large sum of money just to create a few slightly stronger soldiers. After multiple rounds of bidding, the Navy had already raised the price to 1,200 million, a price that even some large forces couldn't afford. Smuggy looked at the super serum on the stage and could only helplessly give up. Although she had brought more than 1,200 million, the Big Mom pirates had other things to buy and couldn't invest all their money just for the serum. Harry was now slightly trembling with excitement. 1,200 million. This was the highest price he had ever encountered in his life. Was there anyone willing to bid higher? Harry knew that 1,200 million was already a very high price, but out of professional habit, he still asked. 1,200 million once. 1,200 million twice. 1,200 million. A voice called out, "I bid 1,250 million." Everyone looked at the bidder, After all, after the Big Mom pirates withdrew in the Navy's competition, who still had the courage to join the bidding. However, all they saw was a face partly covered. Crane expressionlessly called out, 1,300,000,000. Although Crane appeared indifferent, she was already quite nervous inside. This time, the Navy had gathered a lot of funds and applied for quite a bit of money from the world government. But there were too many things the Navy wanted to buy. In fact, spending 1,300,000,000 to purchase the super serum was already the Navy's limit. If someone raised the bid even higher, then the Navy would have to give up. They couldn't forsake other items just for the super serum. 1,400,000,000. The attendees were surprised that the person could raise the bid by another 100,000,000. And he looked at the person competing with the Navy for the super serum. Although he was wearing a mask and his figure was concealed by a robe, it should be noted that these masks and robes were provided by an E. Despite the robe, Marcia could still analyze and roughly determine who he was. According to Marcia's scan, the person competing with the Navy for the super serum was most likely Vinsmoke Judge, with an 80 probability. When he learned of his identity, he understood why this person dared to bid against the Navy. As the ruler of Germa 66, the Vinsmoke family had always wanted to reunify the North Blue. However, having lost their territory and citizens, their power had significantly declined. Therefore, the Vinsmoke family began to focus on technological advancements, developing clone soldiers. With control over a portion of the genetic factors, cracking the super serum was not difficult for Judge. So he was confident that after acquiring the super serum, he could achieve mass production. The super serum could greatly enhance the combat power of his clone soldiers, which is why Judge was willing to spend such a high price to participate in the auction. 1 for billion once, 1 for billion twice. Is there anyone willing to bid higher than 1 for billion? 1 for billion 3 times. Congratulations to guest number 33 for acquiring the super serum at a price of 1 for billion berries. Hearing that he won the bid, Judge let out a sigh of relief. Although Germa 66 had money, the expenses were also high. 1 for billion berries was already the limit. He could not take out more without affecting Germa's normal operations. However, once the super serum was in hand and he was able to research it for mass production, not only would his clone soldiers see a substantial increase in strength, but he could also sell the serum to other organizations. By then, money would come rolling in. Thinking of this, Judge smiled happily. However, he did not notice that the Navy and other forces like the Big Mom pirates had already started sending people to keep an eye on him. Even if they did not win the bid, knowing the identity of the successful bidder would allow them to find a way to acquire it. All right, everyone. The bidding for the super serum is concluded, and now we will continue with the auction. The following auction items were similarly competitive, but the prices were mostly not high, mainly in the tens or hundreds of thousands. Even the rare storage rings only fetched around 10 million, primarily due to the small storage space of 1 cubic meter, which cannot hold much. Additionally, the items being auctioned were not highly valuable, mostly consisting of food, pills, and clothing. Therefore, the prices were lower, but the quantity was considerable, resulting in an impressive total transaction amount. After more than 2 hours of calm, the atmosphere was broken by the appearance of a certain item. It was a bottle that was continuously flowing with water, named the Endless Mineral Water Bottle. Seeing this bottle, many people in attendance became excited. The excited individuals were mostly from countries in desert regions. As people accustomed to desert environments, they understood better than anyone the importance of water. Although the bottle's opening was a bit small, it flowed continuously throughout the day, providing a significant amount of water. Harry looked at the eager crowd and said, "The starting bid for this item is 1 billion berries, with increments of no less than 10 million berries." Wow! When this price was announced, it caused an uproar. After all, a starting price of 1 billion was indeed too high. Some organizations that were initially interested immediately abandoned their bidding plans upon hearing the starting price. After all, most organizations were situated in areas where water was not scarce, and there was no need to spend 1 billion on something so easily obtainable. However, what seemed commonplace to others, fresh water was a treasure in some special places. 1 billion berries. A person stood up and shouted, 1 billion berries. Damn it. A masked man glared at the first bidder and cursed. This person had a golden hook for a left hand, and he was none other than the current warlord Crocodile. Sir Crocodile. He had originally been preparing to execute a coup in Alabasta, and the most important part of this plan was to create a water crisis in Alabasta. However, the appearance of this water bottle completely disrupted his plans. An endlessly flowing water bottle meant that water would continuously appear, making it impossible for him to create a water crisis in Alabasta. Without this factor, how could he complete the subsequent plans? He had intended to buy this water bottle. But the starting price was a staggering 1 billion berries, which was far beyond what his Baroque works could afford. This is why he couldn't help but curse. However, looking at the ongoing bidding from Cobra, Crocodile thought to himself, why not wait until he wins the bid and then rob him on the way? Given his strength, it shouldn't be a problem. 2.06 billion. 2.07 billion. At this point, only 2 people remained in the bidding, and the increments had changed from 100 million to 10 million. One was Cobra, and the other was a mysterious person. Even Ani did not know the identity of this mysterious person. However, when Ani previously sensed using his observation hockey, he discovered that this mysterious person possessed formidable strength. 2.5 billion berries. Cobra shouted out the price. Harry swallowed hard, looking at the silent audience, and said 2.5 billion berries. Is there anyone willing to offer a higher price? Although 2.5 billion was already the highest price of the day, Harry still hoped someone would bid higher. After all, he wasn't the one paying. The higher the price, the higher his commission would be. 2.5 billion once. 2.5 billion twice. 2.5 billion 3 times. Congratulations to guest number 124 for acquiring this item at a price of 2.5 billion berries. Upon hearing that he had won the bid, Cobra laughed joyfully. It was worth it for him to empty Alabastus' treasury. Acquiring this endless mineral water bottle would significantly change Alabastus' water scarcity situation. Next, we have the final item of this auction, the grand finale item. Please look. The next item to be presented is a pirate ship with luck bonuses, the pirate ship of the Infinite World Pirates, the Luck. As Harry introduced it, a pirate ship appeared on the sea in the distance. Seeing the ship that was only about 10 meters long, many people scoffed, thinking that the Infinite World Pirates were treating them like fools. What use was a 10-meter-long ship? Harry understood their thoughts from the crowd's expressions, but as a professional auctioneer, he knew the peculiarities of the Luck. He said, I know everyone's doubts, and next I will explain the unique features of this pirate ship. This pirate ship has a characteristic, luck. It guarantees that in naval battles, it will remain unharmed. To allow you all to experience it, with the consent of the Infinite World Pirates, we will demonstrate it. With that, a large number of cannons were brought out, and Harry pointed to the cannons, saying, anyone can use the cannons to fire at the Luck on the sea. As long as you can hit it, the Infinite World Pirates will not only not require compensation, but will also reward the person who hits the Luck with 100 million berries and a space ring. What? Such a good deal? 100 million berries is no small amount, especially with a space ring included. It's worth noting that only 5 space rings were auctioned off in previous auctions. Now, just by hitting a pirate ship at sea, one can obtain 100 million berries and a space ring. Such a good opportunity is hard to come by. Although the good luck is small, it is only 300 or 400 meters from the shore's artillery position, a distance that many people are confident they can hit. I'll do it. A masked person rushed over and immediately began operating the cannon. The others, seeing this, regretted their slow reactions, realizing they had been beaten to it. Once others caught on, they quickly scrambled for the remaining cannons, and soon all the artillery positions were occupied. However, no one fired yet. They were all busy aiming. Although the good luck was stationary on the sea, everyone wanted to make a precise hit. Finally, after a few minutes of adjustments, perhaps out of confidence in their cannon firing skills, someone fired. Boom! A cannonball was launched, flying towards the good luck under the watchful eyes of the crowd. Splash! However, the cannonball fell into the sea a dozen meters away from good luck. The person who fired kept muttering, how could I miss? Ha ha! Others began to laugh. Then, someone else fired again but still missed. Gradually, more and more people joined in the cannon fire. All around the good luck, water columns erupted from the splashing cannonballs. Yet not a single cannonball hit its target. After multiple shots, some lost confidence and left their positions. However, the vacant positions were quickly filled, and no matter how fierce the cannon fire was, the good luck remained unscathed. At this point, the Navy and various pirate crews couldn't help but join in. They dispatched their best gunners from their ships. Crane watched the good luck, unharmed amidst the water columns, and recalled some events. Years ago, the Navy assembled a large fleet to encircle the Wanjia pirate crew, yet despite the fierce firepower of the Navy's ships, the Wanjia pirate cruise vessels were never hit. At that time, the Navy thought it was due to their personnel's poor cannon skills and the small size of the enemy's ship. Now it seemed that the issue was not those problems, but rather that the enemy's pirate ship possessed some unusual characteristics. Still, Crane wasn't fully convinced. So, she sent her best female soldiers from the Navy to take action. She had the best gunners on her ship, and they possessed observation hockey. With the involvement of the major powers, the others stepped aside. Unlike the other factions, the gunners from these major powers almost all had observation hockey. Using their perception, they quickly adjusted the cannons. Boom, boom, boom. Many factions fired simultaneously, and several cannonballs flew straight toward the good luck. Those with observation hockey smiled at the sight because, in their perception, these cannonballs would hit the good luck. But just as the cannonballs were about to strike the good luck, a wave suddenly appeared and hit the ship. The good luck shifted a few meters due to the wave, and it was this distance that caused all the cannonballs to miss. Watching the cannonballs that were just a few meters away from hitting, only to splash into the sea instead, everyone fell silent. Initially, if some said the ship had good luck, not many believed it. Now, most had come to accept it. However, some were still unwilling to give up and continued firing. Yet under the influence of the waves, the good luck swayed on the surface of the sea, dodging all the cannonballs. After a long period of bombardment, everyone had come to believe that the good luck could indeed evade cannonballs. With this thought, many factions were filled with excitement, especially the pirates, who were thrilled. For pirates, having a ship that couldn't be hit by enemies is undoubtedly advantageous. Although the ship is small and its firepower weak, the fact remains that they can't hit it. Harry, noticing the eager expressions of the crowd, realized they were captivated by the good luck, thus shouted. The starting bid for the good luck is 100 million berries, with each increment no less than 10 million. 100 million 10,000. 100 million 20,000. Many small and medium factions quickly began bidding on the good luck. Compared to large pirate crews, these smaller ones preferred the good luck. Crane also looked at the good luck with a serious expression, contemplating whether to participate in the bidding. After all, a pirate ship that cannot be hit at sea means they could escape all Navy pursuits. The reason why pirates often can outrun the Navy is that their ships are not as fast as the Navy's, and even those that are faster lack the Navy's firepower. The Navy often uses concentrated cannon fire to make it difficult for pirate ships to maneuver or to sink them outright. But what if the Navy could no longer hit the pirate ships? If this ship fell into the hands of pirates, it would mean the emergence of a pirate crew that the Navy could not capture. With this thought in mind, Crane immediately decided to participate in the bidding. Even if the Navy didn't need it, she couldn't let the pirates have it. Seeing the Navy finally join the bidding, and Yi's expression brightened with a smile. He had been worried that the Navy wouldn't participate. For the good luck, it could only realize its maximum potential in the hands of the Navy. After all, if it fell into the hands of some small or medium factions, they could easily manage it with their limited numbers. The good luck would be a true treasure for them. However, for the Navy, which had a large number of personnel, the good luck was not just a treasure. It was a superweapon. It is easy to imagine that in the future, naval warships will set out together with the good fortune, while other naval vessels encounter accidents for various inexplicable reasons. 880 million berries. The Navy has already reached 880 million berries. Is there anyone willing to bid higher? Crane watched as Harry continued to shout for people to raise their bids, feeling an impulse to kill the opponent. After all, 880 million berries is enough to build several of the Navy's most advanced warships. It was already considered high to buy a warship that was just over 10 meters long, yet he still wanted people to bid higher. 880 million, once, twice. If no one bids higher, then the good fortune will belong to the Navy. 3 times sold. Let's congratulate the Navy on acquiring this divine vessel. All right, everyone. This auction has been successfully concluded, and please come forward in turn to collect your auction items. With Harry's words, this auction was over, and various factions that attended the auction basically had some gains. Although the auction had ended, and he still had things to do, which was to exchange items with various factions. The first to come to an to exchange auction items was the Navy, as they had bought the most items. Watching the Navy pile stacks of money in front of him, and he was a bit overwhelmed. There was just too much money, even within Yi's exceptional observation skills. Counting this amount was an enormous task. In the end, Yi and Sun Yin spent over 2 hours to finish counting the Navy's berries. And Yi took out everything the Navy needed and said to Crane, "Commander Crane, congratulations, congratulations." However, Crane did not have a good impression of Yi's compliments. After all, Yi had made over 5 billion berries from the Navy today. This amount of wealth was enough to satisfy the Navy's military expenses for half a year. So Crane naturally was not pleased. Thus, she said, "According to the agreement, the auction has ended, and you should release the celestial dragons now." And he nodded and said, "Don't worry, we will keep our promise. My people have already placed the celestial dragons along with your Navy officer in Area 65 of the Sabaody archipelago." Crane gave a series of instructions to his subordinates, then pressed down on a pile of berries, saying, "We will naturally give you the money once we confirm the safety of the celestial dragons." And he shrugged nonchalantly and said, "I don't care. He then turned and began exchanging goods with other factions. Crane watched as piles of berries were collected by an E into a storage bag. Even as the chief of staff of the Navy, she was tempted by the sight before her and began to have her own doubts. She started to consider whether she should call Sengoku and have him send the 3 admirals back to help her seize an E. As long as they took an E, the Navy would have sufficient military funds for the next few years. Then they could build more warships and give bonuses to all the Navy personnel. However, considering that the red-haired pirates, Mihawk, and that powerful mysterious person were still around, even if the 3 admirals were united, it would likely not be advantageous. Moreover, an E and his companions possessed a peculiar door that allowed them to escape at any time. It seemed that was why he was so reckless in displaying the wealth he had acquired. After about an hour, Crane received a report from her subordinates saying that the celestial dragon had been found. Although in a poor mental state, he had gained quite a bit of weight, and there were no other issues. Hearing that the celestial dragon was fine, Crane let out a sigh of relief and said to an E, "Since the deal is done, take the money." An E smiled and stepped forward, putting all the money into his storage bag. He said to he, "The good luck will be handed over to you, Navy. I hope you Navy will be more careful in the future." He looked at an E and asked in confusion, "What should we Navy be careful about?" An E realized just now that he had misspoken, and he immediately corrected himself, saying, "Oh no, it's that we can use it well." He so found in Yi's words strange, but didn't think much of it. After all, she could never imagine that the buff and the good luck ship was the sacrifice of teammates with boundless mana. As time passed, and it approached dark, basically all factions had completed the exchange of their auction items, leaving only the last faction. And he looked at the 2 masked men. They were the ones who had endless supplies of mineral water. Seeing that there was no one else around, one of them stepped forward and removed his mask, revealing the face of King Nafalutali Kubler of the Alabastan Kingdom. "Bell, bring the money over." The other masked man nodded, turned around, and soon returned carrying a huge bag. When he opened the bag, it contained a full 2.5 billion belly. Ani said to Shanks, "This 2.5 billion berries is the reward I promised you, and the remaining items have already been handed over to Beckman." Before the auction began, an E promised to recruit the red-haired pirates for a reward of 2 billion berries to help intimidate everyone. Although Cobra's offer was also 2.5 billion berries, and he considered the extra amount as a gift to the red-haired pirates. In addition, and he also promised them a batch of fine wine and 2 space rings. Shanks stepped forward, put his arm around An Yi's shoulder, and said, "Hey, you're too polite. We're friends, and helping out is what we should do. Talking about money can hurt our feelings." As soon as an E heard Shanks, he directly put the 2.5 billion berries into his storage bag and said, "Since you say we are friends, talking about money hurts our feelings, so I won't take this money to avoid any cracks in our friendship." Shanks watched the pile of money disappear before him and thought, "Why aren't you following the usual script? I just wanted to be humble." And he looked at Shanks' flushed face and said with a smile, "Just kidding," and then took out the 2.5 billion berries again. This time, Shanks didn't hold back and pounced directly at it. And he turned around and said, "Your Majesty Cobra, hello?" Cobra was taken aback. He clearly did not expect an E to recognize him. He asked, "You know me, Cerny?" "Of course, I know the King Cobra of the Kingdom of Alabastan, Nafirutali." And he deliberately emphasized his surname when mentioning his name. Cobra said, "Your Excellency Ani, I have an unreasonable request. Please speak. I hope to gain your protection, Your Excellency and E, to ensure my safe return to Alabastan." And E said, "I remember Alabasta is a member of the world government. You should be able to have the Navy protect you. Besides, the guards around you are also quite strong." Cobra replied, "Although Bell is powerful, it's still not enough. The reason I don't seek the Navy is that if they guard me, whatever I capture will definitely cause trouble." "All right, I agree. Please wait a moment. Your Majesty Cobra, I'll take care of a few things and be right back." "Thank you, Lord Nee." The reason an E agreed to Cobra's request is primarily because Cobra is one of the few good kings in the world of One Piece. Additionally, there is the special nature of the Nefertari family. They were one of the 20 royal families that founded the world government 800 years ago. Although they are not celestial dragons, the Nefertari family must possess some secrets. Otherwise, they wouldn't have survived for 800 years. Therefore, building a good relationship with the Nefertari family is certainly not a mistake. Furthermore, and he wants to visit Alabasta to see Crocodile. After all, how can one not meet the first warlord defeated by the protagonist, who is also a Logia user? After visiting Alabasta, and he also plans to go to Amazon Lily, as the Empress has invited him. As an SP, how could he possibly miss a place like Amazon Lily? And he just wants to go to Daughter Island to learn about Conqueror's hockey, definitely not to see beautiful women. Additionally, and he went to Alabasta to avoid other forces. After all, having just amassed over 100 billion berries today, he is viewed as a walking fortune by others. If he goes to the New World now, the most likely scenario is that he will be robbed by other forces as soon as he appears. Therefore, and he plans to keep a low profile for now. After dividing the profits with Morgans and others, and he returned to the Leviathan with Cobra and the others through the door of all things. Subsequently, the Leviathan submerged and began to head towards Alabasta. What? They disappeared. What does this mean? Our agents reported that no one from the kingdom of Alabasta was seen leaving. The most likely scenario is that they left with the world pirates. Did Nefertari Cobra discover our people? If he really left with the world pirates, then our plan to control Alabasta by robbing the auction proceeds cannot proceed. We can only let Crocodile act. Will there be any issues? No. We only have an excuse to enter Alabasta if the Nefertari family is destroyed. After all, their identity is too sensitive. If we act ourselves, it will cause panic among some celestial dragons. So we can only let Crocodile take action. In the Grand Line, near Alabasta. Your Excellency, and ahead is Alabasta. And he gazed at the distant coastline and thought to himself, Crocodile, I'm coming. Bang! A small boat approached the shores of Alabastan. And was the first to land on the shore, and at that moment, he discovered an animal appearing in front of him. It was a manatee that had violently beaten Usopp before, and now it was provoking an And he went up and knocked it out with a punch. Just after he knocked out that Kung Fu manatee, a large group of Kung Fu manatees jumped out. They lined up in front of an and bowed to him in unison. Awo, please accept us as your disciples. Looking at the group of manatees in front of him, and he thought of a good idea. He used a skill bestowal on 3 Kung Fu manatees, directly allowing them to master intermediate level haki. And he then said, you should study this skill well and strive to carry it forward. He then taught all the Kung Fu manatees a set of Wing Chun Kung Fu on the spot. And he was thinking about how to enjoy himself in a somewhat twisted way, wondering if, a few years later, when Luffy and the others arrived there, they would be beaten up by the Kung Fu manatees. After all, the Kung Fu manatees not only possessed excellent martial arts, but also had the nemesis of all ability users, the armament haki. Imagining this delightful future scene, and he couldn't help but laugh. Finally, he bid farewell to the Kung Fu manatees and, under Cobra's lead, set off for Alabasta's capital, Alyabarna. During Yi's journey to Alabasta, the New World was in turmoil. First, the red-haired pirates officially challenged the Beast Pirates, and both sides engaged in fierce battles on an island. After 5 days, the Beast Pirates acknowledged the red-haired pirates as the 4th emperor of the New World. Although newspapers had previously claimed that the Wanjia pirates were the 4th emperor, this had not been recognized by the other emperor pirate crews. Thus, in the New World, the Wanjia pirates could not be considered one of the 4 emperors. At the same time, a large number of strange items appeared in the Dark World, such as numerous sharp long knives, bizarre medicines, and clothes. These items were all things had auctioned off not long ago, causing a huge uproar across the world. Of course, and was unaware of these events as he was getting closer and closer to Alyabarna. Welcome, Lord and to the royal palace of Alabasta. And he looked at the clearly Arab-style palace in front of him, thinking that this palace seemed to have a history of thousands of years. If Alabastan really had any secrets, then this palace would definitely be the best hiding place. Daddy, just as was lost in thought, he heard a little girl's call. Ani heard a sound and saw a little girl with blue hair running towards her and the others, followed by a yellow duck. The girl then jumped into Cobra's arms, and Cobra, with a kind expression, picked her up and said, Vivi, did you miss me? Yes. And he looked at the cute Vivi, took out a lollipop, and with a friendly smile said, Little Vivi, Big Brother has a lollipop here, do you want it? Vivi looked at an and said to Cobra, Father, who is this perverted uncle? Perverted uncle? Is he talking about himself? It shouldn't be. With my handsome and charming looks and being young and wealthy, how could I be a perverted uncle? Ha ha! The captain, you're actually being called a pervert. His death's loud laughter shattered in Yi's fantasy. At that moment, Bell walked in and said, Your Majesty, Lord and Crocodile is outside seeking an audience. Upon hearing that Old Sand was here, and he immediately became interested. He said, Crocodile, huh? The Sand Crocodile of the 7 warlords of the sea. I want to meet him too. Cobra said, Then Lord and let's go together. Okay, Lord Crocodile. Old Sand smiled and said to Cobra, Your Majesty Cobra. Crocodile was about to greet Cobra when he suddenly saw an and the others behind Cobra. His pupils contracted sharply as he said, Captain of the Infinite World Pirate Crew, good luck in Silver-eyed swordsman, Denisa, Ice Blue Witch's death. At that moment, Crocodile felt as if he had been hit by a paralysis technique. The three people in front of him were simply too strong. Crocodile smiled and said, I didn't expect to see the three great powerhouses of the Infinite World pirate crew here. I have long heard of Lord Crocodile's reputation. Ha! Not compared to the members of the Infinite World pirate crew. On even asked, I don't know what brings you here, Lord Crocodile. It's nothing. I just heard that His Majesty Cobra acquired a treasure at the auction in the Sabaody archipelago, and I wanted to see it too. And E said, that treasure has already been decided by His Majesty Cobra to be sent to the cities affected by the drought. You probably won't be able to see it now. Is that so? Then I'll head back first. His Majesty Cobra, members of the pirate crew of all realms. I will take my leave now. With that, Crocodile quickly walked out of the palace, and as soon as he stepped outside, he transformed into yellow sand and left. Watching Crocodile leave, and E said to Cobra, Your Majesty Cobra, I have something to attend to, so I will take my leave for a while. Lord E, please go ahead. And E followed Crocodile to the Rain-Base casino. As soon as Crocodile returned to the Rain-Base, he immediately instructed his subordinates to stay low-key during this period, especially to avoid provoking the members of the Wan-Jie pirate crew. However, just after Crocodile returned, someone approached him and said, Boss, someone is outside. It's the captain of the Wan-Jie pirate crew. Crocodile frowned, wondering why an E would appear here. Go entertain him for me. Understood, boss. And he looked around at the gamblers who were having a great time and thought to himself whether Sun Yin should come here for a visit. With her gambling skills, she should be able to make a fortune. Just as an E was wandering around, a woman in a white blazer appeared in front of him and said, Mr. An E, our boss invites you to the VIP room. And he looked at the woman in front of him, who was none other than Nico Robin, and said with a smile, All right. Then an E followed Robin to the VIP room. As they passed through a corridor, and he noticed that there was no one around and said, Demon child, Nico Robin. Robin, who was walking in front, was taken aback for a moment, then crossed her arms over her chest. 16 petal flower. Suddenly, an Yi's body sprouted more than a dozen arms, grabbing his head, neck, and arms. However, Robin soon realized that the expected sound of bones breaking did not occur, as she discovered that her 16 arms were unable to twist in Yi's body. And he activated his armed hockey, and with a gentle shake, all his arms transformed into petals. Nico Robin, this is not how to treat guests. Then, an E effortlessly hoisted Robin and broke through the wall, leaving the casino directly. Everything happened so quickly that Crocodile had just seen Robin attack an E, and in just a few seconds, the latter had actually abducted Nico Robin. It's important to note that Nico Robin was the key to his search for the ancient weapon, Pluton. Without her, he couldn't decipher the history texts. Thinking of this, Crocodile immediately chased after them. As Nico Robin found herself moving rapidly through the air, she was bewildered. As someone who had been wanted by the world government for over a decade, she had subconsciously activated her powers when E called her name. Little did she know that he easily neutralized her attack and took her away. This made her heart sink. Did he intend to hand her over to the world government? From what she understood, his pirate crew had just held an auction at Sabaody archipelago and gained immeasurable wealth. Did he really care about her bounty of several million? Or was it possible that he, like Crocodile, wanted to use her? After an E used the moon step to cover some distance, he set down Nico Robin. As soon as she was put down, Nico Robin immediately looked at an E with caution, but she did not take any further reckless actions. The previous events had already made it clear that the opponent's strength far exceeded her own, and resistance would be futile. She decided to observe what the other party intended to do after abducting her. And he looked at the vigilant Nico Robin and said, You don't need to be nervous. I mean no harm. I just have one thing I would like to ask you for help with. Nico Robin was taken aback. She never expected that the person who had kidnapped her actually had something to ask of her. In her view, the other party was so powerful that if they couldn't solve the problem on their own, then what use was she? And E said, I want to learn ancient scripts. Nicole Robin asked in confusion, What is ancient script? I've never heard of it. Looking at Nicole Robin's expression, and E, knowing that she understood ancient scripts, would have thought the other person was someone who knew nothing at all. And E said, Nico Robin, born in O'Hara of the West Sea, as the only known person in the world who could decipher ancient texts, has always been wanted by the world government, and is referred to as the son of the devil. Nico Robin did not expect the other party to know her situation in such detail. Since you, Lord E, know that I can read ancient texts, then you should also know what consequences come with learning them. Since I can't deceive you, I might as well admit it openly. And he nodded and said, I naturally know that once I learn the ancient script, the world government will spare no effort to eliminate me. Nico Robin found it strange. Since the other party knew the consequences of learning the ancient script, why would they still want to learn it themselves? After all, the other party had already captured her. If needed, they could just have her translate the ancient script. Just at that moment, a gust of sand blew by, and a humanoid figure materialized. It was Crocodile, who had chased after them. At this moment, Crocodile's face was ashen, and he darkly asked, "I don't understand why you, Lord and E, would take away my valued subordinate." And he looked at Crocodile and said, "I'm not robbing you. There are things I hope Nico Robin can teach me." Upon hearing an E mention Nico Robin's name, Crocodile realized that the other party was also aware of Nico Robin's identity. He said, "Your Excellency and E, taking away my subordinate will seriously affect the operation of my organization." And he said, "Lord Crocodile, rest assured, I promise that in 3 days, after Miss Nico Robin teaches me what I want to learn, I will return it." Upon hearing this, Crocodile felt that an E was insulting him. In his view, an E's reason for seeking Nico Robin was definitely for ancient scripts. Crocodile had considered having someone learn ancient scripts, but none of his subordinates were capable of doing so. And he claiming he would learn it in 3 days was clearly a dismissal of him. He shouted, "Who do you think I am? I am Crocodile, the sand crocodile." After shouting, Crocodile's lower body turned into sand and charged at an E. Faced with the sandy crocodile, an E was unafraid. He raised his right hand. Seeing an E prepare to counter with a punch, Nico Robin quickly shouted, "Crocodile is a Logia-type user. Physical attacks are ineffective against him." Although an E heard Nico Robin's warning, he still used his fists. Bang! An E punched Crocodile in the face, sending him flying. Nico Robin opened her mouth in surprise as she looked at an E's fist, which looked no different from an ordinary person's and was not infused with hockey. How could it hit the Logia-type Crocodile? And he looked at Crocodile, who had been knocked away, and said, "Sand alligator. It seems you've been in the entrance area of the Grand Line for too long. You've forgotten that there's such a thing as hockey." Damn it. Crocodile got back up and looked at an E standing there. He should have realized it long ago. Given the other person's identity, it was only natural for them to know hockey. Nico Robin looked at an E and asked, "Sir and E, is that hockey?" Hockey. Nico Robin had also read about it in books. However, the books only recorded that hockey was the nemesis of devil fruit users. But they never explained what hockey actually was. Ani raised his black hands, exuding a powerful aura, and said, "This is armament hockey. It not only enhances the user's defensive capabilities, but also restrains the abilities of Logia users. Most importantly, it allows ordinary people to seize the flowing bodies of Logia users. Just like this." At that moment, Crocodile charged forward again, providing a perfect opportunity for Ani to demonstrate for Robin. Ani directly grabbed one of Crocodile's feet and began slamming it back and forth against the ground. Although due to Crocodile's Logia nature, there was little damage caused by the slamming. Ani's actions could be described as causing minimal damage, but being extremely humiliating. However, Crocodile had no way to counter it, and he released Crocodile after a while. Once freed from an Yi's restraint, Crocodile activated his abilities, creating a sandstorm. His goal had shifted from defeating an E to simply reclaiming Nico Robin. He generated the sandstorm to obscure an Yi's vision, then planned to seize Nico Robin when she was unguarded. As long as he could grab her, he would turn and run immediately. After all, he had many secret bases in Alabasta and would not return to Rain Base. He thought that an E, being an outsider, wouldn't be able to find him. Just as Crocodile saw an opportunity and approached from behind, intending to snatch Nico Robin back, an E, with his observation hockey, saw Crocodile's movements clearly. An E suddenly appeared in front of him and punched him away again. If it weren't for Crocodile's quick reaction this time, partially turning his body into sand in advance, he would have probably lost a few teeth. Even so, a trace of blood still flowed from the corner of Crocodile's mouth. And he looked at Crocodile and said, "You should understand the gap between us now, so you should agree with what I said before." Although he was extremely unwilling in his heart. Facing the huge power difference between the two sides, Crocodile could only helplessly express his agreement. And he took out the Anywhere door and returned to the Leviathan with Nico Robin. Nico Robin looked on curiously. It was her first time traveling through an Anywhere door. Ani brought her to a room, took out a large stack of paper, and said, "Nico Robin, just write down all the ancient characters you know." Nico Robin asked curiously, "Will you really let me go in 3 days?" "Of course, I keep my word. And as long as you work hard, I can guarantee that the world government will no longer pursue you in the future." Nico Robin replied, "That's impossible. The world government will never give up on capturing me." And he asked at this moment, "Why does the world government spare no effort in capturing you?" "Because I'm the only one who could decipher ancient texts on the sea." And he said, "If one day there are 100, 1,000, or even 10,000 people on the sea who can interpret ancient texts, do you think the world government would still go to great lengths to capture you?" Regarding Yi's description, she naturally knew the answer. If there really were thousands or tens of thousands of people who could interpret ancient texts, then her threat to the world government would be significantly reduced. However, how could such a thing happen? Yi did not elaborate on how to enable more people to interpret ancient texts, but simply told Nico Robin, "You write well for these 3 days, and I will come to see you after 3 days. Don't try to fool me with fakes. I have ways to distinguish the real from the fake." After finishing, Yi left. As for how to teach more people ancient writing, Yi's method was actually quite simple. She was proficient in the languages of all realms, making it very easy to learn ancient scripts. As long as she saw the ancient texts, she could discern their authenticity and learn them with ease. After mastering them herself, Yi planned to compile the ancient literature into a dictionary and sell it at a high price to various organizations around the world. This way, more people would be able to interpret ancient texts. Back in Alabasta, Yi took Esters and Denisa to explore the country. Although Alabasta is primarily a desert terrain, there are still many interesting places and animals in this country. During these days, the trio became well-known figures in Alabasta. They've bullied various gigantic creatures and corrupted other beings, such as giving a certain camel the ability to use observation hockey and armament hockey. Meanwhile, Esters and the others spent a large amount of berries on shopping. It is said that because of Esters and the others, the prices in Alabasta rose significantly that year. Just like that, 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. On the 4th day, Yi bid farewell to Kabira and Vivi. Before leaving, Yi gave Vivi a transponder snail, saying that if she encountered any insurmountable troubles in the future, she could call him. Goodbye, unde Anyi. Watching Vivi wave goodbye to him, Yi sighed, relieved that she no longer called him perverted uncle. Upon returning to the Leviathan, Yi went directly to Nico Robin's room, where Robin had already finished writing the ancient texts. He picked it up and took a glance, knowing that Robin was not deceiving him with fake ancient texts. He nodded in satisfaction and said, "Robin, you did well. I think you have a way to contact Crocodile, right? Now you can let him take you back." Nico Robin was taken aback. She didn't expect Yi to actually be willing to let her go back. However, she still called Crocodile. When Crocodile heard that Nico Robin was coming back, he was so excited that he jumped out of his sickbed and immediately turned into sand, floating toward the place where Robin was. When Crocodile arrived at the location mentioned in the call, he saw Nico Robin standing alone by the sea. He looked at Robin and asked, "Where's E?" Robin pointed at the sea and said they left. Upon hearing that E had left, Crocodile let out a sigh. "Boss, let's go back. For now on, I will help you well." Crocodile was taken aback. He didn't expect that E would really let her go, and that Nico Robin's attitude had changed so much. It used to be that Crocodile felt that although Nico Robin was on his side, she always seemed to be plotting something. Now, he felt that Nico Robin was genuinely sincere toward him, although he couldn't understand this change. Crocodile was still very pleased with Nico Robin's transformation. Before leaving, Robin looked back at the calm sea, thinking, "I hope what you said is true." It turned out that before leaving, he had told Robin about his plan to create a dictionary from the ancient texts, saying that only in this way could O'Haren's efforts be known by more people, and she could continue to live under the world government's want to notice. Sobi she's. Beautiful lady, my beautiful lady, the daughter country of my fantasies. Although he wanted to go to Nine Snake Island, he tragically discovered that he didn't know the way. So he had to helplessly give up his plan to go to Nine Snake Island and headed directly to the New World instead. Since the Leviathan was built on the back of a Sea King, there was no need to code it in the Sabidi archipelago, allowing them to go straight to Fishman Island. Therefore, E and the others did not stop at the Sabidi archipelago, but dived straight into the deep sea. However, E quickly realized that although he couldn't go to Nine Snake Island to see beautiful women, he could go to Fishman Island to see mermaids. It's known that the number of mermaids on Fishman Island is not less than the number of people on Nine Snake Island. After all, Fishman Island has a population of 5 million, and there are bound to be hundreds of thousands of mermaids. Thinking of this, E immediately felt rejuvenated. He began to search for his camera, video camera, and other equipment. The journey to Fishman Island was very smooth, with no unexpected incidents. However, an unexpected situation arose upon arriving at Fishman Island. Due to the Leviathan, E and the others could not directly land on Fishman Island. Although the Leviathan could pass through the bubbles, it was too large, and even using the passage, it couldn't enter. Moreover, the guards of Fishman Island were extremely vigilant towards the Leviathan. After all, a pirate ship built on a Sea King was something even fishmen had never seen before. Additionally, the size of the Leviathan was simply too enormous, over 400 meters in length. It could be said that in this world, apart from a few ships. No other ship could compare to the Leviathan. Furthermore, the Leviathan was the only one that could still dive to a depth of 10,000 meters under such immense ice. If the Leviathan were to go on a rampage, destroying the bubble shield outside Fishman Island would not be difficult at all. More importantly, some guards from Fishman Island recognized Yi's pirate flag. During this time, aside from the red-haired pirates, the most attention-grabbing was the Wanjia pirates, known as the richest pirate crew on the seas. However, others wouldn't forget the formidable powers of Isdeath and Dinessa. Although Fishman Island is currently under the protection of the Whitebeard pirates, if they provoke the Wanjia pirates, the Whitebeard pirates are far away and hard to rely on. Thus, the Fishman Island side specially dispatched personnel to negotiate. In the end, Yi and the others boarded a small boat covered by bubbles to pass through the outer area of Fishman Island. Once inside Fishman Island, Yi gave Isdeath and Dinessa some money and let them go shopping on their own. Yi, of course, headed to the famous mermaid CAF to experience the attentive service of the fishmen waiters. No, he went to have a cup of coffee. As soon as he entered the mermaid CAF, Yi saw a fishman dressed in a purple robe sitting quietly on the side, with short hair that looked quite capable. The V-shaped clothing on his chest made it hard for Yi to look away. He walked up and said, "Hello, the beautiful Miss Sherry." In response to Yi's greeting, Sherry smiled and said, "Welcome, Lord Yi." She had already known about the arrival of the pirate crew of all worlds when they reached Fishman Island. Yi casually found a seat and ordered a cup of coffee, saying, "I heard that Miss Sherry is a famous fortune teller. I wonder if she could do a reading for me." In response to Yi's request, Sherry said, "Sure." She then took out a crystal ball and began the reading. Suddenly, Sherry's eyes widened and she broke into a sweat. She then turned around and looked at Yi with a terrified expression. Yi looked at Shaylee and asked, "Miss Shaylee, what did the divination reveal?" Shaylee stammered, "Nothing much. I saw that you, Lord Ani, will become the 5th emperor of the new world in the future." "Oh, really? Haha, that's quite nice." Then, Ani put down a stack of berries and said, "This is a token of appreciation. I shall take my leave now." After saying that, Ani left the Fishman CAF. Once Ani was gone, Shaylee said, "We're closing for the day." The other fishmen were stunned. It was still early. Why stop business? However, since it was Shaylee who said it, they didn't question her further, closed the CAF, and went home. Inside the CAF, Shaylee looked at her divination crystal. In fact, when she was divining for Ani just now, she saw 2 images. One was indeed of Ani becoming the 5th emperor of the new world. But that was not what shocked her. What truly frightened her was the second image, where Ani was standing on the corpse of a celestial dragon. Surrounded by a field of bodies, there were Marines, CP agents, and celestial dragons. In the distance was a town engulfed in flames, likely Mariawa, based on its architectural style. All of this indicated that in the future, Ani would attack Mariawa and carry out a massacre against the celestial dragons. Such a scene would terrify anyone in the world. The world government had existed for 800 years, and the rule of the celestial dragons was deeply ingrained. Shaylee couldn't fathom how Ani could overthrow the world government. So, she contemplated whether to inform others about this matter. However, considering the enormity of the situation, if it were to leak, it could bring disaster to Fishman Island. Therefore, Shaylee decided that it was best for her to keep this matter to herself. No one else would hear a word about it. After enjoying a good time on Fishman Island, Ani and the others left the island. Watching the Leviathan sail away from Fishman Island, Neptune let out a sigh of relief. The pressure brought by the world pirates was just too great. Ani gazed at the distant Fishman Island, always feeling like she had forgotten something. But she figured it probably wasn't anything important. Forget it, she decided to continue supervising the others' practice. "Captain, we're approaching the New World." "Is that so?" Thinking leisurely, I finally arrived in the New World. The New World is the term for the latter half of the Grand Line, where besides powerful pirates, there are unpredictable and formidable extreme weather conditions, such as islands that experience thunderstorms year-round. If the first half of the Grand Line is a difficult mode, then the New World is a hell mode, and the two cannot be compared. However, I'm not too worried about the extreme weather at sea. After all, the greatest advantage of the Leviathan is its ability to dive underwater, as long as we reach a certain depth. Even if monstrous waves rise hundreds of meters above the surface, it won't affect me at all. Currently, the biggest problem I face is that we are unfamiliar with the New World, and our only knowledge comes from Shanks' descriptions. So I decided to first look for Shanks and see if I could get some useful information from him. Thus, I took out the life card that Beckman had given me and began searching for Shanks. 4 days later, "Captain, an island has been spotted ahead." "Oh really?" This was the first island we discovered after arriving in the New World, so I decided to go ashore. We approached the small island and landed. Yes, the Leviathan stopped more than 2,000 meters away from the island. And then half of the members of the pirate crew set off in a small boat towards the island. And E and Estes, along with 30 combat personnel and 30 support staff from the pirate crew of all realms, also set off together. The other half of the team stayed behind on the Leviathan for a temporary rotation. Upon reaching the island, and he noticed that the weather was noticeably hot, indicating that it was a summer island. And he opened his perception with a domineering aura and discovered that there were no threatening presences within a 2-kilometer radius. So he said, "Everyone, feel free to move around." Oh, following this, a group of beautiful women began to take off their outer garments, revealing scantily clad lingerie underneath. These individuals were moving around chaotically in front of an E, seemingly trying to attract his attention. And Yi's eyes sparkled as he looked around, overwhelmed by the sheer number of options and not knowing where to focus. Just then, Esther's appeared in front of an E wearing a swimsuit. Gulialu. And E swallowed hard, looking at his death as Snow White. Oh no, it was round and, not that, it was the soft blue swimsuit. He felt that a certain part of him was already very hard. Boom. Just as an E was admiring the beautiful scenery, a loud, crashing sound came. The playful antics of an E and the others were interrupted by a sudden sound, and he looked towards the direction of the sound, which came from the highest peak on the island. Just as an E was staring at the peak, he suddenly saw it shake slightly, although the movement was small, and he was sure he had not misseen. Boom! Just a few seconds after an E saw the peak shake, another sound of impact echoed, and E immediately said, "There's a situation, everyone be on alert." Just after an E finished speaking, he saw a cloud of dust rising from the mountainside in the distance, as if something was breaking ground from the peak. It was a furious roar from red-haired Shanks coming from the dust. An uneasy feeling suddenly surged in Yi's heart, as if some misfortune was about to happen. "Captain, something is approaching us." Denisha suddenly alerted, drawing her great sword. Boom! Before the members of the World Pirate crew could prepare, a massive object crashed down hundreds of meters away from an E and the others. The tremendous impact raised a cloud of dust and sent a large amount of dirt and rocks flying into the air. At this moment, an E is death, and Denisha all knew that the newcomer was not friendly. The previous roar indicated that the opponent was likely human, and the fact that they jumped from thousands of meters away to appear right in front of them demonstrated their formidable strength and physical prowess. As the dust slowly dissipated, a gigantic figure became visible, and E said, "All support personnel retreat on board. Combat personnel fall back." Although the combat personnel of the all-world pirate crew are all dual-color hockey users, the sudden appearance of an unknown individual is clearly beyond what they can handle. At this moment, the smoke and dust have mostly dissipated, and an E can finally see who has appeared. However, upon recognizing who it is, an E is shocked. The newcomer is dragging a huge black wolf-tooth club and has a pair of horns on their head. It is none other than Kaido of the 100 Beasts, one of the 4 emperors. As soon as an E saw Kaido, he thought, "Isn't this guy a lifelong recluse? He basically stays holed up in Wano. How could he appear here?" However, Kaido's head was wrapped in a circle of bandages, with red blood stains still visible on the bandages. This was clearly a sign of injury, and E was shocked. He was thinking about who could leave a mark on Kaido. It is well known that although Kaido is a Zoan-type devil fruit user, his physical abilities are extremely abnormal. Even after being captured by the Navy multiple times and wearing sea stone, the Navy still couldn't kill him, and now he has actually been injured. Kaido looked at an E and the others, was momentarily stunned, and then asked, "The World Pirates?" "Isdeath, Denisa, prepare for battle, go all out." The opponent is one of the 4 emperors. Upon hearing in Yi's words, Isdeath and Denisa became alert. The 4 emperors, the strongest 4 in the New World. Although they hadn't fought against the 4 emperors, they had spent some time with Shanks and knew very well how powerful the 4 emperors were. Kaido looked at an E and the others and charged over, swinging his kanabo while shouting, "I heard you have a good relationship with the red-haired pirates. Shanks injured me, so you should pay for it with the red-haired pirates. Thunderbagwa." And he complained, "Damn, who uses their ultimate move right from the start? That's not reasonable. You didn't do that when you were fighting Luffy." And he watched Kaido unleash the Thunderbagwa, cursing in his heart. From Kaido's words, and he also understood why Kaido was here. Ani recalled the news he saw while in Alabasta, where the red-haired pirates fought against the Beast Pirates, and Kaido acknowledged Shanks' status as one of the 4 emperors. This means that Kaido and Shanks likely had their battle on this island, which makes sense since it is not far from the entrance to the New World. Moreover, the battle between the red-haired pirates and the Beast Pirates indeed happened shortly after he left the Sabaody archipelago. However, if he remembered correctly, that news was at least 20 days old. This indicates that Kaido has been injured by Shanks for 20 days and has yet to recover, considering that Zoan-type devil fruit users are known for their outstanding physical qualities. Moreover, Kaido's naturally strong physique is practically a buff. Nevertheless, just thinking about this made Oni unable to hold back his anger towards Shanks. It was obvious that Kaido was injured by Shanks, and he felt uncomfortable, wanting to vent his frustration. However, causing trouble for Shanks was clearly out of the question, and he and his companions just happened to be here. And he couldn't help but feel that he was really unlucky. In such a vast new world, the first island he landed on happened to be where Kaido was. However, facing Kaido's Thunderbagwa, Isdeath used her abilities to create a massive ice wall to block him. Bang! The Thunderbagwa struck the ice wall. Although it didn't break the wall immediately, it caused numerous cracks to form, and soon the ice wall shattered and collapsed. Taking advantage of the precious time gained by the ice wall, and and the others distanced themselves from Kaido, simultaneously spreading out to surround him. Kaido, with one hand carrying his kanabo and the other covering the wound on his head, shouted, "Red-haired Shanks, you bastard." The three members of the Beast Pirates surround Kaido in a triangular formation, and he directly took out his slippers and activated his ability, causing the slippers to instantly transform into red and blue colors. Meanwhile, Dinessa activated her golden eyes and directly unleashed her demon power. At this moment, Isdeath looked at and understood her thoughts. She was asking if he needed to activate the Mokubo Mo, and he shook her head. Although Mo, Kubo, Temo could pause time, this skill was merely a control skill, and the most troublesome aspect of Kaido was his defense. With Isdeath's attack power, even using Mo, Kubo, Temo, it would still be difficult to inflict damage on Kaido afterward. During the activation of Mo, Kubo, Temo, no one could move except for Isdeath. Bang! At this moment, Kaido suddenly dropped his kanabo and began to weep, covering his face with his hands. The three of stared blankly, thinking to themselves, could it be that Kaido was injured in the head by the red-haired, causing him to lose his sanity? Just as and the others were lost in their thoughts, Kaido suddenly erupted and charged directly at Isdeath. Kaido, who suddenly appeared in front of Isdeath, raised his fist and smashed it down towards her. Soru. And saw this situation and used his ability to appear in front of Isdeath, blocking Kaido. Because of Isdeath's powers, among the three, her armament haki was the weakest. Therefore, was worried that she wouldn't be able to withstand Kaido's punch. Bang! Kaido's fist had a close encounter with Yi's slippers, and Yi's half-body was smashed into the ground by Kaido's power. The enormous fist made Yi's slippers look particularly insignificant. And seized the opportunity of contact with Kaido to activate his ability and absorb the temperature from Kaido's fist. However, Kaido noticed something was off as activated his ability and quickly retracted his fist. Even so, Kaido's fist exhibited a bluish hue due to the low temperature. While was blocking Kaido's fist, Dinessa appeared directly behind Kaido. With a few steps, she positioned herself at the back of Kaido's neck and swung her great sword down without hesitation. Clang! However, when Dinessa's great sword struck Kaido's neck, it only produced a crisp sound and did not inflict any damage on him. As he saw this, he couldn't help but complain. This is a defense that a mere body can have. You have to know that Dinessa's sword can cut through iron blocks even several centimeters thick, yet Kaido managed to withstand it with just his body. When Dinessa launched her slash from behind Kaido, Isdeath had already activated her ability again. A massive ice pillar appeared directly beneath Kaido's feet. Normally, a sharp ice pillar would pierce through the enemy's body. However, facing Kaido, the tip of the sharp ice pillar shattered, and the pillar merely sent Kaido flying. But Isdeath immediately summoned an ice meteor and hurled it at Kaido in midair. Dinessa had already dodged to the side when the ice pillar appeared. And the other two looked at the ice meteor in the sky and saw it being shattered into fragments by Kaido's punch before it could hit him. Moreover, Kaido's punch didn't even touch the ice meteor. And knows that this is a high-level application of armament haki, known as externalization of armament haki. It allows armament haki to cause damage even after leaving the body. Simply put, it's like a short-range attack with added power. Kaido, who shattered the ice meteorite, jumped down from the sky, targeting the three of who were gathered on the ground. The three of them dodged in different directions. Boom! As Kaido crashed to the ground, and Dinessa rushed forward again. They both understood that Esther's was equivalent to a magician, while they were warriors. And waved the slippers that emitted red and blue light, constantly slapping them against Kaido's legs. Every attack from an E either freezes Kaido's pants or burns a hole in them due to the high temperature. However, with the enhancement of armament haki, Yi's attacks didn't cause any real damage to Kaido. They merely destroyed his pants. Don't ask Yi why he only targets the legs. He doesn't want to either, but what can he do when he is only 9 meters tall, facing a Kaido who is 7 or 8 meters high? Even the knees of Kaido cannot reach the comfort. Meanwhile, his death continuously creates ice blocks around Kaido, encasing him in ice. Although Kaido often only needs to swing a fist or lift a foot to break through his death's barriers, this severely limits his speed of movement. On the other hand, Dainessa uses a large sword to constantly stab at Kaido. When slashing cannot break through Kaido's defenses, Dainessa decisively changes her attacks from slashes to thrusts. Although she still cannot pierce Kaido's flesh, it forces Kaido to defend using his haki. The joint attack of the three from an E kept Kaido in a passive position, receiving blows. After using a slipper for a while, an E realized that his attacks had little effect on Kaido. And he put the slipper back in the storage bag and took out a large sword similar to Dennis's. Although the slipper was harder, it was clearly not as sharp as the large sword. And he jumped back and created some distance from Kaido. He then began to focus on Kaido, pondering how he could inflict damage. After observing for a while, an E identified two potential targets. One was the cross-shaped wound on Kaido's chest, inflicted by Odin in the past. The other was Kaido's head, which had been injured by Shanks. In the end, an E chose the wound caused by Shanks, as it was a new injury, and attacking there would have a greater impact on Kaido. Its death restrained Kaido's hands, while Dainessa aimed for the back of his neck. An E raised his great sword, pointing the tip at the wound on Kaido's head. Its death summoned ice to freeze everything below Kaido's chest. She initially intended to freeze Kaido's hands, but he managed to evade that. Dainessa attacked Kaido's neck. When an E spoke, Kaido did not react to his words, as one should never trust an enemy's words on a battlefield. However, Kaido still used his observation haki to keep a close watch on Dainessa. Upon noticing that Dainessa was indeed attacking his neck, Kaido quickly raised one hand to protect it while using the other to clear the ice off his body. In the process of clearing the ice, Isdeath seized the opportunity to freeze one of Kaido's hands. Shave, an E accelerated, using the impact of his thrust to quickly charge towards Kaido. The tip of his sword aimed directly at the wound on Kaido's head. Kaido saw an E charging at him with his sword raised, with one hand protecting his neck while the other was frozen by his death. With both hands unable to move, Kaido could no longer stop in Yi's attack. Just as an E was about to strike Kaido, Kaido suddenly transformed into a massive azure dragon, his huge size breaking through the ice that had restrained him. At the same time, Kaido's transformation into beast form caused Yi's attack to miss the wound inflicted by Shanks. Although Yi's strike pierced Kaido's skin and allowed his haki to enter Kaido's body, the actual damage was limited due to the insufficient depth of the penetration. The comfortable armament haki only caused the skin in the area near the wound to collapse and bleed. For Kaido, who transformed into the Azure Dragon, this small wound was like a normal person being bitten by a mosquito. After transforming into the Azure Dragon, Kaido opened his mouth and let out a loud roar. At that moment, he was right in front of Kaido's mouth. Then, a large blast of wind blades was expelled from Kaido's mouth. Seeing these wind blades, he swung his large sword to defend himself. The lethality of these wind blades was not small at all. Cutting off an arm was practically effortless. After blocking a large number of wind blades, an E landed and, disregarding the urgent situation, began to gag loudly. The smell from Kaido's mouth was just too unbearable. An E asked Kaido, "How long has it been since you brushed your teeth?" Kaido didn't mind Yi's almost offensive question. After all, he was quite magnanimous towards outstanding talents. In his dragon form, Kaido looked at an E who was on the ground gagging and asked, "The pirate crew of all realms, you are quite good. Would you like to become my subordinate?" The strength of the three from an E piqued Kaido's interest. To be honest, their cooperation in battle, although it was a case of more against less, undeniably caused him some damage, even if that damage wasn't significant. At this moment, an E, still dry heaving, waved his hand without turning back and said no. Kaido was taken aback. He wasn't surprised by an Yi's refusal. After all, given the strength displayed by an E and the others, if they easily submitted, Kaido wouldn't believe they were sincere and would suspect some kind of conspiracy. The reason he was stunned was that an E actually dared to turn his back on him. Clearly, he hadn't realized that an Yi's condition was due to his bad breath. However, Kaido continued, "Since you disagree, I'll make you agree." With that, he opened his mouth, and a faint red light began to appear inside. At this moment, and E, disregarding the effect of Kaido's bad breath, steeled himself and prepared to fight back. Kaido's attack was ready. A massive blast of heat erupted from his mouth, shooting straight towards an E and the others. Seeing Kaido's heat blast, its death created a huge ice pillar, intending to counteract Kaido's heat. When Kaido's heat blast collided with his death's ice pillar, the heat melted the ice, generating a large amount of steam, and the two attacks created a massive gust of wind. The fierce wind swept through the surrounding area, creating waves on the sea, and the members of the multiverse pirate crew on the small boat had to hold tightly onto the sides of the boat to avoid being blown overboard. However, it was unclear whether Kaido's heat blast was stronger or if it contained other attacks, as his death's ice pillar did not completely eliminate the heat. Fortunately, and he appeared in front of his death just in time, raised his left hand, and released his ability, causing a large amount of cold air to directly collide with the remaining heat blast. After a strong gust of wind, an E and his death worked together and finally dissipated Kaido's heat. An E took a slight breath. He had just released cold air, which had consumed a lot of his stamina. Captain, at this moment, a call came, and then he looked in the direction of the voice. He saw a round figure with no neck, a golden braid on his head, and two golden mustaches by his mouth, dressed in black and white overalls. Behind him was a large group of members from the Beast Pirates. The leader was one of the three main figures of the Beast Pirates, Plague Queen. At this moment, Queen looked a bit dazed because he discovered that his captain was actually fighting against the Wanja Pirates. As for why the Beast Pirates were here, it started from the auction at Sabaody Archipelago. At that time, the Beast Pirates, along with the Whitebeard Pirates and Big Mom Pirates, put pressure on the Navy to ensure the safety of those attending the auction. Just after the auction ended, Jack had just returned when the red-haired pirates appeared right after and challenged the Beast Pirates. At that time, their captain agreed, so Jack was ordered to escort the auction items back to Wano country first. The remaining members of the Beast Pirates then engaged in a fierce battle with the red-haired pirates on this island. In the end, after 3 days of fighting, the battle concluded with red-haired Shanks injuring their captain. Of course, Shanks didn't fare well either, as he took a punch from his own captain and was left bleeding. Overall, it could be said that both sides fought to a standstill. However, after their captain was injured, he refused to rest properly and wouldn't clear the Conqueror's Haki that Shanks had injected into his head. Instead, he frequently used his injured head to crash into the peaks of the island, smashing through or collapsing several mountains every day. This kept his injury from healing. After the battle, because their pirate ship was damaged during the conflict, they were temporarily unable to return to Wano country. Thus, Jean returned to Wano first and sent a ship to pick them up. This was the reason why they were stranded on the island. Watching the members of the Beast Pirates approaching an E and his companions, Nina, who had left the shore, drew her long knife and waved it forward, saying, "Sisters, let's intercept them and protect the captain." Okay, kill. A group of combatants from the Wanjia Pirates executed the moonwalk and returned to the island. Led by Nina, a group of fighters charged towards the Beast Pirates. For the strong ones like Queen and the Six Flying Brothers, they did not engage in battle against the approaching beauties, as they felt it was unnecessary. Compared to the fighters from the Wanjia Pirates, they were more concerned about their captain and in Yi's battle. They left the Wanjia Pirates fighters to others. Facing the group of beauties charging at them with weapons, the Beast Pirates did not hold back and went to fight back. Although the Beast Pirates engaged in battle, upon seeing that the Wanjia Pirates were all women, most of the Beast Pirates members did not use their full strength, as they still wanted to capture a batch of Wanjia Pirates members. However, as soon as the fighting began, many of the overconfident members of the Beast Pirates were knocked down by the Wanjia Pirates fighters. At this moment, the Beast Pirates members realized that although the Wanjia Pirates were fewer in number, every individual actually possessed Haki. However, since both sides were already engaged in battle, they couldn't care less about the situation. To protect their lives, the Beast Pirates members began to give their all. Spear gun, moonwalk, storm kick, paper drawing. Soon, the Beast Pirates members discovered that not only did the Wanjia Pirates possess Haki, but they were also quite excellent in physical techniques. In an instant, the Beast Pirates, who had the advantage in numbers, found themselves suppressed by 30 Wanjia Pirates fighters. Seeing his subordinates being overpowered by 30 women, Queen was extremely displeased. He stepped forward and transformed into a Brachiosaurus, raising his massive limbs to stomp down on the Wanjia Pirates. The Wanjia Pirates members, faced with the gigantic Brachiosaurus, quickly used the shave to evade. But at that moment, Queen swung his long neck and knocked several Wanjia Pirates members flying. Simultaneously, Queen showcased the powerful lethality of his modifications perfectly. Beams of laser shot out from his mouth, After Queen launched his attack, the six flying brothers also joined the battle. In the blink of an eye, the Wanjia pirates fighters, who had little combat experience, were taken down in large numbers. If it weren't for the fact that the beast pirates had no intent to kill, most of them would have already died. Had Kaido not previously mentioned wanting to recruit an E and the others, Queen and the six flying brothers would have long since gone for the kill. And he looked anxiously at the members fighting against the beast pirates. If they were ordinary members of the beast pirates, and he wouldn't be too worried. After all the combat personnel under his command were dual-color hockey users. At the same time, with his relentless support, the six styles had become standard for all combat personnel. With the strength of the women, dealing with the true combat-level members of the beast pirates should not be a problem. However, and he noticed several flying six powers users. Moreover, there was also the prominent figure, Plague Q, who, despite appearing to be the cheerful atmosphere maker in the beast pirates, had a bounty even higher than Jack's, indicating that his strength was certainly not weak. And he shouted, "Denisa, go help the others. I'll hold Kaido off with his death." Denisa nodded and charged straight towards the most lively Quinn on the battlefield. As soon as Denisa left, Kaido withdrew his dragon form and transformed back into his human shape. After all, the beast pirates had already mixed in with the people from the multiverse pirates, and his dragon form's techniques were mostly large area attacks. Continuing to fight in dragon form would easily result in friendly fire. Kaido, now back in human form, picked up his kanabo again and charged towards an E once more. An E, undaunted, charged towards Kaido. Just as the two sides were about to clash, and he suddenly felt a heaviness all over his body. Ani felt a sense of dread in his heart as the Conqueror's haki suppressed him. At this moment, Kaido had already unleashed his Conqueror's haki, exerting pressure on Ani in his death. Damn it! And E cursed softly, realizing that without the Conqueror's haki, he was truly lacking when facing powerful opponents who could use it. Due to the suppression of Conqueror's haki, and he found his movement slowed. Just as he intended to switch from defense to offense, Kaido unexpectedly abandoned his attack on an E and charged towards his death, clearly intending to deal with her first. During the time the three had been fighting, Kaido was well aware of their situations. If it weren't for the hindrance caused by the ice created by his death, with his strength, he could have already subdued an E and Dainessa. Thus, with his rich combat experience, Kaido understood that as long as he dealt with his death first, there would be no one left to restrict him. His death, not one to react slowly, immediately conjured a wall of ice in front of her to prepare for Kaido's attack. Thunder Bagua. Kaido's attack was still Thunder Bagua, but this time it was much stronger than the first. After all, during the initial use, Kaido hadn't exerted his full strength, and controlling the intensity of his techniques was not difficult for him. Therefore, the ice wall that had previously been able to withstand Kaido's Thunder Bagua could not hold up this time. After breaking through his death's ice wall, the Thunder Bagua continued to surge towards her. At a critical moment, and he suddenly appeared in front of his death, pushing her away several dozen meters with his right hand. Then, with a sword in one hand and his armed haki fully activated, he directly confronted Kaido's powerful Thunder Bagua. Kaido watched as an E pushed his death away, but didn't care, as an E had pushed his death into the sea. For a Devil Fruit user, falling into the sea meant losing the ability to use their powers. Thus, his death, pushed into the sea by an E, also lost the chance to continue using her powers to restrict him, which aligned with his earlier intentions. With a loud bang, and Yi's feet sank deep into the ground, and he was pushed back several dozen meters by Kaido's attack. Deep furrows were left on the ground. Meanwhile, the large sword in his hand was bent from the impact of Kaido's spike club, and the sword struck down on his shoulder. Kaido retracted his spike club, and at this moment, and Yi's large sword fell to the ground, one hand hanging low. And he could be certain that Kaido's recent attack had already fractured his left arm. At the same time, the bent great sword that slammed into his shoulder had also broken in Yi's left scapula. Kaido looked at the seriously injured E and then shifted his gaze to the side where Dain-Sha was. At that moment, the ordinary members of the Beast Pirates had already been injured by Dain-Sha and were lying on the ground, incapacitated. Dain-Sha, meanwhile, seemed to handle the attacks from Queen and the Flying Six with ease. The uninjured Nina and a few others were dragging the unconscious and injured combatants onto a small boat. Staying here would only become a burden to an E and the others. This was also why Dain-Sha still had the energy to fight but hadn't dealt with the Beast Pirates yet. She was covering the retreat of the Wanjia Pirates combatants. With her keen observation, Dain-Sha also noticed the heavily injured E and realized she couldn't delay any longer, so she decided to continue unleashing her demon power. At that moment, she had only released 10% of her demon power, and as she continued to do so, Not only did her eyes maintain their golden color, but her appearance began to change as well. When her eyes were golden, Daisha could still smile, but when her demon power reached 30%, the smile had vanished from her face. Although Daisha's features remained beautiful, the impression she gave off was quite unsettling. After releasing 30% of her demon power, the aura surrounding Daisha seemed to solidify the air around her. Such a drastic change in Daisha naturally caught Kaido's attention. Although the power Daisha displayed didn't resemble Haki or a devil fruit, the instincts of a strong fighter told Kaido that Daisha had become a dangerous presence. Daisha said, "I really dislike unleashing more than 10% of my demon power." Just then, a laser from Queen shot directly through Daisha. Queen thought to himself that it was bad news. It was an afterimage. Although Queen's observation, Haki, sensed Daisha, he found that he couldn't keep up with her movements, and his own hands were unable to move. However, the experienced Queen immediately coated his entire body with armament Haki, preparing to counter Daisha's attack. Due to Daisha's involvement, Queen had long since cancelled his beast form and was facing Daisha in human form. Puff. However, even with the enhancement of armament Haki, Queen was still cut through by Daisha's attack. A huge wound extended from Queen's left shoulder all the way to his chest, with a large amount of blood gushing out. Yet, Queen's robust physique was not easily killed by such an attack. Kaido was about to personally confront Daisha when he suddenly sensed a barrage of ice spikes shooting directly at him. He swept his kanabo horizontally to shatter the ice spikes. At this moment, Kaido looked at his death, who was stepping on ice, and frowned. If he remembered correctly, his death should have just been pushed into the sea by an E. So why was she still able to use her abilities? However, there were plenty of ability users who could survive after falling into the sea, and Kaido didn't care about that. He took a step forward, his conqueror's Haki pressing down on his death, while he swung his kanabo to unleash another Thunder Bagua. Under the pressure of his conqueror's Haki, Isdeath faced Kaido's Thunder Bagua once again. However, Isdeath still managed to create an ice wall before the attack arrived, blocking Kaido's strike. Being at sea, the ice wall Isdeath created this time was much thicker than when she was on land. Nevertheless, the ice wall was still shattered by Kaido's attack, and Isdeath was swept away by the resulting shockwave. Kaido raised his kanabo again, preparing to smash it down on Isdeath. And he watched the Wolf Fawn Club about to hit Isdeath, his heart racing, and he yelled, "Kaido, you bastard, stop!" As he shouted, a powerful aura radiated from him, spreading outward. In the invisible air, a wave of momentum swept over the members of the Beast Pirates. A large number of weaker members of the Beast Pirates turned wide-eyed and then lost consciousness. Kaido turned back in surprise, looking at an E standing there. The Conqueror's Haki, although just awakened, still amazed Kaido greatly. At this moment, an E also realized that he had awakened the Conqueror's Haki, but as a novice who had just awakened, he did not have the ability to fight Kaido. He shouted to Dainessa, "Retreat." Kaido looked at an E, realizing that now the three of them. If an E and the others wanted to leave, he might not be able to stop Dainessa, but with an injured an E and Isdeath who was slower than him, the two couldn't escape. So Kaido smiled, wanting to see how an E and the others would escape. Ani then shouted to Isdeath, "Mokobatimo." Isdeath nodded and activated the Mokobatimo technique, which could only be used once a day, freezing time. Once the ability was activated, Isdeath picked up Ani and, with a swift motion, appeared on the distant sea surface. She casually created a patch of floating ice as a landing point. At the moment Isdeath used Mokobatimo, Kaido realized something and tensed all his muscles, covering himself with armament Haki. At this point, the effect of Mokobatimo ended. Prepared in advance, Dainessa immediately disengaged from the battle, stepping onto the sea and directly appearing on the floating ice. Enduring excruciating pain, Ani took out the Anywhere door and directed it to the Leviathan on the distant sea surface. As the Leviathan saw an E and the others leave the coast, its cannons opened fire. 575mm and 6 240mm cannons fired high explosive shells, instantly submerging the not-so-large coastline. Although Kaido was not afraid of such attacks, the other members of the Beast Pirates did not possess the same resilience. It is known that the explosion of a 240mm shell is enough to kill most living beings within half a football field. Of course, for the strong in the world of One Piece, it might not be that lethal, but its power was still terrifying. Facing the bombardment from the Leviathan, Kaido chose to stand in front of the members of the Beast Pirates. Relying on the fierce artillery fire, the Universal Pirates were temporarily able to keep Kaido occupied. After receiving all personnel, the Leviathan directly submerged into the water and quickly left. After all, Kaido could fly, and an E was worried he might chase after them. As the smoke cleared, Kaido slammed his kanabo into the ground. Looking at the rippling sea in the distance, a smile crept onto his face. Kuei had already dealt with his injuries, but Dainessa's sword not only caused a huge wound, but also infused a significant amount of armament haki into his body at the moment of the injury, damaging his internal organs. If it weren't for his modified identity and the support of a Zoan-type devil fruit, he would probably be in need of rescue by now. Captain Kaido, are we just going to let the Universal Pirates go? Kaido simply laughed heartily. Oh, I'm feeling good today, so I'll let them go. You all take care of your injuries. At this time, on the Leviathan, a large number of injured personnel were receiving treatment. The 30 combatants who came ashore with an E were mostly injured. An E was severely wounded, Esther's was lightly injured, and the only one unscathed was Dainessa. Fortunately, there were still dozens of support personnel on the Leviathan, including several medical staff. However, compared to the external injuries of others, An Yi's situation was more complicated. The Universal Pirates did not have a dedicated doctor, having never experienced such a severe battle before and had never sought out a professional doctor. This battle with Kaido made An E realize that he must find a highly skilled doctor, because the medical personnel on the ship could handle obvious external wounds, but his internal bones were broken. Fortunately, Martha had already scanned him, and, luckily, his bones were fractured into several pieces but had not shattered. As long as the bones were properly aligned, they would heal after some time. Unfortunately, the medical personnel on the ship could not deal with such injuries, and in the end, it was Sun Yin who helped align An Yi's bones. Curious, An Yi asked where she learned that. Sun Yin replied that spending a long time with two skilled doctors made picking up some skills not surprising. Although the bones were aligned, An Yi would still need some time for recovery to return to their original state. After all, the saying it takes 100 days to heal broken bones is no joke. Although An Yi had good physical condition, he still needed time for rehabilitation. An Yi was very cooperative, worried that if he didn't recover well, it would affect his future strength. The next day, An Yi was sitting comfortably in the chair, basking in the sun, when his death suddenly appeared in front of him. She stood there awkwardly, wanting to say something, but couldn't find the words. And he looked at his death, who seemed hesitant to speak, and asked, "What's wrong?" His death suddenly said to An Yi, "Thank you for yesterday." She was very clear that if it weren't for An Yi pushing her away with one hand to rescue her, forcing himself to take Kaido's thunderous attack with one hand, he wouldn't have been injured, at least not so severely, because using a sword with his left hand was not An Yi's specialty. Moreover, she remembered that An Yi had once told her that true strong individuals in this world possess not only abilities but also haki and physical skills. Many strong individuals can stand among the top tier solely by relying on their haki, even without abilities. However, due to her pride, Isteth had thought that her own abilities were enough to handle everything. So even though An Yi had let her grasp the armament haki and observation haki from the very beginning, she had never properly developed them. Unlike Sun Yin, who had developed his observation haki to cover a range of dozens of miles, or Dainessa, who could directly influence her opponent's movements using observation haki and inflict damage internally with flowing armament haki. Her dual-colored haki had remained at an intermediate level. It was not until yesterday's battle that she realized that although Mo Kubo Te-Mo could limit the enemy's actions, the enemy could still sense something unusual when it was being used. They could then use armament haki to bolster their defenses, while her current attacks were insufficient to break through those strong defenses. This made Isteth aware of her shortcomings. So she continued to say to An Yi, "I'm sorry. I will practice haki properly from now on." An Yi was taken aback when she heard Isteth's words. After all, Isteth was the queen, very proud. It wouldn't be easy to make her say sorry. An Yi continued, "If you really feel sorry for me, then give me a kiss." An Yi pointed to his own face and said. Originally, this was a joke from An Yi. He didn't expect Isteth to really come down for a kiss. But to his surprise, Isteth really did kiss him. Although it was just a light touch of her lips, and he was still stunned. Then Isteth said, "Once your injury is healed, we can talk about dating." After saying this, Isteth immediately ran away. At that moment, An Yi had not yet reacted to Isteth's actions. By the time he came to his senses, Isteth had already disappeared without a trace. An Yi touched the spot where Isteth had kissed him, and it was still a little moist. And he immediately regretted it, thinking that he should have just pointed to his mouth earlier. However, An Yi was just happy to hear Isteth say that he was healed and that they could start dating. Oh wow, just thinking about this made An Yi jump for joy. Hiss. But because he was too excited, it aggravated the injury on his shoulder. An Yi grimaced in pain. But as soon as he thought of Isteth's words, he felt happy again. Admiral Sengoku, important intelligence from the New World intelligence personnel has arrived. Sengoku took the information sent by the messenger, waved his hand, signaling the messenger to leave. He then opened the information and began to read. When he saw the information, Sengoku suddenly stood up. Carp, who was eating a donut nearby, looked at Sengoku, who had suddenly stood up, and curiously asked, "What happened?" Sengoku, with a headache, said, "The Beast Pirates had a major battle with the Wanjia Pirates yesterday. The Wanjia Pirates were defeated, and he was seriously injured while the Ice Blue, which was lightly injured. However, Kaido was also injured, though not severely, but the Calamity Queen was almost fatally injured." Carp was taken aback, not so much surprised that Queen was on the brink of death, but rather that the people from the Wanjia Pirates could actually breach Kaido's defenses. It is well known how abnormal Kaido's defenses are, as the Navy is very clear about this, having captured Kaido multiple times. Carp had participated in several of those captures. And while catching Kaido was easy when he didn't want to escape, breaking through his defenses was quite difficult. Otherwise, they wouldn't have executed him dozens of times without being able to kill him. Carp remarked, "What terrifying strength." Sengoku sighed indeed, and the report also mentions that an awakened Conqueror's haki at a critical moment. Sengoku thought to himself that although the Wanjia Pirates had been around for almost 4 years, according to the Navy's understanding, and he was only in his early 20s, which isn't bad for awakening Conqueror's haki at that age. Coupled with the armed haki capable of breaching Kaido's defenses and that mysterious ability, Sengoku had a bad premonition. He felt that soon, another emperor would appear on this sea. If he had known that an would achieve such accomplishments today, he should have been more forceful back then and recruited him directly into the Navy. Then, the Navy could have had a quasi-admiral level powerhouse without spending so much money in the Sabati archipelago, and they could have profited greatly from an Moreover, this powerhouse would surely become an admiral in the near future. With this in mind, Sengoku began to consider whether he should train the next generation of admirals in the Navy. At that moment, a rustling sound came, and Sengoku looked towards the source of the noise. He saw Carp's hand rummaging through his desk drawer. After a while, he pulled out a bag of rice cake slices. Sengoku, looking at Carp's blatant behavior, shouted, "Carp, you bastard! Captain, come quick! Your bounty has increased." What? And he felt very strange. He hadn't done anything heinous during this time. So why did the Navy raise his bounty? Could it be that the celestial dragon from before discovered he was impotent for life and blamed it on himself, prompting the Navy to increase his bounty? But he clearly remembered giving him a brain-dead pill. He had also cleaned up the traces he left behind, so there was no reason to be discovered. At this moment, he opened the newspaper and finally understood why his bounty had increased. It turned out that his battle with Kaido had been exposed, which led the Navy to raise his price. Captain of the Multiverse Pirate Crew, good luck, and bounty, 1, 25 billion berries. Multiverse Pirate Crew, Silver-Eyed Swordsman, Dionysa, bounty, 1, 13 billion berries. Multiverse Pirate Crew, Ice Blue Witch, Estes, bounty, 1, 04 billion berries. Multiverse Pirate Crew, Sniper Sun Yin, bounty, 100 million berries. Multiverse Pirate Crew, Helmsman, Masha, bounty, 280 million berries. These are the main bounty members of the Multiverse Pirate Crew. Of course, there are others like Nina, but their amounts are not high. The highest, Nina, is only 50 million berries. Most others are only around 10 to 20 million. Oh right, the Era's bounty has increased from 50 berries to 500 berries. However, in the bounty notice, Era is still listed as a pet. And he estimated that the Navy thought their strength was too strong and wanted to seize pets from them, which would be a difficult task. The 500 berries seemed more like a token of appreciation, seeing his bounty increase so much and the news of the battle with Kaido spreading. And he began to consider what to do next. First of all, he would not look for Laugh-Tale, and he knew that to find Laugh-Tale, one must gather all 4 pieces of the red history text. The problem is that he only knew the locations of 3 pieces, but acquiring them was quite difficult. First, one piece was in the Furry Kingdom, but the issue was that the Furry Kingdom was built on the back of the elephant, and without the mink tribe to guide them, others would find it nearly impossible to locate. The other 2 pieces were in the hands of Kaido and Big Mom, both of whom were emperors and notoriously hard to deal with. If he were to go find them to view the history texts, they likely wouldn't agree. However, the more troublesome part was the unknown last piece. Even before Yi's arrival in this world, the location of the last piece of the history text had never been revealed. Therefore, searching for Laugh-Tale was not something Yi intended to do. He planned to pass this arduous task to the future son of Destiny, Luffy. As for himself, he would be content living a simple life, earning some small money, and occasionally teasing a guy or dominating a girl. Wasn't that a nice little life? However, The immediate priority for an E was to find a place to heal his injuries first. Martha, let's find a populated place to rest for a while. After instructing Martha, and he tossed aside the newspaper and ran over to Esther's. What he did not see was that below their bounty notices, a news article occupied the headlines. The new warlord of the sea, Don Quixote da Flamingo, became the new king of the Dressrosa Kingdom. Captain, we have spotted an island ahead, and we can clearly see a port. It is an inhabited island. After 3 days, they finally encountered an inhabited island. Esther's, Dini Shah, Sun Yin, we are ready to land. After 3 days of sailing, an E and the others finally discovered an inhabited island. And he looked at the distant small island, feeling that it looked very familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere before. However, he could never remember where he had seen it. Nevertheless, the island appeared to be quite prosperous, and he noticed that the dock was crowded with numerous boats, which were unloading a large amount of cargo, creating a bustling scene at the entire dock. Before long, an E and the others boarded the island, but contrary to their expectations, although the dock was very busy, the interior of the island was quite desolate. Burned houses were visible everywhere on the streets, and many residents were injured, with bandages wrapped around them. Several coffins were placed in front of many houses. It was obvious that the area had just experienced a major upheaval not long ago. What puzzled me was that, generally speaking, islands that have just gone through such turmoil would not have so many boats docking. Everyone, please don't push, line up properly. We guarantee that everyone will receive relief. And he saw a group of residents gathered in one place, receiving food. However, upon seeing the person distributing the food, and he finally realized where he was. This was Dressrosa. The one distributing the food was none other than Monet, a member of the Don Quixote family and the user of the snow fruit. From what he observed, it was likely that Dressrosa had just experienced a turmoil orchestrated by Doflamingo. The residents of Dressrosa, having just gone through chaos, with their homes destroyed and loved ones killed. How could Doflamingo, as a qualified schemer, not come to reap the hearts of the people? Of course, at this time, she was still a normal human, not in her birdwoman form. And he looked at Monet, who was smiling as she distributed food to the refugees. Her height of over 2 meters made her long legs particularly alluring, seeing that Monet had a good figure and appearance. And he couldn't understand why she would choose to become a birdwoman in the future, although many people thought being a birdwoman was great. And he still preferred the human form of Monet. And he walked over to greet her and casually asked if she could find a doctor since her fracture hadn't fully healed yet. While following the orders of her young master to distribute food, Monet suddenly felt someone appear beside her. She turned around, lowered her head, and saw an E smiling at her. The moment Monet recognized an E, she was so startled that she took a few steps back, and he touched his nose and thought, am I really that scary? It shouldn't be my appearance that frightens people. It must be my aura, definitely my aura. But just thinking about how Monet had looked down at him earlier made an E feel a surge of anger. Standing at 9 meters tall, he's already considered quite tall on Earth. However, in the world of One Piece, there are plenty of people who are taller than him. Characters like Kaido and Big Mom, who are 7 or 8 meters tall, make it so that when he competes against them, he can only aim for their lower parts, which is a bit hard for him to accept. Even with others, like Hancock, although her height is similar to his, she wears high heels, making her taller than him again. And he was thinking about whether he could find a way to grow taller. Of course, and he wanted to become taller only to have an advantage when fighting against strong opponents, definitely not to look down from a height at beautiful women. Monet looked at an E, who was wrapped in bandages, and the 3 girls following him, unable to help but swallow hard. The 4 great powers of the Infinite World pirate crew had arrived. However, she quickly regained her smiling demeanor and asked, I wonder what brings all of you from the Infinite World pirate crew here. Although an E and others are pirates, they have a good reputation. They pay for their purchases, do not attack or kill people for no reason, and rarely engage in robbery. One could say that the Wanjia pirate crew is a breath of fresh air among pirates. Of course, this is also because the Wanjia pirate crew is largely self-sufficient and has little demand for other things. And he raised his left hand and said, we are here to recuperate, but since this is the territory of the heavenly night demons, I hope you can notify your young master that I have something to discuss with him. Monai looked at an E and the others. Although an E was injured, the strength of the all-world pirate group was still formidable. And Monai said, I will relay Lord and Yi's request to my young master. Very well, then I'll go find a doctor to check my injury. I believe with your Don Quixote family's capabilities, you should be able to find us, and E said, then turned and left. And Yi's desire to meet with Doflamingo is not out of a wish to intervene in Dressrosa's affairs, and he also feels sympathy for Dressrosa's plight. Even if he were to drive Doflamingo away now, what would change? It's important to know that Dressrosa is the trigger for the future abolition of the Seven Warlord system. If you were to restore Dressrosa to normal now, it is very likely that the Seven Warlord system would not be abolished in the future. Therefore, and he believes that it is best to let things take their course. Meeting Doflamingo reminds an E of something deep in his storage bag. He has kept the mysterious red liquid he obtained when he first crossed over for all these years, and he has not been able to figure out what that bottle of liquid is. And he also had Martha analyze it. And the result of Martha's test was that the red liquid contained a large amount of unknown substances. The only thing that could be analyzed was that about 30% of the liquid was blood components, while 70% could not be analyzed. Of course, this was also related to Martha's insufficient analysis capabilities. However, the presence of a large amount of blood components in the liquid made an E feel very strange. So, by chance, coming to Dressrosa, an E wanted to show the red liquid to Doflamingo, since he was once a celestial dragon living in Mariewa. If Doflamingo could identify what that bottle of liquid was, it would be the best outcome. Did you say the people from the Wanjia pirates appeared here? They want to meet me? Yes, young master. Doflamingo just completed the theft plan in Dressrosa and was happily laughing in the palace when he received a call from Monet. Doflamingo felt really frustrated. He had just completed the theft plan in Dressrosa, and an E and the others showed up. He began to contemplate what kind of impact this would have on him. However, the current information was still too scarce to understand the other party's intentions clearly. But since they intended to meet him, it must mean they had something to discuss. Thinking of this, Doflamingo said, Tyamandi, gather all the executives of the Don Quixote family. Although Doflamingo decided to meet with an E and the others to be safe, he planned to gather all the family executives to go with him. An E and a few others wandered around for a while and found a hospital on another street. However, due to the number of injured, they didn't get treated until evening. After the doctor's examination, An Yi's injuries were not serious, and he just needed a rest for a while. After seeing the doctor, An E and the others went to a restaurant for a meal. While they were eating, An Yi's observation Haki sensed the presence of Don Quixote, Doflamingo. Fufufu, before he even saw him, An E heard Doflamingo's distinctive laughter. Turning his head, he saw Doflamingo striding in with an air of indifference, followed by a large group of Don Quixote family members. There was Say, or Pink, dressed in a baby outfit and sucking on a pacifier, and a burly man named Sika. However, among the group, the most eye-catching was a little girl named Sugar, who was eating grapes. Doflamingo was the one who could rule Dressrosa. At that moment, seeing the Don Quixote family appear, the restaurant owner exclaimed in surprise, Your Majesty, Doflamingo? What brings you here? Doflamingo looked at An E and the others and smiled. I'm here to see a few guests. The owner quickly realized and said to An E and the others, Ah, so you're a guest of His Majesty Doflamingo? I apologize for my earlier lack of hospitality. Seeing the owner's reaction, An E couldn't help but marvel at Doflamingo's abilities. In just a few days, he had earned such respect from the people of Dressrosa. And he stood up and said, It's okay, I don't mind. Doflamingo, let's find a quiet place to have a good chat. Sure. After that, and he left with Doflamingo. Meanwhile, the other members of the Don Quixote family continued to stare at his death and the other two in the restaurant. Doflamingo asked in a secluded place, I wonder what your business is with me, Lord An. And he took out a black striped knife and said, I wonder if Joker is interested in the weapons produced by our pirate crew? And he indeed wants Doflamingo to help him sell things. After all, he has a lot of good stuff, but no good channels. Doflamingo is a good choice. He can become Joker not only because of his warlord identity, but also due to his good reputation in the underworld. Without a good reputation, Doflamingo wouldn't be able to become an intermediary. So An is not worried about him swallowing his goods. When An directly revealed his Joker identity, Doflamingo was not surprised. After all, many people in the dark world know about this identity. Given An relationship with Amit and others, it's not strange that they know. Looking at the weapons in An hand, Doflamingo revealed a slight smile. As an intermediary in the dark world, he naturally wants the black patterned sword of the all-world pirate group. It is known that currently, in the dark world, the price of a black patterned sword is generally around 3 million berries. Doflamingo is definitely drooling over the black patterned sword. He just hasn't had the chance to obtain it before. Fufufu, I naturally want the black patterned sword of the all-world pirate group. And he said, Joker, you can have it if you want, as long as you answer me one question. Oh, what question? And he then took out the bottle of red liquid he had obtained back then and asked, What is this? When Doflamingo saw the red liquid in An's hand, he suddenly looked as if he had seen a ghost and exclaimed, Where did you get this? Indeed, Doflamingo recognized this thing. The reason An showed it to him was that he was well aware that Doflamingo's experiences in his youth made him deeply resent this world. He was the type who thrived on chaos. And he said, "It doesn't matter where this thing comes from, just tell me what this bottle contains." Doflamingo was silent for a moment, probably contemplating whether to reveal the answer to an E. Then he said, "All I know is that this thing was manufactured by the world government. As for what it is made of and why it was made, I am not clear. However, I do know one thing. One of the raw materials used to make this thing is people. Not ordinary people, but those with celestial dragon blood. A large quantity is needed. Celestial dragon descendants? Having kidnapped celestial dragons. And he was very aware of how precious they were to the world government. He asked, with the world government's level of care for celestial dragons, would they be willing to kill a large number of them? Fufufu, Doflamingo replied. The world government would certainly not kill celestial dragons, but pure-blood celestial dragons are off limits. Half-breeds are acceptable. Listening to Doflamingo's words, and he was shocked and said, "Are you saying that the world government is killing the descendants of celestial dragons and ordinary people to produce this liquid?" "That's right," Doflamingo added. "Furthermore, all half-breeds do not live past the age of 10. No wonder, after 800 years, the number of celestial dragons has not increased significantly. It turns out that only the offspring of celestial dragons mating with each other can survive, while the descendants of any non-pure-blood celestial dragon lineage all die." Hehehe. Even an E couldn't help but sneer. Now, looking at the red liquid in his hand, he seemed to see countless child souls wailing in the tiny vial. The world government is truly cold-blooded, and he threw a bottle of red liquid over to Doflamingo and said, "This is for you. I don't want to keep it." Doflamingo caught the red liquid and replied, "You really are willing to give this to me? You should know that those people in the Holy Land are very willing to pay a high price for this. They wouldn't hesitate to spend tens of billions of berries." And he said, "Although I like money, I don't like all money." As he spoke, he walked towards the restaurant, continuing from now on, "The transactions for the black powder knife will be handled by you, Doflamingo." Upon returning to the restaurant, and he saw that his death and the others were in a tense standoff with the members of the Don Quixote family. Diamante from the Don Quixote side had a wound on his shoulder, clearly inflicted by Dinessa. Meanwhile, Monet was half frozen, clearly subdued by his death, and he looked at the tense expressions on both sides and frowned. He was curious about how the conflict had arisen. Upon seeing Annie, some members of the Don Quixote family focused their attention on him. The sharp, shrill voice of Sika rang out. "Annie, where's our young master?" When Annie heard Sika's voice while watching anime in the past, he couldn't help but want to laugh, even though he knew he shouldn't. But when he actually heard it, he still felt the same way. Despite his professional training, he wouldn't laugh at anything, no matter how funny it was, unless he couldn't help it. Haha. In the end, and E couldn't hold it in. Sika looked at Yi's unruly smile and said, "What are you laughing at?" "Haha, no, don't, when you speak. I just, Sika shouted, "Bastard," just as he was about to unleash his abilities. "Sika, stop." At this moment, Mingu appeared, stopping Sika from acting. He knew very well that, regardless of the current relationship between the Don Quixote family and the multiverse pirate crew, even if a fight broke out, the Don Quixote family might not necessarily be a match for the multiverse pirate crew. "Young master." Mingu raised his hand to signal them to hold off on speaking, then turned to an E and said, "Sir, Sika is a member of our Don Quixote family, so I hope you can show him enough respect." Hehehe. And he took a few quick breaths and finally suppressed his smile. He said, "Okay, I will be more careful in the future." At that moment, Tyamandi leaned close to Ming Ji's ear and whispered a few words. After listening to Tyamandi, Mingu said, "Lord and E, your subordinate has sheltered a remnant of the Liku King's clan." And E glanced at the three of them, and Sun Yen said, "Captain, we saved one person. But is it worth the Don Quixote family making such a fuss over a weak woman?" At that moment, and he noticed a beautiful woman with pink hair behind Anissa, who had a gunshot wound on her shoulder and was tightly clutching a bag of food. Looking at the woman's face, wasn't that Rebecca? No, it should be her mother, Scarlet. Remembering Scarlet's fate back then, and E said to Doflamingo, "How about doing me a favor and letting her go?" Doflamingo looked at an E and thought, could it be that an E is really a lecherous man? So he replied, "Your Excellency, an E, she is already a mother of a child." And he smiled and said, "Oh, really? Then why not hand over her child to me as well?" Mingu gritted his teeth and said, "Lord an E, are you going too far?" And he drew a long knife and said, "Do you really think this request is excessive considering my strength?" Seeing an E take out a weapon, Isteth and the others also raised their weapons. An invisible aura began to intertwine in the air. Since an E has his eyes on the mother and daughter, then he might as well take them away, but I hope they won't come back. Then I thank Lord Doflamingo. Denisha, go bring them back. Denisha pulled Scarlet and asked, where is your child? Scarlet had been listening to the exchange between the two sides and was very clear. Now, there was no place for her and her daughter in Dressrosa. So following an E and the others might not be a bad thing. Therefore, despite her injuries, she stood up to lead the way for Denisha. Comforting Scarlet is just out of sympathy for Rebecca, this poor girl. It's definitely not about wanting to have it all. An E threw over a space ring and said, inside are 100 black pattern knives, as the first batch of weapons I'm giving you. I will contact you again in the future. Doflamingo touched the ring thrown by an E, thinking to himself, is this the space ring that can store items? After the recent conflict with Doflamingo's side, and having asked him for 2 people, I should at least give him something beneficial. Not long after, Scarlet brought the young Rebecca over. Looking at Rebecca, who also had pink hair, an E reached out and patted her head, saying from now on, you will be with us. He then let Esteth and the others take their people away first, while an E turned to face Doflamingo, took out a transponder snail, and handed it to him, saying, I will contact you with this transponder snail in the future. Goodbye, Doflamingo. I hope you manage Dressrosa well. Fufufu, this is my country, so I will naturally manage it well. It had been almost 2 months since leaving Dressrosa, and during this time of recovery, an E's injuries had mostly healed. Currently, an E and the others were heading to the next island. The situation in the New World with the 4 emperors had just formed, and the Navy's power was also not weak. The Navy and the 4 emperors were competing for territory in the waters of the New World, and he decided to find a suitable island to settle down. The other 4 emperors basically all have a fixed territory, and he needs one too. After all, drifting at sea makes it difficult to develop quickly, especially since an E possesses a lot of high technology as long as he has a suitable place as his territory. He is confident that he could develop rapidly in a short time. As for whether having a fixed territory would make it easier for the Navy to attack, that is indeed a possibility. However, even with the Navy's combat power, dealing with a single Emperor-level pirate group in the New World is not difficult. The challenge lies in preventing other Emperor-level pirate groups from taking advantage of the situation. It is impossible to deal with multiple Emperor-level pirate groups at the same time. During the Marineford War, the Navy deployed 100,000 elite troops, 3 admirals and pacifists, and waited for the right moment against the Whitebeard pirates. Yet they had no guarantee of victory. Even if the other Emperor-level pirate groups are not as strong as the Whitebeard pirates, the difference in strength won't be too significant. Therefore, and he is not worried about the Navy causing him trouble after establishing a fixed territory. Compared to the Navy, and he is more concerned about the other Emperor-level pirate groups, especially the Beast pirates, since the 2 sides had a fierce battle before. Unfortunately, during this time, and E and his companions have not found a suitable island. Watching the sun setting again, and he ordered Xiao He to stop, and he prepared to have a good chat with Esteth. During this time, and he fully utilized a persistent and shameless approach, which finally led Esteth to agree that the 2 would share a room tonight. Now, with the sun having set a little, and with 1 or 2 hours until it gets dark, he naturally should go to make a baby with Esteth. Oh no, I mean go to sleep. Going to bed early and getting up early is the best way to exercise each other's bodies. And he rushed into Esteth's room, casually locked the door, and took out a prize card with the ability of absolute defense for 12 hours. Tonight, all 4 emperors would be present, but nothing could stop him from sharing a bed with Esteth. Upon entering, an E saw Esteth lying diagonally on the bed, wearing a light, gauzy robe with an alabaster style. Under the veil of the gauze, Esteth's figure was subtly revealed. Seeing this, and he felt that even a saint could be broken through. The sage mode simply did not exist for him, and he immediately jumped onto the bed, thinking that getting on the bed first was the priority at this moment. Esteth looked at the impatient and E and said, I have no experience with this kind of thing. In response to this issue, and he expressed that it was his first time too, and he didn't have much experience either. However, and E had a wealth of theoretical knowledge, and he directly ripped his clothes violently and pounced on Esteth. The next day at noon, and he finally emerged from Esteth's room. At this moment, and he was leaning against the wall, bending over, his face pale and his cheeks slightly thinner than yesterday. All of this was due to the fierce battle with Esteth last night. It turned out that an E could not subdue Esteth, as he walked out while supporting himself against the wall, and he began to contemplate whether he should learn to return his life. Otherwise, just dealing with Esteth alone was already overwhelming, let alone interacting and learning from the many broad-minded people in the world of One Piece. However, glancing at the time, he realized it was already close to noon, and he hadn't signed in for the day yet. So, and he decided to draw a lottery first. The prize was a skill upgrade card, which was quite good for an E. Currently, and he already had 4 skill upgrade cards in hand, which he had accumulated over this period. Now, and he was torn between merging the 4 skill upgrade cards into an advanced card or upgrading his Conqueror's Haki first. His Conqueror's Haki had just awakened and was still at the entry level. The entry-level Conqueror's Haki only has an influence that affects both enemies and allies. The initial Conqueror's Haki, however, can suppress and distinguish between enemies and allies, though it is still range-based. The intermediate Conqueror's Haki can suppress a single target. In this case, if the opponent does not possess Conqueror's Haki, they will be suppressed during the fight. Just like when his death fought the Empress at Sabaody Archipelago, Hancock used her Conqueror's Haki to suppress her. The advanced Conqueror's Haki can directly cause physical damage, similar to the Conqueror's Haki emitted by Shanks when persuading the Whitebeard pirates. It can not only cause fainting, but also directly damage ships. Conqueror's Haki wrapping is the pinnacle application of Conqueror's Haki. Currently, and he only had 4 upgrade cards. If he used them all to upgrade his Conqueror's Haki, he could only reach an advanced high level, still unable to compete with Kaido and others who possess Conqueror's Haki wrapping. However, Yi's armament Haki had already reached an advanced high level, and with the use of an advanced card, he could elevate his armament Haki to the top level. At that time, the lethality of his armament Haki would be incomparable. Even if he could not use Conqueror's Haki wrapping, relying on the strength of his armament Haki, his attack and defense would be greatly enhanced. However, the function of Conqueror's Haki was too tempting, making an unsure of how to choose. After thinking for a long time, he decided not to upgrade his Conqueror's Haki for now and to upgrade his armament Haki to the top level first. After all, even if he upgraded his Conqueror's Haki to the point where he could wrap it, facing off against Kaido and others would at most be a 50-50 chance. However, having top-level armament Haki would be different. He could more easily inflict damage on Kaido and the others. System, merge into an advanced card. Captain, when can we find an island? I don't know either. After mastering the Haki, and he couldn't wait to conduct an experiment. He planned to find an island for this purpose. However, what happened next greatly exceeded Yi's expectations. They actually got lost. Yes, even with the Leviathan, they still lost their way. Whether on the surface or underwater, they couldn't escape the sea area. Marcia also noticed that they had been going in circles. But because the circles were quite large, it was hard for normal people to detect. By the time Yi and the others realized they were lost, they had already gone around several times. Now, more than a month had passed. If it weren't for the ample supplies on the Leviathan and Yi's endless supply of bottled water, they would have perished long ago due to a lack of food and drinking water. However, even with sufficient supplies on the Leviathan, problems began to arise. Fresh food had been consumed, and while meat was still somewhat available, they could always catch sea kings if necessary. But another problem was insurmountable. Fresh vegetables and fruits had been exhausted. This meant they would lose their vitamin intake. Without vegetables and fruits for a long time, it was easy to develop anemia while sailing at sea. One must not think that Yi and the others could ignore such minor ailments just because of their strong physical condition. It is known that in the world of One Piece, many strong individuals were defeated not by enemies, but by diseases. Roger and Whitebeard are the best examples of this. So in the world of One Piece, one should not think that a strong physique can dismiss diseases. What needs to be caught will still be caught. Another issue is that Little Black had been sailing for too long. Previously, Little Black's maximum sailing time was about 2 months, but now it had been over 3 months. Due to the establishment of the Leviathan, Little Black's hunting ability had significantly decreased. If it weren't for them occasionally killing some sea kings to supplement Little Black, it might have already been unable to carry them. However, the long, endless sailing still placed a heavy burden on Little Black's body. According to Marcia's report, they had been going in circles, and the reason for going in circles was not due to directional issues. The compass was functioning perfectly. The problem lay with Little Black, which, while swimming, would uncontrollably change direction. And he communicated with Xiao Hei, who expressed that during the voyage, there was a force pushing alongside it, and it couldn't resist this force. It could only be pushed along, which forced it to continuously circle around a certain sea area. Therefore, and he asked this death to create a huge iceberg so that Xiao Hei could rest on it. Meanwhile, Yi, along with Dainatia and Sun Yen, took a small boat to investigate the surroundings and find out what was causing Xiao Hei to be unable to leave. And he continuously scanned the surrounding sea with a telescope, but he found nothing unusual. How strange, he muttered. After observing for a long time without any findings, and he took out an item. It was a blanket that could float in the air, but it had a limited height, reaching a maximum of 300 meters. It could only carry 600 pounds, and more importantly, its speed was very slow. Therefore, and he had never used it before, but with no anomalies detected on the sea surface, he could only try to see if anything special could be discovered from the air. As soon as he ascended into the sky, and he noticed something unusual. Through the telescope, he saw a patch of the sea in the distance with white smoke rising from it, and he quickly controlled the flying carpet and set off. After several hours of flight, and the others finally arrived above the sea surface, which was continuously emitting white smoke. And discovered that white smoke is actually water droplets formed by the condensation of high-temperature water vapor. And he looked down at the sea surface, where she could clearly see bubbles rising continuously. And he slowly approached the surface of the sea and touched it with his hand, discovering that the water temperature in this area was extremely high. After 3 days of investigation, and his companions finally figured out the reason. They had entered a region with very active underwater volcanoes, where multiple underwater volcanoes were in a state of eruption. These volcanoes formed a circular area. The large amount of magma that was spewing out caused the water temperature in the volcanic area to be abnormal. The alternating hot and cold seawater led to extremely unusual ocean currents in the nearby waters, which were continuously rotating. Xiaohei was unable to escape the swirling currents due to the weight of Leviathan, which left him lacking in strength. As for why this situation occurred, and stated that he was unsure, as anything could happen in the Grand Line. Upon discovering the reason for their disorientation, and his companions began to think about how to leave this area. Due to the numerous underground volcanoes, the number of marine organisms in this sea area was extremely low. If they stayed too long, Xiaohei's food supply would become a problem. Eventually, and came up with a solution. He asked his death to create a large amount of ice to submerge in the sea, lowering the water temperature near the volcanoes. Meanwhile, he would use his abilities to temporarily halt the swirling currents, allowing Xiaohei to swim away from the area. Through the combined efforts of an and his death, Xiaohei finally escaped from the rotating current region. However, instead of heading outward, they moved towards the center of the swirling currents. The direction indicated by the compass suggested that there should be an island surrounded by the rotating currents. After leaving the swirling currents, it wasn't long before and his companions discovered an island. The island was quite large, with a visible range of at least several dozen kilometers. Much bigger than the previous Dressrosa. As far as the eye could see, the entire island was black, and there were hardly any trees on it. Upon seeing the island, and he decided to go and take a look. As soon as he stepped onto the beach, he noticed that the sand on this island was made up of black sand particles. And he bent down, picked up some black sand grains, and touched them, discovering that these grains were not sand, but finely crushed coal. As they ventured deeper into the island, and the others found traces of past human habitation, including numerous houses, a refining factory, and railway tracks. Piles of coal were stacked like mountains, indicating that this place once produced a large amount of coal. Moreover, there should have been many people living here, as evidenced by the variety and number of buildings, including bars, restaurants, and entertainment venues, suggesting that it was once very prosperous. However, judging by the condition of the houses, it seemed to have been abandoned for a long time. And said, Sun Yan, use your observation haki to sense if there are any people on this island. Sun Yan's observation haki has the largest range in the entire pirate crew of all realms. So when he asked her to check, Sun Yan nodded, closed her eyes, and activated her observation haki. After a few minutes, Sun Yan opened her eyes and said, there's a city on the other side of the island, and there are quite a few people inside. And he waved his hand and said, let's go take a look. Then, and his group moved forward along the road that could still be faintly recognized. As they got closer to the city, they noticed that the number of graves on both sides of the road increased. Moreover, the further they went, the newer the graves appeared. However, and he also observed that most of the graves lacked information about the deceased. There was only a solitary mound of earth, without even a tombstone. Additionally, these graves were scattered randomly, and those who buried the dead did not choose a specific area. This struck an as very strange. In the world of One Piece, most people show respect for the deceased. They wouldn't just casually choose random places to bury the dead. There are usually designated areas for that. But the situation here was completely different. As an and his group continued to move forward, they finally saw some living people. However, upon seeing these individuals, and he almost thought he had arrived in Africa. The people he saw had dark skin, and they were gaunt with hollow eyes. If it weren't for the color of their hair, and he would have truly believed they were black. Moreover, the appearance of an and his group instantly attracted their attention. Upon seeing them, these individuals stood up, each holding some weapons, their eyes revealing a sense of greed as they staggered closer to an E and his group. At that moment, Sun Yin suddenly raised the gun in his hand and said, "Captain, these people see us as food." "What?" Ani was taken aback, and Sun Yin was surprised by her exceptional observation haki. In addition to being able to sense a range of several dozen kilometers, she could also perceive some people's intense emotions through observation haki, allowing her to grasp their thoughts. It was somewhat similar to mind reading, but Sun Yin's observation haki was not yet at the level of sensing at any time and place. She could only read thoughts when they were particularly strong. Just now, as soon as they were seen, Sun Yin could read such thoughts, indicating that the other party's thoughts were extremely intense. When his death heard that these people wanted to eat her, she showed no courtesy and directly activated her ability, freezing these individuals. Ani did not say much about his death's actions. After all, the other party wanted to eat her, so she couldn't let them get close. At that moment, more people emerged from various corners. They quickly ran to the ice wall, jumped on it, and began licking the ice. Some even tried to bite the ice wall created by his death. However, the hardness of the ice wall was extremely high, and those who tried to bite it soon ended up with bloody mouths. Yet these people did not care. Even with blood streaming from their mouths and losing teeth, they continued to gnaw at the ice wall. Seeing these crazed individuals, Ani and the others frowned. The strength of these people was indeed not impressive, but their actions were chilling even for Ani and the others. Moreover, Ani noticed that as time passed, more and more people appeared around the ice wall. They also rushed towards the ice wall, joining the ranks of those licking it. Isdeath was about to use her ability again when Ani stopped her. These people were currently licking the ice wall and had not taken any other outrageous actions. Given the thickness of the ice wall, it would take these people dozens of hours to lick it clean. At that moment, Ani's gaze turned to the distance. She saw a group of soldiers armed with weapons running toward them. Upon reaching near the ice wall, they immediately spread out, and one officer shouted, "Get out of the way, commoners! This ice belongs to His Majesty, King Sailboat of Black Island. You commoners need to leave immediately, or we will take necessary measures." Under the soldiers' words, only a few left the ice wall, while more remained indifferent. The leading officer shouted, "Prepare to fire." The other soldiers raised their firearms without hesitation. Fire! Bang! 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 Crash! The moment the gunfire rang out, a wall of ice appeared in front of the soldiers, blocking all their bullets. The gunfire only left some white spots on the ice wall. "Ability user," the leading officer exclaimed in astonishment. At this moment, Dinessa had already appeared in front of the officer, her large sword resting against his neck. Seeing Dinessa suddenly appear, the soldiers instinctively aimed their guns. Dinessa said to the leading officer, "You better tell your men not to move, otherwise this sword will slice your neck." Feeling the sharpness of Dinessa's sword, the officer swallowed hard and cautiously nodded. He shouted, "Everyone put down your weapons." The soldiers looked at each other, but in the end, they followed the officer's orders and lowered their weapons. Dinessa grabbed the officer by the neck and then forcefully threw him towards Ani. After that, Dinessa quickly moved back to Ani's side and caught the officer who was about to hit the ground. And he looked at the officer in front of him and said, "Next, I will ask you a few questions, and I hope you can answer truthfully." The officer nodded, and he asked the officer, "What place is this?" The officer replied, "This is called Black Rock Iron Island, which used to be the largest iron and coal production site in the New World." Hearing this, and he finally understood why they had seen so many smelting plants and coal earlier. Then he asked, what exactly happened here that it ended up like this? According to the officer, this place was rich in iron and coal, both of which are valuable resources that could be sold to other countries for a significant amount of wealth. Logically, this should be a prosperous island. However, and he saw a large number of people who were starving and poorly dressed. Upon hearing Ani's question, the officer sighed and said, "The reason our island has become what it is today dates back 50 years. Oh, 50 years ago? Yes, 50 years ago. We were the wealthiest among dozens of nearby islands. We extracted iron ore from the island, smelted it into steel, and then sold it to other countries or the world government. Most of the iron ore on our island is open pit mining, making it easy to extract and of very good quality. With simple smelting, it could be turned into high-quality steel. So at that time, our port was always bustling with ships transporting steel. Those ships brought in tons of food and supplies to us, and then filled their holds with steel to take back to their own countries. Back then, although we were all miners, everyone could eat well and dress nicely. People from other places wanted to come to our island to mine, but couldn't. Because of the iron, ore, and coal, our island was referred to by others as the island of steel and coal. However, we still prefer to call it Black Rock Island. As the island became more prosperous, more and more people settled here, and our population grew from just a few tens of thousands to several million. As the officer recounted the island's former glory, his face was filled with longing. Then his expression changed, and he said, "But one day, 50 years ago, everything changed. The older generation says it was just an ordinary day. The night before, a sudden earthquake occurred. However, because the earthquake was not very strong and happened at night, it did not cause much damage, so no one on the island took it seriously. The first unusual situation appeared in the morning, which was that the number of ships that should have arrived drastically decreased. Usually, early in the morning, before the port opened, there would already be many ships filled with goods ready to dock. Since we could not grow a lot of food, weave clothes, or raise livestock on the island, the food supplies for the island's residents were mainly transported from other places. However, the decrease in the number of ships did not attract the attention of the island's people. This had happened before and would usually resolve itself in a day or two. But what happened next made the people of the island truly understand despair. After a few days, no new ships appeared, and some supplies on the island started to run low. Some ships that had already left turned back. The people on those ships brought us bad news. All ships were unable to leave the nearby waters. It seems that the eruption of the underwater volcano caused by the earthquake created rotating ocean currents, preventing the people on the island from leaving. The officer continued, "At that time, when we first heard the news, not many people believed it. Later, more and more ships returned, all bringing back the same news. And that's when we confirmed that we really couldn't leave. In the beginning of the disaster, the people on the island helped each other, thinking that once the disaster was over, we could return to normal. But as time passed, nothing changed. Those inside couldn't get out, and those outside couldn't get in, while the supplies on the island began to dwindle. The first shortage was food. For some reason, after we couldn't leave, the number of fish in the sea near the island decreased as well. Our island had always relied on trading steel and coal for food and other supplies. And since there weren't many places suitable for growing crops, food soon became insufficient. Thinking of comfort, the decrease in fish species in the sea should also be related to the eruption of underwater volcanoes. The volcanic eruptions caused abnormal water temperatures in the area, making it impossible for the fish that originally lived nearby to adapt. Without a suitable living environment, the fish naturally would not stay here, and all the fish disappeared. To compete for the remaining food, the people on the island began to kill each other. After a long period of war and slaughter, the island's population sharply decreased to less than 1/10 of the original. The significant reduction in population allowed the arable land on the island to sustain the food needs of the remaining population. However, because they could not leave, even though the food crisis on the island was alleviated, the island, which had lost its economic sources, could no longer thrive as it once did, and it gradually became more desolate. And he had been using his observation hockey to sense what the officer was saying and knew he was not lying. So he pointed to the people still licking the ice wall and asked, "What about these people?" The officer replied, "After the population drastically decreased and the food crisis was resolved, the remaining people began to give up on themselves, and many turned into ruthless villains. At that time, a powerful individual emerged. He was an ability user. With his immense strength, he defeated the villains on the island. And then the remaining people gathered together to establish our current residence and elected that powerful individual as our city lord. However, not long after, this once hero began his brutal rule, and these people were expelled from the residence." And he asked, why were they expelled from their residence? Because they could not provide blood to the city lord. Blood? Yes, our city lord is an animal type, phantom beast fruit user, with the ability of a vampire. He needs to drink blood every day, and the blood of these people does not suit the city lord's taste. Therefore, they cannot live in the city and can only be driven out. The peaceful heart said, "The phantom beast species, vampire form, isn't that the fruit ability of Count Redfield?" "Oh, right. It seems Count Redfield ate the fruit only after leaving impelled down. So now, this fruit user should be the previous generation of vampire user. In order to better control the residents of the city, our city lord not only controls all the farmland on the island, but also polluted the largest water source on the island with a black, oily substance. Then he directly controlled the only remaining drinkable water source. To eat and drink, one must accept the lord's rule. By controlling food and water sources, he controls the life and death of everyone on the island. He does not directly kill the rebels. Instead, he expels them from the city, no longer providing them with food and water, allowing them to fend for themselves outside the city. No wonder these people are crazily licking the ice wall created by his death. It's because they lack drinking water. However, from the officer's words, this city lord does not seem to be a good person. and he is likely psychologically twisted and perverted. Otherwise, he wouldn't exile people and then watch them slowly die from hunger and thirst. If it were an E, if someone opposed him, he would directly kill the other person instead of letting them be tortured to death slowly. And he looked at the officer and said, "Take me to see your city lord." The officer looked up at an E and said, "No, I can't take you to find the city lord. If the city lord finds out, he'll turn me into a dried corpse." Dinessa directly placed her sword against his neck and said, "If you don't lead the way, your head will leave your body right now." Faced with Dinessa's death threat, the officer could only nod helplessly. He pointed to a valley in the distance and said, "Our city lord lives in that valley." A few people left here in advance with the officer, directly using the mooncloth. Ani has two reasons for planning to meet the vampire Zoan fruit user. First, of course, is the fruit he possesses. In the world of One Piece, Zoan-type fruits, especially mythical Zoan, are said to be rarer than Logia-type fruits. The mythical Zoan, in its vampire form, has the ability to make people young or old, making it a fruit with time-related properties. Therefore, Ani wants to obtain this fruit, even if it is not useful for his pirate crew. He can keep it for the future to recruit the Count of Dracula. The second reason is that Ani has taken a liking to this island. Although the island is not prosperous, it is rich in iron or in coal, both of which are very valuable to Ani. And he can completely use this place as his base, utilizing the island's abundant iron ore and coal for large-scale technological production. With Martha's abilities and the resources he possesses, Ani is confident that in just 5 years, he can manufacture a large number of high-tech weapons. Moreover, the island is surrounded by rotating ocean currents, making it difficult for ordinary ships to break through the currents and reach this place, which greatly enhances the island's security. One could say that this location is tailor-made for his development. That's why an E wants to meet the lord of the island. As for what to do if he disagrees at that time, no problem. He and his companions can have a good discussion with him, as an E prefers to persuade others with reason. With their speed, they reach the valley in just over 10 minutes. At the valley entrance, an E and his companions saw several people bound to crosses, their wrists cut with small incisions, and blood slowly dripping down into wooden basins below. The valley was shrouded in thick mist, and through the haze, a red castle could be faintly seen. And he glanced at the officer beside him. The officer said, "There's sacrifices offered to the lord of the city. Every 3 days, we need to select 5 sacrifices and place them at the valley entrance in exchange for the lord opening the water source. Our lord resides in the castle in the valley." Hearing this, Dinessa was about to step forward and cut the ropes, binding them with a few sword strikes when a red beam shot out from the valley, heading straight for Dinessa. With her exceptional observation haki, Dinessa sensed the danger immediately and positioned her great sword behind her to block the sudden attack. Clang! The red beam collided with Dinessa's great sword, then veered off and shot directly towards the officer. Ani quickly stood in front of the officer, slapping a flip-flop on the red light. Smack! Ani felt his slipper hit something. When he looked closer, the red light had turned into an old man with white hair. At that moment, there was a clear slipper print on the old man's face. The old man stared intently at the officer and said in a chilling tone, "You want to betray me." The officer's legs went weak and he knelt down, saying, "My lord, I don't want to, but they said if I don't listen to them, I will die. I'll deal with you later." The old man turned to an E and the others, sizing them up, and said, "You are not from the island?" And he nodded slightly. The old man said, "I will give you some treasures. How about you leave here?" In Sir Solomon's view, an E and the others were not weak in strength. After all,